Chapter 96. Flaws. As Han Li expertly manipulated the swirling gray light, he discovered that employing the driving technique to command the gray luminescence manifested by the talisman, while exceptionally sharp and capable of slicing through nearly anything, came with considerable limitations. Firstly, the exertion of this gray light was exceedingly taxing on his spiritual energy. For someone like Han Li, who had cultivated the eternal spring technique to the 8th level, he could unleash the complete version of the fireball technique continuously for over 100 times. Yet, when wielding the gray light, his spiritual power would only sustain itself for a mere quarter of an hour before dissipating entirely. Reflecting on this, it became clear why the Golden Light Master had not initially employed the gray light. His spiritual energy was too limited, allowing him only a pitifully short span to command the talisman. This also elucidated the feeble resistance Han Li encountered when seizing this object. Most likely, the opponent had already exhausted a significant portion of his energy while attempting to wield the gray light prior to their confrontation, resulting in a swift and effortless victory for Han Li, whose energy far surpassed that of the diminutive adversary. Moreover, another drawback of this gray light was that its range for inflicting harm was restricted. The gray luminescence could only be manipulated within a 20 zhang radius centered around Han Li. Beyond this range, it would become sluggish and occasionally malfunction. Once it ventured more than 30 zhang away, the gray light would revert entirely to its talisman form, plummeting to the ground. If Han Li believed that the aforementioned limitations would gradually improve as his spiritual energy advanced, the final issue was the talisman's inherent fatal flaw. After utilizing the talisman several times, he discerned that the cold gleam emitted by the depicted gray sword on the talisman diminished with each use, suggesting that its lifespan was steadily waning. In other words, this talisman had a finite number of uses and a temporal constraint. When its uses were exhausted, it would lose its spiritual essence and meet its end. This realization was one of the reasons Han Li ceased his practice of the gray light after only a brief period, as he wished to reserve such a formidable artifact for a critical moment, potentially saving his life in a future crisis. Similarly, Han Li surmised that the golden talisman capable of transforming into a golden shield likely bore the same constraints. However, as he was currently unaware of the incantation required for its use, he prudently stored it away for future necessity. During his moments of rest, he also examined the triangular token and the Qin family genealogy, regrettably yielding no fruitful insights. On the 5th day, just as Han Li removed the inconspicuous sign, Li Feiyu burst into the room, and upon spotting Han Li, eagerly recounted the rumors of his demonization. These whispers left Han Li both amused and exasperated. He could only maintain a stern visage, casting an annoyed glance at Li Feiyu, who unabashedly mocked him. Eventually, Li Feiyu ceased his laughter, his expression sobering as he addressed Han Li with a serious tone. "Surely, you can surmise the reason for my visit. It must be that a few important figures are worried about me and sent you to gauge my disposition," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Exactly. I'm glad you understand." Li Feiyu sighed deeply, burdened by a heavy heart. "Yet, how do you expect me, your friend, to explain this to those fellows? They have promised to elevate me, the vice leader of the Outer Blade Hall, in exchange for my allegiance." Li Feiyu's demeanor shifted to a playful grin. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before murmuring to himself, "It seems that unless I meet with those under Lord Wang to clarify certain matters, they will remain restless. Very well. You shall inform Lord Wang that I will personally visit Sunset Peak tomorrow at noon, so he need not be anxious," Han Li stated with a smile. "Excellent. With your word, I can provide my explanation." Li Feiyu shrugged, appearing noncommittal. Following this, Han Li and Li Feiyu engaged in light-hearted banter, with Han Li even showcasing his fireball technique up close, leaving his friend envious for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, Li Feiyu took his leave from the valley, returning to report to Wang Juechu and the others. Han Li stood at the doorway, gazing thoughtfully at Li Feiyu's disappearing figure, lost in contemplation for a while. Suddenly, a mysterious smile crossed his face, and he appeared quite pleased as he entered the house and closed the door. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Li Feiyu stealthily ascended Sunset Peak, quietly infiltrating Lord Wang's chamber. Upon waking and seeing a figure standing straight before his bed, Wang Juechu's face turned ashen. Nevertheless, he forced a smile, albeit awkwardly, and inquired, "What brings Dr. Han here? I apologize for not welcoming you properly, but wasn't it agreed that you would arrive at noon? Why are you here so early?" Han Li cast a cold glance at Lord Wang, which sent a chill down Wang Juechu's spine, leaving him feeling as though he had been cut by a knife. Han Li, noticing a flicker of fear in his eyes, felt a surge of satisfaction. The glance he cast was enhanced by the heavenly eye technique, a newfound application he had recently discovered, which could instill psychological dread in ordinary individuals, akin to the legendary soul-capturing arts circulating in the martial world. Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought that arriving in the morning might allow everyone to be more clear-headed, preventing any unpleasantness from occurring. Han Li's face betrayed no emotion, yet his tone carried an unmistakable edge. Upon hearing this, Lord Wang's heart sank, and he inwardly braced himself. The day prior, after receiving Li Feiyu's notification about Han Li's visit at noon, some of the higher-ups suggested that due to the inherent danger posed by Han Li, they should take measures to eliminate him during the meeting. However, this idea faced vehement opposition from others who deemed it too perilous, arguing that failure could provoke severe retaliation and insisting that they should first engage in dialogue before making any decisions. Those who intended to take immediate action vehemently refuted the notion of delay, citing reasons such as the risk of leaks and the dangers of prolonged indecision. In truth, everyone was well aware that the claim of Han Li being too perilous was merely a pretext. It was, in fact, a scheme by certain individuals to covet his cultivation methods and seek personal gain from this esteemed physician. Even those opposed to immediate action likely harbored similar intentions, albeit employing more subtle and discreet tactics. The two factions argued passionately before the Lord of the Wang sect, neither side convincing the other, continuing their fervent dispute until the meeting was nearly adjourned. Ultimately, it was the surviving elder in gray robes who could no longer bear the spectacle. He coldly interjected a single remark that brought an instant hush over the assembly. "If you were to slay this esteemed physician, do you not fear the wrath of his elders?" His words fell like a bucket of cold water, awakening the heated minds of the high-ranking officials. Indeed, given the youth and formidable prowess of the opponent, it was certain that divine beings or equivalents lurked behind him. Should they recklessly extinguish his life, would they not all find themselves facing annihilation when his elders came seeking retribution? Realizing that harming Han Li equated to self-destruction, those who had initially advocated for violence swiftly altered their stance. Even if one or two avaricious individuals attempted to persist, the consensus to treat Han Li with gentleness prevailed. Observing Han Li's sudden utterance of such a profound statement, the Lord of the Wang sect felt a twinge of unease, suspecting that the other party possessed formidable insights and had somehow learned of the previous day's contention, prompting the warning. Nevertheless, having served as a sect leader for many years, Wang Juechu was not easily swayed. He quickly shook off the influence of the moment, restoring his composure. Why did the esteemed physician make such a declaration? The entire sect holds you in high regard, he thought, weighing his response while deciding to probe Han Li's sentiments further. But I have heard whispers of potential threats against me, Han Li replied with a cold smirk, his tone measured. The Lord, taken aback at first, soon relaxed upon noting the absence of anger in Han Li's demeanor. The fact that he had approached alone suggested that he might have merely caught wind of rumors rather than possessing detailed knowledge of the meeting's discussions. Perhaps there remained a possibility of mending their relationship. You may have misunderstood, esteemed physician. Indeed, a few scoundrels emerged yesterday, attempting to act ungratefully. However, rest assured, they have been swiftly apprehended and are under strict surveillance. The majority of our sect still holds you in high esteem and would never commit acts that would bring pain to friends and joy to foes. Wang Juechu declared with righteous conviction after careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Han Li could not suppress a cold laugh within. Since revealing his strength and aiding the Qishuan sect through its tribulations, he had continuously reminded himself of the fable of the bird and the bough, urging caution and vigilance. One should never presume that gratitude would inevitably follow acts of kindness, for the human heart is the most inscrutable of all. For those who consider themselves significant figures, betrayal and ingratitude are mere commonplace occurrences, as ordinary as drinking water. This sentiment serves as one of Han Li's reasons for isolating himself after returning to the valley, intentionally allowing these high-ranking individuals some time to regain their composure, lest their insatiable greed consume their rationality entirely. Subsequently, after sending Li Feiyu with a message to meet with the upper echelons, Han Li did not intend to honor the appointment. It is crucial to understand, despite his current prowess far surpassing that of the average martial artist, if his opponents employed underhanded tactics, numerous methods could easily lead to his demise. Therefore, For the sake of safety, he discreetly arranged to meet with the esteemed Wang Demin master half a day earlier, alone and unaccompanied. Earlier, after merely testing the waters with Wang, the master had inadvertently revealed his intentions, suggesting that the prominent figures of the seven mysterious sect had indeed contemplated taking action against him. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Whether they genuinely intended to act or were merely entertaining the thought, Han Li felt no anger. Once the transaction with the foremost figure of the seven mysterious sect was concluded, he would take his leave, never to entangle himself with them again. To be candid, Master Wang, after our meeting, I shall depart from this place and venture far away, likely never to return to Caixia Mountain, Han Li declared, gazing intently at Wang Juechu before mysteriously proposing a mutually beneficial transaction. Upon hearing of Han Li's impending departure, Wang Demin master was initially taken aback, but upon realizing the proposition of a transaction, he found himself puzzled. What sort of deal could he possibly negotiate with this esteemed Han physician? His thoughts were tumultuous. When noon arrived, the appointed time for their meeting, Han Li was conspicuously absent from the Sunsetting Peak's main hall. Instead, it was Wang Demin master who energetically entered the venue last. He promptly announced that there was no need to wait any longer, for Han Li had vacated Caixia Mountain, leaving no trace behind. It was presumed that he would exit Jingzhou, perhaps even the realm of Yu, thus eliminating any potential troubles. Upon hearing this declaration, the attendees exchanged astonished glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The hall fell into a profound silence. With Han gone, what was there left to scheme about? They resignedly contemplated their next steps. Chapter 98. Returned to the village shortly after Han Li departed Caixia Mountain. Wang Demin master proclaimed Li Feiyu as his closed-door disciple, officially promoting him to the position of Outer Blade Hall master, granting him significant favor. Years later, during an incident where Han Li's uncle inadvertently committed a grievous error that could have endangered his life, Wang Demin master opposed the collective opinion and safeguarded him. As for Wang Demin master, he faced formidable adversaries in subsequent faction conflicts, sustaining severe injuries and teetering on the brink of death. Yet, whenever everyone presumed his time was short, he miraculously revived through a pill contained within a jade vial, quickly regaining his vitality. This miraculous event sparked envy among others, who inquired about the name and origin of the remedy, but Wang Juechu remained evasive, refusing to disclose the information. Certainly, those who sought the precious pill returned empty-handed. It was only many years later, upon the passing of Wang Juechu, that he bequeathed the name of the pill, Yanjing Dan. By that time, merely 3 pills remained in the jade vial. Yet, these 3 pills ignited a tempest of turmoil, bringing considerable strife to Wang Juechu's descendants. However, that is a tale for another time, and we shall not dwell on it now. At this moment, Li Feiyu stood in contemplation, grasping several small vials and a note. Upon returning from Zhangshouer earlier that morning, he discovered these items in his abode. The note, penned by Han Li, was succinct, merely informing Li Feiyu that he had departed from Qishuan's sect, perhaps never to return. The vial contained a meticulously concocted elixir, intended to prolong Li Feiyu's life. Han Li hoped he would not refuse it. The note concluded with a whimsical drawing of Han Li's smiling face, accompanied by a wish for Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiuer to wed soon and bear many offspring. After a moment of dazed reflection, Li Feiyu dashed out of his home, ascending to the peak of the nearest small mountain. From the summit, he gazed longingly towards the gates of Qishuan's sect, where verdant foliage obscured any sign of life. After standing in silence for a considerable time, he sighed deeply, his expression heavy with solitude as he murmured, "I hope you take care. Safe travels." Slowly, he descended the mountain, his solitary figure appearing profoundly melancholic. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the ancient path, heading east. Han Li and Chu Han occupied the carriage, which, though spacious, was currently home to only the two of them. Han Li had spent 3 or 2 pieces of silver to temporarily rent the entire vehicle. The wooden carriage, though somewhat dilapidated and aged in appearance, was remarkably clean inside. The 2 horses, robust and vigorous, propelled the carriage swiftly along the road. Han Li had chosen this carriage for these very reasons, knowing that typically, such a vehicle would earn merely a couple of silver pieces over several days of service. The driver was an unremarkable, lean middle-aged man, taciturn by nature. He would not speak unless prompted by Han Li, a quality that pleased Han Li immensely. He was aware that Chu Han, tall and cloaked in mystery, might draw attention if a loquacious individual were present. Perched on Han Li's shoulder was a yellow-feathered cloud-winged bird, its eyes half-closed in restful slumber. On the opposite end of the carriage sat Chu Han, shouldering a large bundle filled with changes of clothing, gold, silver, and various heavy items. As for the more delicate artifacts and documents obtained from Dr. Imo, Han Li carried those close at hand, fearing their loss due to their significance. At this moment, Han Li sat quietly within the carriage, listening to the creaking sound of the wooden wheels. His expression remained calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of melancholy upon departing from the Seven Mysteries sect. The only aspect he felt a twinge of reluctance about was his dear friend, Li Feiyu. However, he presumed that his companion had received his message and the specially concocted elixir he had prepared. He sincerely hoped that the medicine would prove effective, allowing his friend to savor the joys of life a little longer. With this thought in mind, Han Li stretched his body, leaning his back against the carriage wall, and began to drift into a light slumber. He had already instructed the driver regarding their destination, the humble village by the mountains where he was born. Though he understood the impossibility of it, he still wished that upon opening his eyes, he would be greeted by the familiar faces of his parents and siblings. It had been so many years since he had left them. Even their features had begun to blur in his memory. Thus, he felt compelled to see them with his own eyes before venturing far, for he knew he could never depart in peace otherwise. He wondered about his younger sister, now likely 16 or 17, blossoming into a young lady. The last letter he received from home mentioned that she had been promised to someone, with betrothal gifts already exchanged. As he drifted into a hazy sleep, a slender, diminutive figure appeared in his mind. The owner of that figure had always trailed behind him, calling out in a sweet, childish voice, fourth brother, how swiftly time passes." Han Li finally succumbed to a deep and tranquil slumber, reminiscent of the nights in his childhood when his parents watched over him, warding off mosquitoes, ensuring he slept soundly. 5 days later, along the earthen road, Han Li finally caught sight of the familiar village in the distance. The low earthen walls, the rows of straw stacks, and the uneven little paths, all of which had once haunted his dreams, now stood vividly before him. He repressed his overwhelming excitement and instructed the driver to halt the carriage at a distance from the village, leaving Chu Han inside. He then hurried towards the village entrance. And with each step closer, his heart raced with increasing fervor. This involuntary surge of emotion was something Han Li had not felt in quite some time. Ultimately, he stepped cautiously into the village. Upon entering, he was greeted by the jubilant sounds of instruments resonating through the air, yet he saw no villagers along the small paths. A flicker of recognition stirred within him. Such scenes and sounds were reminiscent of his childhood. Clearly, a wedding was being celebrated in a nearby home, with villagers gathering to partake in the festivities. With renewed focus, Han Li extended his spiritual awareness, discovering that indeed, the entire village was congregated at a particular spot. To his astonishment, the location felt strikingly familiar. It was none other than the place where his family resided. A wave of surprise washed over him. Could it be? An inkling of realization dawned upon him. Hastening his pace, he swiftly maneuvered around several houses and turned a few corners, suddenly greeted by a brilliant sight. Hundreds of villagers were gathered around a courtyard made of earth. In the courtyard, several tiled houses appeared to be far superior to the nearby dwellings. On either side of the entrance, a large character for happiness was prominently displayed. A small ensemble of musicians was gathered at the gate, creating a lively atmosphere. Villagers stood, squatted, and some, rather unrefined, simply sat on the ground. They formed small groups, whispering amongst themselves, vociferously debating, while others gazed enviously into the courtyard. Nearby, numerous children frolicked around the adults, chasing one another in joyous abandon. Witnessing this familiar scene, Han Li felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he had been transported back in time to his childhood, joining in the playful antics of the young ones. The fourth daughter of the Han family is truly fortunate, he overheard. I hear her groom is a scholar from the city, a learned man indeed. How remarkable! She had transcended from being a mere wife to becoming the esteemed wife of a scholar. Rumor had it that the dowry from the Han family was astonishing, amounting to dozens of taels of silver. They were indeed wealthy. The clamor of gossip from the village women jolted Han Li from his reverie. The fourth daughter of the Han family, wasn't he that his younger sister? Could it truly be her wedding day? An indescribable torrent of emotions surged within him, tumultuous and unyielding. For reasons unknown, he slipped behind a nearby large tree, fixated on the entrance of the courtyard. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from a distance. The bridal procession has arrived. The groom is here to fetch the bride. At this proclamation, the villagers erupted into a flurry of excitement, the air thick with jubilant voices. The bride is emerging. The new wife is coming out. Come and see. Even the children clamored eagerly. Han Li's spirits lifted, his gaze intensifying as he focused on the courtyard entrance. With a creak, the wooden gate swung open, revealing a group of men and women, among them a young girl clad in a resplendent floral wedding gown. She possessed a delicate chin and an exquisite visage, appearing to be around 16 or 17, her face adorned with a bashful expression. Han Li widened his eyes, scrutinizing her features, attempting to discern any remnants of the younger sister he once knew. Although he detected a fleeting sense of familiarity in her brows and eyes, he could no longer reconcile any other aspects with his memories of her. The adage, "A girl transforms greatly," by 18 rings true. Han Li chuckled softly to himself before shifting his gaze to those surrounding her. The stout figure was his third uncle, instantly recognizable, still as portly as ever. The tall, dark man beside him was his elder brother Han Tai, and the woman closely accompanying him must be his sister-in-law. Han Li muttered their names under his breath, as if it would ease his heart. However, when his eyes fell upon an elderly couple, a man and woman with white hair, he fell silent. He stood motionless behind the tree, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, joy, trepidation, and a hint of bewilderment. The extent of his parents' aging surpassed all of Han Li's expectations. He recalled ascending the mountain with his mother still possessing her lustrous black hair, yet now her temples were streaked with gray. His father, who once stood tall and straight, now bore a stooped posture. Han Li remained silent, his mind in a haze, akin to a thick fog. He was oblivious to the events unfolding below. When he regained his senses, he saw his little sister seated upon a colorful carriage adorned with red silk, drifting away into the distance. Beside the carriage, a scholar mounted on a magnificent green steed followed closely. Han Li strained to gaze at the departing carriage before turning to observe his parents and a few close relatives in the crowd. Then he shut his eyes. After deeply imprinting the faces of his parents and loved ones in his heart, Han Li turned resolutely, his expression suddenly imbued with determination, and he strode purposefully towards the village entrance. He understood that when he stepped beyond the threshold of the village once more, his connections with these individuals might cease for this lifetime. He was acutely aware that since he learned the Changchun technique and recognized the existence of cultivators, he would tread a path entirely distinct from that of ordinary people. Regardless of whether fortune or misfortune awaited him in the future, he would not regret his choice. Chapter 100. Jiyuan City Lanzhou, the 8th largest province among the 13 of the Yu Kingdom, ranks second in terms of prosperity, surpassed only by Xinzhou. Located in the southern part of the Yu Kingdom, it boasts fertile lands interspersed with countless waterways, lakes, and canals, coupled with a consistently favorable climate, making it particularly suitable for rice cultivation, thus establishing it as a premier grain-producing region in the nation. Although Jiyuan City, situated in the heart of Lanzhou, is not the provincial capital, it is undeniably the largest city in the region. The Grand Canal, which traverses the Yu Kingdom from north to south, runs through the center of the city, and several other significant water and land routes converge here, resulting in highly developed transportation, making it a vital hub for waterborne trade and commerce. Each year, innumerable merchants and travelers pass through, significantly stimulating economic activity in the area. Hence, it is no surprise that Jiyuan City has emerged as the largest city in the entire province. In Jiyuan City, numerous transport companies, docks, and shipping businesses thrive throughout the urban landscape. The myriad porters, laborers, and boatmen engaged in these trades number in the tens of thousands, among whom is Sun Ergu, a man who earns his livelihood by the docks. True to his name, Sun Ergu possesses slanted eyebrows and misaligned eyes, exuding a roguish demeanor. However, his keen ability to read people and flatter others has allowed him to ascend to the role of a minor gang leader at the docks, overseeing dozens of laborers who rely on assisting passing merchants with the transportation of goods and luggage. Thus, when Sun Ergu arrived at the small dock early this morning, several of his subordinates hurriedly approached him, respectfully greeting, "Good morning, Second Master. The Second Master has arrived." Upon hearing these titles, Sun Ergu felt a swell of pride. After all, being addressed as master indicated his noteworthy status in this locality. Therefore, he adopted an air of superiority, responding with a huff through his nose, as if to acknowledge their greetings. What second master? Isn't he just Urgu? Just a two-legged dog, resembling a dog in every way. Ha ha, ha ha. A cacophony of scornful jeers pierced the air, unabashedly reaching the ears of son Urgu. Upon hearing this, his countenance darkened abruptly, and his mood soured in an instant. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at the throng of dozens on the opposite side of the dock, his eyes settling upon a burly, broad-shouldered black man, a flicker of resentment gleaming within them. If one were to inquire about the individual son Urgu loathed most in Jiyuan City, this black man would undoubtedly rank among the top three. Were someone to propose that he could exchange his entire fortune for this man's complete eradication from existence, son Urgu might hesitate momentarily. However, if the demand were altered to require only half of his wealth, he would acquiesce without a second thought. Albeit his so-called entire fortune had diminished considerably due to his indulgences in food, drink, and vice. The true name of this black man had long been forgotten. Those at the dock referred to him either as Black Lord or simply by his nickname, Black Bear. He was the leader of a rival gang, the Iron Fist Society, holding a position comparable to that of son Urgu within his own faction, the Four Ping Gang, and was thus stationed at the dock to oversee another contingent of laborers. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and this small dock was no exception. Consequently, the two factions had been at odds from the outset, and after several confrontations over merchants, their relationship had deteriorated even further. Whenever they crossed paths, the two gangs could be found either exchanging insults or shoving one another, barely restraining themselves from resorting to violence. Given the animosity displayed by their subordinates, it was no surprise that the two leaders, son Urgu and Black Bear, regarded each other with palpable disdain. However, as figures of some standing within their respective organizations, they understood that the Iron Fist Society and the Four Ping Gang were allied against a larger rival, the Poison Dragon Gang. Thus, while each harbored aspirations to expel the other and monopolize the dock, they were compelled to endure and exercise restraint for the time being. Nevertheless, the pent-up dissatisfaction and fury found expression through the verbal altercations of their subordinates, which had become a daily ritual each morning. In this instance, without waiting for son Urgu's signal, several sharp-tongued individuals among his ranks launched into a rebuttal. Do you know which beast is the most foolish among them? Bears. And which bear is the dullest of them all? Naturally, it is the Black Bear. The moment Black Bear, initially reveling in the taunts directed at his adversary, heard these words, his expression darkened in an instant. Son Urgu, on the other hand, chuckled heartily, patting the shoulders of his subordinates in encouragement. Unwilling to be outdone, Black Bear's men retaliated with a torrent of vile and filthy language. Son Urgu's crew, not one to shy away, reciprocated with equally unrefined jibes. For they were all men of stature, and none feared the other. Naturally, they seized upon the most unsavory remarks to launch their counterattacks. As the two factions continued their verbal sparring, son Urgu and Black Bear remained seated, observing with detached amusement, for as individuals of some repute, they could not partake in such a raucous exchange. Just as the two groups were becoming hoarse and saliva was flying, one of son Urgu's men suddenly exclaimed, "A ship is approaching." This proclamation instantly silenced the nearly 100 boisterous men, who turned in unison to gaze toward the riverbank. After all, the allure of gleaming silver far surpasses the fleeting satisfaction of mere words. However, when the robust men discerned the vessel moored at the dock, their expressions shifted to disappointment. It was merely a shallow flatboat, capable of accommodating no more than 3 or 5 merchants at most, hardly a promising venture. This was hardly surprising, for the dock was both dilapidated and modest, situated in a rather secluded location where large ships seldom ventured. Only during the bustling trade season would larger vessels, unable to find mooring at other docks, reluctantly land here. Upon the arrival of this small craft, 2 individuals disembarked. One was a rather unremarkable youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18, while the other was a towering giant, far exceeding the average person's stature. The young man, clad in a simple blue robe with a small yellow bird perched upon his shoulder, stepped off the boat with wide eyes, resembling a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city. The giant, shrouded in a cloak and adorned in a green robe, obscured his features, presenting an oddly mysterious appearance. He followed closely behind the young man, unwaveringly loyal, resembling a devoted servant. This young man and the giant were none other than Han Li and Chu Han. who had traversed for 3 months to finally arrive at the hometown of Dr. Immo. Chapter 101. Wealth brings trouble. Setting forth from his homeland, Hanli journeyed southeast towards Lanzhou. Along the way, he occasionally traveled with companions through bustling urban centers, while at other times, he sought shortcuts through desolate mountains and wilderness. Fortunately, he encountered no significant dangers. The only mishap occurred when he camped in the wild and stumbled upon a pack of ravenous wolves, which ultimately became his evening meal. Throughout his arduous journey, he traversed 2 other states before finally reaching Lanzhou, weary yet resolute. Upon entering the territory of Lanzhou, Hanli was astounded by the intricate network of waterways. In stark contrast to his native Yuezhou, predominantly characterized by rugged mountains and hills, Lanzhou boasted a plethora of canals and lakes. Even modest rivers were a rarity back home, with water sources primarily reliant on wells and streams. Thus, Hanli found himself captivated by the various vessels navigating the waterways, and, driven by curiosity, he eventually chartered the small boat, relishing the experience of drifting downstream. As a result, after several days of favorable winds, Hanli arrived at Jiyuan City, the location mentioned in Dr. Mo's letter, stepping onto the unassuming dock. His first impression of the dock was one of dismay. It was constructed entirely of rudimentary wooden planks, cramped and shabby, littered with dilapidated baskets and tattered bags that created an unsightly scene. Within the only 2 bamboo shelters erected on the dock stood dozens of burly men, their upper bodies bare or clad in short jackets, exuding an air of formidable strength. These men, all fixated on Hanli and Chu Han, watched intently, some with eager glimmers in their eyes. Momentarily taken aback, Hanli soon offered a faint smile, before departing from the dock on the small boat. The boatman had earnestly reminded him of an unwritten rule at the docks of Jiyuan City. Regardless of the quantity of goods a merchant brings ashore, one must pay to hire a dock worker to assist with carrying their belongings. Failing to do so could result in unkind treatment from the laborers, or even a beating. Upon arriving in this place, Hanli had no intention of violating the established customs. Thus he honestly called out, "I wish to hire a porter. Is anyone available?" At this moment, Sun Ergu had withdrawn his gaze. After a brief scrutiny, he had concluded that this newly arrived young man was likely the son of a local wealthy family, with the burly figure accompanying him serving as a somewhat dim-witted bodyguard. Such pairings were common in Jiyuan City, as they came to broaden their horizons, spend a little money, and return home to boast. Consequently, they were not worthy of much concern. However, individuals of this sort often loved to puff themselves up, making them prime targets for exploitation. A few flattering words would typically lead these country bumpkins to not only pay the agreed-upon fee for transport, but also to offer generous tips. Thus, for those hired, it remained a lucrative business. Nevertheless, this particular opportunity was not destined for them, as per the prior agreement made with He Xiong. The 2 parties were to alternate in securing jobs, with no one allowed to compete for business. The quality and quantity of deals were determined by the luck of each side, and since they had just completed a job yesterday, it was now the turn of He Xiong's men to take the next one. With this thought in mind, Sun Ergu glanced across the way, noticing He Xiong whispering a few words to his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, a man joyfully emerged from the crowd and rushed towards the young man. "No, you cannot carry this alone. It would be best to call for another." Hanli observed the robust man before him, and then glanced at the oversized bundle on Chu Han's back, gently shaking his head. "My good sir, with such a small load, I could lift it with one hand. There is no need to fetch anyone else." The man, unwilling to share his earnings with another, did not believe that even if the bundle was large, he would be unable to carry it, unless it was filled with stones. With that, the man approached Chu Han and, without further ado, attempted to seize the package. Hanli sighed. Within that bundle lay thousands of taels of silver, along with various other items, making it quite hefty, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Yet seeing the man's eagerness, he reluctantly signaled Chu Han to relinquish the package without contesting. Indeed, as soon as the burly man took hold of the large bundle, his expression swiftly changed. Struggling to hoist it onto his back, he could barely take a few steps before his face flushed and he gasped for breath. Embarrassed, he had no choice but to set the package down and return for assistance. Finally witnessing 2 individuals capable of lifting the bundle, Hanli nodded in satisfaction and briskly left the dock, making his way toward the city. Little did he know that his lack of experience in the world had drawn the attention of 2 pairs of greedy eyes, and he was about to attract some unwelcome trouble. Sun Ergu watched as the young man gradually disappeared into the distance, finally retracting his salivating gaze. He suppressed the surprise swelling within him and exchanged a knowing glance with the imposing figure of the black bear opposite him. He was acutely aware that the immense wealth concealed within the package could hardly escape the other's discerning eyes. Indeed, the black bear also bore an expression of astonishment. After a brief hesitation, he signaled to Sun Ergu. Understanding the unspoken message, Sun Ergu swiftly followed him to a nearby refuse heap. Faced with such a substantial fortune, even the deepest grudges of betrayal could be set aside. After all, it is said that men die for wealth and birds perish for food. Let us split it 50-50. Sun Ergu boldly declared. 30-70. This is fundamentally our business, the black bear retorted without hesitation. 40-60. It cannot be any less. You must realize that your previous justification is utterly untenable, Sun Ergu stated, his expression darkening as he spoke with piercing clarity. The black bear hesitated, clearly unwilling to part with even a fraction of the profit. Think it over. Before long, other factions may have their eyes on this plump sheep. Sun Ergu coldly remarked. Very well. It is settled then. Let us seal our pact with a handshake. The black bear, evidently stirred by this proposition, finally acquiesced. With a series of spitting gestures, Sun Ergu and the black bear struck their palms together 3 times, temporarily solidifying their alliance. Now, let us hasten to catch up to him before that lad slips into a crowded area, Sun Ergu urged eagerly. Rest assured, I have dispatched those 2 subordinates to lead them to the Blackwater Alley. We shall intercept them just in time. The black bear revealed with an unsettling grin that contrasted sharply with his rugged appearance. Splendid. What a clever scheme, my brother. Sun Ergu feigned delight, though inwardly he fortified his wariness towards the black bear. Chapter 102. Lethal Strike. Upon exiting the dock, Han Li instructed the 2 porters to lead him to a nearby inn, intending to rest before contemplating his next course of action. The 2 men eagerly complied, guiding Han Li deeper into the city. However, as they twisted through narrow alleys, the inn remained elusive, and Han Li's brow furrowed at the increasingly desolate surroundings. Though lacking experience in lodging within large towns, he understood that an inn could hardly thrive in such a secluded area devoid of patrons. Thus, when they arrived at a filthy, shadowy alley, a wry smile crept onto Han Li's face. He realized he should apprehend the 2 men and interrogate them about their true intentions. Just as Han Li prepared to act, a group of over a dozen burly men suddenly emerged from the depths of the alley ahead. These figures seemed somewhat familiar. He recalled having seen them within the dock's confines. The men, wielding various iron rods and sharp blades, cast sinister glances at Han Li and Chu Han. Meanwhile, the 2 porters, burdened with their packages, abruptly plunged into the crowd, turning to Han Li with wicked grins. Han Li sighed, realizing that torture was unnecessary to discern their intentions. He had not anticipated encountering such treachery so soon after arriving in the hometown of Dr. Mo. Boy, don't blame us for our ruthlessness. It's your fault for carrying so much silver. You can only blame your ill fate. A coarse voice boomed from behind. Turning around, Han Li beheld 7 or 8 burly men emerging behind him, with the foremost 2 being the formidable He Xiong and the sly Sun Ergu. Such schemes of robbery and murder were not new to them. They understood that if they executed their plan efficiently, leaving no survivors, the disappearance of an outsider would attract little attention from the authorities. After all, the annual number of missing persons in this area was alarmingly high, making it impractical for officials to investigate each case thoroughly. Having finished his speech, He Xiong wasted no time, signaling to the group of men, who brandished their weapons and charged menacingly towards Han Li and Chu Han, trapped in their midst. Witnessing the bloodthirsty ferocity of these thugs ignited a spark of murderous intent within Han Li's eyes. It was evident that they had engaged in such nefarious activities more than once, as indicated by the lingering scent of blood about them. Eliminate them without mercy, Han Li commanded coldly to Chu Han. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Chu Han let out a series of low growls filled with excitement, then suddenly surged into the oncoming throng. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch as fast as lightning to the head of one of the brutes, who immediately crumpled against the stone wall like a sack of sand, blood and brain matter spilling everywhere, leaving only half of his skull intact. At that moment, a sharp knife and a hefty iron rod simultaneously descended upon Chu Han from behind. Without looking back, he swung his other arm in a wide arc, and with 2 resounding thuds, the weapons of the attackers flew into the air, their hands bloodied. Following this, Chu Han anchored one leg to the ground and executed a swift, scythe-like kick with the other, striking the two assailants in the midsection, sending them flying over 10 feet away, lifeless on the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, and those encircling him displayed visible fear, hesitating in their approach. Yet, even as they faltered, Chu Han showed no mercy, dispatching two more adversaries with brutal efficiency. Without Han Li's command, he would not cease his onslaught. Sun Ergo and He Xiong's expressions darkened, clearly recognizing their misjudgment. This colossal figure was no ordinary bodyguard, but exceptionally formidable. Whoever kills this giant shall receive a reward of 20 taels. Sun Ergo, sensing an ominous premonition, hastily announced a generous bounty to his skilled companions nearby. The faces of those surrounding him brightened at the prospect of the reward. These individuals are merely superficial martial artists with a rudimentary understanding of combat techniques, unable to discern the vast chasm that separates them from Chu Han. They mistakenly perceive him as merely possessing greater strength and slightly superior skills, and thus feel no fear. Now, spurred on by the promise of a substantial reward, they rush towards Chu Han. Upon hearing Sun Ergu's words, the muscles on Black Bear's face twitched, and he fell silent, his expression grim, his gaze flickering nervously towards Han Li. Internally, Black Bear was lamenting his predicament. Unlike Sun Ergu, he had ascended to his current position solely through his own tenacity and willingness to fight fiercely, having earned his prowess through genuine struggle. Consequently, he not only possessed respectable skills, barely qualifying him as a third-rate fighter, but also had keen insight. Thus, the moment he witnessed Chu Han's prowess, a chill ran through him, and he felt his heart plummet. He readily recognized that even their leader would stand little chance against Chu Han, let alone their motley crew. Yet, he dared not flee, for it was evident that the giant had yet to unleash his full power. Any attempt to escape might lead to an even swifter demise. To ensure his survival, it appeared that he had no choice but to target the unassuming young man. It was apparent that this youth held a far superior status than the giant. Only by taking him hostage could he hope to escape. As for the notion of the silver reward, he dared not entertain it any longer, with such a formidable bodyguard at hand. It was clear that the young man was not the son of a mere local magnate, but rather a scion of a prominent family, incognito for a leisurely stroll. If he were to escape today, it would be nothing short of a miracle, especially burdened with such a heavy load. With this thought in mind, Black Bear, taking advantage of the moment when his subordinates surged forward, cast a discreet glance at Sun Ergu and stealthily approached the fray. Chapter 103. Subjugation. Han Li stood with his back to Black Bear, facing the tumultuous crowd engaged in combat. Despite Black Bear's careful steps, it was impossible to evade Han Li's keen senses. As Black Bear closed the distance, launching himself with ferocious intent, Han Li shifted slightly, miraculously turning to face Black Bear, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded the charging brute. Black Bear was taken aback, but with no opportunity to retreat. He let out a roar and lunged forward, his large, hairy hands reaching out to grasp his opponent. Praying that this young man possessed little combat experience and would be intimidated by his ferocity, allowing him to gain the upper hand. However, as Black Bear lunged, Han Li's expression darkened, and in an instant, he vanished from Black Bear's sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Black Bear halted abruptly, intending to flee, but suddenly felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck as a gleaming sword tip emerged from his throat, only to disappear just as swiftly. Desperately, Black Bear clutched his throat, blood gushing forth, attempting to utter something, but only hoarse cries escaped his lips before he collapsed to the ground. The complexion of Sun Ergu had turned a waxen yellow as he witnessed the young man, ghost-like, slip behind the Black Bear. In an effortless motion, he drew a soft sword from his waist and pierced the bear's throat with a single thrust. At that moment, the young man began to wipe the gleaming blade with a piece of white cloth. It seemed he sensed Sun Ergu's gaze, for he lifted his head and offered a faint smile in his direction. Sun Ergu, startled as if confronted by a venomous serpent, quickly averted his eyes. Rather than feeling any joy at the demise of his adversary, the Black Bear, he was instead engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow, akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. He now fully comprehended that this young man was no mere lamb, but a grim reaper, a harbinger of death. How foolishly he and his minions had unwittingly walked into the grasp of this deathly figure, truly a path to self-destruction. Sun Ergu's only hope now lay in the possibility that his subordinates could subdue the colossal man. Perhaps then he might negotiate for his life. However, when he beheld the scene at the giantess' side, he was rendered speechless. Over 20 burly men lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, while the giant stood there with his arms crossed, coldly locking eyes with Sun Ergu, though obscured by a cloak. The beastly bloodlust emanating from the giant turned Sun Ergu's pallor into a ghostly white. Han Li observed Sun Ergu's shifting expressions with a detached demeanor, recognizing that he possessed no martial prowess and was utterly paralyzed by fear, thus lacking any inclination to personally deal with him. Chu Han, eliminate him, Han Li finally commanded. Turning away. No, I surrender. I am willing to offer all my wealth to you, my lord. I will serve you like a beast of burden. I possess knowledge of every significant detail in Jiyuan City and can be of great assistance. As the demonic giant advanced towards him, Sun Ergu crumpled to the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Han Li, initially disinterested in Sun Ergu's pleas, felt a flicker of intrigue at the mention of his knowledge about Jiyuan City. Hold on. He called to Chu Han, who was about to snap Sun Ergu's neck, stepping forward to stand before the trembling man. Are you well acquainted with Jiyuan City? Han Li inquired with a smile, adopting a seemingly benign demeanor. Yet, having just witnessed Han Li's ruthless side, Sun Ergu dared not show any semblance of indifference. He stammered, I am very familiar, exceptionally familiar. I have grown up in Jiyuan City and know every detail, every blade of grass. At this moment, he clutched at the chance for survival, wishing to amplify his words tenfold to convince the young man of his worth. Upon hearing such a response, Han Li rubbed his nose and tilted his head in contemplation, then retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe. From it, he poured a white pill the size of a longan into his palm and extended it towards Sun Ergu. Take it or perish, Han Li stated decisively. Sun Ergu's hand trembled as he grasped the pill. He hesitated as he gazed at the object in his hand, but when his eyes met the cold, piercing gaze across from him, he shivered slightly before finally tilting his head back to swallow the pill. Good, now I shall believe you, Han Li nodded in satisfaction. This pill is called the heart corruption pill, a secret concoction of mine. It must be taken once a month with the antidote, otherwise, one will perish as their internal organs rot away. I trust you are a sensible individual and will not waver in your resolve, Han Li stated ominously. Though Sun Ergu had mentally prepared himself, the reality of the pill's effects still caused his face to fall, leaving him somewhat despondent. Rest assured, as long as you assist me in resolving matters in Jiyuan City, I shall completely relieve you of this poison and grant you your freedom. With your skills, I truly have no further use for you elsewhere. Han Li understood well that a blend of carrot and stick was the key to ensuring one's earnestness in carrying out tasks, providing Sun Ergu with a glimmer of hope for liberation. Really, my lord. Sun Ergu's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing this. This silver is for you to carry out your tasks. First, handle this place. I do not wish for anyone to know what has transpired here. Do you understand? Han Li tossed a bag of silver coins to Sun Ergu with a casual command. Sun Ergu weighed the bag in his hands, finding it heavy, likely containing over 100 taels of silver. A look of delight spread across his face, as he suddenly felt that working for this exceptionally generous young man might not be such a bad endeavor after all. Do not worry, my lord. I shall ensure everything is handled impeccably, and I will not bring you any trouble, he declared with a sycophantic grin, patting his chest. Very well. I shall take my leave to find an inn for some rest. Tomorrow morning, you shall come to find me, as the local authority. I trust you will have no trouble locating me, Han Li instructed without hesitation. Yes, I will certainly arrive on time tomorrow morning, awaiting your commands, my lord. At this point, Sun Ergu embraced his role under Han Li with a certain straightforwardness. Han Li smiled, instructing Chu Han to carry the large bundle as they gradually departed from the location. After they had walked a considerable distance, Han Li glanced back at Sun Ergu, who was still standing faithfully in place, watching him leave with a look of unwavering loyalty. Interesting. Han Li suddenly found this individual quite intriguing. He seemed perceptive and perhaps might indeed prove to be of significant use. Chapter 104. Intelligence. The organization I founded, the Jingjiao Society, boasts a membership of 64,000 ordinary members and over 7,000 core members, ranking among the three major overlords of Lanzhou, with its headquarters situated in Jiyuan City. The sub-branches include the following. The first wife, Lady Jean, possesses a gentle disposition, She is the only daughter of Jean Can, the chief of the Jean Lioness Court, who has met a tragic fate, leaving behind a daughter, Imo Yuju. The second wife, Lady Li, is well-educated and refined, hailing from a prominent family, but has not borne any children. The third wife, Lady Lu, is spirited and ambitious. She is the younger sister of Lu Feng, the leader of the Changfeng sect in Tsuling City, and has yet to bear children, warranting careful attention. The fourth wife, Lady Yin, is my cousin, characterized by her composed nature and exceptional cunning, embodying the grace of a noble woman. She has given birth to a daughter, Imo Tsaihuan, and upon my departure, the majority of the Jingjiao Society's authority shall be entrusted to Lady Yin, who can be relied upon. Madame Wang, a woman of few words, harbors unwavering affection for me. She was once the personal maid of the late Madame Jean and, having borne no children, possesses a clandestine power that is utterly trustworthy. My adopted daughter, Imo Fengwu, is the offspring of a former confidant, having lost her parents at a tender age of 7. She is exceptionally astute. Yin Gu, my eldest disciple, possesses mediocre talent and has been instructed in the exquisite skill of the magic silver hand, departing at the age of 12, her resolve still unformed. Zhao Kuan, my second disciple, exhibits remarkable aptitude and has mastered the profound art of the constraining dragon technique, leaving at the tender age of 10. His character also yet to be solidified. Ma Kantian, my sworn brother, serves as the chief protector of the Jingjiao Society, displaying a temperament that is both fierce and loyal. In a room of the Hu Yuan Inn, Han Li paced back and forth, holding a letter filled with the meticulous handwriting of the late Dr. Imo. The missive provided a clear account of the foundation of the Jingjiao Society and offered insights into the personalities of all of his wives, granting Han Li a semblance of understanding. However, the details contained within the letter pertained to events over a decade past, and the current circumstances had surely undergone a radical transformation. How should he proceed? Should he engage with Dr. Mo's wives or abscond with the treasured jade? Such decisions would only crystallize once Han Li had gleaned further details. Thus, the local ruffian, Sun Ergu, whom he had subdued yesterday, would prove invaluable, likely possessing a wealth of pertinent information. After a thorough review of the letter, Han Li tucked it into his robe, tilted his head in contemplation, and settled on the edge of the bed. He spread his legs apart, palms facing upward upon his knees, and closed his eyes to introspect the state of his being. The thread of cold poison in his dantian had shown signs of expansion for the past month, initially a mere shadow, now coalescing into a black mass the size of a pea, continuously growing. Han Li assessed that, at most, within 2 months, this poison would erupt, leaving him little chance of survival. As Han Li pondered this grim fate, resolved to acquire the warm sunlight jade, a knock echoed from the door. "Enter," he commanded coolly, opening his eyes. The door creaked open gently, and in walked Sun Ergu, his head bowed. Upon sighting Han Li, he performed a deep bow and respectfully declared, "Young master." "Greetings. Sun Ergu is here to heed your summons." "Indeed, you have come swiftly. You possess some skill," Han Li remarked with satisfaction, rising from the bed and approaching Sun Ergu with his hands clasped behind his back. "Your praise is too kind, young master. If I cannot manage such trifles, what worth would my life hold to you?" Sun Ergu replied with a beaming smile, eager to express his loyalty. Upon returning home, Sun Ergu had contemplated reporting Han Li's affairs to his superiors and then returning with skilled allies for revenge. However, the moment he recalled consuming the corrupt heart pill, all courage had vanished completely. After a night of deep contemplation, he found himself at a loss. In desperation, he decided to obediently visit Han Li, hoping that after receiving assistance, Han Li would indeed provide the antidote to alleviate the deadly effects of the corruption heart pill. "First, do share your identity. From your demeanor that day, you appeared to be a mere minor leader," Han Li remarked nonchalantly. "I am Sun Ergu, the steward of the 4 Ping gang at that dock, commanding around 40 to 50 subordinates, so I can be considered a leader," he replied respectfully. "The 4 Ping gang?" Han Li inquired, his tone still indifferent. "Indeed, the 4 Ping gang is one of the 33 minor gangs in the west city of Jiyuan City, boasting nearly 1,000 members, mostly dockworkers and laborers. The gang is led by Shan Zhongshan, known as the Ape Arm, and is supported by 3 formidable protectors," Sun Ergu divulged, displaying no hint of shame in revealing his gang's information to an outsider. "Was the burly figure who attacked me yesterday also from the 4 Ping gang?" Han Li questioned. "Not at all. That individual, known as Black Bear, is the leader of the Iron Fist Society among the 33 gangs and has always been at odds with me, Sun Ergu replied with a smirk. With so many minor gangs just in the West City, there must be even more throughout all of Jiyuan City? Han Li mused as he leisurely returned to the bedside. Indeed, there are over 40 minor gangs with fewer than 1,000 members, about 7 or 8 medium-sized gangs with 2 to 3,000 members, and more than 3 major gangs with over 10,000 members, Sun Ergu stated candidly, standing still. Please elaborate on the major and medium-sized gangs. There's no need to discuss the minor ones, Han Li said as he adjusted his clothing and seated himself at the edge of the bed, patiently awaiting Sun Ergu's account. The 3 major gangs in Jiyuan City are the Brotherhood Alliance, the Jingjiao Society, and the Tianba Sect. Some of the smaller factions include the Iron Spear Society, the Brotherhood Society, the Green Robe Gang, the Spring Rain Tower, the Golden Sword Sect, the Kang Boat Gang, the Diamond Sect, and the Setting Sun faction. Sun Ergu recited these names in one breath, pausing only briefly before continuing. Among the 3 major gangs, the Tianba Sect is the most powerful, having allied with the Golden Sword Sect and the Green Robe Gang to dominate the wealthiest eastern district. The Brotherhood Alliance, allied with the Iron Spear Society, the Kang Boat Gang, and the Brotherhood Society, occupies the northern district. The weakest, the Jingjiao Society, along with the Spring Rain Tower. The Diamond Sect and the Setting Sun faction controls the southern district. The remaining western district is quite chaotic, divided among numerous minor gangs. Although these minor factions frequently squabble, they cease their internal conflicts whenever a larger force attempts to invade the western district, uniting against the external threat. Thus, one could say that Jiyuan City is effectively a quadripartite division, Sun Ergu elaborated fluently, without a hint of hesitation. After hearing this, Han Li pondered for a moment before thoughtfully inquiring. I have heard it said that the Jingjiao Society is one of the 3 overlords of Lanzhou, and that Jiyuan City serves as its headquarters. How then has it become the weakest among the 3 major gangs? My lord, what you speak of is merely an old tale, Sun Ergu replied. Several years ago, the Jingjiao Society indeed wielded immense power, its influence nearly permeating the entirety of Lanzhou. At that time, as one of the paramount forces, the Jingjiao Society did not permit any other factions to intrude upon its stronghold in Jiyuan City. Thus, it dominated the entire urban area, reigning supreme within the city. During that period, other gangs, intimidated by the Jingjiao Society, dared not even cast a shadow in this territory. However, for reasons unknown, the Jingjiao Society suddenly fell into decline overnight, losing not only its territories elsewhere, but also significantly shrinking its stronghold in Jiyuan City. Consequently, various smaller factions seized this opportunity to emerge, and after several bloody confrontations, the current situation was temporarily established. Sun Ergu explained with great earnestness. Do you know the reason behind the Jingjiao Society's sudden weakness? Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow as he slowly posed the question to Sun Ergu. To be honest, my status within the society is rather low, so I do not know much about it. I have only heard others mention that it seems to have been caused by internal strife and infighting within the Jingjiao Society, and that there were also other major forces suppressing it, Sun Ergu replied, displaying a hint of discomfort as he provided a vague answer. Oh, I see. Han Li smiled faintly, as though he had already been aware of this. Currently, who presides over the Jingjiao Society? You should know, right? Han Li asked. I know this. It is presided over by Madame Yan, the widow of the former leader, Imo Jurin, Sun Ergu hurriedly responded. A widow? Han Li exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The founder of the Jingjiao Society, Imo Huizhu, has passed away. Thus, his wife is now a widow. Sun Ergu blinked, hesitating slightly, unsure if he had misspoken. Who claims that Imo Huizhu is dead? Han Li felt something was amiss, his expression darkening. The entire Jiyuan City knows. A year ago, the disciple of the infamous Imo Jurin, bearing the leader's will and tokens, came to the Imo residence to announce the death. Sun Ergu stammered, sensing the growing tension in Han Li's demeanor, feeling a shiver of fear. The disciple? What is his name? Han Li inquired, arching an eyebrow as he calmly posed the question. His name is Wu Jianming, a young man in his 20s, who is said to have received the true teachings of Imo Jurin and possesses extraordinary martial prowess, Sun Ergu cautiously replied, realizing that Han Li was likely connected to the Jingjiao Society and seemed particularly interested in this young Master Wu. Moreover, Sun Ergu appeared to be on the verge of divulging something he hesitated to express. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. If the information is accurate, I shall reward you handsomely, Han Li stated, casting a cold glance at him. I have heard that this young Master Wu seems to be betrothed to the Mo family's daughter, Mo Yuju, and that they are rumored to be marrying soon. Sun Ergu stated, his face lighting up with the prospect of reward. Marriage. Han Li chuckled, suddenly rising to his feet. He paced back and forth within the room, then gazed upward at the ceiling, remaining still as if deep in thought. Listen carefully. Your task is quite simple. From today onward, you are to discreetly gather intelligence on the Mo residents, particularly concerning this young Master Wu. The more detailed, the better, Han Li finally commanded. Take this silver for now. If you accomplish the task, there will be further rewards. Now, go about your business, he instructed. Han Li generously tossed a small pouch of silver to the other party. As you command, esteemed sir, rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. The man, Sun Ergu, beamed with delight as he cradled the silver, bowing slightly before making his exit, closing the door with a courteous gesture. This young master was indeed generous, and the task at hand was merely a trivial inquiry for information. It seemed that aligning himself with this individual was not a misstep after all. Sun Ergu thought with excitement, momentarily forgetting about the matter of the corruption heart pill. Watching the elated figure depart, Han Li sighed softly, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Having only arrived here 2 days prior, he had already squandered such a considerable amount of silver, leaving him with a sense of frivolity. Yet, he reassured himself that this expenditure would ultimately be accounted for from Dr. Mo, along with some interest. Han Li mused wryly. However, this Master Wu Jiaming was indeed a remarkable person, audaciously infiltrating the Mo residence while intending to seize both wealth and beauty. Such audacity was truly commendable. Han Li rubbed his nose and chuckled coldly. It appeared that a visit to the Mo residence was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the warm sun jade might end up as a bridal dowry in this man's possession. His thoughts simmered with frustration. Chapter 106. The Man in Blue. In the bustling mailing street of Jiyuan City, there lay an expansive mansion spanning several acres. At the imposing black entrance, a plaque inscribed with the words Mo Residence hung prominently, flanked on either side by 8 robust men in fitted attire. Their postures were erect and unwavering, exuding a formidable aura that commanded respect and deterred any who might underestimate them. Across the street from the Mo residence stood the renowned Xiang Family Tavern, a 3-story establishment celebrated throughout Jiyuan City. Its signature drink, the Time Wine, was particularly famous, attracting numerous distinguished patrons. At this hour, during the midday meal, the tavern was bustling with activity, every table from the first to the 3rd floor occupied by eager diners. Passers-by on the street could catch a whiff of the tantalizing aromas wafting from the tavern, evoking drooling anticipation. Seated at a table by a window on the 2nd floor was a young man, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes and a bottle of the famed Time Wine. Towering behind him was a formidable figure, a giant who was none other than Han Li, who had come to gather intelligence. Gazing down from the window, Han Li idly toyed with a small cup filled with wine, his meal untouched, embodying a demeanor of indifference. He cast a sidelong glance at the Mo residence before returning his gaze to the bustling street below, his expression unchanging. He raised the cup and drained its contents, then resumed his contemplative vigil outside. Through his inquiries, Han Li had learned that Dr. Mo's 2 biological daughters and his adopted daughter were all renowned for their beauty, captivating all who beheld them. They were affectionately dubbed the 3 beauties of the Mo residence, a title that echoed throughout Jiyuan City. Due to her remarkable beauty, she has attracted countless suitors, including young masters and gallant heroes. Among them, Mo Yuju stands out as exceptionally stunning, garnering the most admirers. Her recent engagement has stirred an uproar, leaving many of her admirers heartbroken. Some skilled in martial arts have challenged the esteemed young Master Wu, only to be defeated consecutively by Wu Jiaming, who vanquished 16 rivals, thereby enhancing his reputation for martial prowess and solidifying his bond with Mo Yuju. As Han Li pondered this situation, he found it rather absurd. While others may be unaware of young Master Wu's true background, Han Li was acutely aware. It was highly probable that Wu Jiaming had been sent by the adversaries of Dr. Mo, as the latter's prolonged absence had likely raised suspicions. The arrival of young Master Wu appeared to be a test. It remained unclear how he had gained the trust of the Mo household. for it seemed unlikely that ordinary tokens or letters would easily convince Dr. Mo's wives. As Han Li absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, he contemplated his suspicions. "Young master, please take a seat here. Your ordered dishes will arrive shortly," a waiter clad in a white jacket announced, guiding a young man in blue, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, to a vacant table adjacent to Han Li. This young man possessed striking features, with prominent brows and large eyes that exuded a certain gallantry. Upon sitting down, he surveyed the surroundings, inadvertently locking eyes with Han Li. Han Li felt an inexplicable depth in the young man's gaze, as if a strange force was drawing him in. Startled, Han Li quickly averted his eyes, his expression shifting slightly. The young man, initially taken aback, shot a cold glance at Han Li before turning away, disregarding him entirely. Han Li felt a chill run through him, as if he had been completely seen through, an unsettling sensation he had never experienced before. Once the table was laden with food and drink, the young man began to indulge heartily, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. In stark contrast, Han Li felt increasingly restless and uneasy. Although he had not employed his divine sight to scrutinize the young man, the powerful aura emanating from him had a palpable effect, leaving Han Li in a state of trepidation. He understood that this individual possessed far greater cultivation than himself, having previously encountered only two cultivators, Yu Zitong and Jing Guangshangren, one a disembodied spirit with lost physical power, the other woefully weak. Han Li's understanding of cultivators remained limited and shrouded in mystery. He found himself at a loss on how to navigate a situation where he was so vastly outmatched. Would this blue-clad individual treat him as he had treated Jing Guangshangren, ruthlessly eliminating him with no hesitation? Han Li couldn't help but envision the worst-case scenario. As the blue-clad man finished his meal amidst Han Li's anxious turmoil, he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and casually tossed a silver coin before elegantly departing. Throughout the entire encounter, he did not cast a single glance in Han Li's direction, as if he had completely forgotten the latter's existence. Once the man had fully exited the tavern, Han Li exhaled a long sigh of relief and slumped back into his chair. Although the blue-clad man's dining experience had been brief, it felt to Han Li as if an entire day had passed, the psychological pressure weighing heavily upon him, akin to having just survived a life-and-death battle. At that moment, the blue-clad man appeared at the entrance of an alley on the opposite end of the street, where a man in a yellow shirt, seemingly in his 30s, awaited him. "Old Four, why are you late? We still need to meet up with Big Brother." The yellow-clad man expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, second brother, do not be upset. It has been years since I savored mundane cuisine, and I simply indulged a bit." The blue-clad man chuckled. "You have a gluttonous nature. How many times must I remind you that we cultivators should maintain a clear mind and avoid such excessive indulgence? Your feasting has undoubtedly diminished your temperament." The yellow-clad man reprimanded him with an exasperated glare. "All right, I understand. It shall not happen again. By the way, I encountered other cultivators while dining." The blue-clad man hastily shifted the topic. "Oh, how formidable were they?" The yellow-clad man inquired, intrigued. "Not very impressive. It seems they have only just reached the 7th or 8th layer of foundational cultivation, barely qualifying for the Ascension Conference. I cannot comprehend why someone with such shallow abilities would come to Lan Prefecture. Do they truly believe they might stumble upon fortune and emerge victorious at the conference?" The blue-clad man scoffed. "How old were they?" 17 or 18, I believe." "That makes sense. They are likely accompanying an elder, merely seeking experience and broader horizons. I suspect they will only truly participate in the next Ascension Conference in another decade." The yellow-clad man chuckled. "I see. In that case, their potential appears quite promising. Given another 10 years, they might indeed reach my level." The blue-clad man boasted with pride. "Do not flatter yourself. With your recently attained 10th layer of cultivation, there are plenty at the Ascension Conference each year at such a level. You should wait until you reach the 11th or 12th layer before boasting," the yellow-clad man replied, both amused and exasperated, before turning away from the lively character and departing. "Honestly, if one could attain above the 10th layer without using foundational pills, what need would I have to attend the Ascension Conference? I might as well seek a master directly," the blue-clad man muttered as he followed suit, leaving the tavern. Chapter 107. The Ink Jade Pearl. Han Li, of course, was oblivious to the conversation between the blue-clad man and the yellow-clad man. He was still reveling in his narrow escape. Although he felt some irritation at the blue-clad man's indifference, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Thus, he felt a profound sense of relief, his entire being considerably lighter. With the disturbance caused by the man in blue, Hanli found it impossible to maintain his earlier tranquility. The once serene state of his mind had vanished irretrievably. He let out a sigh, rose to his feet, and prepared to settle his bill and leave the tavern. At that moment, a faint yet distinct sound of hoofbeats echoed from the street outside, growing clearer as it approached. Han Li's spirits lifted. He resumed his seat and directed his gaze back to the street. According to the information from Sun Air Go, the hoofbeats signified the return of the esteemed Miss Mo Yuju from the Mo family. It was said that this young lady, unlike most of her peers, had little interest in traditional feminine pursuits. Rather, she preferred the art of weaponry and had mastered formidable skills learned from the masters of the Jingjiao Association. What astonished many was her profound passion for hunting, an activity typically reserved for men, often leading her to ride into the woods outside the city every few days to indulge in her adventurous pursuits. This fervent enthusiasm had attracted numerous suitors, who followed her trails with hawks and hounds, hoping to win her favor. Naturally, upon the arrival of young Master Wu, he too joined this throng of admirers. Upon hearing such tales, Hanli became increasingly intrigued by the character of Miss Mo Yuju. For a woman with such a spirited disposition was a rarity indeed, and he hoped she would not disappoint him. Now, a group of riders on various steeds rushed down the street. At the forefront were a man and a woman. The man was a tall, handsome youth with striking features, while the woman donned a fiery red hunting attire, her face hidden beneath a purple cloak. In the blink of an eye, these horsemen galloped past the entrance of the Xiong family tavern, swiftly making their way to the Mo family estate. As they approached, one of the muscular men stationed at the sides hurried forward, his face marked with spots, and respectfully addressed the leading pair. "Miss, young Master Wu, you have returned. How was the day's hunt?" "Quite satisfactory. Tang Er, take the horses and prepare the game," replied the young woman in a clear, melodious voice as she removed her cloak, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. She then gracefully dismounted from her steed. "Yes, miss." The man named Tang Er seemed hesitant to gaze long at her beauty, hastily accepting the reins and making his way toward a side entrance of the estate. Although Han Li was at a distance from the Mo family's main gate, he was still able to catch a glimpse of the young woman's features from the side. He couldn't help but draw a deep breath at the sight. Her skin was as radiant as snow, her delicate nose perfectly formed, her bright, dark eyes captivating, and her alluring ruby lips were the epitome of beauty, akin to the legends of stunning maidens that could cause fish to sink and birds to hide. This was indeed Miss Mo Yuju. No wonder she drove the young men of Jiyuan City into a frenzy. Her beauty was a true testament to the phrase "a flower that could topple a city." Han Li mused to himself as the handsome youth and the accompanying individuals dismounted from their horses, with some proceeding to guide the horses away. The young man approached Miss Mo Yuju with a smile, whispering a few words that caused her cheeks to flush crimson. She playfully tapped his shoulders several times before casting him a shy glance, then stamped her delicate foot and darted through the grand entrance. After a hearty chuckle, the young man, with an air of grace, followed her inside. This individual was none other than Wu Jianming, adept at charming young ladies and possessing quite an appealing appearance. Thought Han Li with a tinge of envy. He was acutely aware that, in terms of looks, he could never hope to rival his counterpart. Moreover, it appeared that Miss Mo Yuju and this Master Wu shared a deep bond, complicating matters further in Han Li's mind. Regardless, he was determined to acquire the coveted warm sun jade, and time was of the essence. The malevolent poison within him was no trivial matter and could erupt at any moment. A sense of worry clouded his thoughts. After casting one last contemplative glance at the Mo residence, he summoned the innkeeper, settled his bill, and departed the tavern, returning to his lodgings. Following a period of deep contemplation, Han Li resolved to adopt the most straightforward and effective approach, planning to confront the matter head-on. He intended to stealthily meet with Madame Yin, the organizer of the Jingjiao meeting, later that night. Armed with the token left for him by Dr. Mo, he would directly expose the impostor to gain the Mo family's trust. As for how to obtain the jade, he would have to rely on the unfolding circumstances. With his mind made up, Han Li ceased his hesitations. He settled into his room, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts in preparation for the night's endeavors. However, during this time, the enchanting visage of Mo Yuju frequently floated into his mind, stubbornly refusing to dissipate. Could it be that he had developed feelings for this woman? Han Li pondered awkwardly. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. It was entirely normal to be captivated by such a beautiful woman, and it did not necessarily equate to affection. As someone who had just begun to tread the path of cultivation, Han Li, despite his inexperience in matters of love, instinctively steered clear of romantic entanglements. As the clock struck midnight, he donned a dark outfit and stealthily slipped out of the inn. He glided over rooftops, skillfully evading patrolling guards, until he arrived at the outer courtyard of the Mo residence. After circling the estate, he chuckled softly and transformed into a wisp of smoke, infiltrating the Mo family's backyard right under the noses of the guards, who remained blissfully unaware of any disturbance. Chapter 108. Infiltrating the Mo residence. The backyard of the Mo residence was a sizable garden, home to an array of rare flora. Although obscured by the darkness, the intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms permeated the air, prompting Han Li to inhale deeply. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation. Amidst the rich floral aroma, he discerned the familiar scent of medicinal herbs. Someone was cultivating herbs here. A smile crept across Han Li's face. This all-too-familiar scent sparked his curiosity about the grower, indicating that someone in the Mo household had inherited Dr. Mo's medical expertise. Han Li dared not linger any longer and stealthily made his way along the narrow path in the garden toward the areas still aglow with light. Along the way, he discerned several well-concealed sentinels. Had it not been for his extraordinary perceptiveness, they would have been nearly imperceptible. Clearly, the defenses of the Mo residents were exceedingly stringent. However, having seen through their ruse, circumventing these guards posed little challenge for him. He paused before a two-story building, drawn to the site by the notably heightened security. With no fewer than 20 or 30 guards stationed nearby, observing that the second floor was still brightly lit, he surmised that important figures within the Mo residence had yet to retire for the night, making it an opportune moment for him to investigate. Taking advantage of the darkness, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly reaching the lower level before springing upwards with agility to the second floor. The entire maneuver was executed in an instant, unnoticed by the vigilant guards surrounding the premises. Positioning himself against the wall of the second floor, he melded into the shadows, straining his ears to discern the happenings within. Utilizing his extraordinary auditory capabilities, he overheard a conversation between women inside, indicating that more than one person occupied the room. The secret stronghold of Chongping Town delivered 7,300 taels of silver. The secret stronghold of Lagu Town delivered 5,800 taels. The secret stronghold of Lanyue Town delivered 15,000 taels. The Fiveling Town. These figures reflected the silver sent by the clandestine factions over the past month, amounting to a reduction of over a quarter compared to previous years. A melodious voice, vibrant and youthful, reached Han Li's ears, although the tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Mother, the leaders of these secret factions are becoming increasingly audacious. The silver delivered grows less with each passing month, the young woman complained. I understand. I am aware of the situation, responded another voice, deep and resonant. Could this be one of the three renowned beauties of the Mo family? Han Li's spirits lifted, feeling fortunate that the other occupant was likely a wife of Dr. Mo. You always say you are aware. Can't you devise some means to rectify this? At this rate, these secret factions will soon disregard our main stronghold, the young girl lamented. I currently have no effective solutions. The power of the secret factions has always been under the sole governance of your fifth sister. The others in the Mo residence cannot interfere. The woman replied helplessly. Upon uttering these words, a silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. After a considerable pause, the young girl's discontented voice broke the stillness. Mother, are we truly to allow fifth sister to monopolize the power of these secret factions? Since the discord instigated by Uncle Ma and the subsequent oppression from other forces, the strength of the secret factions has become the cornerstone of our Jingjiao society. As the acting head of the society, you should undoubtedly control this paramount power. While your argument holds merit, when your father departed, he entrusted this secret faction to your fifth sister. I truly have no justification to intervene. Moreover, your mother has been submitting the majority of the dark faction's profits to the main hall each month, making it even more inappropriate for me to inquire further. The woman said lightly. However, our Jingjiao society is already quite weak. If we do not consolidate our strength, how can we possibly hope for a resurgence? Father, truly, since you entrusted the affairs of the Jingjiao society to Mother, Why then did you specifically assign the dark faction to fifth sister? The young girl's voice brimmed with resentment, clearly displeased with her father. Do not speak nonsense. Your father's actions are imbued with profound significance. How dare you? As his child, pass judgment. The woman reprimanded the girl sternly. Understood. Must I then concede my error? It seems mother remains unwavering in her devotion to father. The girl appeared accustomed to this, wearing an indifferent expression, even jesting at her mother. You wretched child. The woman, exceedingly indulgent towards her daughter, could only manage a bitter smile in silence. At this moment, Hanli had confirmed that the woman within was indeed the Yen Shi he sought, and the girl must be the offspring of her and Dr. Immortality. It appeared that fortune favored him, for he had fortuitously arrived at the right place. Hanli discreetly touched the letter penned by Dr. Mo and the accompanying token concealed close to his person, preparing to reveal himself to the two women. Mother, that pretender is truly detestable. Today in the back garden, he approached me with undue flattery, vainly showcasing his meager literary talents. Convinced of his own prowess in both the arts and martial skills, it was utterly loathsome. The girl suddenly whined, uttering a statement that astonished Hanli, causing him to retract the foot he had just stepped forward with. Be a bit more courteous to that fellow. After all, he is ostensibly your future brother-in-law. Do not let him detect any flaws. Yen Shi's tone became serious, tinged with a degree of sternness. Alas, eldest sister endures his incessant pestering, pretending to harbor romantic feelings for him. It is truly a torment for her. Were it I would have long since dispatched him with a single strike. The girl lamented. This is an unavoidable predicament. Although we are aware that the one surnamed Wu is an impostor and have investigated his background, to buy ourselves more time, we must sacrifice your eldest sister's reputation and allow this charlatan to prolong the charade. After all, the enemy's might is overwhelming. Should they realize that they cannot easily seize us, they are likely to launch an immediate assault, and we would stand no chance. Yen Shi's voice was laden with fatigue, revealing a sense of utter exhaustion. This Wu is truly despicable, fabricating a false letter in my father's name to coerce my sister into marrying him. It's infuriating. Mo Tsaihuan spoke with a tone brimming with disdain, evidently harboring an intense loathing for the individual named Wu Jiaming. However, it was fortunate that he had specifically requested her elder sister. Had he sought to wed either herself or Feng Wu, she would have been utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed, given the tempers of both herself and Feng Wu. How could they possibly endure the insincerity of such a person? Alas, it seemed that only Yuzhu would suffer from this predicament. Would her husband reproach her upon his return? Yen Shi sighed softly and spoke gently. Mother, how could father ever blame you? Was it not the elder sister who initiated the negotiations with this Wu? Mo Tsaihuan hurriedly offered words of comfort to Yen Shi. Oh, foolish child. This is a burden Yuzhu has taken upon herself for the sake of our Mo family and the Jingjiao society. Yet, rest assured, I would never allow your elder sister to wed such a charlatan. If matters cannot be prolonged any further, we shall simply sever ties with him. As Yen Shi uttered her final words, her tone turned cold. Once Yen Shi's words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Both mother and daughter acutely aware of the implications of such a confrontation. When would their father return? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Tsaihuan asked softly. Your father mentioned he would return in no less than 2 to 3 years, and at most 5 to 6. Yen Shi replied with a hint of melancholy. But it has been nearly a decade now, and I can scarcely recall what he looks like. Mo Tsaihuan spoke slowly. Do not worry. Your father is a remarkable man. Possessing extraordinary skills, he shall surely be safe. He is likely preoccupied with pressing matters and will return to the Mo residence before long. Yen Shi seemed to be reassuring her daughter, while also attempting to comfort herself. By the way, my second sister Feng Wu has concocted a refreshing elixir for enhancing beauty, which I have brought for you to try. I have heard it works wonders. In an effort to dispel the somber atmosphere, the girl abruptly changed the subject, directing their conversation to lighter topics. Child. Following this, the mother and daughter engaged in casual chatter, and Hanli could glean no further useful information. From their exchange, Hanli discerned a profound bond between Yen Shi and the physician Mo, indicating that they could be trusted. After some contemplation, he concluded that although the Mo family was aware of this Wu's deceit, it would still be prudent to engage with them. After all, the poison within him could manifest at any moment, and it would be wise to acquire the Warmth Sun Jade first. With this thought in mind, Hanli retrieved the token of Mo, a dragon-shaped ring, from his bosom. He stealthily approached the window, casting the ring inside through the papered opening. The sound of the ring clinking against the floor echoed, eliciting gasps from within. A moment later, Yen Shi's composed voice resonated through the room. Which esteemed guest graces our humble abode? Yen Shi has not extended a proper welcome. I hope for your understanding. Han Li smiled faintly, preparing to respond, when he was interrupted by the girl's exclamation. How strange. What has entered is merely a ring. This ring looks so familiar, resembling the one you wear, mother. Mother, come and see. Evidently, Immortality had picked up the ring and was now presenting it to Yen Shi. A dragon-patterned ring. Yen Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing that the token had been recognized, Han Li gently tapped twice on the door and declared in a clear voice, I am Han Li, a disciple of Master Mo, here to pay my respects to the esteemed matriarch. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the room fell into an immediate silence, the gravity of his statement leaving those present momentarily stunned. Come in. After a considerable interval, the voice of Madame Yen finally beckoned him to enter. Han Li gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, seated gracefully on a wooden chair, with a lovely girl of about 15 or 16 standing behind her. The girl's features bore a remarkable resemblance to the woman, suggesting a close blood relation between them. At that moment, Madame Yen was absent-mindedly toying with the dragon-shaped ring that Han Li had just presented, her expression remaining composed and unperturbed before him. Meanwhile, the girl, Immortality, blinked her dark eyes curiously at Han Li, a subtle smile playing on her lips, exuding an air of whimsical charm. After surveying the scene, Han Li approached and respectfully greeted Madame Yen. Greetings, esteemed second master. A flicker of surprise crossed Madame Yen's eyes at Han Li's unassuming appearance, though she did not respond to his greeting immediately. Instead, she raised her left hand to reveal another dragon-patterned ring adorning her finger. Aligning her ring with Han Li's, the intricate dragon designs fit together flawlessly, with not a hint of a gap between them. Indeed, the token is authentic. However, do you possess a letter pen by your husband? Madame Yen finally revealed a hint of a smile, her tone becoming gentle as she inquired. In response, Han Li promptly produced the prepared letter, presenting it to her with both hands. Satisfied by Han Li's show of respect, she accepted the letter and began to examine it closely. Han Li stepped aside, discreetly observing his master's expression, keen to discern her sentiments towards him as her future son-in-law. The contents of the letter, which Han Li had read multiple times, were straightforward. It stated that he was the close disciple of Dr. Mo and could be entrusted completely, should the Mo family encounter any troubles. Han Li was to assist in resolving them. In return for ensuring the safety of the Mo household, Madame Yen was to choose one of her 3 daughters to be wed to Han Li, with the dowry specified as a precious sunlight jade. Dr. Mo, citing pressing matters, indicated he could not return to reunite with his wife and daughters, urging them not to worry. Although Han Li discerned nothing overtly detrimental to himself within the letter, he was aware that Dr. Mo had likely manipulated the contents, ensuring that the reality was far more complex than it appeared. However, since he himself could not decipher the intricacies of the letter, and wished to gain the trust of those within the Mu residence as swiftly as possible, he had no choice but to resolutely hand the letter over to Madame Yen. Thus, he paid special attention to every movement of Madame Yen, for he did not wish for this 4th mistress to suddenly discern anything from the letter and then immediately turn against him, seeking to exact revenge for Dr. Mo. Fortunately, the worst scenario he had imagined did not unfold. After the beautiful Madame Yen finished reading the letter, she merely furrowed her brow, her expression becoming increasingly troubled, as if she faced a dilemma. Xiang go summon 2nd mistress, 3rd mistress, and 5th mistress. Tell them that there is news from the master. Madame Yen commanded with an authoritative tone to Mu Caihuan. Understood, mother. I shall go at once. Mu Caihuan, aware of the gravity of the situation, obediently complied and exited. But as she left the room, she cast a fleeting smile at Han Li, seemingly intrigued by him. Your name is Han Li? Madame Yen inquired, lifting her head, her demeanor transforming into one of elegant grace. Yes, madam. Han Li replied earnestly. Could you tell me how your husband accepted you as his disciple? Madame Yen asked with a smile. At your command. Han Li hesitated for a moment, but then realized that there was nothing to conceal regarding how Dr. Mu had taken him on as a disciple. So he began to recount the tale to Madame Yen, choosing his words carefully. 8 years ago, Dr. Mu, still recovering from an old injury, secluded himself in the Tsaisha Mountains of the Seven Mysteries sect in Yu Prefecture. It was during this time that I first entered the mountains. Han Li recounted the process of being accepted as a disciple by Dr. Mu, blending truth with a touch of embellishment, altering any information that could not be revealed to Madame Yin or passing over it lightly. Yet, even so, Madame Yin listened intently, captivated by his narrative. Thus, 3 months ago, Dr. Mu, burdened with pressing matters, was unable to return home but feared that if he left the Mu residence for too long, adversaries might trouble the mistresses. Therefore, he sent me down the mountain to seek out a few of the mistresses and await their instructions. What pressing matters does my husband have that he could not return home first? After hearing Han Li's half-true account of his apprenticeship, Madame Yin sighed and suddenly inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. What return home? Dr. Mu has been dead for nearly 2 years. The body buried beneath the tree has long since turned to bone. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a twinge of self-mockery, yet he still answered with sincere trepidation. What matters? Dr. Mu did not reveal anything to me, but it must be of utmost significance. Han Li spoke somewhat ambiguously. Did your master instruct you to keep secrets from us? Madame Yin remarked with a smile that held an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Absolutely not, Han Li stated, though inwardly he chuckled at her evident suspicion. Madame Yin appeared unwilling to relent, her mouth opening as if she were about to ask something further. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a voice that was irresistibly alluring. Fourth sister, I've heard there's news of our husband. Is this true? That scoundrel has been away for over a decade, expecting us sisters to live as widows. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the melodious voice, but was soon startled by the implications of her words. The elderly lady was indeed rather audacious, Han Li thought in astonishment. Third sister, mind your words. There are others present in the room, interjected another voice, slightly hoarse yet tinged with restrained anger. Understood. However, I have heard that the messenger is a favored disciple of my husband. Surely, he cannot be a charlatan, can he? What do you think, fifth sister? A charming voice teased with a light laugh. That is unlikely. Since fourth sister summoned us, it indicates that this individual is at least 7 or 8 parts trustworthy, replied a cold and detached voice. Indeed, I greatly admire fourth sister's discernment, the enchanting voice chimed, leaving Han Li uncertain whether it was a jest or a sincere compliment directed at Yin. Upon hearing this, Han Li stole a glance at Yin, who pressed her hand to her brow, displaying an expression of exasperation, evidently troubled by the owner of that beguiling voice. At last, the door swung open, and several beautiful women entered, with Mo Kai Huan trailing behind, her small lips pouting, seemingly in a huff. The foremost woman appeared to be around 31 or 32, possessing an elegant and refined beauty, her features imbued with an intellectual aura that suggested she was once a talented scholar in her youth. Han Li nodded subtly before his gaze fell upon the second woman, a matron of about 23 or 24. The moment he beheld her visage, his mind was engulfed in a haze, captivated by her exquisite beauty, which surpassed even that of Mo Yuzhu by a substantial margin. The enchanting allure of this woman was a charm that Mo Yuzhu could not hope to possess. If there existed a true enchantress in this world, Han Li was convinced that she would take the form of this woman. As Han Li found himself momentarily entranced, an unexpected surge of cool energy shot from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and jolting him back to lucidity. Regaining his senses, Han Li was taken aback, daring not to gaze upon her again, hastily averting his eyes. This matron's beauty was so captivating that it could render those who beheld her utterly spellbound. He pondered in alarm whether it was her extraordinary beauty alone that held such power, or if she possessed some form of mesmerizing technique. The matron, observing Han Li's initial infatuation followed by his swift clarity and deliberate avoidance of her gaze, could not help but reveal a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Han Li, invoking his inner energy to stabilize his mind, finally dared to lift his gaze, shifting past her to scrutinize the next lady. The last woman to enter appeared to be around 26 or 27, strikingly beautiful, yet bearing an icy demeanor that deterred approach. Upon entering, she fixed a cold, penetrating stare upon Han Li, her eyes glinting with an icy light, revealing her to be a formidable practitioner of inner strength. Upon witnessing the arrival of these women, Yin immediately rose from her seat and greeted them with a respectful nod. Second sister, third sister, and fifth sister have also arrived. Sister C, you are being overly formal. We are all family here, so there is no need for such politeness. Before the leading woman could respond, the extraordinarily charming young matron broke into a delicate smile. Her laughter infused with a seductive charm that stirred Han Li's heart, leaving him secretly astonished. Sister, please do not stand on ceremony. I invite you all to take a seat. Yen Shi smiled gently, relinquishing her chair to the foremost lady, while she herself took a seat beside the alluring young matron. The woman referred to as fifth sister, with her cold elegance, silently occupied the space opposite Yen Shi. Following the ladies into the room, Immortality dutifully closed the door and slipped behind her mother, her bright, sparkling eyes darting about, revealing her thoughts remained a mystery. Is this young man the messenger? The woman in her 30s glanced at Han Li and inquired with a calm demeanor. Yes, according to the letter, he is the closed-door disciple of my husband. Yen Shi responded graciously. She then turned to Han Li with a serious expression and said, This is your second son. You should greet her. I pay my respects to the second son. Han Li nimbly stepped forward to bow to the woman. Rise. Since you are a beloved disciple of my husband, there is no need for excessive formalities. The woman smiled, a hint of warmth gracing her features. This is your third shrew and your fifth son. Yen Shi introduced the remarkably beautiful young matron and the cold woman to Han Li. Third Shang, fifth Shang, greetings. Han Li regarded the seemingly youthful matron, hesitating briefly before bowing respectfully. Yen Shi noticed the flicker of skepticism on Han Li's face and smiled gently, saying, Your third shrew possesses remarkable skills in maintaining her youth. Do not be deceived by her appearance of merely being in her 20s. In fact, she is of similar age to your second shrew. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded inwardly, concluding that the enchanting matron must have practiced some extraordinary secret technique. Otherwise, her beauty alone would not have captivated him to such an extent. Elder sister, this is my husband's handwritten letter. Please take a look. Yen Shi handed the letter she received from Han Li to the second lady, Li Shi, who perused it before passing it to the others. Once the last coldly elegant matron had finished reading, a profound silence enveloped the room. Even the seemingly frivolous Lu Shi, the charming matron, wore a solemn expression. Her earlier playfulness and allure completely dissipated, leaving her remarkably dignified. Seeing the demeanor of the wives of Dr. Mo, Han Li felt a pang of unease. He was unaware of the significant news the letter contained that had so profoundly affected their expressions. Nevertheless, outwardly he maintained his composure, standing steadily to the side, which made the women perceive him as calm and reliable, exuding an air of a great general. Han Li, the letter from your master has left me and the other Shang deeply shocked. We need to deliberate on this matter. You must be weary from your long journey, so please rest well at the Mo residence tonight. Tomorrow, we shall summon you for further discussion. Yen Shi, having wielded significant authority for many years, spoke with an undeniable air of command. I shall obey. Han Li replied obediently, fully embodying the demeanor of one who willingly submits to the guidance of their elders. The other women did not intervene to stop Yen. It seemed they, too, wished for Han Li, the outsider, to retreat momentarily, allowing them to discuss matters of a confidential nature. Warner, please escort senior brother Han to the back courtyard and find him a clean guest room, so he may rest properly, Yen instructed Immortality. Huh, I understand, senior brother Han. Follow me, Immortality replied, her eyes blinking several times, her nose slightly wrinkling in initial reluctance, but she soon reconsidered, her face breaking into a wide smile. No mischief with your senior brother. Otherwise, you shall face the family rules. Yen was well aware of her precious daughter's tendencies, and thus issued a verbal warning in advance. All right, I got it. The young girl pouted, speaking with an air of unwillingness. Han Li felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. If Yen had not mentioned it, would this young lady truly have set a trap for him without cause? He regarded Immortality with a discerning gaze, for the first time perceiving that she might not be as charmingly innocent as she appeared. Consequently, Immortality, somewhat dispirited, exited the room, followed by Han Li, whose expression remained impassive. After Han Li had been outside for quite a while, a solemn voice suddenly resonated within the quiet chamber. Fifth sister, could you please check around to see if that young man has truly left? We must ensure he hasn't stealthily returned without our knowledge. The aloof Wang, upon hearing this, silently stepped out of the room and vanished into the darkness. Fourth sister, you are overestimating that young man. Does he truly possess such formidable abilities? The third lady's beautiful eyes shimmered as she expressed her disbelief. Third sister, you are mistaken. Our husband's disciple is far from ordinary, Yin softly asserted. Considering our Mo family's inherent vigilance, especially in this building where I manage affairs, with numerous hidden sentries and guards, 20 or 30 in total. If he could infiltrate this place undetected by Tsai Huan and me, do you believe any ordinary adept could accomplish that? If I may say, this young man surnamed Han does possess a certain level of skill. The second lady, Li, remarked, her brow slightly furrowing. In truth, his composure is significantly stronger than that of the previous impostor. I recall the young master surnamed Wu, who, after a mere meeting with me, was captivated by my celestial fox technique and remained entranced for an entire day before regaining his senses. Yet this Han only exhibited a fleeting distraction before promptly regaining clarity, indicating his extraordinary mental fortitude. He is no ordinary individual. After a brief hesitation, the third lady sighed and voiced her inner thoughts. Upon her utterance, a silence enveloped the three of them, each seemingly lost in contemplation, as if grappling with unspoken words. After a brief moment, Yan, with a wry smile, took the initiative to speak. This person is remarkably formidable. One wonders whether he presents a boon or a bane for our Mo family. If we retrieve the hidden letter, it shall soon become evident. Before Yin could finish her sentence, the cold voice of the beautiful Lady Wu interrupted from outside, as she gradually entered the room. I have surveyed the surroundings, and within a radius of 200 meters, there are no outsiders. Moreover, the security posts have been doubled, Lady Wu stated expressionlessly. Yin pondered for a moment before finally speaking. You must all recall the words spoken by my husband before his departure. If, upon his return, the letters he sends contain only a postcard and no hidden correspondence, it would indicate his safety, and we need not worry. However, if the letters indicate the presence of hidden messages, it is likely that we shall receive ominous news, and we must brace ourselves mentally. As for this letter, we have seen it, and it indeed notes the existence of a hidden missive, regardless of whether it bears good tidings or ill omens. It is something we must confront eventually. Let us unveil the true letter. The tone of the third lady shifted from flirtation to one of palpable sorrow. Very well, since everyone is prepared, let us reveal the hidden correspondence, Yin declared resolutely. Without hesitation, she delicately picked up a teacup from a nearby table and filled it halfway with cool water from a kettle. Subsequently, she twisted her dragon-shaped ring, splitting it in two to reveal a concealed compartment containing white powder. Yin carefully poured the powder into the teacup and then cast her gaze upon the others. Under Yan's watchful eyes, the second lady, Li, stood up first. Gracefully, she approached the table, raising her hand slightly, revealing that her delicate fingers bore a similar ring. Li extracted a substantial amount of red powder from her ring and added it to the teacup, which appeared distinct from Yan's offering. Following suit, the third and fifth ladies performed the same action, each revealing their own dragon-shaped rings, which contained yellow and black powders respectively. Once everyone had completed their tasks, Yin gently shook the teacup, and the originally vibrant liquid transformed into a clear, transparent solution. The revealing liquid is now prepared. Second sister, your dexterity is unmatched. It would be best for you to handle the application of this potion to the letter, Yin humbly suggested to the second lady. Li smiled at Yan's words, accepted the potion and the letter without hesitation, and began her work. For a while, aside from Li applying the potion to the letter, silence enveloped the room, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. It is done. Every sheet has been treated. Now, fifth sister, it is your turn to assist by using your inner strength to dry it. Li straightened, wiping the perspiration from her brow, and smiled at Lady Wu. The stunning beauty nodded and swiftly took the damp letter. She then extended her other hand, channeling a subtle energy that emanated a gentle warmth from her palm. She suspended the letter a few inches above her hand, allowing it to gradually dry. Before long, the letter was completely parched, and the black ink had vanished, revealing faint red characters. These were the secret messages that Dr. Mo had painstakingly devised for Han Li to deliver to his wife and daughter. Unbeknownst to Han Li, who was oblivious to the happenings within the room after his departure, he was currently plagued by a headache due to the presence of the little sprite before him. This Miss Mo-san had audaciously demanded from him a so-called welcoming gift, a gesture of courtesy for meeting her senior brother. What sort of gifts did his junior sister desire? Left with no choice, Han Li pinched his nose, preparing to acquiesce to her demands. Anything from jewelry to delightful trinkets will suffice. I am not particularly discerning. If all else fails, a sum of 7 or 8,000 taels of silver will do. That should be acceptable, Immortality said with her large, innocent eyes blinking. 7 or 8,000 taels of silver. Hanli nearly stumbled upon hearing this. This little sprite had truly set her sights high, showing no fear whatsoever. With his finances meticulously accounted for, he certainly did not possess such a sum. Moreover, even if he did, there was no way he would actually part with it. She had truly mistaken him for a fool. As these thoughts churned in his mind, his expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of meaning flickered in his gaze towards the girl. Perceptive as she was, Immortality quickly discerned Han Li's thoughts. Pouting her lips, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Brother Han, you wouldn't dare come empty-handed to meet your adorable junior sister, would you? You must know that last year, young Master Wu presented over 10,000 taels of silver as pocket money upon their first meeting." Upon hearing this, Han Li was infuriated. That Wu fellow was merely after their family's wealth and beauty. He certainly had no such intentions, especially considering that he was currently ensnared by her father's sinister schemes, with his life hanging in the balance at any moment. In a fit of anger, Han Li chose to remain silent, gazing up at the sky, unyielding. He wanted to see just how this little sprite would manage to extract a great advantage from him. Seeing that this rustic black fellow was playing the fool and ignoring her entirely, Immortality felt a pang of urgency. Ever since she had swindled a substantial sum from that impostor a year ago, she had dreamt nightly of encountering another windfall like this one. Now that the opportunity had finally presented itself, it was disheartening that this apparent genuine disciple of her father was so impervious to her charms. With a demeanor thicker than a city wall, how could he remain so unresponsive to such an adorable girl? Did he not see that her eyes were nearly brimming with tears? It was truly infuriating. On this night, the moonlit sky was not overly chilly. Yet the lovely countenance of Immortality appeared somewhat pallid. She glared resentfully at Han Li, her teeth clenched in indignation against this brazen senior brother who had suddenly appeared. The two of them had stood in the small path of the courtyard for over a quarter of an hour, icy silence enveloping them, neither willing to take a step forward. Immortality, seeing that Han Li resolutely ignored her three signature tactics, adorable antics, playful pouting, and tearful pleas, was left with no choice but to bite her teeth and cease leading the way. She intended to employ this strategy to coerce Han Li, all the while casting him a woeful gaze, hoping that her dual approach might compel him to yield. However, upon witnessing Immortality's pitiable expression, Han Li could not suppress a chuckle. Her demeanor inexplicably reminded him of his friend, Li Feiyu. In the past, whenever Li Feiyu sought Han Li's assistance with troublesome matters, he would resort to a strikingly similar performance to sway Han Li, and over time, Han Li had become utterly immune to such expressions. Thus, when Immortality looked at him with the forlorn gaze of an abandoned puppy, Han Li savored the spectacle, occasionally shaking his head and reciting a few sardonic verses. Under Han Li's merciless rebuttal, Immortality quickly faltered, her pitiable facade vanishing to be replaced by a furious glare that persisted until now. In truth, Immortality was already regretting her actions. If her mother were to learn of the current situation, she would likely not only miss out on any benefits, but would also experience the taste of familial punishment first. Contemplating this, she shot Han Li several more glares, thinking how this rustic boy could not simply offer her something, unaware that girls needed to be coddled. What a country bumpkin. At this moment, the girl had completely forgotten about her earlier demands. Although Han Li lacked experience in appeasing girls, he was aware that he needed to stay at the MO residence and could not afford to genuinely offend her. Thus, when he felt he had sufficiently deflated her petulance, he leisurely rummaged through his belongings, hoping to find something suitable to placate this little enchantress. Finally, Han Li retrieved a small green porcelain bottle, which contained several fragrant, fire-red pills. These pills, known as Lingxiang pills, were reputed to be favored by the imperial concubines. Their only significant effect was to emit an enchanting fragrance. Not only was this aroma long-lasting, but it also repelled pesky insects, making it a beloved treasure among the beauties of the harem. Unfortunately, the rare herbs required to concoct these pills were often in short supply, even in the opulent imperial palace, leading to frequent shortages that could not entirely satisfy the needs of the harem. Thus, the common folk rarely encountered these pills. Han Li had no reason to concoct such useless pills for himself, yet during his time at the Qishuan sect, he had eventually succumbed to Li Feiyu's persistent requests and prepared a batch for him to use in charming a certain lady. This small vial contained the remaining pills, which Han Li initially intended to use to ward off mosquito bites during outdoor nights. But now he had no choice but to bring them out to handle the situation at hand. Han Li tossed the small vial towards the girl across from him. Immortality, caught off guard, managed to catch it despite her clumsiness. "What is this?" she asked, her expression shifting from tears to laughter. At last, she had received a gift from this notoriously stingy individual. Although she was unaware of its contents, the mere fact of receiving it filled her with excitement. "This is the fragrant pill, quite extraordinary in its effects," Han Li explained, detailing the benefits of the medicine, expecting her to be greatly pleased. To his surprise, upon opening the vial and catching a whiff of its aroma, she quickly recapped it, eyeing him suspiciously as if he were a potential predator. "This pill isn't some sort of drug or aphrodisiac, is it? I mean, the scent reminds me of what my sisters described. You wouldn't dare have ulterior motives, would you?" Han Li stood there, momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. How could this girl connect the fragrant pill with something so inappropriate? He found himself torn between admiration for her caution and indignation at being unjustly accused. "It seems your concerns are not unfounded. Nevertheless, I shall need to have my second sister examine it before using it. After all, we women must be cautious," Immortality declared earnestly. "Well, do as you wish," Han Li replied, clearing his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. He felt it prudent to keep his distance from this mischievous sprite, lest he be driven to despair by her antics. "However, if this medicine truly works as you claim, I shall consider it a pass. From now on, if you encounter any difficulties at the MO residence, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall require only a small token of gratitude in return, and I will surely be able to assist you completely," she said, tossing the vial playfully in her hand. "All right, junior sister. I will certainly come to you for help," Han Li replied, regaining his composure, though inwardly he thought, "Why would I seek help from a little money grubber like you?" Unaware of Han Li's true thoughts, Immortality was delighted by his newfound compliance. She suddenly found him rather interesting and somewhat more agreeable. "Let us go, Han Senior. I will find you a larger room so you won't feel cramped." With a bright smile, she set off ahead of him, walking proudly. Han Li sighed and followed slowly behind. Such an eccentric and spirited girl was a burden he felt he could not bear. Not only was it unlikely that someone of her stature would ever take an interest in someone as ordinary as himself, but even if she did, he would refuse without hesitation. Just dealing with her tenacious nature was enough to overwhelm him. With that thought, he decisively removed Immortality from his list of potential admirers. At last, Han Li found some respite in the guest room of the MO residence. Immortality, displaying an unexpected grace, did not linger and soon took her leave, which surprised Han Li. Uncertain of the MO family's disposition towards him and wary of potential dangers, he spent the night in a state of restless slumber, managing only a brief nap. The following morning, as Han Li was still in a hazy state of consciousness, a series of sharp knocks echoed from outside. Could it be the little fairy? Furrowing his brow, Han Li shook his head. The steady rhythm of the knocks did not resemble Immortality's style. Few knew of his presence here. With a hint of curiosity, he hastily washed his face with a towel before opening the door, revealing a young man in his 20s with prominent brows and bright eyes. Upon seeing Han Li, the young man examined him from head to toe before greeting him with a fist salute, exclaiming warmly, "You must be junior brother Han. I am Yen Go, your senior brother." Yen Go. Han Li recalled the information about him. He was the eldest disciple of Dr. Mo Ha. "Although I am the first disciple of my master, my talent is rather lacking, and I have not inherited much of his true teachings, which brings him shame," Yen Go candidly remarked. Han Li was pleased by the young man's straightforwardness and promptly returned the greeting. "Good morning, senior brother Yen. Please, come in and let us converse." "No need for that. The several senior sisters sent me here. They wish to see you, junior brother Han, and have asked you to come along," Yen Go replied, waving his hand with a smile. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement, closing the door behind him as he walked alongside Yen Go. The latter was quite inquisitive about Han Li's affairs, unabashedly asking questions along the way and expressing curiosity about the customs of Yuzhou. As the two passed through the garden in the backyard, they unexpectedly encountered a young couple, Imo Yuzhu and Wu Jianming, whom Han Li had observed from a distance the previous day. The pair walked side by side, exuding a romantic aura that unsettled Han Li, akin to the sensation of having something precious snatched away. Upon noticing Han Li and Yen Go, the duo approached them. As they drew near, Mo Yuzhu merely glanced over Han Li, dismissing him without a word. However, Wu Jiaming scrutinized Han Li with a look of curiosity. Good morning, Senior Brother Yan. This young man seems unfamiliar. May I inquire as to which esteemed master's disciple he is? Wu Jiaming asked with a smile. Han Li anticipated that Yen Gu would take the initiative to introduce him, but after a prolonged silence, he was met with nothing but stillness from his senior brother. Turning to Yen Gu in bewilderment, he was left speechless with frustration. At that moment, Yen Gu was utterly entranced, gazing dreamily at Miss Mo Yuzhu, completely lost in the moment, leaving him incapable of responding to Wu Jiaming's inquiry. I am a distant nephew of the third madam, sent by my parents to visit her and, if possible, to seek her assistance in finding employment. In a moment of resignation, Han Li turned and decided to step into the fray himself. He feigned an air of bashfulness, speaking with a humble demeanor. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Han Li's first utterance, Wu Jiaming lost all interest in him. It was hardly surprising. Han Li's appearance was rather unremarkable, lacking the characteristics of a martial artist, which could easily lead the young master Wu to overlook him. At this moment, Wu Gongzi turned away, displeased by Yan Ji's unabashed admiration for Mo Yuzhu, his expression darkening. For the beauty beside him was, after all, his betrothed in name. Currently, Han Li was relatively close to Mo Yuzhu, and thus he observed every nuance of her expression. She furrowed her brows, displaying signs of discontent, clearly irritated by Yan Ji's blatant infatuation. Brother Yan, if there is nothing more, my sister and young master Wu shall take their leave, Mo Yuzhu said. Her lips slightly parted as she coldly offered a slight bow to Yen Gu, then gracefully moved away. Wu Jiaming huffed at Yen Gu, saying nothing further, and followed after Mo Yuzhu, as Han Li watched the duo gradually fade into the distance. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Turning back to observe Brother Yan, he found him still staring vacantly in the direction of their departure. Han Li sighed. This fellow was indeed a hopeless romantic. Yet, it was evident that Miss Mo did not harbor any fondness for him. She was likely already weary of his persistent affections. Han Li gave Yen Gu a hearty pat on the shoulder, jolting him from his stupor, the bewildered look on his face vanishing as he regained his senses. I apologize for causing you to witness such a spectacle, Junior Brother Han. With clarity restored, Yen Ji's face flushed with embarrassment at his earlier folly. It is nothing. A graceful lady, a gentleman's pursuit, is the very nature of man. There is no need for shame, Han Li reassured him with a smile. Yen Gu, upon hearing Han Li's words, felt no relief. Instead, he offered a wry smile and slowly replied, to be honest, Junior Brother Han, I grew up alongside Yuzhu. Although we can't say we were childhood sweethearts in the truest sense, a profound bond has developed over the years. Regrettably, since Yuzhu matured, she seems to regard me merely as a brother, with no other sentiments. After being rejected by her several times, I ceased to entertain any further aspirations, wishing only for her to find a good husband who can ensure her happiness for a lifetime. Yet, upon seeing Yuzhu again, I am still unable to extricate myself, inevitably making a fool of myself. The last words he uttered carried a hint of self-mockery. After listening to Yen Gu's heartfelt confession, Han Li chose not to speak, but regarded him anew, as one might admire a rare antique. He had only ever heard of such romantic souls through books and tales, never imagining he would witness one in person. If Yen Ji's words were sincere, he was left pondering whether to admire his passion or to chastise him for his folly. As they continued along their path, Han Li intentionally steered the conversation towards other topics, helping Yen Gu regain his composure. The two engaged in light-hearted banter until they arrived at the small building where Han Li had spent the night. There, several ladies of Dr. Mo were eagerly awaiting his arrival, preparing to present him with a grand surprise. Chapter 115. A shocking turn of events as Yen Gu ascended to the second floor. He had yet to knock when the voice of Madame Yen resonated from within. Is it Han Li and Yen Gu? Yes, fourth aunt. Yen Gu promptly halted, responding with respect. Yen Gu, you may return. Allow Han Li to enter alone, Madame Yan's voice came, imbued with a cool detachment that stirred something within Han Li. Understood. Yen Gu, demonstrating his deep respect for Madame Yan, showed no hesitation in complying with her command. After casting a brief smile at Han Li, he quietly retreated down the stairs, leaving Han Li alone outside the door. Han Li regarded the door with a cold stare, refraining from entering immediately. Instead, he extended his spiritual awareness to gauge the atmosphere within as he wished to avoid an ambush that could lead to his demise. The room was eerily quiet, with only the faint sounds of breathing and heartbeats from Madame Yen and a few others, indicating that no unwelcome guests were present. This revelation alleviated Han Li's concerns significantly. He approached the door and lightly tapped twice before peering inside, intending to step in. However, the sight that greeted him caused his expression to shift dramatically, his foot suspended mid-step. The room was indeed the same one he had visited the previous night, the furnishings and decorations unchanged. The sole difference lay in the attire of the women present. Madame Yen and her companions were clad in white mourning garments, sitting solemnly in chairs, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Though Han Li's complexion paled slightly, it was not fear that gripped him, but rather indignation towards the deceased Dr. Mo. Clearly, he had been outmaneuvered by the old fox once again. The letter had indeed concealed deeper motives, and these formidable women had learned of Dr. Mo's demise, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the man accused of his murder. Taking a deep breath, Han Li's expression normalized. He strode into the room, boldly selecting a solitary chair and sitting down opposite the women without preamble, silently observing them, eager to witness how these ladies would address his presence. Han Li's audacious demeanor took Madame Yen and the others by surprise, disrupting their composure and eliciting a variety of reactions. The second Madame Li appeared pale, evidently incensed that Han Li, who had so recently addressed her with familial respect, now dared to meet her gaze so openly. Coming from a scholarly lineage that prized the hierarchy of elders and juniors, her indignation was palpable in response to Han Li's blatant disregard for decorum. In stark contrast, the third Madame Lu exhibited no such fury. Rather, she regarded Han Li with interest. Yet, her captivating allure rendered Han Li hesitant to meet her gaze directly, instead merely skimming her features with his eyes. Madame Yen maintained a demeanor akin to the icy Wang, her expression inscrutable as she regarded Han Li with an intensity that seemed to freeze the very air around them. "You possess quite the audacity, my husband's esteemed disciple." After a brief exchange of glances that lasted the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Madame Yen finally spoke, her words dripping with sarcasm that was unmistakable to all present. "Ladies, if there is something you wish to inquire about or express, please do so directly. I have no interest in idle chatter," Han Li stated with an impassive demeanor. He was acutely aware that nothing could be worse than engaging in a battle of wits with one woman, let alone several. Rather than laboriously sifting through the nuances of the matter, he preferred to address the crux of the issue straightforwardly. Moreover, the absence of any hidden assassins in the room indicated that these women had no immediate intentions of attacking him. It seemed they either had reservations or were in need of his assistance. In light of this, there was no need for excessive politeness. Especially since the death of Dr. Mo was a consequence of his own actions, he felt no shame in that. Even someone as worldly as Madame Yen was momentarily rendered speechless by Han Li's blunt tone. "Very well, I shall pose a question. Did my husband perish at the hands of this ungrateful disciple?" The second lady could no longer contain herself, her beautiful eyes almost ablaze with fury. Her scholarly demeanor completely evaporated, leaving only resentment in its wake. The second sister, Madame Yen, frowned and softly called out, seemingly attempting to deter the second lady from such a provocative inquiry that could ignite conflict. The straightforward Madame Li wasted no time in placing the pivotal question on the table. Han Li couldn't help but smirk internally at her candor. One could say he met his demise by my hand, or that it was an act of self-destruction, he replied nonchalantly. This statement left the women, including Madame Yen, momentarily stunned. They had anticipated either a flat denial or an unrestrained admission, but instead received a perplexing response. The second lady, taken aback for a moment, quickly became infuriated, clearly believing that Han Li was toying with them. "What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly your doing." Madame Li trembled as she spoke. "How can you be so certain it was I who caused his death? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Han Li retorted without courtesy. He knew full well that the letter had been penned by Dr. Mo himself prior to his demise. Thus he could not affirmatively claim responsibility for his death. The contents of the letter merely reflected conjectures left for his wives, allowing Han Li to refute her accusations without hesitation. "Since you assert such, why not recount the circumstances surrounding my husband's death for us women? If it truly has no bearing on you, we would not seek to wrongfully accuse you," spoke the fifth lady, Madame Wang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjecting. "However, as Wang Yu gradually becomes more proficient, he will be able to write more." For practice makes perfect. Without further ado, I implore everyone to continue their support. Only if this book remains on the charts will Wang Yu be motivated to provide continuous updates. Upon hearing these words, Han Li raised his head and yawned, then coldly retorted, "You accuse me unjustly? Such audacity. Do you truly think I fear your Mu residence? If it weren't for the fact that Master Mu had genuinely been my mentor for several days, imparting considerable medical knowledge to me, and considering the negative implications of bullying a woman, I would have no qualms. Just with one hand, I could eliminate every last one of you." Han Li's words were chilling, and his expression grew sinister. Having resolved that he could no longer deceive the Mu residents for the precious jade, and in light of the poison coursing through his veins, he deemed it necessary to resort to more forceful measures. He planned to demonstrate his prowess to instill fear in Yin and the others, compelling them to relinquish the warm sun jade. Initially, when Yin and the others heard Han Li's fierce declaration, their expressions shifted from shock to mocking laughter. The third lady, Lu, was particularly amused, bending over in laughter. Clearly, these women did not believe Han Li's claims. However, their amusement quickly turned to frozen disbelief. At that moment, Han Li extended a finger, and suddenly, a fireball the size of a wine glass appeared at its tip. Instantly, the temperature in the room soared, enveloping the women in a sweltering heat reminiscent of a scorching summer day. Han Li then cast a cold gaze around, seeking an object to serve as a target for his fireball, intending to demonstrate his capabilities. To his surprise, before he could act, Li could not contain herself, exclaiming in fear, "A cultivator!" The others turned pale as well. Even the normally stoic fifth lady was visibly shaken, her eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to Han Li. These women recognized what a cultivator was, which surprised Han Li further, darkening his expression. "Are you truly a cultivator?" Third Lady Lu inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Han Li snorted, and without further ado, flicked his finger slightly. The fireball shot forth, striking the table beside Lu, which instantly turned to ashes. Lu's face went pale in an instant, and she hurriedly stepped back several paces from the remnants, her heart still racing. In that moment, her delicate and fragile demeanor would have driven any man to madness had they been present. Unfortunately, Han Li had no time to appreciate the scene. He was focused intently on Li, who had named the cultivator. In a low voice, he demanded, "Second lady, how do you know of cultivators? Have you encountered others?" Li, now trembling, was clearly apprehensive of Han Li's identity as a cultivator. "Do not question my sister about it. I will tell you what I know." Yin leaned back, her weary eyes closing as she interrupted Han Li's inquiry. "Oh, could you share it with me?" Han Li rubbed his nose, his demeanor softening slightly. There was little to conceal. Many in Jiyuan City were aware of the existence of cultivators. Upon opening his eyes, Yin spoke with a bitter smile. Some individuals outside the city had even witnessed the clashes of cultivators firsthand, hearing tales of their ability to summon winds and rain, conjuring fire and mist, each appearing as though they were celestial beings. As Yin recounted this, she cast an unusual glance at Han Li. "So it is as such." Han Li slapped the back of his head, realizing that Jiyuan City was not a small place like Caixia Mountain, and the presence of cultivators here was not a rare occurrence. After all, had he not encountered a figure in blue just the day prior? Did the physician Mo also know of the existence of cultivators? Suddenly, an idea struck Han Li, prompting him to ask aloud. "Of course, he knows. My husband is one of those who have witnessed the battles of cultivators," Yin replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. "I wondered why physician Mo was so infatuated with the realm of cultivation. It seems he has already seen true cultivators. It is unfortunate that he lacks a spiritual root, having wasted so much effort, ultimately benefiting only himself." Han Li could not help but sigh. However, Han Li suddenly found it peculiar how compliant Yin was at this moment. Whatever he inquired, she answered with unwavering honesty, devoid of any temper. He could not believe that merely being a cultivator would compel her to submit entirely. Observing Yan's expression closely, he discerned a hint of anxiety beneath her seemingly tranquil demeanor. Could it be that she was stalling for time? Han Li frowned and extended his spiritual sense, yet found no signs of intrusion nearby. An idea sparked in his mind. He stood up, pacing around the room, scrutinizing his surroundings. There seemed to be nothing suspicious. The furnishings were starkly simple, comprising only a table and chairs, identical to those from the previous day, save for a pair of half-burned white candles. Candles? Han Li's gaze fell upon them. Initially, he assumed the lighting of the candles was merely a tribute to physician Mo. Thus he paid it little mind. However, upon reflection, if she intended to honor her husband, why were there no incense sticks? This was rather unusual. With this thought, Han Li inhaled deeply, finally detecting a faint scent reminiscent of sandalwood in the air. The aroma was so subtle that it would easily evade notice unless one was deliberately attentive. As Yin and the others noticed Han Li's focus on the candles, their demeanor grew somewhat uneasy, and when he began to inhale the air, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, at that moment, Han Li burst into laughter, surprisingly joyful. What is so amusing? Even if you have discovered the mechanism hidden within the candles, it is already too late. This is a narcotic known as thousand-person drunkenness. Ordinary individuals who inhale it will find their bones loose, limbs weak, and those trained in martial arts will lose their internal energy, rendering them powerless. Even as a cultivator, one could not remain in this room unscathed for long. Yin, unable to contain her anxiety, probed cautiously. Nothing much. I simply believe that my luck is quite favorable. Han Li replied with a smile. During my time at Qishuan sect, I often heard tales of the ghostly paths of the martial world, and the poisons and intoxicants left the most profound impression on me, because I have not only suffered from it myself, but this insidious substance is difficult to guard against. Even an ordinary person could effortlessly eliminate a formidable master with it. Thus, I racked my brain and finally devised a rather rudimentary method to prevent such narcotics and poisons. Han Li said with a hint of self-satisfaction. The others exchanged glances, incredulous at the existence of such a method. How could this be possible? Yet the fact remains that he has not collapsed thus far. Their faces had turned pale. As for the method, Han Li noticed the women eagerly straining to hear his words, and he couldn't help but chuckle. I do not intend to disclose it to you, for I have no habit of revealing my secrets to enemies. Han Li's expression was solemn. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the women's faces swiftly shifted from white to a rosy hue, adding a touch of grace to their demeanor. Yin Shi was the first to recover from her indignation. She gently adjusted the jade hairpin in her coiffure and calmly stated, "Even if you are indeed a cultivator who is not afraid of this narcotic, do you not fear the poison within you?" She presented her final card. Han Li, initially wearing a smile, felt the chill of her words wash over him. Dr. Mo had indeed handed over the only weapon that could threaten him to these women. Indeed, I carry the cold poison within me, yet before it manifests, I would not hesitate to eliminate everyone in your household. Han Li's statement was delivered with an air of indifference, yet the underlying ferocity was unmistakable to the women. Yin Shi fell silent for a moment, refraining from speaking. The others also kept quiet, as it became evident that when it came to matters of life and death, the one who held sway in the Mo residence was indeed the fourth lady, Yin Shi. Since we are mutually wary and do not wish for both sides to suffer, it seems we have no choice but to engage in a proper discussion, Yin Shi calmly proposed after a moment of contemplation. Naturally, I do not wish to meet a cowardly demise at such a young age. Regarding my own life, Han Li set aside any pretenses and readily agreed to her proposal. Thus, he returned to his seat opposite Yin Shi. However, before we commence our discussion, I would like to request that you recount the circumstances surrounding my husband's demise. After all, we were once partners in life, and only by understanding the true cause of his death can we find peace of mind. Rest assured, even if my husband did indeed perish by your hand, we harbor no other intentions. As a widow with children, we cannot afford to challenge a rock with eggs, nor seek our own demise. Yin Shi's final words carried a sorrowful tone, as if Han Li were the tyrant oppressing her and her kin. Seeing the expression on her face, Han Li felt a twinge of headache. Although he was aware that she was merely acting, her desolate demeanor softened his heart. Was it merely a matter of recounting the details of Dr. Mo's demise? There was little to conceal, as Han Li believed that the fault for Dr. Mo's death lay not with him, but rather with Yu Zitong and his own folly. Very well, I shall disclose the details surrounding Master Mo's death to you. If, after hearing it, you still insist on seeking vengeance against me, I shall be ready to oblige. Han Li pondered briefly before ultimately acquiescing. Thank you, young sir. Upon hearing that Han Li was willing to reveal the truth, Yin Shi's expression brightened instantly, her face adorned with joy. The matter unfolded as follows. I had been deceived by Master Mo, practicing the Changchun technique for over 4 years, only to discover that Han Li, with a measured demeanor, recounted how he was ensnared, poisoned by Dr. Mo, and coerced into practicing the technique. He narrated the events wherein Dr. Mo attempted to seize his corporeal form, aiming for rebirth, yet ended up devouring his own primordial spirit. Naturally, the appearance of Yu Zitong and the conspiracy he orchestrated were elucidated in detail. Ultimately, Han Li disclosed that he had been afflicted by a hidden poison, compelling him to travel to Lanzhou in search of the warming jade to alleviate the toxin. He wished for these women to understand that in the incident surrounding Dr. Mo's demise, he was indeed the true victim, bearing no debt to the Mo family. Upon concluding Han Li's harrowing tale, Yin Shi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions laden with contemplation. If what Han Li recounted were indeed the truth, then the death of their husbands could not be attributed to him. Moreover, the methods and schemes employed by Dr. Mo, as described by Han Li, aligned remarkably with their impressions of him, and bore no contradiction to the information hinted at in the clandestine letter. It seemed plausible that Han Li's account held a significant degree of veracity. If what you say is entirely factual, then my husband's death should not be laid at your feet. It is solely the result of Yu Zitong's treachery. Otherwise, how could my husband have perished? Yin Shi sighed softly, uttering words that caused Han Li to raise an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared that Yin Shi was excessively partial to her husband, effortlessly casting all blame for Dr. Mo's misdeeds onto the deceased Yu Zitong, as if her husband were blameless and merely a victim. Han Li gazed at Yin Shi with wide eyes. Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, the peculiar expression in his eyes conveyed his sentiments unequivocally. Under Han Li's scrutiny, Yin Shi remained unflustered, as if oblivious to his gaze. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman possessed a fortitude of spirit that rivaled that of any man. He turned to observe the expressions of the others. Madame Lu, the third wife, retained her cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of change. When she noticed Han Li's glance, she even shot him a flirtatious wink, leaving him speechless. The second wife, Madame Li, appeared somewhat flustered at Han Li's gaze, lowering her head slightly, a testament to her upbringing as a refined lady, clearly feeling a pang of shame at Yin Shi's earlier remarks. As for Madame Wang, the fifth wife, though her countenance remained impassive, her tightly intertwined fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. What lay beneath her exterior, Han Li could not discern. However, as you mentioned earlier, since there exists no deep-seated enmity between us, the prospect of negotiation is now more feasible, Yin Shi remarked, her lips parting as she spoke softly. Han Li, upon hearing her words, turned back, responding with a cool detachment. What is there to discuss? You hand over the warming jade to me, and I shall take my leave. Never to trouble the Mo family again. That is out of the question. Yin Shi replied with a gentle smile, immediately refusing. Why is it out of the question? Han Li asked, unperturbed. Surely you heard much about the Mo family's dire situation outside my door yesterday. Your Excellency must surely understand that without external aid, the annihilation of my family is merely a matter of time. If that is the case, it would be better for you to take action and eliminate us sisters completely, thus bringing an end to our plight. With reddened eyes, Yin spoke pitifully. After hearing these words, Han Li curiously gazed at Yin in silence, observing her cheeks flush. Yet she stubbornly held his gaze. Han Li exhaled deeply, realizing that the mischievous tricks of that little demoness, Mo Tsaihuan, were evidently inherited from this very Yin. Chapter 118. A choice between two. What are your true intentions? Speak candidly. I wish to cease this endless circling, Han Li said coldly, appearing entirely unaffected by Yan's words. Yin furrowed her brow, finding this young man far more troublesome than she had anticipated. Neither soft nor hard tactics seemed effective, leaving her feeling at a loss. Was she truly required to reveal her bottom line and lay everything bare before him? Reluctant to concede, she had wielded immense power over the Jingjiao society for so many years. Never had she been one to negotiate without securing an advantage. She glanced back at Madame Wang, the only sister capable of opposing her decisions, hoping for a more favorable suggestion. The negotiations with this individual shall be solely led by fourth sister. I shall have no objections. Wang, perceiving Yan's intent, replied coolly. Upon receiving this affirmation, Yan felt a surge of joy and her heart settled slightly. Very well. Since you do not intend to beat around the bush, we sisters shall be forthright and present our terms. Upon uttering these words, she fully regained the commanding presence befitting the leader of the three major gangs in Jiyuan City, shedding the earlier guise of a frail woman, exuding the authority born from prolonged dominion. Ah, now this is the adversary I wish to negotiate with. Han Li smiled faintly. You need only eradicate the Jingjiao Society's sworn enemies, the Wusman and Duba Mountain Manor, ensuring that my family has no lingering concerns. And I shall immediately present the Nuanyang jade to you with both hands. Furthermore, you may choose any one of my sisters, including Caihuan, as your wife. However, should you intend to resort to forceful means or threaten us sisters, you are gravely mistaken. I have already entrusted the jade to a trusted confidant, and should any disturbance arise, it will be destroyed immediately, leading us to perish together, Yen stated with a solemn expression. Madam Yen, do take care not to let your words slip. You expect me to single-handedly vanquish the Wusman and Duba Mountain Manor? How audacious of you! Han Li appeared unfazed by Yan's threat, seemingly having anticipated her stance. He was well aware that obtaining the Nuanyang jade would not be as straightforward as sheer force. Beyond mere verbal threats, he surmised there were numerous hidden contingencies. Thus, forcing them to reveal the jade's whereabouts was merely a last resort. It would be far more advantageous to have them willingly present it. Isn't young Master Han a cultivator? How could these ruffians possibly contend with you? Moreover, we do not demand the complete annihilation of their entire faction, merely the disappearance of a few key leaders will suffice. This time, the captivating lady, the third wife, bestowed upon Han Li a bewitching smile before articulating with a hint of disdain, "What of cultivators? I cannot speak for others, but I am acutely aware of my own capabilities and would never be foolish enough to confront a myriad of adversaries alone. Furthermore, do you truly believe that cultivators can ruthlessly slay ordinary individuals without facing repercussions?" Han Li cast a cold glance at the third wife, his gaze imbued with an icy chill that rendered her smile momentarily frozen. Even as he activated his long spring technique, remaining vigilant, any seductive spell she attempted to cast upon him would undoubtedly bear no fruit. Are you suggesting, my dear sir, that cultivators face no restrictions when it comes to us mere mortals? Inquired Yen, visibly taken aback. I am not entirely well versed in the specifics, as I have only recently embarked on the path of cultivation and have yet to fully grasp these unwritten rules, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Noticing that Yen appeared poised to speak again, he waved his hand dismissively, interjecting coolly, however, if one possesses even a modicum of common sense, it becomes evident that if cultivators could act with impunity against ordinary people, how could the so-called three great overlords of Lanzhou and the three formidable factions of Jiyuan City still exist? They would have been annihilated countless times by unscrupulous cultivators, and perhaps you lovely ladies would have long since become their playthings. Han Li's final remark was anything but courteous, causing the women before him to flush crimson while a flicker of fear crossed their faces. Yet, this is merely your conjecture, not necessarily the truth. Yen persisted, still attempting to sway Han Li. Even if there exists a 1% chance, I would not embark on a path leading to my own demise, Han Li retorted bluntly, leaving no room for Yan's illusions. Are you truly intending to seize our daughter's dowry without recompense? Yan's expression darkened, emphasizing the weight of the term dowry. Though Han Li's demeanor remained impassive, he felt a twinge of frustration at her words. The malevolent curse upon me was originally cast by your husband. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I have not sought retribution against you, Han Li thought bitterly. Yet, he recognized that voicing such sentiments would bear no fruit at this juncture, as these women would not part with the precious warm sun jade unless they stood to gain something in return. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li lifted his gaze, clearing his throat before proclaiming, I present you with two paths from which to choose. The first is for your household to immediately prepare for departure from Lanzhou, seeking refuge in a place where your enemies cannot reach you, living as a prosperous common family, and ensuring a peaceful existence for the remainder of your lives, entirely free from the strife of the martial world. I can guarantee your safety throughout this journey, ensuring that no pursuers will harm you. As he concluded, he paused to observe the shifting expressions of the women. Aside from the second wife, Li, who seemed somewhat swayed, both Yen and the third wife, Lu, remained silent, clearly disapproving of his proposal. Madame Wang, the fifth consort, was of no interest to Han Li. Her icy demeanor rendered her incapable of revealing anything of value. Observing the situation, Han Li couldn't help but smirk internally. Both Madame Yen and Madame Lu were ambitious individuals, and it was clear from the outset that they would never willingly relinquish their power over the shocked worm society to become mere village women. Is there another option? The third consort inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as Han Li fell silent. There is indeed another path, Han Li replied. rising from his chair to gaze thoughtfully at the ceiling as he articulated a route that he was certain Madame Yin and the others would inevitably choose. I can make an exception this time and orchestrate the disappearance of the leaders from one of the two factions, but not both. If both powerful figures were to encounter misfortune simultaneously, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, exponentially increasing the risk, which is a gamble I am not willing to take. Beyond these two options, I shall not concede further, Hanley declared, his expression turning stern as he awaited the women's response. Upon hearing Hanley's second option, Madame Yin and the others displayed unmistakable excitement, yet exchanged glances without making an immediate decision. May we deliberate among ourselves before providing an answer, my lord? This matter is of great significance, and we must consider it thoroughly, Madame Yin stated cautiously. Of course, I am not unreasonable. However, I require your response by tomorrow morning at the latest. You will have an entire day to confer, Hanley replied, then turned his back on the women and departed gracefully. Descending the small staircase, Hanley did not return to his quarters, but, under the scrutinizing gaze of the imposing gatekeeper, boldly exited the MO residence. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he finally returned to the inn where he was lodging. Upon entering the inn, Sun Ergo rushed over eagerly. Let us discuss this in my room, Hanley instructed before Sun Ergo could speak. Yes, my lord, Sun Ergo replied respectfully, trailing behind Hanley. Once inside the room, Hanley settled onto the edge of the bed, stretched lazily, and casually remarked, You seem quite anxious. Do you have something of great importance to share? My lord, there is indeed a matter of considerable significance that I must report to you, Sun Ergo responded, inching closer with an air of mystery. Speak plainly. Don't be so cryptic. Hanley shot a sideways glance at him. Hee. It's not that I'm being deliberately mysterious. Something extraordinary has occurred. I have received reliable information that a large gathering of deities is set to convene near Jiuan City for a celestial assembly. It is rumored that anyone attending this event, even mere mortals, can instantly ascend to become an immortal, joining the ranks of the divine, Sun Ergo exclaimed animatedly. Deities? Hanley was momentarily taken aback. Yes, those who can soar through the clouds and command lightning and fire. Sun Ergo insisted, his excitement palpable. Young master, pray tell, if not for those of great fortune, how could one ever encounter celestial beings so easily? Sun Ergo remarked with a tinge of jealousy, his demeanor suggesting a longing for the days when those fortunate enough to meet such divine entities were transformed into himself. At that moment, Hanley comprehended that the celestial beings Sun Ergo referred to were indeed practitioners of immortality. Yet, how could members of their faction be privy to such clandestine meetings among these practitioners? Hanley was taken aback. How did you come upon this knowledge? Are there many aware of this information? Intrigued, Hanley pressed on. This news is undoubtedly reliable, as it was relayed to me by a brother within our faction who heard it firsthand. However, due to our leader's trepidation regarding the ire of celestial beings, a gag order was issued, restricting this knowledge to the upper echelons of our four-ping gang. I, too, received this tidbit from a drunken high-ranking member. I presumed someone of your caliber would be most interested, prompting my hasty arrival and vigil until your return, Sun Ergo eagerly claimed. Your efforts shall not be forgotten. Yet, do elaborate on how that member managed to evade the watchful eyes of the celestial beings to acquire such intelligence. Hanley inquired earnestly, his expression grave, as the credibility of the information hinged on the details, and he dared not approach the matter lightly. I too heard it from that inebriated superior, and the tale unfolds thusly, Sun Ergo confessed, recounting the story he had been told without embellishment. The individual who acquired this intelligence was a minor leader within the four-ping gang. Days prior, he had ventured to the western outskirts for a significant business transaction, only to find himself ensnared by erroneous intelligence, leading to a disastrous confrontation where he barely escaped with his life. To evade his pursuers, he sought refuge within a hollow tree in a nearby grove. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he lay hidden, a colossal two-headed monstrous eagle descended from the heavens, its fearsome visage sending him into a panic. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to the widely known technique of turtle breathing, reducing his breath and heartbeat to a near standstill, preparing to feign death to elude the creature's detection. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, he overheard a conversation between a pair of young individuals atop the eagle's back. It appeared the gigantic bird was carrying not only itself, but also these celestial beings. In his frantic state, He had failed to notice their presence until that moment. Thus, in his hazy awareness, he gleaned details about the so-called gathering of immortals, realizing too late that this pair were indeed celestial beings. As the technique took full effect, he succumbed to unconsciousness amidst his regret. Upon regaining awareness, he found it was the following morning. The pair and the monstrous eagle had vanished without a trace. With a heavy heart, he returned to the gang after a fit of frustration. Upon his return, the loquacious fellow could not contain himself and shared the tale with his superior. In turn, his superior, fearing the implications of such knowledge, reported it to the gang leader, Yuanbi Shinzhongshan, leading to the subsequent issuance of the gag order. After absorbing Sun Ergo's narrative, Han Li's countenance remained unchanged, yet within, he was stirred with an excitement that was hard to contain. A grand assembly of practitioners of immortality awaited. This truly is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Should he be able to participate, he would genuinely gain access to the realm of immortal cultivators, rather than stumbling about in darkness like a blind man on the path of cultivation. Han Li suppressed the excitement surging within him, contemplated for a moment, and then feigned calmness to inquire. Did that person mention when and where the gathering of immortals will take place? It seems the timing was not explicitly mentioned, but the tone suggested it might be soon. Sun Ergo awkwardly replied, scratching his head. As for the location of the meeting, it also appears to have been left unspoken. Han Li furrowed his brow. It was evident that Sun Ergo's information was not entirely reliable, with many gaps remaining. After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant idea suddenly illuminated his mind. Han Li scrutinized Sun Ergo closely and, with a sudden smile, remarked, Sun Ergo, I am quite pleased with your efforts these past few days, particularly your last piece of news, which was quite commendable. Therefore, I intend to reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergo's heart soared with joy, and he could not help but beam with delight. To think that merely providing a few tidbits of information could earn him such recognition from this esteemed individual, who seemed poised to offer a substantial reward. He could not help but wonder what this reward might entail. Perhaps a grand bounty of gold and jewels? Would you have any interest in becoming the leader of the Xiping gang? Han Li's words struck like thunder, leaving Sun Ergo's face pale and his spirit momentarily adrift. Young master, are you jesting? Do not make sport of a humble man. What merit or capability do I possess to be worthy of such a position? Sun Ergo murmured, his face a mask of despair. Why not? With my support behind you, a mere Xiping gang would be within your grasp. Or would you prefer to remain a lowly foreman at the docks for the rest of your life? Han Li teased lightly. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergo's expression fluctuated between surprise and fear, with excitement bubbling beneath the surface. What man does not dream of one day embracing beauty, wielding power, and holding the fates of others in his hands? The ambition buried deep within Sun Ergo's heart was gently ignited by Han Li's words. Yet he still harbored reservations and did not immediately acquiesce. Our gang leader and the 3 chief guardians possess formidable martial prowess. Can you truly ensure their submission? Sun Ergo cautiously probed. Submission? Huh, is that even necessary? Just eliminate them. Han Li scoffed coldly, regarding them as mere weeds. Sun Ergo shivered at this revelation. The young master certainly possessed a ruthless disposition. If he were to refuse, would he not face immediate elimination as well? Since you hold me in such high esteem, I shall sell my life to you, and I will heed your every command. Under the dual pressures of both softness and firmness from Han Li, Sun Ergo finally resolved to take a daring gamble. Good, that's more like it. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. Provide me with the recent schedule of your leader's outings. He inquired casually. Indeed, he has been visiting the most renowned brothel, the Shaoxiang Courtyard in the West City, every afternoon these past few days. Captivated by the allure of the head courtesan, Jin Ji. However, the 3 chief guardians accompany him, which may pose some difficulties. Perhaps we should wait for a more opportune moment. Sun Ergo, having committed himself, immediately devoted his utmost efforts in pursuit of wealth and status. There's no need for that. Now that we know the time and place, it will be a trivial matter to take their lives, Han Li remarked nonchalantly. However, after their demise, you may find yourself lacking the capability to take over the Xiping gang. Yes, I am merely an ordinary leader within the gang. And there are many with higher status and greater seniority than I, Sun Ergo admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fear not. If I say you shall become the leader of the Xiping gang, then you shall indeed become one. I will bestow upon you the spirit of Chu Han and eliminate those who oppose you, while also providing you with personal protection for a time. Han Li declared confidently. With that, Han Li lightly tapped 3 times on the wall of the adjacent room. Moments later, Chu Han appeared before the two men. Take this and keep it concealed on your person. As long as you possess this object, Chu Han will heed your commands, eliminating your enemies and aiding you in ascending to the position of gang leader. Han Li retrieved the soul summoning bell from his bosom, gently caressed it, and solemnly handed it over to Sun Ergu. Even if the bearer of the soul summoning bell is not the master of Chu Han, they can still invoke Chu Han's power, a method taught to Han Li by Dr. Mo. Moreover, as long as the original owner's blood does not perish, any attempts by others to tamper with the artifact will be futile. Thus, Han Li harbored no fears regarding Sun Ergu's ulterior motives, having witnessed Chu Han's formidable prowess firsthand. Sun Ergu was particularly thrilled upon receiving the small bell, his courage swelling significantly. Thank you for your generous trust, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service. However, he was astute enough to recognize that even if he did become the leader of the Xiping gang, he would merely be a puppet in the hands of this esteemed individual. Hence, he continued to express unwavering loyalty at every opportunity. Prepare yourself. Once that leader is dead, you shall seize control of the Xiping gang amidst the ensuing chaos. But remember this. Bring that fellow who has encountered the celestial beings to me unscathed. I have questions for him. Do you understand? Han Li's final words were laden with gravity, clearly indicating the importance he placed on the matter. Rest assured, my lord, I will deliver him to you in perfect condition. I shall not let you down. Sun Ergu pledged fervently, his demeanor reflecting utmost loyalty. Very well. Take Chu Han with you. When you return to see me, you shall be the master of the gang. Han Li commanded with an air of composure. I take my leave. Sun Ergu, perceiving the dismissal, promptly exited the room, with Chu Han closely trailing behind. As soon as Sun Ergu departed from the room, Han Li rose to his feet. After circling the interior of the chamber, he suddenly parted his lips and emitted a melodious, lingering whistle. Consequently, the cloud-winged bird darted through the window and alighted upon Han Li's shoulder. He retrieved a small vial from his bosom and dispensed a golden chestnut pellet, the bird's favorite delicacy, gently inserting it into its beak. He then spoke softly, "Little one, follow the person who just left the room. If he attempts to escape the confines of this city, come back at once to inform me." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the cloud-winged bird chirped in response, displaying remarkable intelligence, before soaring out the window and vanishing into the sky. Chapter 121. The Xiaoxiang Pavilion. At the behest of some readers, Wang Yu has decided to merge 3 chapters into 2, commencing tomorrow, each comprising 3,000 words. Let's observe the effects. Perhaps it will render the reading experience more pleasing. Shen Zhongshan was in remarkably high spirits, nestled in a private room of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, embracing an extraordinarily beautiful woman, his large hand roaming indiscriminately over her delicate form. Perhaps due to Shen Zhongshan's eagerness, the enchanting woman let forth a series of tinkling giggles. "Miss Jean, I believe you should surrender to our esteemed leader." This is the first time he has been so infatuated with a woman, neglecting his responsibilities to rush here, remarked a stout man clad in an oversized gray shirt, his waist as broad as a barrel, panting slightly after his declaration. "Indeed, Miss Jean, our leader has devoted 5 consecutive afternoons to your company, spending a considerable sum of silver. Yet, you permit him but a fleeting embrace, denying him the pleasure of your company overnight. This is quite unreasonable," interjected a middle-aged scholar with a prominent black mole on his face, his eyes glinting with a calculating malice, suggesting he was a man of cunning. Within the room, aside from Shen Zhongshan, there were 3 others, the 3 chief protectors of the Xiping gang. The stout man was Quanchuan Qianjin. Despite his remarkable girth, he was adept in the frenzied 18 strikes, having dispatched numerous renowned masters. The scholar was Du Xiu Kai Fanju, known for his lethal snow-wind swordsmanship, but notorious for his treacherous heart and ruthless actions. Meanwhile, the silent figure clad in black, the highest skilled among the protectors, was Fei Daoshan San. His unmatched skill in launching 18 flying daggers had eliminated many vengeful masters seeking retribution, and being a distant relative of Shen Zhongshan, he garnered significant favor within the gang. These 3 men, like Shen Zhongshan, were also accompanied by beautiful women, though none matched the enchanting allure and voluptuousness of the charming Jinji nestled in Shen Zhongshan's embrace. At that moment, the giggling Jinji, upon hearing Quanchuan and Du Xiukai's remarks, immediately became misty-eyed, as if on the brink of tears. It was indeed a grave injustice for them to speak of her in such a manner. Upon first encountering Lord Shun, one could instantly perceive him as a valiant hero, a man with whom Jin Ji would fervently desire to share her fate. However, both parties were acutely aware that the young maiden's body belonged to the Shaoxiang courtyard. Without the consent of the matron Wang, should Jin Ji take it upon herself to entertain guests, she would face dire consequences. It would be prudent for Lord Shun to inquire with matron Wang. If she were to permit Jin Ji to receive guests, then the young lady would be most attentive to his needs that evening. This delicate and charming proposition was voiced by the courtyard's premier courtesan, imbued with a deep affection for Shen Zhongshan. The seemingly sincere yet ambiguous words left Qian Jin and Fan Zhu exchanging glances, momentarily rendered speechless. They had indeed inquired about Jin Ji's overnight fees, but matron Wang had demanded an exorbitant sum, justifying it by claiming that Jin Ji had yet to establish a precedent for such arrangements, a price that even the formidable Shen Zhongshan found rather daunting. Thus, negotiations had reached an impasse. Of course, any attempts to force the issue were out of the question. The Shaoxiang courtyard was a prized establishment of the Tianba men, one of the three major factions of Jiayuan City, and causing a ruckus here would be akin to courting disaster. Frustrated by the rebuff from the illustrious courtesan, the duo vented their ire upon the young ladies of the Shaoxiang courtyard, indulging in a few brazen touches before relenting. "Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your concern regarding my affairs," Shen Zhongshan remarked with a hint of nonchalance. "However, it matters little. I recently concluded a lucrative business deal, so this trifling amount is of no consequence to me. But as for you, dear beauty, do not renege on your word. Ensure that you serve me well tonight." Embracing the alluring Jin Ji, Shen Zhongshan seized a kiss upon her fragrant cheek, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Shen Zhongshan himself was a burly man, his arms and chest adorned with dark hair, his limbs significantly longer than the average man's, rendering him a somewhat fearsome figure, akin to a beast clad in garments. Yet, this rough and unsightly brute had, several years prior, vanquished the former leader of the Xiping gang, Jin Bai Go Tianpe, along with his 4 formidable confidants, thereby seizing the position of gang leader. Thus, he was indisputably recognized as a first-rate expert in the martial underworld of Jiayuan City, deserving of respect. Lord Shun, Jin Ji feigned shyness in response to his advances, playfully coaxing him, which elicited a hearty laugh from Shen Zhongshan. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" inquired the disgruntled Qian Jin, a hefty man known for his brawling prowess, his tone brusque. "It is but a humble servant delivering wine for the esteemed gentleman," came the youthful voice from outside. "Then do not dawdle. Bring it in quickly. Qian Yi finds the wine too scant," the rotund man retorted without hesitation. As the words left his lips, a young lad clad in servant attire entered the room, carrying a tray laden with various dishes and 2 jugs of wine. "Hurry, bring the wine forth. Let the master sample its flavor," Qian Jin exclaimed, his eyes glinting at the sight of the jugs, excitement bubbling within him. "Yes, I shall serve it immediately," replied the young servant as he stepped forward, placing the wine vessels upon the table. Upon the sight of the wine jug, the corpulent man eagerly grasped it and was about to pour it into his mouth to savor its flavor. "Hold on, my good fellow." Suddenly, the usually taciturn figure clad in black, Shen San, intervened, halting Qian Jin's actions of pouring the wine. "What is the matter?" Qian Jin inquired, puzzled. Yet out of a habitual trust in Shen San, he instinctively paused. "The person who served the dishes earlier was not you. Where is the original attendant?" Shen San disregarded the fat man's confusion and, placing his hand upon the hilt of his dagger, slowly rose to confront the young servant pouring the wine with a piercing gaze. "Due to the influx of guests, Li'er has gone to attend to other rooms, and I am here in his stead." "What is it, sir?" The young servant, under Shen San's intense scrutiny, turned pale and stammered in fear. Observing the servant's reaction, Shen San's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still seemed unconvinced. He turned to the charming Jin Gunyang nestled within Shen Zhongshan's embrace and asked, "Do you recognize this person? Is he truly one of your people from the Shaoxiang courtyard?" This one, the renowned courtesan, displayed a troubled expression, but ultimately replied awkwardly, "To be candid with you, Master Shen, this man does appear unfamiliar, but with hundreds of individuals in our Shaoxiang courtyard, it is not unusual for me not to have encountered him." "Haha, little San, are you not putting the lovely Jin Gunyang in a difficult position? Such a delicate beauty could hardly be acquainted with a mere servant, could she?" Do you suspect he is an assassin infiltrating from the outside? Shin Zhongshan remarked nonchalantly, inhaling the fragrance of the beauty nestled in his arms. Brother, we earn our keep in perilous dealings. It is wiser to exercise caution. Shin-san, maintaining a stoic expression, continued to scrutinize the young servant delivering the dishes. This man walks with a light step and has vacant eyes. He is clearly incapable of martial arts. If you are still in doubt, I have a method to ascertain his true nature immediately. Assuaging everyone's concerns, the poison scholar Fanju suddenly chuckled darkly. Harboring discontent towards Shin-san, who had garnered more of Shun Zhongshan's trust than he. Oh, what method do you propose? Please, do proceed, brother Fan. Although Shin Zhongshan feigned a bold demeanor, he was quite protective of his life, thus readily acquiescing to Fanju's suggestion. Since this man is unskilled in combat, should he indeed wish us harm, it would only be through the wine and food. Therefore, let him taste everything first, and the truth shall be revealed. The poison scholar spoke with confidence. Brother Fan, what an excellent idea. Young man, drink a mouthful of this wine first, then sample the dishes. If you hesitate in any way, I shall promptly remove your head. Qianjin clapped in delight and immediately bellowed at the young servant entering the room. Upon hearing Fanju's proposal, Shun-san deemed it quite astute and refrained from voicing any objections, observing the scene with a cold gaze. As for Shin Zhongshan and the delicate Jin Ji in his embrace, there was no dissent regarding them. Thus, the servant delivering the wine and dishes, with a mournful expression, consumed a cup of wine and sampled a few dishes in the presence of several onlookers. Observing that he remained unharmed after partaking, Fanju could not suppress a smug smile. He turned to Shin-san with a knowing look and remarked, "It seems that my dear brother Shun has been overly cautious. This fellow is merely a servant. Pray, do not dampen our spirits next time." He then took a few mouthfuls of the newly served dishes with leisurely delight. Humph. Shun-san scoffed, disregarding Fanju's veiled jibe, yet he relaxed and returned to his seat. Haha, all is well. It was merely a misunderstanding. Shin Zhongshan, well aware of the discord between his subordinates, found amusement in their rivalry, feigning a hearty laugh. Since it was just a misunderstanding, you may leave. And this silver ingot shall be your reward. He produced a two-tailed silver piece and tossed it to the servant. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave. The youth disguised as a servant beamed with joy upon receiving the silver and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Ah, Master Shun is indeed generous. One must not be stingy with Jinji, came the playful voice of Jinji from within. Of course, my beauty, you are my treasured darling. As long as you attend to me well, you shall never be wronged. Shin Zhongshan's boisterous voice echoed, clearly audible to the youth outside. The young man outside suddenly smirked. Choosing not to depart immediately, but instead stealthily positioned himself beneath a nearby eave, remaining still as if awaiting something. After a brief interval, a terrified scream erupted from within. Poison. This wine and food are poisoned. I am poisoned. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he let out two eerie laughs before collapsing, lifeless. The voice belonged to the stout man, Qianjin. Scoundrels! You dare to plot against your leader. I shall take your lives. Shin Zhongshan bellowed in rage. Yet, it seemed too late, for after involuntarily chuckling twice, he too fell to the ground, lifeless. The poison scholar Fanju and Shun-san exchanged fearful glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "That servant poisoned us. That servant must have the antidote." They promptly shoved the woman in their arms aside and rushed toward the door. Alas, as they reached the threshold, they too chuckled twice before slowly succumbing to the ground. It appeared that the stout man had consumed the most, hence the toxin acted upon him first. Shin Zhongshan, having also partaken generously, was the second to fall. As for the dark-clad man and the scholar, though they had consumed less, the potency of the poison was formidable. Even a single drop would spell certain death. The young man mused, before waiting a moment longer and then pushing open the door to enter. Inside, he found no survivors. Even Jin Ji and the three accompanying women had succumbed to the toxin. After a meticulous inspection, Hanli confirmed that there were indeed no living souls and then gracefully departed from the scene. It is likely that upon the news of Shin Zhongshan's poisoning spreading, it would merely be perceived as a vendetta within the martial world, devoid of any significant repercussions. Hanli mused lightly as he traveled. The Qingling powder is indeed remarkable. Just a single dose taken beforehand not only wards off myriad toxins, but also proves remarkably effective against fragrant potions. Last time, it enabled him to toy with the Yin family. He chuckled oddly, instinctively caressing the vial containing the Qingling powder within his robe. Unnoticed, Han Li returned to the inn, collapsing onto the bed as soon as he entered, sinking into a sweet slumber. This was a habit he had unconsciously developed. After accomplishing a significant task, he would succumb to an overwhelming drowsiness, allowing his weary body and mind to relax in the embrace of dreams. As Han Li indulged in his deep sleep, the demise of Shen Zhongshan and his 3 chief protectors was finally discovered by the people of Xiaoshan Courtyard. Consequently, when the news reached the Xiping gang, it immediately stirred a commotion among many opportunistic individuals. No one sought to investigate the cause of Shen Zhongshan's death, for in Jiyuan City, the law of the jungle prevailed. Shen Zhongshan had ascended to his position by slaying the previous leader of the Xiping gang. Therefore, the remaining leaders of the gang were solely preoccupied with who would inherit the now vacant position of the gang leader. In the absence of a worthy candidate and amidst a climate of mutual defiance, a fierce struggle for the leadership erupted within the Xiping gang that very night. By the following morning, those ordinary members who had not participated in the conflict were astonished to find that the entire Xiping gang had fallen under the control of an inconspicuous minor leader named Sun Ergu. In a single night, Sun Ergu had eliminated all opposing high-ranking members, and with no one daring to contest him, he smoothly ascended to the position of gang leader. The next day, he even sent a missive to the other gangs in the West City, confirming his succession. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the entire affair, Han Li, after enjoying a restorative sleep, reappeared at the Mo residence, still within that quaint little building. Before him stood several exquisite ladies from the Yin family, along with 3 renowned beauties known as the Mo family's 3 charms, who were famous throughout Jiyuan City. Han Li had already met Mo Yuzhu and Mo Caihuan. Thus his gaze was primarily drawn to Mo Fengwu, the adopted daughter of Dr. Mo. Mo Fengwu was a stunning young woman with an oval face and clad in a yellow gown, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. She possessed a delicate and refined beauty that evoked a sense of charm in Han Li. At that moment, as Mo Fengwu felt Han Li's unwavering gaze upon her, she shyly lowered her head, revealing her gracefully elongated and fair neck, prompting Han Li to swallow hard several times. Master Han, please refrain from looking at my Fengwu so intently. She is quite bashful. Should we not continue our discussion from yesterday? The third lady said with a seductive smile, her voice sweetly addressing Han Li. Discussion? What discussion? I have come to inquire about your final decisions. Will it be to depart from here to live in seclusion? Or shall I take action to eliminate one of your formidable adversaries? After Han Li diverted his gaze from the woman in the yellow dress, he sternly asserted, I have already made my position clear. I hope the ladies will not attempt to haggle over my terms. This matter is non-negotiable. You can either fully accept my conditions or choose the alternative path. His voice carried a weight of finality. Yinshi, slightly furrowing her brow, responded calmly, Young Master Han, please do not be hasty. After much consideration, my sisters and I have decided to opt for the second route. However, we would like to propose a slight modification to the terms. Han Li's expression darkened. What do you think of the beauty of my sisters? Yinshi disregarded Han Li's irritation and shifted the conversation towards the Mo sisters. They are truly breathtaking, possessing a natural beauty that deserves commendation. Han Li paused, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him regarding Yinshi's intentions. Our requests are not unreasonable. If you can eliminate the leaders of the 5 Colors Gate and the dominant mountain villa, not only will we provide the antidote for the precious jade, but we can also offer all 3 sisters as your wives and concubines. Did you not gaze longingly at Fengwu just now? Once you agree, she will belong to the Han family, Yinshi declared earnestly, gesturing towards Mo Yuzhu and the others behind her. 4th sister, mother. The expressions of Mo Yuzhu and Mo Caihuan shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by Yinshi's unexpected promise, as they had not been privy to such discussions beforehand. The shock left them pale and disconcerted. In contrast, Mo Fengwu maintained her composure despite her slightly pallid visage. It was no wonder the sisters were alarmed. Han Li's appearance was far from striking, starkly contrasting with the ideal suitor they envisioned, leaving them unwilling to accept such a fate. Silence. This decision has been made by your aunts and me, and there is no room for dissent. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Mo residence, Yinshi warned, her voice cold and resolute. The Mo sisters were left speechless by her words. Mo Yuzhu bit her lip, her face pale, while Mo Caihuan looked toward her beloved 2nd and 5th mothers, her eyes pleading. Only Mo Fengwu fared slightly better, though she trembled slightly, pressing against the wall, immobilized. There is no need to coerce these young ladies. I cannot accept your conditions, Han Li replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone firm in rejecting Yinshi's proposal. To claim that Han Li was unmoved by the beauty of the Mo sisters would be a mere falsehood. However, he had weighed the consequences carefully. If he were to eliminate the two other powerhouses in Lanzhou, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and peril. Just considering the aftermath. With the Five Colors Gate and dominant mountain villa's downfall, Yinshi would surely rise to prominence, becoming the primary beneficiary. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a stranger in the Mo residence marrying the three sisters would unmistakably mark him as the principal actor in this affair, and the perpetrator of the violence. Should any mysterious powers associated with the cultivation practitioners arise from this, the half-hearted cultivator that he is would undoubtedly face dire consequences. His very life would likely be forfeit. What use, then, are the enchanting charms of the Mo sisters? Thus, Han Li could not help but chuckle wryly as he resolutely pushed away the three captivating beauties. As for whether the Mo sisters harbored feelings for him, he was indifferent. Possessing the affections of such alluring women was merely a matter of time. However, discussing such matters was futile now. To Han Li, the Mo sisters were akin to a hot potato, an absolute burden he could not afford to touch. His immediate concern was to dispel the chilling poison within him and depart from this land of turmoil. The future of the Mo residence, whether it would bring fortune or calamity, was of no consequence to him. Upon hearing Han Li's rejection, though it darkened the expressions of Yin and her companions, it remarkably enhanced the Mo sisters' fondness for him. The youngest, Mo Tsaihuan, even broke into laughter, playfully making a face at Han Li. Even Mo Yuzhu and Mo Fengwu regarded him with softened gazes, seeing him in a new light. Yin sighed, exchanging glances with Li and the others before turning back, resignedly stating, "Since young Master Han does not agree, we shall acquiesce. We will proceed with the terms you proposed. If you can eliminate the master of the dominating mountain manor, the fierce lion Ouyang Feitian, we will hand over the warm sun jade to you, allowing you to resolve your poison." "Huh, what cunning minds you ladies possess," Han Li replied with a light chuckle. "I have heard that Ouyang Feitian is in the prime of his life and has no offspring. Should he perish, the dominating mountain manor will undoubtedly collapse, and his subordinates will scatter, leaving them unable to contend with the Jingjiao society." Yin shot Han Li a glance at his words. "It is not merely as you suggest. Do you know who sent Wu Jianming? It was none other than the master of the dominating mountain, and he is also Ouyang Feitian's seventh disciple, favored by him. This master of the dominating mountain manor is of the same generation as our husband, both of similar age, and he harbors ambitions to dominate the entire Lan prefecture. Therefore, he has adopted a strategy of weakening us first before growing stronger, intending to eliminate our Jingjiao society before turning his sights on the Five Colors Gate. A few years ago, he incited my husband's sworn brother, Ma Contian, and my husband's second disciple, Zhao Kuan, in an attempt to fracture our society. Fortunately, my sisters and I saw through their scheme and dealt with them and their cohorts decisively. However, the Jingjiao society suffered significant losses as a result, and the dominating mountain manor has been pressing us relentlessly, forcing us to consolidate our forces and hold fast to Jieyuan City. Yin revealed some secrets regarding the Jingjiao society. But your current influence in Jieyuan City seems rather limited. Wouldn't the dominating mountain manor take the opportunity to annihilate you?" Han Li pondered aloud, somewhat perplexed. Ouyang Feitian, that madman, dares not launch an assault here for good reason. If you wish to know, simply agree to our initial conditions, and I shall enlighten you," the third lady said with a playful laugh, her tone half serious, half teasing. "Perhaps I shall pass on that. My curiosity is but a fleeting whim." Han Li maintained his composure. How absurd. The essence of masculinity seems to elude him, as he displays a reluctance to exert even a modicum of effort. Madame San pouted her lips, resembling a playful flirtation with Han Li, while the others, including Yin, pretended to be oblivious to her antics. The three sisters of the Mo family felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, it was rather inappropriate for their elder to jest so openly with the very man they were meant to marry. Mo Tsaihuan pouted, casting a fierce glare at Han Li. Yet, he appeared utterly unperturbed, continuing his discourse. "Madame Sen speaks so lightly, but this small effort could very well cost me my life. Perhaps it is better not to be a man at all. As long as one remains a man, that suffices." Han Li's bluntness may have been a tad excessive, leaving Madame San momentarily stunned before she smirked coyly. Even the second Madame, Li, and Yin began to show signs of displeasure. How do you intend to take the life of Ouyang Feitian? He rarely ventures outside the manor and possesses unparalleled martial prowess and cunning. He is quite a formidable foe. Yin stated, her expression stern. Do not worry, fourth Madam. As long as you prepare a fine horse and provide me with a portrait of this individual, I will ensure his disappearance from this world, Han Li replied nonchalantly. I hope so, Yin responded softly. However, prior to that, should you not provide me with some assurance? To ensure that upon my return after completing the task, you ladies will not turn your backs on me. Han Li remarked lightly. What assurance do you seek? Yin inquired without displaying any dissatisfaction, indicating she had anticipated this. Each of you should consume one of these pills. As for what they are, I shall refrain from disclosing that. Rest assured, when I return after eliminating Ouyang Lian, I shall exchange the antidote for the precious jade you possess, Han Li stated. Producing a porcelain vial and placing it on the table, then casting a cold glance at Yin and the others. Without hesitation, Yin reached for the vial with her delicate hand, poured out a verdant pill, glanced at Li and the others, and then tilted her head back to swallow it. What courage! What decisiveness! Truly befitting the leader of the Jingjiao society, Han Li applauded, his gaze shifting to the others. Ah, my sisters need not take this medicine. Do they? Is my life not sufficient collateral? Yin declared, halting Li from also taking the pill. Han Li, momentarily taken aback by Yan's words, exhibited a hint of surprise. However, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly and said, since fourth Madam has expressed such sisterly affection, I, Han Li, am not unreasonable. Very well. The second Madam and the others need not take the pills. After saying this, Han Li reclaimed the vial from Yan's hand and placed it back into his robe. Now that we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. I will return to the Mo residence tomorrow at this time to collect the portrait and other items before heading directly to the Duoba Mountain Manor. Thank you for your trouble, young sir. Yin and the others rose to see Han Li off. Han Li smiled faintly, turning gracefully to leave the room. As he descended the small building, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Senior brother Han, wait a moment. My second sister has something to discuss with you. The lively voice of Mo Tsaihuan rang out, prompting Han Li to sigh and turn back reluctantly. He spotted the little sprite rushing ahead, with Mo Fengwu and Mo Yuzhu trailing closely behind, approaching him. In a few swift strides, Mo Tsaihuan caught up with Han Li, her eyes widening as she circled around him, her lips busy chattering as if she were examining a rare treasure. Well, senior brother Han, you deceived me most thoroughly. I never expected you to be a fraud as well. You managed to charm me with such trivialities. Han Li rolled his eyes at the girl's antics, thinking, what do you mean by trivialities? It was you who insisted on receiving a gift. Third sister, refrain from being impolite. Do not jest with young Master Han. Mo Fengwu chimed in, her voice soft and gentle, an exquisite melody that was pleasing to the ear. What? I was merely standing up for mother. Especially since this fellow was so arrogant before her. Mo Tsaihuan retorted, a hint of petulance in her tone. Realizing that the girl was merely trying to provoke him, Han Li chose to ignore her and turned to Mo Fengwu, asking, Miss, do you require something from me? Upon hearing Han Li address her, Mo Fengwu's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she replied in a soft, delicate voice, Fengwu seeks to inquire whether the Lingxiang pills that third sister possesses were indeed gifted by you. Have you truly acquired your father's medical knowledge? From the moment Han Li first laid eyes on Mo Fengwu, he felt a significant fondness for her, and now, witnessing her gentle demeanor and shyness, his heart swelled with a sense of tenderness towards her. He responded amiably, if Miss wishes to know, I shall speak candidly. The Lingxiang pills were indeed bestowed by me. I have certainly learned much about medicine and prescriptions from Master Mo, and these pills are one of them. Might it be that Miss Fengwu is quite interested in this matter? Having observed the medicinal herbs cultivated in the Mo family's backyard, Han Li had suspected that someone well-versed in medicine resided there, and upon hearing Mo Fengwu's inquiry, he surmised that she was likely that very person. As soon as his words left his lips, the originally demure girl revealed a glimmer of joy in her eyes as she said, to be honest, young master, I have held a deep interest in my father's medical practices since childhood, delving into many of his medical texts and insights. Unfortunately, when my father departed from the Mo residence, I was still quite young, so my knowledge remains limited. After expressing this, Mo Fengwu hesitated before continuing, thus, I have a humble request, and I hope that you might grant it. Would you be willing to transcribe a copy of your father's medical insights for me, so that I may learn more and refine my own medical skills?" As she finished speaking, the second young lady of the Mo family blushed, clearly embarrassed by her bold request. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li agreed to her request, eager to assist the lovely girl. "Rest assured, when I arrive at the Mu residence tomorrow, I shall bring along some of Master Mu's manuscripts and prescriptions for the second Mississippi. These items rightfully belong to the Mu household, and I had initially intended to present them to the fourth madam. However, since the second miss desires them, I shall bestow them upon her instead," Han Li remarked with a smile. "Thank you, young master, for your generosity." Feng Wu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her face illuminating with appreciation. "Dear sister, why thank him? Did you not hear him say that those items are ours by right? It is only fitting that he returns them to you," Mu Caihuan interjected after a few blinks, her tone slightly teasing. Upon hearing the young girl's words, Han Li cast her a sidelong glance, reflecting inwardly, "Were it not for your gentle and charming elder sister beseeching me, I would never have contemplated returning those possessions that fell into my hands. Third sister, do not speak foolishly. The fact that young Master Han has unhesitatingly returned our father's relics speaks volumes of his character," Mu Fengwu admonished her younger sibling. Having sensed the tension between Han Li and Mu Caihuan, she then gracefully curtsied to Han Li before taking her leave with her sister. Throughout this exchange, the elder Miss Mu Yuju, remained silent. After the departure of the two sisters, she cast a lingering gaze at Han Li before making her exit. What could that glance from Miss Mu signify? Was it gratitude, disdain, or perhaps a blend of both? Han Li found himself somewhat perplexed by Mu Yuju's farewell look. However, with a shrug, he dismissed the matter from his mind and left the Mu residence. Upon returning to the inn, he found Sun Ergu, the newly appointed leader of the Si Ping gang, along with another individual, waiting outside his room, with Chu Hun also present. Han Li nodded at Sun Ergu and pushed open the door to his chamber, with Sun Ergu and the other person following closely behind, standing respectfully to either side. Once seated, Han Li scrutinized the unfamiliar man who had accompanied Sun Ergu, a burly man in his 30s, his face marked by a brutish demeanor. "With that rosy complexion of yours, I assume you have successfully claimed the position of leader of the Si Ping gang?" Han Li remarked nonchalantly to Sun Ergu. "Indeed, it is all thanks to your unwavering support, young master. Without your assistance, I would not have achieved this position." Sun Ergu replied, grinning broadly. "That is good to know. I shall not interfere in the daily affairs of the Si Ping gang. However, you must ensure that the tasks I assign are executed flawlessly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to appoint a new leader," Han Li stated coldly. This statement caused Sun Ergu, who had been basking in his newfound status, to shudder and regain his composure. "I shall devote myself entirely to your matters, even at the cost of my life," Sun Ergu exclaimed, hastily adopting a demeanor of unwavering loyalty. Han Li merely nodded in acknowledgement, turning his attention to the other individual. "You are the one who overheard the conversation with the celestial beings?" Han Li inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, I am Xietiniu, and I indeed heard it," the burly man responded respectfully. Despite his imposing appearance, this man was not lacking in intelligence. He was acutely aware that the seemingly unremarkable young man before him was the mastermind behind Sun Ergu's ascension to the position of leader, a fact that rendered him cautious and attentive. Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as he was dealing with an astute individual, matters would be considerably easier. "Please recount the events of that day when you encountered the male and female immortals from beginning to end. If I find your account satisfactory, I shall appoint you as Sun Ergu's deputy, thus making you the vice leader of the Si Ping gang." Han Li understood well that only through generous rewards could he motivate others to assist him, and thus he made his promise without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Shi Tiniu was indeed elated and eagerly declared that he would ensure Han Li's satisfaction. However, Sun Ergu, who stood nearby, felt a twinge of discontent in his heart, though he dared not show it on his face. After Shi Tiniu had calmed slightly, he recounted the encounter with the cultivators in great detail. His narration contained many differences in nuance compared to what Sun Ergu had described, yet the general sequence of events remained largely unchanged. Did the male and female immortals mention any specific time or location? After listening to the account, Han Li inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. Time, location? Shi Tiniu appeared momentarily taken aback, lacking any clear recollection. However, seeing Han Li's seriousness, He recognized that this was crucial to his potential success and began to ponder deeply. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly raised his head, exclaiming with joy, "I remember. The female immortal mentioned that before attending the Immortal Conference, she wanted the male immortal to accompany her to a place called Tainan Valley, as there seemed to be other immortals there." Tainan Valley. Han Li murmured softly twice, finding no recollection of it in his mind. It appeared he had never heard of this place. He turned his gaze towards Sun Ergu, reasoning that as a local, he should possess some knowledge of it. "There is no such place in Jiyuan City. If such a valley existed, I would certainly remember it well," Sun Ergu replied, shaking his head emphatically with a furrowed brow. "Are you certain?" Han Li's gaze shifted back to Shi Tinyu, his tone growing somewhat stern. "Absolutely. The woman also said that if they traveled for half a day, they would be able to meet her friend in Tainan Valley." Shi Tinyu hastily swore. "Half a day? If it were on foot, they would barely have left the vicinity of Jiyuan City. However, since they were riding flying beasts, the range would be considerable. Yet it shouldn't extend beyond the borders of Lanzhou," Han Li pondered silently. "Do either of you know if there is a place called Tainan Valley, or simply Tainan anywhere in the entirety of Lanzhou?" Han Li's expression softened slightly as he posed the question to the two men. Sun Ergu and Shi Tinyu exchanged glances, almost in unison exclaiming, "Tainan Temple. Tainan Mountain. There are two places named Tainan." Han Li was taken aback, feeling a headache begin to form. "Young master, not at all. It is merely one." Sun Ergu replied eagerly. "That Tainan Temple is situated atop Tainan Mountain." Shi Tinyu also chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. "Oh, splendid. It seems that Tainan Valley must be in this vicinity," Han Li remarked with ease. "However, young master, we have never heard of a Tainan Valley near Tainan Mountain. Could we be mistaken?" Sun Ergu suggested with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled. "There can be no mistake. This is indeed the place. You are not cultivators, so you are unaware of its significance. It is likely that this locale serves as a residence for certain cultivators," Han Li thought with excitement. "But where exactly is Tainan Mountain?" After a moment of exhilaration, Han Li realized he was still unclear about its location and casually inquired. "Young master, Tainan Mountain lies in the southernmost part of Lan Prefecture, approximately 40 miles west of Guangzhou City," Sun Ergu replied respectfully. "The southern part of Lan Prefecture?" Han Li furrowed his brow. Realizing that it was situated directly south of the Poison Tyrant Manor he intended to infiltrate, making it quite the detour. It seemed he would have to make several trips. "Sun Ergu, upon our return, appoint Shi Tinyu as the vice leader of the Xiping gang. I understand you may be reluctant, but since I have promised this individual, I must fulfill my word," Han Li instructed Sun Ergu. "I dare not oppose, whatever the young master decides. I shall adhere to without a hint of complaint." Sun Ergu exclaimed, startled, recalling Han Li's earlier words, causing his complexion to pale further. "Rest assured, I am well aware of your loyalty," Han Li assured him. "This vial contains an antidote that will completely eradicate the poison within you, alleviating your worries. This is also a promise I made to you, and I treat all equally, without deceit." Han Li produced a vial of elixir and handed it to Sun Ergu. Upon seeing the vial, Sun Ergu was elated. The poison from the corrupted heart pill had rendered him unable to enjoy food or sleep, and the prospect of its complete removal filled him with exhilaration. "Thank you, young master. I am deeply indebted to you. I shall serve you with utmost loyalty until my last breath," Sun Ergu expressed earnestly as he accepted the vial. Han Li nodded noncommittally. His willingness to provide the antidote stemmed from the realization that administering it monthly to Sun Ergu would be a considerable nuisance. Furthermore, he intended to be away from Jiyuan City for some time. Thus, it was more prudent to eliminate the problem entirely. Of course, should either of them ever harbor intentions of betrayal, Han Li would not hesitate to eliminate them and replace them with others. Moreover, with his current lack of need for the Xiping gang, Han Li was prepared to regard it as a potential escape route in his strategic maneuvers. He understood well that loyalty does not arise without reason, nor does betrayal occur without cause. Using violence to control others is the most expedient, yet ultimately inferior method, fraught with the risk of backlash. Therefore, if he desired enduring loyalty, it was best to employ a blend of benevolence and authority. Thus, Han Li's act of administering the antidote served a dual purpose. On one hand, it would significantly bolster Sun Ergu's loyalty for an extended period, while on the other, it would establish Han Li's image as a formidable figure of authority before both Sun Ergu and Shi Tinyu. embodying the principle that merit earns reward and mistakes incur punishment, which would facilitate Han Li's long-term control over the two. This was the contemplation Han Li arrived at after careful consideration. Observing Sun Ergu consume the antidote, Han Li unexpectedly uttered words that filled the latter with both surprise and delight. I shall entrust the Chu Hun to you for the long term, but you must not use it to provoke trouble. Bear in mind, although the Chu Hun is formidable, the world is replete with extraordinary individuals, and it may, in fact, attract perilous encounters. Do you understand? Han Li spoke with a grave tone. Yes, I shall remember this, and I will ensure that Lord Chu Hun is well cared for. You may rest assured, my lord, Sun Ergu replied, nodding incessantly like a chick pecking at grains. Were it not for the fact that he no longer required the Chu Hun's constant protection and that his own demeanor drew too much attention, making long journeys inconvenient, he would never have entrusted such a significant responsibility to this individual. Han Li sighed softly, shaking his head inwardly with a sense of reluctance. You two should take care of yourselves. You need not visit me for a while. I shall be traveling for an indefinite period. I do not know when I shall return. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dismissed the two. Upon hearing these words, Sun Ergu and Shi Tiniu respectfully exited the room, leaving Han Li alone, immersed in contemplation. What kind of cultivators inhabit the Tainan Valley? If I were to approach them, would it be inappropriate? Would I encounter any danger? Han Li pondered, lost in thought, drifting into a state of oblivion. As time swiftly passed, like a shuttle through the cosmos, 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, Han Li's presence was nowhere to be found in Jiyuan City, and for a protracted period henceforth, his figure would remain absent. Chapter 126, Tainan Mountain. Tainan Valley. The youth Guanghui City lies in the southernmost region of Lanzhou, a modest city with a population of merely several hundred thousand, merely 1/5 the size of the largest city, Jiyuan. However, it is surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and bordered by a lake, presenting a picturesque environment, making it a favored retreat for the affluent. Additionally, the region is known for several rare fruits that cannot be found elsewhere, thus granting the small city a degree of renown. Tainan Mountain is located not far west of Guanghui City. Towering over 3,000 meters and perpetually shrouded in mountain mist, ranking as the 4th highest mountain in Lanzhou. Atop this mountain stands a modest temple, Tainan Temple, renowned for its remarkably accurate divination. Each year, numerous dignitaries and nobles make the arduous journey to offer incense and make wishes, generously donating substantial sums to the temple, which has resulted in a continuous flow of devotees and a burgeoning reputation. At this moment, beneath a dense giant tree at the foot of Tainan Mountain, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, hands grasping a shimmering red object that rolled ceaselessly against his dantian. Suddenly, the individual trembled, letting out a muffled groan. Subsequently, the object in his hand dimmed in its crimson glow, revealing its true form, a piece of exquisite azure jade. This jade was not only pure and flawless, but within its depths, faint strands of red light permeated, immediately indicating its considerable value, distinguishing it from mundane artifacts. The man slowly withdrew the jade from his abdomen, lifting his gaze to observe the sky, revealing the ordinary visage of a young man, none other than Han Li, who had vanished from Jiyuan City. Lowering his head, Han Li examined the object in his hand, a smile of joy spreading across his face. Since acquiring the warm sun jade, he had tirelessly purged the cold poison from his body. After enduring a grueling half-month, he had finally eradicated it entirely today, a feat not easily achieved. The excruciating and intensely itchy sensation during the detoxification had caused him considerable suffering, and he still shuddered at the memory. However, the warm sun jade proved to be a remarkable treasure, capable of absorbing his spiritual energy, making the process of expelling the poison significantly more efficient. Without this discovery, he might have needed another 10 days to completely rid himself of the toxin. Contemplating this, Han Li carefully placed the jade into a wooden box beside him and concealed it with great care. Rising to his feet, he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 months. The next day, after arranging everything, he ventured to the Mo residence, where he obtained intelligence regarding the Duba villa and Ouyang Feiqian from the Yin family. He then rode a fine steed provided by the Mo family, traveling day and night, ultimately reaching Duba villa within 10 days. After several days of relentless probing and infiltration, Han Li seized an opportune moment when Ouyang Feiqian was alone, admiring the moon. Taking advantage of his unguarded state, he unleashed his magical artifacts, summoning a sword talisman that swiftly severed Ouyang's head, thus claiming his life. The entire process unfolded with remarkable ease and tranquility, leaving Hanli momentarily questioning whether he had indeed slain the genuine Ouyang. However, upon inspecting the corpse's distinct injuries and birthmarks unique to Ouyang, he confirmed he had not erred in his judgment. With a sigh, Hanli carried the severed head back to Jiyuan City. Upon returning to the Mo residence and presenting Ouyang's head to Yan for verification, Hanli learned that Ouyang had mastered the pinnacle of martial arts, the indomitable armor of the Jianghu, rendering his body impervious to blades and spears. To Hanli's astonishment, he had managed to take Ouyang's head so effortlessly. It dawned on him that Ouyang must have regarded his sword talisman as a mere concealed weapon, failing to evade it, which allowed Hanli to achieve such a swift victory. The remaining matters were straightforward. After Yan confirmed the head, she produced the jade and exchanged it for the antidote with Hanli. Upon receiving the jade, Hanli declined Yan's earnest attempts to retain him. Disinterested in further engagements with the Mo family, he promptly departed Jiyuan City once more, making his way toward the Tainan Mountains. Along the journey, Hanli contemplated how he might meet and befriend the cultivators of the Tainan Valley. Uncertain of the intentions of those within, Hanli refrained from recklessly approaching the mysterious mountain. Should the inhabitants be malevolent cultivators, he would unwittingly present himself as an easy target, ripe for the taking. Consequently, upon arriving at Tainan Mountain, he began to inquire among the villagers about the peculiar tales and strange occurrences associated with the region, and to his delight, he unearthed some intriguing insights. According to the villagers, there existed a remarkably enigmatic slope to the north of Tainan Mountain, perpetually shrouded in a dense white mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. While it was not uncommon for the mountain to be enveloped in fog, the sheer thickness of this mist, present throughout the year, was quite extraordinary. Some of the bolder villagers had ventured into the misty slope on several occasions. Yet curiously, each time they entered, they would inadvertently lose their sense of direction, only to find themselves emerging from the fog moments later, back at their original starting point, much to their astonishment. The slope's oddity intrigued even more villagers, who, undeterred by previous experiences, sought to unravel its mystery. However, it seemed that their persistence angered the mist, for from that day forth, all who dared to enter became trapped for 2 or 3 days, only escaping when weakened by hunger. As a result, fewer villagers dared to approach the slope, and eventually, they grew accustomed to its presence, ignoring it altogether. Upon learning of these events, Hanli felt a surge of excitement. He surmised that this enigmatic slope was likely the very location he sought, and even if it were not the fabled Tainan Valley, it certainly could serve as a refuge for other cultivators. Most gratifying to him was the villagers' description of the slope's master, whose temperament appeared to be relatively mild, suggesting he was not the type to resort to violence at first meeting, a promising sign for potential alliances. Even so, Hanli chose not to approach immediately. Instead, he decided to remain hidden within the forest until he had dispelled any lingering threats, ensuring he could present himself in the best possible condition for a visit. Should anything seem amiss, he would have a better chance of retreating. With this resolve, he made his way to the nearby village where he was staying, intending to partake of some food and rest for the night before formally exploring the mysterious slope the following day. As he stepped out of the woods and into the village, he encountered a youth of about 15 or 16, clad in white, animatedly conversing with several villagers at the entrance. Hanli paused momentarily. It was apparent that any outsiders present here were likely not ordinary individuals, prompting him to discreetly employ his spiritual sight to assess the boy. To his elation, he discerned that the young man was indeed enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual light, only slightly dimmer than his own, a clear indication that he too was a cultivator. Noticing Hanli's gaze, the youth turned and, upon recognizing him, his face brightened with joy as he hurried over. "Oh, you must be here for Tainan Valley as well. I am Wan Jiasan from Kuya Mountain. Shall we visit together?" The young lad, panting heavily, could hardly wait for his breath to steady before eagerly addressing Hanli. At that moment, Hanli scrutinized the boy's appearance, noting his refined features, fair complexion, and the air of a privileged scion of an illustrious family. "Of course, but do you know where Tainan Valley is?" Hanli inquired nonchalantly upon hearing the boy's request. I've only heard my family mention that Tainan Valley lies to the north of Tainan Mountain. shrouded in mist for all eternity. I don't know the exact location. When I asked a few villagers about it, they were equally in the dark. But surely, you know, my friend? The boy scratched his head sheepishly, his gaze fixed hopefully on Hanli. Is this your first time venturing far from home, young lad? Hanli asked, suppressing a smile at the boy's words. Big brother has keen eyes. Indeed, this is my first time traveling such a distance, the youth admitted, slightly embarrassed. Very well, follow me. I shall take you there. Although Han Li was initially uncertain if the peculiar slope was indeed the Tai Nan Valley he sought, the boy's words instilled a newfound confidence in him. Splendid. Now I can finally witness it. The boy exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Han Li's affirmation. Han Li, observing the boy's enthusiasm, smiled faintly, realizing he could extract more intelligence about the cultivation world from this encounter. What do you wish to experience at Tai Nan Valley? Han Li inquired as they strolled towards the peculiar slope, a place he had covertly surveyed numerous times and remembered vividly. Oh, so much. I wish to see the spells and secret techniques of other families and sects, and also exchange some of my favorite items with others, the boy replied casually. Oh, Han Li responded softly, though a hint of curiosity stirred within him. The boy's tone suggested that numerous cultivators congregated at Tai Nan Valley, leading Han Li to wonder if some significant event was about to unfold. A sense of unease began to creep over him. As they walked and chatted, it became apparent that the conversation was more of Han Li inquiring while the boy answered. From the boy, Han Li subtly gleaned valuable insights about the cultivation realm, learning various fundamental concepts that any cultivator ought to know. For instance, cultivators are categorized into 3 primary stages: lower, middle, and upper realms. The lower realm encompasses 5 levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. The middle realm consists of 3 levels: void refinement, body integration, and great ascension. Upon reaching the upper realm, one faces only the tribulation stage. Surpassing this threshold allows for ascension to the immortal realm, granting one eternal life alongside heaven and earth. Yet, while it sounds straightforward, the reality of cultivation is an arduous journey, often appearing unattainable. The elevation of the 3 great realms is not merely a topic of discussion. Even in the initial lower realm, reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage, as the young man claims, has yet to be achieved by anyone in the entire Yu Kingdom. Even those lingering in the nascent soul stage are exceedingly rare, existing only as a handful of fortunate and formidable beings. According to the young man, the lifespan of a cultivator is intricately linked to their level of cultivation. Each ascension and realm signifies a substantial increase in longevity. For ordinary mortals, living beyond 100 years is a rarity in this world. Conversely, a successful foundation establishment cultivator often lives to be over 200, which is quite commonplace. Should one be fortunate enough to form a golden core, reaching 400 to 500 years becomes a realistic expectation. If a miracle occurs, granting one the extraordinary fortune to condense a nascent soul, congratulations are in order. Living to celebrate a millennium is not beyond the realm of possibility. As the young man spoke, he could not help but click his tongue in admiration for those ancient beings who could live for 800 or even 1,000 years, a lifespan tenfold that of an ordinary person. Han Li, listening nearby, was left utterly astonished. While he had surmised that cultivators likely enjoyed a longer life than ordinary folk, he had not anticipated such an outrageous reality. Thousands of years of life, akin to a mythical creature. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Would someone truly live for a millennium? However, if nascent soul cultivators could live such extended lives, then how astonishingly long must the lifespans of those in the transformation stage and other higher realms be? Unable to resist, Han Li subtly broached this question. Who knows? Perhaps they live even longer, or perhaps they are practically immortal. The young man remarked with casual bravado. Rumor has it that any cultivator who successfully attains the transformation stage and perfects it must depart from our world to a higher realm, a space unknown to us, with no one returning to share their experiences. If no one has returned, then how are the realms above the transformation stage classified? Han Li pondered, feeling somewhat vexed. Yet, he suspected that the young master before him would be unable to elucidate this query, so he refrained from voicing it. In addition to the classifications of cultivators, Han Li gained a general understanding of the cultivation sects and families within the Yu Kingdom. While the young man may not have been aware of details from other regions, he spoke eloquently about the cultivation sects in the Yu Kingdom. Han Li learned that there were 7 major cultivation sects, the Moon Concealing Sect, Yellow Maple Valley. Spirit Beast Mountain, Clear Void Gate, Blade Refinement Workshop, Heavenly Tower Fortress, and Giant Sword Sect. Among these, the Moon Concealing Sect held the greatest power, closely followed by Spirit Beast Mountain, while the remaining sects were relatively comparable in strength, without significant disparities. If these cultivation sects are likened to towering trees supporting the entire cultivation realm of the U Kingdom, then the cultivation families are akin to the various branches that depend on these sects for survival within the cultivation world. The young man cryptically stated that any cultivation family with a bit of history can trace its lineage back to disciples of these sects, being the continuation of their bloodlines. The reason for this phenomenon lies in the shared attribute of spiritual roots among all cultivators. What exactly are spiritual roots? Most practitioners remain perplexed by this concept. However, they universally acknowledge that an individual devoid of spiritual roots can hardly entertain the notion of cultivation, for they lack the ability to perceive spiritual energy, let alone cultivate magical power. Yet, those born with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare among the ordinary populace. One might even say they are one in a myriad, or even tens of thousands. Despite this, the number of individuals who can embark on the path of cultivation remains minuscule, as the vast majority lead unremarkable lives. The identification of those with spiritual roots proves to be a formidable challenge, as they are dispersed too widely, leaving sects eager to recruit disciples in a state of vexation. Furthermore, possessing spiritual roots does not guarantee compatibility with the requirements of a cultivation sect, for spiritual roots vary significantly in quality. Generally speaking, spiritual roots are categorized into the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Most individuals possess roots that are a blend of these 5 or 4 attributes, allowing them to sense the spiritual energy of the world, yet their cultivation results are often disheartening. Such practitioners typically manage to reach only the 3rd or 4th stage of chi refinement, remaining stagnated for the entirety of their lives, with little hope of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, roots characterized by 4 or 5 attributes are deemed pseudo-spiritual roots in the cultivation world, distinguishing them from the true spiritual roots, which possess only 2 or 3 attributes and facilitate a more rapid cultivation process. In contrast, a singular attribute spiritual root is referred to as a heavenly root, signifying a favored child of the heavens. Those endowed with such roots, regardless of their elemental nature, experience a cultivation speed 2 to 3 times that of ordinary root bearers. Moreover, upon reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, they encounter no bottlenecks when striving to enter the core formation stage, allowing them to effortlessly commence the process of forming a core. If the astonishing speed of cultivation evokes profound envy among other practitioners, the absence of bottlenecks for those with heavenly roots incites jealousy so intense that it could drive others to the brink of despair. It is crucial to understand that among 10 chi refinement practitioners, only one might successfully transition to the foundation establishment stage with the aid of a foundation establishment pill. Similarly, among 100 foundation establishment practitioners, it is unlikely that even one will succeed in forming a core and advancing to the core formation stage. Such a stark disparity in core formation success rates inevitably stirs deep envy among other cultivators toward the exceptional advantages held by those with heavenly roots. Consequently, whenever a heavenly root individual emerges, they are fervently sought after by various cultivation sects, as this equates to securing a formidable expert poised to enter the core formation stage, significantly enhancing the sect's strength. However, the occurrence of such extraordinary heavenly roots is so rare that it can be virtually disregarded, with only one being discovered by cultivation sects every few hundred years. In contrast, another type of anomalous root, while not a heavenly root, falls outside the 5 elemental categories, manifesting with a greater frequency, appearing approximately every 2 to 3 decades. These so-called anomalous roots refer to those that blend 2 or 3 elemental attributes, undergoing mutation and elevation. The evolution of spiritual roots has given rise to various extraordinary types. For instance, the thunder root, which emerges from the mutation of earth and water roots, and the ice root, born from the transformation of gold and water roots. Additionally, there are the dark root, wind root, and other anomalous variants. Cultivators possessing these mutated spiritual roots, despite lacking the innate talent to transcend the bottleneck of forming a core, exhibit a cultivation speed that rivals that of those with pure roots. Furthermore, Should they discover techniques that complement their attributes, these individuals are likely to become remarkable experts, often capable of equaling 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators of similar strength. Consequently, those with mutated spiritual roots are highly sought after by various cultivation sections. In the past, however, it was exceedingly difficult for cultivation sects to find talents like those with pure or mutated roots. Even among ordinary practitioners with genuine spiritual roots, they were hard to come by. It was impractical for sect members to test every child from the secular world. After all, 1 in 10,000 might possess a spiritual root, and among those, only 1 in 5 or 6 would actually have a genuine root. This stringent search led to peculiar instances in the history of the cultivation world, where some smaller sects dwindled to just a handful of members, nearly resulting in the loss of their lineage. Faced with this awkward predicament, some diligent individuals eventually discovered that spiritual roots tend to manifest in those who share similar bloodlines. For example, if one parent possesses a spiritual root, their offspring have a 1 in 4 chance of inheriting one as well. Naturally, if both parents are root bearers, the probability increases significantly, with the possibility that all their children might possess spiritual roots. This revelation exhilarated those keen observers. Encouraged by this newfound understanding, many young disciples from various sects were dispatched by their elders to establish families in the secular realm. Upon having children, they would return to their sects to continue their cultivation. Thus, when these sects faced a shortage of disciples, they began selecting children with spiritual roots directly from their own disciples' families, significantly increasing the ratio of genuine roots within their ranks. As a result, the pressing issue of disciple scarcity within cultivation sects was finally alleviated. Although the likelihood of ordinary individuals giving birth to those with spiritual roots remained low, the overall number of root bearers increased. Families with a legacy of spiritual roots began to proliferate, and over time, as they expanded and branched out, they formed what we now recognize as cultivation families. These families may lack access to advanced techniques, but they certainly possess a wealth of more accessible cultivation methods, gradually establishing themselves as peripheral branches of various sects, maintaining a degree of independence. Thus, it can be said that behind every cultivation family, there typically exists a supporting sect that should not be underestimated. The young man in white had not expressed himself so candidly in front of others for quite some time. The sensation of being attentively listened to invigorated him, prompting an overwhelming urge to share his insights about the cultivation world. His fondness for Han Li grew significantly, leading him to unreservedly reveal various matters concerning the cultivation realm, almost as if he were showcasing his knowledge. Han Li naturally took great pleasure in listening to the conversation, occasionally interjecting with a few remarks to encourage the young man to speak more exuberantly. However, it was unfortunate that the mist-shrouded hillside was not far from the small village. After several hours of walking, the two finally arrived at the foot of the slope. This relatively short journey left Han Li rather displeased, as he felt he hadn't yet satiated his curiosity about the world of cultivation and wished he could retrace his steps and experience it all over again. Nevertheless, he understood the impossibility of such a notion and thus could only gaze at the mist with rapt attention, while the taciturn young man remained silent. "Which sect do you belong to?" The young man, after absorbing the sight of the mist, seemed to recall something and turned to ask. Han Li had already learned during their earlier conversation that, apart from various cultivation sects and families, there existed a significant number of loose cultivators. Most of these individuals were either descendants of fallen cultivation families or ordinary people, like Han Li, who had stumbled upon certain cultivation techniques and ventured into the realm of cultivation independently. Additionally, there were those who belonged to lesser sects on the verge of extinction. The cultivation levels of these loose cultivators were generally not high, typically lingering around the chi refinement stage, which led to a general disdain from established cultivation families, akin to how affluent households in the mundane world might look down upon impoverished ones. "I am not affiliated with any family. I have been practicing on my own." Han Li decided to respond honestly after some contemplation. After all, impersonating a member of another family could easily lead to his exposure. "Oh, you are a loose cultivator," the young man exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, though his expression bore no hint of discrimination. Rather, he seemed pleasantly surprised. He excitedly circled around Han Li, observing him as if he were a rare treasure. "Didn't you just say that cultivation families look down on loose cultivators? Why are you so pleased now?" Han Li inquired, intrigued. "They are their own, and we, the Wan family, are different from other cultivation families. Our family has always maintained good relations with loose cultivators. The young man proudly replied, a hint of arrogance in his voice, clearly taking pride in his family's stance. Our ancestor was once a loose cultivator who fortuitously joined a sect and became a formal disciple of the Great Sword sect, which led to the establishment of the Wand family. Thus, our family's code of conduct has always included a prohibition against discriminating against loose cultivators. The young man continued with a cheerful demeanor. In fact, not just our family, but several others also have ancestors who were loose cultivators, which is why they harbor no ill feelings towards them. However, these families are quite few in number among all cultivation families, hence the prevailing notion of discrimination. I see. It seems I am quite fortunate to encounter someone from the Wand family on my very first encounter, Hanley remarked, understanding the young man's words and feeling a bit more at ease about revealing his identity as a loose cultivator. However, my friend, you have inquired about numerous matters well known in the cultivation realm. Could it be that you are also a newcomer, just emerging from the mountains? The young lad's eyes flickered with sudden clarity, and he spoke with a hint of realization. Upon hearing this, Hanley smiled faintly, patting the youth's shoulder with a touch of apology. I assure you, I did not intend to deceive you, young brother. I have merely recently entered the cultivation world and harbor some reservations. That is of no consequence. I do not mind. Nonetheless, dear elder brother, might I request your name? From now on, you may simply call me Xiaoshan. Wan Xiaoshan, evidently a person of familiarity, remarked nonchalantly. Ah, I am Hanley, and indeed, I am but a novice in the cultivation realm. I hope, dear Xiaoshan, that you will extend your guidance to me. Hanley felt a surge of fondness for Wan Xiaoshan, and his tone became more amiable. Of course, if there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask. Haha, who would have thought that I, Wan Xiaoshan, would find myself in a position to mentor others? Wan Xiaoshan boasted with youthful exuberance. I shall certainly seek your counsel should any questions arise. However, shouldn't we make our way to the valley? Hanley gestured at the sky, smiling gently. Oh dear, I nearly forgot the important matter at hand. Wan Xiaoshan exclaimed, glancing at the direction Hanley pointed. He quickly became flustered and began to call out in a flurry. After a moment of rummaging through his garments, the youth finally produced a piece of talisman paper. He held it aloft, gesturing with it while muttering a few incantations. Then, he cast the talisman into the air, where it transformed into a burst of flame, vanishing into the mist. Please wait a moment, Hondago. This communication talisman will soon reach the valley. The inhabitants will undoubtedly dispel the array to welcome us. Seeing Hanley gazing absent-mindedly at the direction of the fire, the young lad offered an explanation. Ah, I see. Hanley nodded in understanding. Hondago, since you have come to Tainan Valley, I presume you have brought a fair number of items for exchange? Do share with me. Do not be shy. I shall begin by listing my own possessions. I carry a dozen of low-grade blank talismans, 2 low-grade invisibility talismans, 2 earth escape talismans, 1 mid-grade continuous thunder talisman, a dozen low-grade ice projectile talismans, a piece of iron mother, a vial of low-grade cinnabar, and a bundle of whiskers from a 3-tailed cat. Wan Xiaoshan rambled on, counting off the items on his fingers, completely oblivious to Han Li's astonishment. Very well. Now it is your turn to speak, Hondago. Huh, why does your complexion appear so pale? The youth blinked in confusion, studying Han Li with a puzzled expression. Is it necessary to prepare items to enter Tainan Valley? Han Li's face grew somber. Not at all. There is no such requirement. Wan Xiaoshan answered straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Han Li's countenance brightened significantly. However, since one visits Tainan Valley, it stands to reason they are here to participate in the Tainan gathering. Who would come unprepared? This event occurs once every 5 years, specifically tailored for the younger generation of our Lan prefecture, especially with the Ascension Conference taking place in a month's time. Even more will come to attend the Tainan gathering. The young lad expressed his astonishment, looking at Han Li with disbelief. Han Li could only manage a wry smile. The brothers Xiaoshan, I truly am unaware of the purpose of this gathering at Tainan, but I have inadvertently learned of the presence of fellow cultivators in this area. Hence my desire to forge connections. I did not come prepared with any specific offerings, Han Li lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. Ah, I see. What a pity. Brother Han must now forfeit this splendid opportunity. It is worth noting that chances to acquire essential materials are quite rare, Wan Xiaoshan remarked. His face filled with regret as he sighed for Han Li. However, it cannot be said that I possess nothing of value for exchange. After all, I still have these 2 talismans, Han Li thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery. At that moment, the dense fog before Han Li and his companions suddenly roiled, parting as if cleaved by an unseen blade, revealing a narrow path that allowed them to walk side by side. The other end of the path seemed to stretch into the distant horizon, fading away. Let us proceed. The young man cheerfully made a face at Han Li before eagerly dashing down the path, vanishing into the mist. Han Li, on the other hand, regarded the path with a cold detachment for a moment before stepping forward, his gait steady and unhurried. Though the path appeared long, it was but a brief walk before they reached its end. As Han Li emerged from the path, he was greeted by a sudden burst of light, revealing a verdant valley brimming with exotic flowers and plants. The valley was bordered by mountains on 3 sides, with the sole exit being the slope they had entered. Now shrouded in fog, the expanse of land was vast, covering over 100 acres. At the center stood a grand palace adorned with intricately carved railings, where individuals clad in peculiar attire were coming and going. In the open area before the palace, a spacious square paved with blue bricks was bustling with people akin to small vendors, setting up stalls around its perimeter. Occasionally, 1 or 2 individuals would approach these stalls, casting a glance or whispering a question, but Han Li noticed few transactions being made on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Han Li could not help but take a deep breath. This is indeed the realm of cultivation. The people here must all be cultivators. To behold such a multitude of them at once left Han Li somewhat dazed. He shook his head lightly to clear his thoughts, continually reminding himself that he was entering a world previously unimaginable, where anyone could easily extinguish his life. He must remain cautious and discreet. With this resolve, Han Li cast a final glance at the path that had vanished behind him and stepped into the illuminated area. Chapter 129. The True Man Xingyan. There are still over 300 votes needed to make the list. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yu truly felt the path ahead was bleak. If I cannot even make the list, it will be impossible to continue taking leave to write specifically for everyone at home. I will have to return to my work while updating at a pace of 2,000 words per chapter daily. Therefore, to those who have yet to vote, or who are indifferent to whom they support, please cast your votes for this book. After all, with over 6,000 collections, having so few votes is quite unreasonable. Due to not making the list, I should have updated a chapter, but considering the other supporters, I will provide a slightly shorter chapter to encourage those who have not yet voted to do so promptly. If tomorrow passes without any news of being listed, forgetting words will have no choice but to return to work diligently, for one must provide for their family. With prices soaring, navigating life without funds is indeed arduous. After taking a few steps, Han Li heard someone calling him from a distance. Over here, Brother Han. Upon hearing this, Han Li turned to see Wan Xiaoshan standing beside an elderly gentleman in a green robe, waving his hand energetically. Han Li smiled slightly and quickened his pace toward them. As he approached the elderly figure, Wan Xiaoshan introduced him, saying, "This is the esteemed Xingyan Jinren from Tainan Valley, a close friend of my father. He, along with several other elders, is co-hosting this Tainan gathering." Upon hearing this, Han Li scrutinized Xingyan Jinren with newfound interest. The elder was tall and slender, with broad shoulders and long arms, dressed in a green scholar's robe that exuded an otherworldly charm. However, the mottled green complexion of his face was rather startling. The youth then turned to the elder and said, "Brother Han is someone I just met outside the valley. Although he is a loose cultivator, we share a great rapport. Please take good care of him, esteemed elder." The elder, having appraised Han Li, suddenly squinted and remarked, "Young friend Han, your wood attribute cultivation is quite impressive. At such a tender age, you have already reached the 8th layer. Such a standard is indeed rare, even among the families of cultivators." Hearing Xingyan Jinren's praise, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly. Were it not for the extensive consumption of spiritual pills and elixirs, he would hardly have reached the 8th layer. He likely would have still been struggling at the 3rd or 4th layer. Nevertheless, he maintained a humble demeanor and replied, "Esteemed elder, you flatter me. It is merely luck." Xingyan Jinren nodded slightly, choosing not to respond further. Instead, he turned to Wan Xiaoshan and said, "Young lad, your other family members have arrived and are quite worried about you. They asked me to bring you to see them immediately." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaoshan's face fell. "Surely my 7th sister and 9th brother are not here as well? I dread their incessant chatter. Must I go?" He looked at Xingyan Jinren with hope. With a stern expression, Xingyan Jinren replied, "What do you think? Of course you must go." Wan Xiaoshan dejectedly answered himself, "I suppose not." "Humph. You have quite a bit of audacity, sneaking away from your family. Should you encounter any unscrupulous cultivators on the road, you might find yourself in grave danger." As he spoke, Qing Yinzhenren cast a sidelong glance at Han Li. The elder was not subtle. His words clearly implied that he himself might be one of those unscrupulous cultivators, deliberately approaching Wan Xiaoshan. Han Li observed silently from the side, understanding the underlying meaning in Qing Yinzhenren's words. What a rare occasion to encounter such an outspoken young master, yet it seems we must part ways for now. Otherwise, a mere misstep from Qing Yinzhenren could lead to my own misfortune, Han Li thought helplessly. Since my brother Wan needs to reunite with his family, I shall take my leave and wander about for a while. Perhaps we can share a drink and converse at another time, Han Li said, clasping his fists in respect to Wan Xiaoshan and Qing Yinzhenren. Alas, do not be anxious, my friend, for I still wish to introduce you to Han Xiaoyu. As I have pressing matters to attend to, please refrain from causing any disturbance. Upon noticing Han Li's intention to depart, Wan Xiaoshan hastily attempted to articulate further, only to be interrupted as Qing Yinzhenren firmly grasped him, preemptively stifling his words. Han Li, witnessing this, bestowed a radiant smile upon Wan Xiaoshan before turning and continuing his stride towards the square. The young man, resembling a prisoner being led to execution, trudged along with a grimace, trailing behind Qing Yinzhenren as they meandered toward the pavilion. Han Li, not at all perturbed by Qing Yinzhenren's treatment, understood that any elder encountering an unfamiliar companion alongside their kin would naturally regard them with suspicion, particularly within a prominent family of cultivators like that of Wan Xiaoshan. Nevertheless, Han Li harbored no ill will towards Wan Xiaoshan. His sole desire was to glean more insights into the world of cultivation from him. Yet, he found himself thwarted by Qing Yinzhenren's abrupt intervention, prompting him to seek alternative opportunities to engage with others. As Han Li pondered this, he gradually approached the square adorned with stalls. The stalls of cultivators encircled the spacious area, forming a sparse, meandering pathway. Individuals selecting items for trade ambled in small clusters through the open spaces flanking the stalls, exuding an ambience reminiscent of mundane commerce. At this juncture, twilight had descended, yet the square was alight with brilliance. Most stalls had been graced with uniform, large lanterns made of bronze, exuding an antique charm and towering at nearly a meter in height. However, these lanterns were devoid of traditional fuel. Instead, they cradled fist-sized stones that radiated a gentle glow. The luminosity emanating from these stones far surpassed that of ordinary oil lamps, illuminating the stalls beneath them as brightly as daylight, while casting a clear glow upon the adjacent pathways, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Han Li, observing this spectacle, couldn't help but marvel in quiet astonishment. Though night had fallen, the square teemed with an increased throng, not only due to the emergence of additional stalls, but also a significant influx of cultivators. A multitude of practitioners surged into the square, rendering the scene lively and bustling. Han Li approached the square gradually, but refrained from entering immediately, opting instead to linger nearby and observe the ebb and flow of the cultivators. Being in close proximity, Han Li was captivated by the diverse appearances and attire of the cultivators. Some donned remarkably simple garments, covering only a few vital areas, leaving the rest exposed, while others were enveloped in layers of fabric, revealing not a hint of skin, presenting a stark contrast. More bewildering was the sight of a man whose countenance was undeniably masculine, yet adorned in attire typically reserved for women, evoking a wave of revulsion in Han Li. Fortunately, such aberrations were rare. The majority of individuals, despite their eccentric styles, were still within the bounds of Han Li's acceptance. After observing for a while, Han Li's expression suddenly shifted, a glimmer of enlightenment sparking in his eyes. He discovered that within the square, whether it was the vendors or the wandering cultivators, all were young individuals in their teens or 20s. He had yet to spot anyone in their 30s. At that moment, the words of Wan Xiaoshan echoed in his mind. The Tainan gathering was a biennial event tailored for the younger generation. Thus, it seemed evident that the older and more senior cultivators would not grace this place with their presence. Perhaps even the esteemed Qing Yinzhenren could only appear here due to his status as an organizer. With this thought, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, those old-timers were notoriously difficult to deal with, and if they intended to target him, it would likely be as effortless as crushing an ant. However, even the so-called younger cultivators before him were by no means weak. Individuals of Han Li's caliber could only be considered average among the crowd. while those of exceptionally high skill, like the blue-clad figure he had previously encountered, were also quite prevalent here. In a mere moment, Hanli had already spotted 5 or 6 such experts, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. A clear voice suddenly emerged from behind Hanli, startling him. "Why do you stand here alone, my friend? Are you waiting for someone?" As he turned slowly, he saw a group of 6 or 7 individuals not far behind him, with the speaker being a cultivator in his late 20s, dressed as a Taoist. This man had a fair complexion, no beard, well-defined features, and a dust whisk draped over his arm, smiling as he regarded Hanli. "Do you have business with me?" Hanli responded, his expression neutral, ignoring the inquiry. Do not misunderstand. We mean you no harm. We simply noticed you standing here alone, seemingly curious about everything, and presumed you might be an independent cultivator attending the gathering. We merely wished to make your acquaintance, as we are all independent cultivators like yourself." The Taoist explained with a friendly demeanor. "You are all independent cultivators?" Hanli asked, slightly taken aback. "Indeed. If you are also an independent cultivator, it would be wise for you to accompany us. This way, we can look out for one another during the event," spoke a young woman with a scar on her face, standing beside a burly man with a thick beard, who appeared to be her husband. Indeed, in past gatherings, independent cultivators attending alone have often been bullied by members of prominent families, the Taoist said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Hanli began to grasp their intentions. These independent cultivators were wary of being mistreated by the families at the gathering, hence they sought to band together, forming small groups to ensure mutual protection, and were on the lookout for solitary cultivators like him. Understanding their purpose, Hanli saw no reason to decline such a beneficial offer. After all, he genuinely required a small community to shield him from potential adversities, even if only temporarily. Before proceeding, he needed to pose a few inquiries to the others to ensure his comfort in joining them. Since the group had already discerned his nature, he felt no need for concealment. Indeed, he was a solitary cultivator. However, before committing to their fellowship, he requested an introduction to their identities and a brief explanation of the obligations that would accompany his membership. Hanli candidly acknowledged his status as a lone practitioner. Yet as soon as the others expressed their delight, he laid forth his conditions. It seems our friend harbors some reservations. Fear not, for when the rest of us first arrived, we echoed similar sentiments." Upon hearing Hanli's words, the Taoist and the others displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, they exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, after which the Taoist shared the aforementioned words. "Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed companions." The Taoist gestured towards several cultivators with a smile directed at Hanli. "These two are the brothers Haimu and Heijin from Songlong Ridge." He led Hanli to a pair of young men who bore striking resemblances to one another, who then clasped their fists in greeting, to which Hanli responded with equal composure. "This is Honglian, a wandering practitioner from Fylian Cave, and Master Kazong from Pulu Mountain." Here, he introduced an unassuming young woman and a small monk with a furrowed brow. As for this couple, they hail from Tianshui village, Huping and Xiongdali. The Taoist pointed to the woman and the bearded man who had previously conversed with Hanli. Before he could finish, the woman chimed in with a light laugh, taking the lead in the conversation. Unperturbed by the interruption, the Taoist merely smiled serenely. "I am a wandering Taoist from Wonia Mountain, known as Sungwen. I am the initiator of this small group, temporarily designated as the leader. Although I seldom issue commands, I merely take the lead in external disputes." He humbly introduced himself and briefly described the nature of their collective. This Taoist indeed possessed a commendable demeanor, suggesting he was a decent individual. Moreover, the magical prowess of the others appeared quite formidable, each seemingly possessing abilities comparable to the 7th or 8th level of Changchun Gong. Sungwen, in particular, exhibited impressive strength. Though not yet at the level of the blue-clad practitioners, he was certainly superior to Hanli. After contemplating, Hanli concluded that associating with these individuals would yield substantial benefits, without any detriment. "Since we are all solitary cultivators, and collaboration proves advantageous, I, Hanli, shall temporarily join your ranks." "Splendid. With Brother Han's addition, our group's strength has increased," Sunwen exclaimed with delight upon hearing Hanli's words. The others also displayed expressions of joy, recognizing that Hanli's evident prowess would greatly benefit them. "Are all members of our group present?" Hanli inquired, glancing around. 2 remain absent. One is sound asleep indoors, while the other is wandering about, Huping remarked with a slight pout, seemingly unimpressed by their absence. They are not as lacking as you suggest. One merely enjoys slumber, while the other is somewhat playful, interjected the bald monk in defense of his companions. Upon hearing the words of the monk, Hu Pinggu felt a twinge of displeasure and contemplated voicing her thoughts. Enough. Let us not quarrel, interjected Taoist Sun Wen. For we have all agreed that aside from uniting against external forces, we are free to act according to our own preferences. Although Lady Hu felt somewhat vexed, she refrained from causing further discord, recognizing the formidable presence of Taoist Sun Wen, who deserved a measure of respect. As evening approached, Brother Han would soon meet the two individuals in question, who were indeed somewhat exceptional. The Taoist wore an expression of resignation, seemingly troubled by these two. Hanli, although filled with curiosity, felt reluctant to inquire further. Subsequently, Taoist Sun Wen asked Hanli whether he intended to accompany them or preferred to wander alone. Hanli naturally chose the latter, which did not surprise Sun Wen. Those who had just entered the Tainan Valley were typically curious and preferred solitary exploration, though they would eventually gather together after their explorations. The Taoist, displaying a sense of responsibility, imparted some superstitions and customary practices to Hanli, ensuring he gained a fundamental understanding of the Tainan gathering. He then presented Hanli with a talisman, indicating a particular building among the pavilions. That is our lodging, he explained. Should you feel weary, you may rest there. This talisman serves as the key to unlock the building's restrictions. The group then bid farewell to Hanli, vanishing into the night, perhaps in search of other wandering cultivators. Hanli gazed at their retreating figures until they were no longer visible, then turned his attention to the talisman in his hand. The yellow paper shimmered with a silver light, adorned with symbols he could not decipher, suggesting it possessed some remarkable utility. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. Folding the talisman neatly, he tucked it away and cast a lingering glance in the direction the Taoist had departed before resolutely making his way towards the square. Upon entering the square, Hanli, like the other cultivators, strolled leisurely, examining the wares displayed at various stalls. According to Taoist Sun Wen, the transactions among these cultivators typically occurred in two forms. One method involved the barter system, where some cultivators sought to exchange their unwanted items for those they urgently required. It was not uncommon for them to set up stalls for days without a single successful transaction. The second, more prevalent method utilized a currency known as spirit stones, which facilitated the trade of goods among cultivators. As the name suggests, spirit stones are imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth, and the spiritual energy contained within them is immensely beneficial to cultivators. During meditation and practice, absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones can remarkably accelerate the cultivation of a practitioner. After all, the act of assimilating and refining scattered spiritual energy differs greatly from having pure spiritual energy readily available for one's extraction. However, the most significant utility of spirit stones lies beyond mere absorption. Their primary function is in the deployment of magical formations and the consumption required for casting spells. The success and efficacy of a high-level magical formation often hinge upon the potency of the spirit stones employed. Superior stones not only guarantee the success of the formation, but also substantially amplify its power. Moreover, the quantity of spirit stones consumed during spell casting far exceeds that required for magical formations. The level and effectiveness of a practitioner's spells typically correspond to their own magical prowess, making it improbable for one to unleash spells beyond their capability without aid. Consequently, spirit stones emerge as the optimal means for enhancing magical power. Should a practitioner possess a spirit stone while casting formidable spells, the energy contained within the stone will continuously replenish the magical power expended during the incantation, enabling the caster to perform spells that would otherwise be unattainable. Thus, spirit stones become a coveted asset for practitioners striving for dominance, allowing the weaker to overcome the stronger, and serving as an excellent resource for restoring lost magical strength, significantly improving their chances of survival in combat. Given the multitude of practical and extraordinary benefits they offer, the value of spirit stones has soared. However, with the extensive depletion of these stones and the diminishing availability of spirit mines, they have gradually transformed into rare luxury items within the cultivation community, serving as the preferred medium for trade and establishing a unique currency among practitioners. A detailed classification of spirit stones has also been established based on their potency and attributes. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 tiers according to the amount of spiritual energy they contain: low level, mid-level, high-level, and transcendent spirit stones. Furthermore, they are classified according to their elemental properties into 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire spirit stones, with rarer variants such as wind and lightning spirit stones being exceedingly scarce. Despite the allure of such remarkable items, Hanli finds himself without even a fragment of a spirit stone. Recognizing that he has little of value to exchange, he initially approaches the market with a mindset of broadening his horizons, leisurely exploring the various stalls. Though Hanli maintains an air of calm and composure, he cannot help but feel envious and intrigued by many of the items displayed. Take, for instance, the stacks of blank talisman paper found at each stall. While these items may seem mundane, they are among the most essential resources Hanli currently requires. Although he remains unaware of the specific tiers and distinctions represented by the talisman paper, he understands that the low-level paper would suffice for casting his foundational spells. Thus, acquiring some of this paper would immediately expand his repertoire of spells and enhance his abilities. Certainly, apart from the talisman paper, various enchanting talismans, such as the Thunderfire Talisman, Fire Dragon Talisman, and Great Strength Talisman also captivated Han Li's interest. In fact, he even stumbled upon a humble stall where he found a talisman identical to the one he possessed, which could emit a golden shield. The price tag next to it clearly stated, Diamond Talisman, a primary intermediate defensive talisman of the metal attribute, valued at 9 low-grade spirit stones. Having browsed numerous stalls, Han Li had developed a certain understanding of the prices of these talismans. A pack of 10 blank primary low-grade talisman papers could be acquired for a single low-grade spirit stone, while completed primary low-grade talismans were sold for 1 to 2 low-grade spirit stones, depending on the type of spell. As for the primary intermediate talismans, their prices surged significantly, ranging from 6 to 10 spirit stones, with defensive talismans typically priced slightly higher than offensive ones. Since he possessed a similar item, Han Li naturally paid close attention. Upon scrutinizing the Diamond Talisman, he discerned that its spiritual energy was far more abundant than that of his own worn talisman, indicating it was a brand new and used product. He surmised that his old talisman could fetch at most 1/3 of the price of this one. With this realization, a wry smile crept onto Han Li's face. Among these cultivators, he truly felt like a pauper. He couldn't help but touch the items on his person, and suddenly, a thought struck him: the talisman with the small sword design he had in his possession. Though he was unaware of its name, Han Li was convinced that its value surpassed that of the Diamond Talisman. With this in mind, he began to observe various stalls, hoping to find a talisman similar to the one adorned with the small sword. Unfortunately, after perusing multiple stalls, he still had not encountered a comparable item. However, he did notice a gathering of 5 or 6 cultivators around a stall where someone was selling a primary high-grade talisman. The sign next to it read, Skyward Talisman, a primary upper-level flying talisman of the wind attribute, valued at 30 low-grade spirit stones, or exchanged for an equivalent value in solidifying essence pills. Upon seeing this sign, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. It was worth noting that after visiting so many stalls, this was the first upper-level primary talisman he had encountered, prompting him to observe closely. Indeed, the spiritual energy emanating from this talisman was astonishing and incomparable to the low and mid-level talismans he had previously seen. 20 spirit stones. Will you exchange? A barefoot man with a horse-like face could not help but speak up. The stall's owner, a robust young man wearing a straw hat, merely pointed at the sign and then ignored the man. It's just a flying talisman. It's not an attacking or defensive talisman. 20 is already generous. The horse-faced man protested. If it were an attacking or defensive talisman, would I only sell it for 30? Without 50, you won't even get a glance. The young man retorted coldly, infuriating the man, whose face flushed red. You little brat. Yi Bao from Qin Yi Ling, will remember you. After this event, let us have a good spar. The horse-faced man exclaimed, exasperated. Qin Yiling and Han Li were originally standing by, delightfully observing, when they suddenly heard a name that sent a jolt of surprise through Han Li's heart. Was that not the place of origin mentioned by the gnome he had slain? Although he was uncertain of the veracity of the gnome's claims, it would be prudent to exercise caution, given that this man identified himself as a member of the Yi family. With this thought in mind, Han Li instinctively took a few steps back, quietly retreating to the next stall. However, the mention of the elixir on the sign, an alchemical product that could solidify foundational essence, lingered in his mind. He recalled that he still possessed several unused Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills, and wondered if they might meet the youth's requirements. Perhaps, when the crowd thinned, he would inquire further. If successful, he would acquire some leverage to exchange for necessary items. As Hanli contemplated this, he glanced back at the youth's stall, only to find that Yi Bao had vanished, leaving him to ponder where he might have gone. Among the remaining individuals, one person produced a vial and handed it to the youth. The young man opened the vial, inhaled its contents, and shook his head gently, returning it to its owner. The original bearer of the vial departed with a look of disappointment, and the others, seemingly companions of this individual, followed suit, leaving the stall deserted. Seeing this, Hanli felt a surge of joy and leisurely strolled back to the youth's stall. The youth, upon recognizing Hanli, appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly recalling his previous visit. Hanli, unfazed, smiled at him and said, "I possess 2 types of elixirs. Do take a look and see if they meet your requirements." With that, he presented 2 small porcelain vials, one azure and one cerulean, before the young man. Without further ado, the youth took the vials, unscrewed their caps, and brought them close to his nose, inhaling deeply. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he pondered over the contents. After a moment of silence, he gently placed the vials back before Hanli. "Well?" Hanli inquired, blinking. "To be frank, the elixirs you offer are slightly superior to those presented by the previous individuals, yet they still do not suffice for my needs." The youth hesitated before ultimately shaking his head in refusal. Hanli felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, though he was not entirely surprised. After all, the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill were mere earthly wonders. While they might be miraculous for ordinary folk, they fell short for cultivators. Since the youth had not shown interest, Hanli intended to retract the vials. "However, if you had a few more vials, I would consider making an exchange," the youth suddenly remarked, his expression tinged with regret. Hanli, who had been in the process of withdrawing his arm, paused at the youth's words and chuckled lightly. "Did I ever claim that I only had these 2 vials?" Hanli's eyes narrowed as he gazed steadily at the youth. "You have more?" The youth, taken aback, quickly exhibited signs of excitement. "Certainly, however, if I am to ask for too much, I must contemplate the wisdom of this transaction," Hanli replied noncommittally, wary of the possibility that the other party might make an exorbitant demand. "Splendid. I require no more than 3 additional bottles. That shall suffice to enable me to surmount my current impasse." The youth's excitement surged, his demeanor transforming dramatically from the previous chill to one of exuberance. It is no surprise, for who would part with any elixir that enhances cultivation? Such treasures are too precious to exchange, especially when one can benefit from them personally. This was also the primary reason the youth had been unable to barter the flight talisman over the past few days. Although Hanli's Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill may not be considered top-tier elixirs by cultivators, their sheer quantity was sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough for this individual, who had lingered at the apex of the 9th layer for an extended period, propelling the youth's prowess to new heights. However, only someone like Hanli, who treats such potions as mere snacks, would be willing to part with them in exchange. Yet, Hanli was acutely aware of the principle that wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. He did not wish to give the impression that he could easily offer a copious amount of elixirs without a second thought. Thus, he stroked his chin, feigning reluctance. "Is that truly necessary? It seems a bit excessive, does it not? You wish to exchange all the potions I possess?" Hanli murmured deliberately, lowering his voice. "This is hardly excessive. After all, it is a high-tier flight talisman." The youth replied, his enthusiasm unabated. "Just consider, with this talisman in hand, should any peril arise, I could instantly ascend into the skies, moving far swifter than ordinary birds, effectively granting me an extra life. Furthermore, as long as the talisman's spiritual energy remains intact, it can be utilized repeatedly. It is indeed a remarkably practical artifact." Seeing that Hanli genuinely seemed capable of procuring the required elixirs, the youth's smile broadened, and he ardently extolled the virtues of his flight talisman, anxious that Hanli might reconsider the trade. "If an exchange is to be made, then I shall also require that blank talisman paper as a bonus. And that book as well." Hanli, noticing the youth's earnest intent to trade for his elixirs, pointed unceremoniously at a stack of blank talisman paper and an old tome labeled Basic Spell Fragments resting on the stall. The youth hesitated for a moment, but upon realizing that Hanli was merely referring to low-tier talisman paper and an unsellable spell book, his spirits soared, and he readily acquiesced. Thus, The flight talisman became Han Li's possession, along with a stack of talisman paper and the spell book he had long coveted. Han Li leafed through the aged volume, discovering it contained the most rudimentary spells, featuring 7 or 8 low-tier incantations and 1 mid-tier earth spike technique inscribed within. Such a book would be deemed worthless by other cultivators, yet Han Li found great satisfaction in it. For what he truly lacked were these foundational spells. Although there were stalls earlier that offered similar tomes, even more comprehensive ones, their prices were exorbitantly steep. A comprehensive guide to elementary 5-element spells was priced at 90 low-tier spirit stones, while another volume, Fundamentals of Water Spell Techniques, commanded 60 low-tier spirit stones. While these books were indeed thicker and contained a greater number of incantations, Han Li's current financial situation rendered them unattainable. After acquiring these items, Han Li felt a sense of weariness wash over him. He had little desire to continue meandering aimlessly, and thus he departed the square, making his way toward the cluster of pavilions. As Han Li departed from the square, he cast a backward glance and noticed an increase in the number of individuals present. It seemed that the night was indeed favored by a plethora of nocturnal cultivators. Approaching the palatial structures, Han Li was struck by the realization that these edifices were constructed from exquisite tung wood and massive blocks of blue stone. Each building was adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, showcasing an extraordinary level of craftsmanship. Furthermore, he could faintly perceive fluctuations of spiritual energy nearby, indicative of the restrictive enchantments mentioned by the azure-striped Taoist. After a brief exploration, Han Li finally located the pavilion he sought and advanced towards it. However, as he neared his objective, an unseen force unexpectedly collided with him, propelling him backward several paces. A mix of surprise and exhilaration washed over him. It was evident that there was much in the realm of cultivation beyond his current understanding, and he yearned to grasp it all. With this thought in mind, he activated his Heavenly Eye technique and gazed toward the pavilion once more. To his astonishment, a faint azure light appeared before him, enveloping the entire structure as if it were concealed beneath an enormous bowl. Undeterred, Han Li stepped closer and gently prodded the azure light with a fingertip, discovering it to be soft and remarkably elastic. Applying a bit more pressure, he felt a subtle force rebounding against him, indicating the impressive defensive capabilities of this azure barrier. Having discerned its nature, Han Li ceased his examination and retrieved the talisman given to him by the azure-striped Taoist. Upon applying it to the luminous barrier, ripples cascaded across the surface, resulting in the formation of a circular aperture just large enough for him to pass through. Without hesitation, Han Li pocketed the talisman and strode through the opening, making his way towards the pavilion. As he did so, the circular aperture gradually diminished until it closed completely, restoring the barrier to its original state. The pavilion before him was modest in size, comprising 2 levels that reached a height of merely a dozen zhang. However, it was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate several individuals. Han Li smiled lightly, stepping inside to the ground floor hall, where he observed only 2 elegant 8 immortals tables and a handful of wooden chairs, all arranged in a refined simplicity that exuded a sense of tranquility befitting a cultivator's retreat. In one corner of the hall sat a young monk named Ku Sang, his head bowed as he silently recited a mantra, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened sage. Han Li did not see anyone else in the vicinity. "Master Ku Sang, has the azure-striped Taoist returned?" he inquired amiably, approaching the monk. The young monk continued his recitation, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's presence, until the latter's patience wore thin. Finally, the monk opened his eyes and, with a look of sincere apology, addressed him. "Please forgive me, Han benefactor. I was engrossed in reciting the Diamond Sutra at a crucial juncture and could not cease my words immediately. I beg your understanding." Han Li chuckled lightly at the monk's response. "Not at all. I have the utmost respect for those who remain undistracted." Upon hearing this, the young monk smiled and, in a leisurely manner, replied, "The azure-striped Taoist and others are awaiting you on the 2nd floor. They instructed me to summon you as soon as you arrived, as they have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing the monk's words, Han Li felt a tinge of frustration. This little monk is quite exasperating. If someone is searching for me, why not inform me immediately instead of beating around the bush? It seems wise to keep my distance from monks in the future. He mused inwardly while maintaining an impassive expression, nodding slightly as he made his way towards the staircase nearby, ascending to the 2nd floor with a series of thuds. As he entered the 2nd floor, he spotted the 2 brothers, He Mu and He Jin, engaged in conversation at the staircase. Upon noticing Han Li's arrival, they promptly halted their discussion and approached him. "Brother Han, Taoist Qingwen is waiting for you inside. Let us accompany you," they said. Han Li, with an expression of indifference, refrained from speaking and followed them down the corridor, navigating the twists and turns until they reached a room. Inside, the space was filled with people, aside from the monk. Everyone else was present, including two unfamiliar faces. One was a cheerful lad of around 16 or 17, while the other was a plump young man in his early 20s. It seemed these two were the individuals who even Taoist Qingwen found somewhat troublesome. "Brother Han, you have arrived. Please, take a seat," Taoist Qingwen said courteously, gesturing towards a chair beside him. Han Li nodded and settled down. "These two are Wu Jiuji from Yunmen Gorge and Huang Xiaodian from Shitua Valley." Qingwen introduced the youth and the plump man to Han Li. "I am Wu Jiuji. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant connection. Could it be that we are fated from a past life? Come, let us swear brotherhood and share blood wine," exclaimed the cheerful lad, suddenly bounding towards Han Li and grasping his arm with a heartfelt expression. Taken aback at first, Han Li soon chuckled. "Becoming brothers is certainly agreeable. However, might I ask you to refrain from wandering hands? I assure you, my preferences are rather conventional, with no interest in innocent young men," he jested with a smile, swiftly lifting his arm and, in a flash, seizing the young man's wrist, which had subtly ventured into the folds of his robe. "Cough, cough. How peculiar. How did my hand find its way into your embrace? It must have felt the affinity with you, Brother Han, and was eager to greet you." The young man, caught in the act, initially blushed in surprise but then, after a few coughs and mumbled words, nonchalantly withdrew his wrist. Han Li had no intention of holding onto him tightly. He simply released his grip as the boy exerted some force. At this moment, Han Li found himself intrigued by the fellow named Wu Jiuji. Despite being a cultivator, he employed the cunning techniques of a rogue to pilfer his belongings. How amusing. However, his skills were remarkably adept. Had Han Li not practiced similar secret arts, he might not have detected the young man's subtle maneuver. Indeed, many within the room must have suffered at his hands before. Just as Han Li pondered this, he heard the gleeful voice of Hu Pinggu, reveling in the misfortune of others. "Wu Xiaozu, have you encountered a tough opponent? How could Brother Han catch you red-handed, while you still boast about your top-notch thieving skills and engage in such petty antics? I relish the thrill, so what? Do you wish for me to pilfer from you once more? I would not even consider it, for I possess nothing of value on my person. So why even attend the Tainan gathering?" Wu Jiuji scoffed disdainfully. "What did you say, you little brat? The matter of you stealing from me last time has yet to be settled." Hu Pinggu leapt up from her chair, her face ashen with fury. Her husband, the burly man, remained silent but placed a hand on the large blade at his back, glaring menacingly at the youth. Later, Han Li would learn that this formidable figure was actually mute. Thus all matters were directed through his wife. "Enough. We are all cultivators. We should prioritize harmony. Both of you should take a step back and cease this quarrel." The Qingwen Taoist frowned at the scene, but still attempted to mediate. Turning to Wu Jiuji with a solemn tone, "Brother Wu, I understand that your thievery is merely for amusement, and you always return what you take without malice. However, such behavior will undoubtedly lead to grave consequences. Not every owner of stolen items is amiable. If you inadvertently offend someone from a family of cultivators, it would be troublesome for us to assist you, as we would have no justification. Therefore, it is best not to jest with fellow practitioners." Upon hearing the Taoist's heartfelt counsel, the youth felt a twinge of embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head and spoke with sincerity. "In truth, I stumbled upon this thieving technique on my way to Tainan Valley. I found it amusing and unconsciously practiced it, trying it out on all of you. I sincerely apologize. However, since Brother Han has managed to catch me, it indicates that there will be even more formidable individuals at the gathering. Thus, rest assured, I will not recklessly risk my life by employing my thieving skills at the event." The Taoist was elated upon hearing the youth's words, a look of relief washing over his face. Brother Wu possesses extraordinary talent, having achieved the pinnacle of the 8th layer at such a young age. He is indeed a prodigy among our scattered cultivators, deserving of utmost care. I will not disappoint the Taoist's high expectations. I ask everyone for your future guidance." Wu Jiuji, quite frank, bowed deeply to those present, effectively mending the rift among them. Although Hu Pinggu still bore a hint of resentment, her expression had softened considerably, suggesting she had begrudgingly accepted the goodwill. It was then that the Qingwen Taoist turned to Han Li with a beaming smile. Who would have thought that Brother Han would accomplish such a feat upon his arrival? I must extend my gratitude. Han Li smiled slightly and humbly replied, "This has nothing to do with me. All credit is due to the Taoist's conflict resolution." The Taoist shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a vague, buzzing voice broke the silence. "Taoist, why have you summoned us all? Why is the monk not participating?" It turned out to be a plump man with fair skin, who spoke without reservation. Nonetheless, he held sufficient standing to address the Qingwen Taoist in such a manner, having long since discerned that among all present, the rotund individual possessed the most formidable magical prowess, seemingly even more profound than that of the azure-patterned one. No one dared to mock him despite the unpleasantness of his voice. Even Wu Jiuzhi maintained an earnest demeanor, revealing no hint of derision. It appeared that the realm of cultivation was not unlike the mundane world. Only those of great strength commanded respect, thought Han Li with a hint of irony. "Ah, Brother Huang, you remain as impetuous as ever. Very well. Allow me to elucidate the reasons for summoning you all here," spoke Qingwen as he flicked his dust whisk, his tone devoid of any triviality. "The Tainan Conference has already reached its midpoint, with merely a few days remaining until its conclusion. Shouldn't we consider making our moves? If we intend to set up stalls, it would be prudent to do so in unison. Thus, I sought to convene this discussion. As for Master Quzhen, he has already exchanged all he brought, so he need not partake in our deliberations." "I see. Indeed, it is time to part with our wares and acquire some spirit stones to purchase other items." The room erupted into hushed murmurs of agreement. After a fervent exchange of opinions, it was decided that everyone, except for Han Li, would set up stalls the following day. "Brother Han, do you not wish to join us?" Wu Jiuzhi asked, somewhat astonished. The other attendees turned their curious gazes toward Han Li. "My inventory was quite limited to begin with, and fortuitously, I encountered suitable buyers last night. Thus I have already sold everything," Han Li explained nonchalantly. "I see. In that case, you need not endure the trials with us," Hu Pinggu expressed with a hint of envy. The others exhibited expressions that conveyed a sense of luck directed toward him. In response to their remarks, Han Li merely smiled in silence. Once the discussion had concluded, Qingwen Taoist rose, visibly pleased, and proclaimed, "Everyone, rest well tonight and come tomorrow refreshed. I hope we all achieve fruitful results." The gathering stood, smiling, preparing to depart. At that moment, Qingwen Taoist seemed to recollect something, suddenly adopting a serious expression as he addressed the assembly. "By the way, after the Tainan Conference concludes, do not hasten to depart. I have heard that in recent gatherings, certain rogue cultivators similar to us have mysteriously vanished after the event. It would be wise to remain cautious. Surely, none of you would wish to miss the Tianwu Platform Ascension Conference. Traveling together would ensure greater safety." Upon hearing the Taoist warning regarding the missing rogue cultivators, the Haimu brothers and Hu Pinggu visibly paled, while Wu Jiuzhi and the Red Lotus Wanderer appeared perplexed. The rotund Huang Shaotian, however, let out a cold snort, his expression darkening. "Indeed, we concur with Taoist Qingwen. It is best to travel together," the Haimu brothers affirmed, with Hu Pinggu and her husband echoing their agreement, indicating their serious concern regarding the matter. "What is this Tianwu Platform Ascension Conference?" Wu Jiuzhi suddenly inquired, voicing the very question that had lingered in Han Li's mind. The name of the Ascension Conference had been mentioned to Han Li several times by Wan Shaoshan, yet he had never had the opportunity to delve into its specifics. Could it be akin to the Tainan Fair, a mere trading event? Han Li pondered internally. Surely not. How could one be unaware of the Ascension Conference? This is the prime opportunity for all young cultivators to join the great sects every decade in the state of Yu. Haimu expressed his astonishment and excitement. "Brother Wu, being so young, must have been secluded elsewhere, which explains your unfamiliarity with the Ascension Conference," he remarked. However, Taoist Qingwen did not seem overly surprised. "Oh, could you elaborate? Joining one of the 7 great sects would be akin to soaring to the heavens." Wu Jiu's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired further from Haimu. "Now is not the time to discuss the Ascension Conference. We should focus on the pressing matter of our missing scattered cultivators," Hu Pinggu interjected, possibly aiming her discontent at the youth. "It's fine. Sharing the details with Brother Wu may benefit others who are also unaware of the Ascension Conference," Taoist Qingwen said with a smile, though Han Li sensed a subtle glance directed towards him. A chill ran through his heart. Did Taoist Qingwen perceive something? He had endeavored to obscure the characteristics of a novice cultivator and avoid contact with such individuals, yet it seemed he had not evaded this person's keen gaze. Truly, Taoist Qingwen's eyes were sharp. Since Taoist Qingwen has suggested it, I shall share with Brother Wu, Haimu replied, his enthusiasm ignited, eager to express what he knew. The group settled back into their seats, with the exception of the corpulent Huang Xiaodian. I am quite knowledgeable regarding the Ascension Conference. I shall retire to rest now. You may continue, the corpulent man stated coldly, departing the room before anyone could respond, leaving the others exchanging glances. Do not take offense. Brother Huang's cultivation method is rather peculiar, inducing a state of deep slumber. It is not intentional disregard. Taoist Qingwen quickly defended Huang Xiaotian. Most in the room chuckled at this explanation. Take offense. Who would dare? This man possesses greater power than even the Taoist. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward. Brother Haimu, please continue, Wu Jiu urged, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, Haimu smiled and resumed his narration. To discuss the Ascension Conference, one must first mention the Foundation Establishment Pill, the elixir that drives all Qi refinement stage cultivators to madness. It turns out that all Qi refinement cultivators wishing to enter the Foundation Establishment stage and become true members of the cultivation world must not only practice their foundational techniques to the 7th layer, but also consume the Foundation Establishment Pill, a spiritual medicine that can only be refined by the major sections. This is essential to hope for a breakthrough beyond the bottleneck of their current realm and achieve successful foundation establishment. Thus, the Foundation Establishment Pill has gained a reputation akin to that of an ascension elixir, driving cultivators to frenzy. Moreover, within the great sects, the Foundation Establishment Pill is exceedingly scarce. The raw materials required for its creation are incredibly difficult to obtain. Even if all the cultivation sects in the state of Yu were to collaborate, pooling resources and efforts, it would still take a decade to produce a mere few cauldrons of this precious elixir, only a few thousand pills at most. Even if these elixirs were completely divided among the various sects, they would still fall woefully short of fulfilling their own needs, rendering the possibility of any foundational elixirs leaking into the outside world utterly impossible. Nevertheless, within the entire realm of cultivation in the Yu Kingdom, there exists a multitude of cultivators who have elevated their fundamental techniques to the 7th tier. These individuals are in dire need of foundational elixirs to attempt to break through their bottlenecks. Consequently, there arises a sharp contradiction. On one hand, foundational elixirs are exceedingly scarce, monopolized by the major sects. On the other, the number of wild cultivators in need of these elixirs continues to swell, yet they find no elixirs available in the outside world. This has ignited intense animosity among the lower-tier cultivators towards these sections. The members of the esteemed sects are acutely aware of this troubling trend, yet they find themselves at a loss for solutions. After all, they do not possess enough foundational elixirs for themselves. How could they possibly spare any for those outside their ranks? However, there exists no insurmountable problem in the world, ultimately. This crisis was resolved by a genius from one of the sections. He conceived a plan. Whenever a foundational elixir was produced, they would select exceptionally talented wild cultivators from the outside world, inviting them to join the major sects, and then bestowing upon them the foundational elixirs. This approach would not only prevent the elixirs from flowing outside the sects, ensuring the benefits remain within their own ranks, but it would also alleviate the discontent of lower-tier cultivators. After all, who would refuse the opportunity to join a prestigious sect? Furthermore, this method would allow them to identify exceptional disciples, a truly splendid solution. However, the selection process must be conducted with fairness and transparency to avoid any backlash. Otherwise, it would yield the opposite effect. Thus, these sects adopted the classic and convincing principle of the survival of the fittest, organizing a competition whereby the strongest would earn the right to join their ranks. Each of the 7 major sects offered 10 disciple slots and 10 foundational elixirs as rewards for the ultimate victor. Naturally, they imposed age restrictions, excluding those over 40 years of age, as even the most exceptional talents among them would lack future prospects for training. Thus, the Ascension Conference was born. Those who triumphed in the arena were indeed mostly individuals of profound magical prowess and exceptional talent, much to the delight of the sects that secured these outstanding disciples. Meanwhile, the grievances of other cultivators dissipated with the holding of this conference, their focus shifting entirely to this once-in-a-decade opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. The Ascension Conference continued to be held in successive iterations, with each event producing 70 fortunate individuals who became disciples of the 7 major sects, inciting even greater frenzy among other cultivators. In the end, nearly every cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, who considered themselves capable, would risk everything in attempts to challenge the arena, hoping to strike it lucky and transform from a fish into a dragon. However, the arena was not easily conquered. After all, controlling spells was not something these lower-tier cultivators could simply command at will. Each competition resulted in numerous casualties, fostering deep-seated enmities among the participants. As for Haimu, he had spent the better part of an hour listening intently to Wu Jiao, absorbing a wealth of insights. Meanwhile, Han Li, who was listening attentively, gained profound insights into the realm of cultivation. If I succeed in the competition, could I not also become a disciple of a prestigious sect? Wu Jiaoji's face lit up with yearning after hearing this. Dream on. With your level, stepping onto the arena would only lead to injury or death. Hu Pinggu, unable to resist the urge to ridicule Wu Jiaoji's daydreams, remarked sarcastically. Oh, why not? Am I not qualified to compete with the 8th-tier techniques? This time, Wu Jiaoji did not take offense. Instead, he earnestly sought Hu Pinggu's guidance. Hu Pinggu, slightly taken aback, hesitated for a moment before responding. Wu, do you know what kind of individuals comprise the 70 who triumphed last year? How many cultivators of your level suffered injuries or even death on the arena? I humbly request your wisdom, Madam Hu. Wu Jiaoji replied with sincerity. I witnessed the entire process of the Immortal Ascension Conference's contest, and even now, I shudder at the memory. Hu Pinggu seemed to recall some dreadful event, her complexion paling. Her husband, the bearded man, quickly placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Hu Pinggu turned to him, her gaze tender, and her expression softened considerably. We, as a couple, do not intend to participate in the arena competition. We plan merely to observe, resigned to living our lives in the Qi refinement stage. Yet since you harbor such ambition, I shall impart some critical knowledge about the arena competition, lest you meet an untimely demise without understanding the stakes. Hu Pinggu spoke with a calm demeanor. Firstly, participants must have a foundational mastery of the 5 elements technique beyond the 7th tier, which is the bare minimum requirement for consuming the Foundation Establishment Pill. Furthermore, participants must be under the age of 40. Those exceeding this age should not entertain hopes of deception. For the officials responsible for registration will employ bone observation techniques to ascertain each registrant's true age. As long as these 2 conditions are met, anyone may register, with no further restrictions. However, this has rendered the arena competition exceedingly brutal. Do you find it normal that there are so many people in Tainan Valley now? The majority of them are actually drawn here for the Immortal Ascension Conference. It is worth noting that the Tainan Conference was originally merely a trading event for young cultivators from the local region of Lan Prefecture, with only a few hundred attendees in previous years. Yet now, look around. At least 1,000 individuals have gathered in the valley, and in the final days, more distant participants will gradually arrive, marking the peak of the Tainan trading event. These individuals have come to Tainan Valley for 2 primary reasons. 1. To exchange for necessary items, and 2. To seize the opportunity to observe their forthcoming opponents at the Immortal Ascension Conference, thereby ensuring they know themselves and their adversaries. Hu Pinggu spoke with a bittersweet smile. Wu Jiaoji's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he exclaimed in horror, according to Madame Hu, are those experts I saw in the valley with techniques reaching the 10th tier also here to attend the Immortal Ascension Conference? If so, wouldn't it be tantamount to seeking death for those of lower tiers to compete against them? This is not necessarily the case. Hu asserts that those of higher cultivation will inevitably triumph over those of lesser skill. If a practitioner of lesser prowess employs a potent talisman or wields formidable artifacts, they could just as easily send a more powerful opponent reeling. This unexpected remark from Heijin, who had hitherto remained silent since entering the room, drew the attention of all present. Indeed, Heijin's assertion holds considerable merit. In the conflicts among practitioners such as ourselves, the depth of one's magical power is not the sole determinant of victory. More crucial are the potency of the spells one commands, their adept application, and the strength of the artifacts at one's disposal. Daoist Qingwen concurred wholeheartedly. The insights shared by Heijin and Daoist Qingwen struck a chord. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Ascension Conference. Participants could merely stand in place and compare the profundity of their magical abilities. While Hu Pinggu laughed at the exchange, Wu Jiaoji appeared unmoved, his face a portrait of consternation as he muttered incessantly. The competition will feature multiple stages, Hu Pinggu continued, as the number of participants is substantial. 7 arenas will be established, each representing one of the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom. Aspirants may choose their preferred stage to compete. The selection process will follow a knockout format, wherein 2 individuals will face off, the victor advancing to the next round while the vanquished are immediately eliminated. This cycle will persist until no further challengers remain, at which point the next phase of competition among the victors will commence. Ultimately, the 10 remaining champions will become new disciples of the sect, thus bypassing the intense rivalries within the sect and gaining eligibility to consume foundational elixirs, a veritable leap to glory. Though the procedure of the Ascension Conference may sound straightforward, the brutal reality of the contests is beyond description. Hu Pinggu reminisced, recalling the last tournament where over a dozen practitioners of the 10th tier perished, and even a pair of 11th tier masters met their demise in a cataclysmic clash. The fatalities among the 9th and 8th tiers were even more numerous, reportedly exceeding 100. For those who reach the final rounds are unwilling to relinquish their aspirations of greatness easily, leading to even greater casualties. As Hu Pinggu spoke, a look of sorrow crossed her face. Is it truly necessary for those who have mastered foundational techniques to the 11th tier to compete? A voice suddenly interjected, belonging to the once reserved maiden, Honglian. I have heard that exceptional talents are automatically welcomed into the sect. Why then must these 2 strive so fiercely? Hu Pinggu chuckled in response. Ah, dear Honglian, I too pondered this question in my youth, perplexed by the same conundrum. It was only upon encountering an elder from our sect that I gained clarity on the matter. I suspect that Wu and Han may share similar queries. Not only do they fail to comprehend, but even my brother and I are bewildered. Why would the extraordinary individuals of the 11th layer forsake the broad and illuminated path to squeeze onto this precarious single-log bridge, where one misstep could lead to fatality? Haimu furrowed his brow, expressing his perplexity. I observed Taoist Qingwen, who appeared calm and composed, and I surmised he must have anticipated this predicament. It would be best for him to elucidate the matter to them. Aunt Hu Ping chuckled lightly, deftly passing the question to the Taoist. Taoist Qingwen seemed taken aback momentarily, but soon acquiesced in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. In truth, those 2 are from cultivating families. Their 11th layer prowess has likely been achieved through considerable expenditure on elixirs to hasten their ascent. He shook his head, seemingly disapproving of their methods. Is it not commonplace to enhance one's cultivation through elixirs? They could still seek admission into a cultivation sect. Wu Jiuji's eyes widened with confusion. He had overlooked an important point. For someone to attain the 11th layer before the age of 40 may indeed be remarkable to us. Yet in the eyes of those venerable sects with legacies spanning countless years, such individuals are merely of average aptitude, just barely meeting the requirements to be considered as prospective disciples. Otherwise, they would have been accepted as formal disciples in their youth. Their families believe that individuals like them would struggle to find a promising future within the sects, as they would have little hope of earning the right to consume foundational elixirs amidst those with superior talent. Thus, they opted to retain and cultivate them exclusively. After lying in wait for decades, their aim was to make a stunning impression at the Ascension Conference, directly claiming the qualification for elixir consumption, which could be seen as an alternative shortcut. However, their families did not foresee that 2 individuals with the same aspirations would cross paths, leading to their mutual demise. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have achieved their desires. As Taoist Qingwen lamented, Wu Jiuji and the others were already captivated by the revelations. I remarked on how the recent Ascension Conference had grown increasingly fierce, with masters of the 10th and 11th layers, previously unheard of, appearing one after another. Haimu muttered to himself. The girl and Wu Jiuji fell into silence, clearly taken aback by this unexpected information. Consider this. On one side stand the meticulously nurtured and fully equipped masters from cultivating families, while on the other are we, the resource-strapped wandering cultivators. How many among us can truly claim success? Aunt Hu Ping's expression turned cold, tinged with self-deprecation. If this is the case, then it seems the earlier reports of cultivation sects delighting in acquiring promising disciples through the Ascension Conference were mere fabrications, a facade of self-aggrandizement. Hanli stroked his nose, appearing contemplative. Brother Han speaks wisely. In this world, how often do we encounter perfectly harmonious outcomes? Achieving a balance is commendable enough. Aunt Hu Ping cast a sidelong glance at Haimu, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. Are we wandering cultivators truly inferior to the disciples of cultivating families? Even those discarded by the sects are far superior to us ordinary wanderers? Hongli the Wanderer inquired defiantly, though reluctant to admit it. The likelihood of encountering masters among the scattered practitioners is indeed significantly lower than that of our counterparts. Moreover, as individuals, we cannot compare our resources, both human and material, to those of their clan. In terms of external conditions, we are vastly inferior. The voice of the Qingwen Taoist held a hint of bitterness. My friend has also mentioned that even if a few of our scattered practitioners were fortunate enough to become disciples of an immortal sect, the success rate of establishing a foundation after consuming the foundation-building elixir is exceedingly low, almost negligible. Heimu lamented as well. All right, everyone, do not lose heart. We are still young. If it doesn't work out this time, there is always another chance in 10 years. Perhaps the identity of an entry-level disciple of the immortal sect is waiting for us in the future. After uplifting the spirits of those present, the Qingwen Taoist shifted the topic. There is not much to say. I will simply accompany everyone when the time comes. After hearing about so many formidable figures in the immortal cultivation realm, I must admit I feel somewhat hesitant to travel alone. Wu Jiuzhi expressed his lack of enthusiasm. The Qingwen Taoist shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze toward the Honglian Sanyin. I will continue with a few others, Honglian Sanyin replied decisively. Good, good. Brother Han, have you made your decision? The Taoist inquired, his expression brightening. Upon hearing this, Hanli hesitated. Logically, as a newcomer, sticking with this small group would be the best choice. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if committing to this path would lead to regret. I believe I shall wait until after the trading event to make a decision. There is no need to rush. Hanli smiled, opting to delay his choice. Hanli's words clearly surprised the others, leaving Qingwen and the others momentarily taken aback. What hesitation could you possibly have, Brother Han? We scattered practitioners must band together to avoid being bullied. Moreover, I am quite interested in the skills you've demonstrated and would like to engage in further sparring in the future. Wu Jiuzhi expressed his discontent. Hanli, undeterred by the youth's remarks, merely smiled in silence. Brother Han did not say he would not travel with us. He merely wishes to contemplate, which is perfectly reasonable. Qingwen Taoist quickly interjected. Indeed, your words resonate with me, Taoist Qingwen. I do have my own unspoken concerns, which is why I must proceed with caution. Han Li seemed genuinely grateful to the Qingwen Taoist, his expression reflecting deep understanding. I see, it seems I have overstepped. The youth felt increasingly out of place, his displeasure evident. The Qingwen Taoist offered a resigned smile, adopting a brotherly demeanor that conveyed silent apologies to Han Li. Naturally, Han Li dismissed the matter from his mind. With the issue seemingly resolved, everyone rose to take their leave. Han Li also found an empty room on the second floor to rest. The following day, with the exception of the monk and Han Li, the others departed from the loft and set out together to engage in their respective stalls. At this moment, the monk continued to chant in the hall on the first floor, while Han Li was inside the room, gently caressing a stack of talisman paper, lost in contemplation. This so-called low-grade talisman paper exhibited a faint spiritual glow, clearly distinguishing itself from ordinary mundane talisman paper. Han Li surmised that either the raw materials were exceptional, or a specific spell was required to imbue it with power. He took out the talisman paper, initially intending to practice the meditation technique he had previously learned. However, he suddenly recalled that simply drawing the meditation talisman would not suffice. He also needed a brush and cinnabar, among other items. It seemed that these two essential items were readily available at the stalls of cultivators. Could it be that these materials could not be substituted with mundane equivalents, but rather must be specially crafted for cultivators? With this thought, Han Li found it impossible to remain seated. He resolved to seek out the monk. Realizing that he could no longer conceal his status as a novice cultivator and might as well inquire directly. Indeed, you are correct in your thoughts, my disciple. To successfully inscribe a spiritual talisman, one must utilize not only talisman paper crafted from special materials, but also cinnabar refined with the blood of beasts that harbors spiritual energy. As for the brush, it depends on the circumstances, the monk, Master Ku Sang, stated calmly after hearing Han Li's inquiry. Master Ku Sang, what do you mean by depends on the circumstances? Han Li, seated opposite the monk, asked earnestly, displaying no hint of embarrassment. The brushes we cultivators use for inscribing talismans can be made from the spiritual fur of magical beasts or from certain rare materials, such as charcoal from celestial treasures. These options can enhance both the success rate of the talisman creation and its potency. However, if one is lacking in resources, even a common pen from the mundane world can suffice, albeit with a lamentably low success rate, the monk replied, gently shaking his head, clearly disapproving of Han Li's inclination to resort to the latter method. Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall venture out to see if I can acquire a talisman brush. Han Li rose, bowing respectfully to the monk. Travel safely, my disciple, the monk replied, closing his eyes once more to resume his meditation. It seemed that a trip outside was indeed imperative. Han Li recalled that both the brush and cinnabar were not inexpensive, likely costing around 6 or 7 low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that he would truly have to part with the flight talisman he had just acquired? As he pondered this, he exited the loft and made his way toward the trading area. It was morning, and the streets were bustling with cultivators. Not overly crowded yet lively, all seemingly heading toward the trading area, likely to set up their stalls like the Taoists. Look, what a gigantic bird! Exclaimed a male cultivator suddenly. Then, a massive shadow swept over the heads of Han Li and the other cultivators on the road. Han Li was taken aback and quickly looked up, only to see a two-headed monster bird, the size of a small cow, soaring overhead. This creature resembled an eagle yet was distinctly different, covered in gray feathers, with wings spanning several yards and a pair of razor-sharp claws resembling sickles. Its neck bore 2 menacing heads, each devoid of feathers, with 4 small eyes glinting with a greenish hue. What a fearsome avian beast! How grotesque! So enormous! We must capture it and use it as a mount. The cultivators halted, engaging in fervent discussions, with some even feeling emboldened to take action. Are you all courting death? This is the dual-headed swan, a spirit bird raised by the esteemed Yin family of the prominent Guyu Mountain. Surely, members of the Yin family are present. Do you wish to seek your own demise? Such chilling words jolted some from their reverie. The Yin family? The only cultivation clan outside the major sects that boasts core formation practitioners? A voice broke the murmurs. Is there any other Yin family? Another chimed in. I arrived earlier than you, and I have seen this dual-headed swan once before. I also know that the Yin family has sent a brother-sister duo to participate in the Ascension tournament. A proud cultivator proclaimed. Really? The Yin family is sending participants to the Ascension conference? They have never done so in previous years. This revelation led to the realization that 2 slots would certainly be taken. Indeed, should we encounter the Yin siblings on the arena, we would be in for a calamity. The cultivators' expressions darkened, with some even sighing in despair. Meanwhile, Han Li coldly observed the retreating monstrous bird in silence. The creature's appearance unmistakably resembled that strange eagle once seen by the ironclad Neo, and the celestial pair must surely be the Yin siblings. Deep in thought, Han Li noted that the nearby cultivators resumed their own affairs after this minor commotion. Ultimately, he smiled lightly and nonchalantly departed. The square had grown moderately crowded, though it still paled in comparison to the vibrant scene witnessed the previous night. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was lively enough. Han Li felt the several bottles of elixirs within his robe and resolved to see if he could exchange them for other items. Thus, he chose not to enter through the original entrance, but instead ventured in from the opposite end of the square, intending to explore anew. As he walked, his gaze frequently darted left and right, taking in the various materials and talismans displayed at the stalls, along with an array of peculiar magical artifacts that left him awestruck. Suddenly, Han Li halted before a particular stall, his attention captured by a modestly sized book. He became somewhat lost in thought as he gazed at the price tag affixed to the front, which read, Changchun Gong, a foundational wood element cultivation technique. Valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones. I shall take this book, Han Li said calmly, bending down to pick it up and flipping through its pages before looking up at the stall owner. 2 spirit stones. A clear, melodious voice chimed in Han Li's ear. He was taken aback, only then realizing that the stall owner, who had been engrossed in reading, was a charming young girl. Is there anything amiss with this book? Han Li queried as he regained his composure. Not at all. Every layer of the Changchun technique from 1 to 13 is intact, the girl replied with a charming smile. Han Li nodded, flipping through a few more pages before closing the book. Do you accept elixirs as a form of exchange? He asked directly. The girl appeared a bit startled, her eyes widening in surprise. That depends on the type of elixir. If it's for healing or medicinal purposes, it might not hold much value. The young maiden gently brushed aside the errant strands of hair from her forehead. Upon hearing her words, Han Li realized that this matter held great potential, and without hesitation, he produced a vial of Huanglong Dan, placing it before the girl. This is a medicinal pill that strengthens the foundation and enhances one's magical prowess. Han Li was not one to feign modesty. Strengthening the foundation and enhancing magical abilities? The girl's previously composed demeanor shifted into one of slight anxiety. She leaned forward, drawing closer to Han Li, delicately lifting the jade vial to pour out a single pill, then bent down to discern its properties through scent. From his elevated position, Han Li observed the exposed curve of her graceful neck and the fragrance of her delicate, feminine essence wafted towards him, causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush. Indeed, this is a pill that can enhance one's magical prowess. After a moment of inhaling the aroma, the girl exclaimed in delight. She raised her gaze to Han Li, her face alight with joy, and eagerly inquired, "Do you possess any more of such pills? If so, I am willing to trade as much as you have. I can offer an assortment from my stall. If that is insufficient, I can also purchase them with spirit stones." With that, she clasped the vial tightly, her eyes fixed upon Han Li, fearful of receiving a negative response. Seeing the once gentle and charming maiden now so anxious brought a smile to Han Li's face. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect that he had perhaps underestimated the value of such medicinal pills, and he should exercise greater caution in the future. "Do not rush, dear lady. Let us first conclude this transaction before discussing anything further." Han Li initially intended to decline her offer, but upon meeting her clear-eyed gaze, he was unexpectedly reminded of his younger sister at home, and he softened, allowing the words to slip from his lips. "I sincerely apologize. I seem to have lost my composure." The girl, sensing her own indiscretion, turned a shade of crimson. "For this book, just 2 of these pills will suffice," she stated. Regaining her calm demeanor, Han Li felt the price was reasonable and agreed, then began to survey the other items on her stall. "What is this?" A seemingly inconspicuous gray cloth bag piqued Han Li's interest, especially since it was tightly secured with a slender red cord and appeared to be filled. He reached out and grasped it. "These are seeds of the 7-star grass. Those that are over 10 years old are the finest material for crafting talismans," the girl explained in a bright voice. Han Li's interest was stirred. Such items could prove immensely useful, and without hesitation, he placed the bag before him. "Are there no other items of interest to me?" Han Li inquired slowly after glancing over the rest. "Are you truly not selecting anything else? This ice-cold talisman is quite formidable, and this revitalization talisman can significantly restore your stamina." The girl, somewhat reluctant, stepped forward to recommend more. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at her innocent expression, conveying a sense of disbelief that he could overlook such treasures. "What is so amusing?" The girl felt her cheeks flush again. "I simply wish to purchase some cinnabar and a brush for talisman drawing. But alas, it seems you have neither." Han Li candidly expressed his true desire. "Cinnabar and a drawing brush." The girl furrowed her brow, caught in a moment of hesitation. She lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, as if having made a significant decision. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards Han Li and said, "I do not possess Dan Sha, but I do have an exquisite talisman brush made from the neck fur of the golden-eyed ape, though its price is quite steep. I am uncertain if you have sufficient elixirs to exchange for it." Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback, yet maintained a cheerful demeanor as he replied, "As long as the item is of high quality, I assure you I can satisfy your needs in terms of elixirs." Upon hearing his words, the young woman felt reassured. She produced a spiritual talisman, traced a few symbols upon it with her fingers, and then tossed it into the air, where it transformed into a streak of fire and vanished. "Please wait a moment. My elder brother will soon bring the item," she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. "No problem. As long as it is indeed a fine item, I can wait a little longer." "It does not trouble me in the least," Han Li replied calmly. For a period thereafter, the two were speechless, creating a somewhat intimate atmosphere between them. Han Li found himself enchanted by this peculiar sensation, inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from her direction. The young woman, with her head bowed, gazed at her toes. Lost in thought, however, Han Li noticed a slight blush rising on her fair neck. "Sister." A loud voice suddenly shattered the delicate ambience, prompting Han Li to glare at the intruder. Yet, upon turning to see the newcomer, he was taken aback. A burly giant, whose physique was far from ordinary, was charging towards them, knocking several cultivators off balance in his wake. Initially furious, The cultivator's expressions shifted to one of shock upon realizing the giant's extraordinary stature, and after a moment's hesitation, they begrudgingly acquiesced. The young woman winced at her brother's reckless behavior. He was unnecessarily provoking conflict with other cultivators. "Here you go, sister. I've brought the item," the giant bellowed, rushing to Han Li's side, extending a massive hand to present a slender wooden box to the young woman. Setting aside her annoyance at her brother's impetuosity, she passed the wooden box to Han Li, signaling for him to open it. Han Li accepted the box, cast a glance at the young woman, and then opened it to reveal a golden brush that emitted a faint yellow glow from tip to handle. This brush is known as the golden bamboo. Its tip is crafted from the neck fur of a second-tier demon beast, the golden-eyed ape, while the handle is made from a mix of refined gold and black iron. Having been meticulously refined by a foundation establishment cultivator over 3 days and nights, with both literary and martial flames, resulting in this remarkable creation, the young woman explained softly, her eyes lingering on the brush with evident reluctance. Though Han Li did not fully comprehend all she had said, he recognized that this brush was extraordinary, possessing a significant backstory. He was genuinely astonished that she was willing to part with such a treasure, questioning whether it was solely for the sake of the elixirs. "Are you truly willing to exchange this brush with me? It is indeed a rare artifact," Han Li remarked, gently caressing the smooth handle and examining the engraved characters of golden bamboo at the end, confirming with a serious tone. The young woman, sensing Han Li's uncertainty, hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth, lest he suspect the item's origins were dubious and hesitate to accept it. "This brush is a relic from my clan, once used by a master talisman maker. Regrettably, my sibling and I lack any talent in the art of talisman crafting, thus rendering this item wasted. My elder brother intends to participate in the upcoming Ascension Conference, but his cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He can only break through with the aid of medicinal power. Hence, he is willing to exchange this item for your elixir." The young girl spoke with a hint of resignation. How peculiar to encounter yet another individual whose cultivation is at an impasse. How fortuitous, thought Han Li, filled with confusion. In truth, Han Li was mistaken. Among those preparing to participate in the Ascension Conference's arena competition, 7 or 8 out of every 10 are typically stuck at a bottleneck, incapable of further advancement. Those who believe they still possess untapped potential generally refrain from participating in the competition, opting instead to retreat and diligently cultivate, hoping to ascend to a higher level. This results in a greater chance of success in the subsequent conference. Consequently, prior to each Ascension Conference, elixirs capable of enhancing one's magical prowess are invariably in high demand, yet short supply. Chapter 138. The Art of Talisman Crafting. Han Li, brimming with joy, clutched the wooden box containing the golden bamboo brush as he made his way back to the building. He had exchanged 3 bottles of yellow dragon elixir and 4 bottles of golden essence pills for this precious item and a pouch of 7 stargrass seeds from the young girl. Subsequently, he purchased some talisman powder from other stalls before eagerly returning, ready to embark on his talisman crafting endeavor. Upon breaking through the restrictive enchantments and entering the small building, Han Li noticed the young monk still in meditation. Choosing not to disturb him, he ascended to the 2nd floor and returned to his room. Once he had arranged the talisman paper and talisman powder on the table, he took out the golden bamboo brush and began to immerse himself in the creation of the spirit-settling talisman. Following the prescribed method of the spirit-settling technique, he gradually infused his spiritual energy into the brush with his right hand while delicately dipping the tip into the talisman powder. He then inscribed the talisman onto a piece of talisman paper. A quarter of an hour later, a look of delight illuminated Han Li's face as he stretched his sore muscles. Gazing at the shimmering spirit talisman on the table, he felt a surge of joy. Visually, this talisman resembled the one previously utilized by Dr. Mo. Although the contained spiritual energy was somewhat diminished, it was undeniably far superior to the inferior products he had crafted during his earlier practice, which bore only a superficial resemblance without any spiritual energy. Eagerly examining the freshly created spirit talisman, Han Li, filled with excitement, prepared to attempt the spirit-settling technique. However, before he could invoke the incantation, the spiritual energy on the paper talisman suddenly became chaotic, exhibiting signs of impending explosion. Alarmed, Han Li instinctively hurled the talisman away. With a soft whoosh, the spirit-settling talisman spontaneously ignited in midair, transforming into a fireball and incinerating itself completely. Hanli stared blankly at the spectacle overhead, rendered speechless. After a moment, he sighed. It seemed this talisman had indeed failed. Although somewhat disheartened, his confidence remained intact, as he believed that the previous attempt had been tantalizingly close to success. He was convinced that with a little more effort and several more attempts, he would undoubtedly achieve success. Thus, for the next half-day, Hanli crafted one spirit-settling talisman after another, only to face continuous failures time and again. The talismans crafted were either consumed by flames or would suddenly explode, while others, upon completion, would swiftly lose all their spiritual energy, rendering them mere scraps of paper. As Hanli gazed at the last talisman he had just finished, which promptly shattered into pieces, even his typically composed demeanor could no longer contain his frustration. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling and exclaimed in exasperation, "Damn it, heavens! Are you toying with me? With a dozen sheets of talisman paper, surely one should succeed." This was merely a basic talisman of calming spirits. Could it be that today was simply an ill-chosen day? After voicing his thoughts, Hanli felt a weight lift from his heart, and his spirits lightened somewhat. Subsequently, he tilted his head in contemplation and glanced at the half-empty box of cinnabar on the table, along with the golden brush. Concluding that the issue did not lie with those materials, his infusion of spiritual energy into the brush was smooth, and the cinnabar, once applied to the talisman paper, radiated vitality, indicating its authenticity. Unable to discern the cause, Hanli decided to consult the young monk, hoping he might shed some light on the matter. At that moment, Hanli realized how crucial it was to have a mentor in the path of cultivation, and thoughts of seeking a master began to stir within him. Upon hearing Hanli's grievances regarding his failed talisman making, the young monk fixed him with an oddly intense gaze, as if a lovely white flower had bloomed unexpectedly upon Hanli's face. Feeling a twinge of unease at the monk's scrutiny, Hanli was uncertain what he had said that warranted such attention. "Perhaps, Master Han, you are not well acquainted with the art of talisman making," the monk finally spoke. Master Ku Sang spoke correctly. "This is my first attempt at crafting talismans," Hanli confessed candidly. Among cultivators, few actually engage in talisman creation themselves. Most acquire the necessary talismans through exchanges at various trading venues. Even those from prominent families do the same. Why is that? Hanli was taken aback. "It is quite simple," the monk replied with a smile. "There are far too few experienced talisman artisans, and the cost of training a qualified one is exceedingly high. Only the major sects have the resources to undertake such an endeavor. Master Han, you must feel quite vexed after failing repeatedly, correct?" the monk inquired. "Indeed. The cost of materials alone could have purchased me several ready-made calming talismans," Hanli lamented. "However, did you know that it is perfectly normal for novice talisman makers to fail hundreds of times in succession? For those with lesser talent, it is not uncommon to encounter failures numbering in the hundreds. Only after thousands of attempts may one's success rate begin to improve. And that is merely for the same type of talisman. Should one attempt a different kind, while not entirely akin to a novice, the initial failure rate remains astonishingly high. Thus, a competent talisman maker must undergo tens of thousands of practice sessions. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to cultivate such a skill. But Master Han, how many can withstand such material losses? One should not speak of immortal cultivation families. Even the talisman makers nurtured by prominent sects can only achieve modest accomplishments in the realm of basic talismans. To expect them to practice the crafting of intermediate talismans would likely lead those grand sects to financial ruin, as the materials required for higher-tier talismans are exceedingly costly." The monk's words left Hanli utterly astounded. How is it that there are still individuals selling Dan Sha and talisman paper at the market? Upon reflection, Hanli found something amiss. Those Dan Sha and talisman papers are intended for practitioners of talisman arts, the young monk explained with a smile. Talisman arts? Hanli was puzzled. It is akin to the focus technique you practice, whereby one must employ pre-drawn talismans for the spell to take effect. Unlike those spells that are stored within talisman papers for convenient use, the spiritual talismans employed in talisman arts cannot simply be activated with spiritual energy. They require a specific incantation to be invoked. However, these incantations are generally straightforward and easily grasped. Practitioners of talisman arts often find it impractical to purchase the same talismans repeatedly. Thus, much like yourself, they choose to practice drawing talismans themselves. Although the costs can be substantial, they remain within reach due to the limited variety of talismans. Therefore, if you truly wish to master the focus technique, It would be best to create your own talismans in the long run. However, if you do not intend to use this technique frequently, it would suffice to spend a small amount of money to purchase a few focused talismans for convenience. The monk elaborated, concluding with some advice for Han Li. Thank you, Master Kusang, for your guidance. Han Li sincerely bowed deeply. You are too courteous. The monk hurriedly returned the gesture. This young monk is quite amiable. Should I encounter any further perplexities, I might continue to seek his counsel. Han Li mused as he made his way back to his quarters. It seems that dedicating time to the practice of talisman crafting is no longer feasible. I should instead take the opportunity to purchase a few focused talismans for future use. Meanwhile, I have already reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the eternal spring technique. Now that I have obtained the mental methods for the subsequent layers, it appears I am on the brink of breaking through to the 9th layer. Additionally, I must also practice the newly acquired spells to master them and enhance my strength. As Han Li pushed open the door, he had already formulated his plans for the future. Thus, in the days that followed, Han Li devoted his days to consuming vast quantities of medicinal pills, meditating, and cultivating the eternal spring technique within the confines of his room. At night, he ventured to secluded areas of the valley to practice the newly learned spells, which included sand flow technique, ice binding technique, ascension technique, binding technique, sound transmission technique, concealment technique, spark technique, and the most challenging, ground spike technique. After over 10 days of rigorous training, Han Li ultimately broke through to the 9th layer of the eternal spring technique in the final days before the conclusion of the Southern Conference, leaving Wu Jiao and others in awe, while the Qingwen Taoist repeatedly praised Han Li as a prodigy among free cultivators. Yet, Han Li was acutely aware that without the aid of those dozen or so medicinal pills, such a breakthrough would not have been so effortless. Nevertheless, he realized that his supply of medicinal pills was dwindling. It seemed he should concoct some more. Chapter 139, Fragments of Magical Artifacts today has been quite overwhelming, with 2 groups of guests visiting my home, leaving me with little time to even enjoy dinner. At last, I have managed to complete this chapter. As for the various techniques, both the concealment technique and the sound transmission technique are auxiliary spells akin to the heavenly eye technique, which can be easily mastered by anyone with a basic understanding of magical energy. Thus, Han Li adeptly grasped them with little difficulty. The sound transmission technique, in particular, is a form of spell that requires the use of sound transmission talismans, something Han Li has encountered on several occasions. The concealment technique, on the other hand, is a simple spell that allows spiritual energy to envelop the entire body, blending it with the surrounding environment to render the practitioner less detectable. However, this spell possesses a somewhat redundant nature, as the heavenly eye technique can easily dispel it, failing to achieve its intended purpose of evading the notice of other cultivators. The quicksand technique and the freezing technique are both regional spells. One transforms soil into sand within the reach of magical energy, while the other can freeze water in its vicinity. The potency of these spells is entirely contingent upon the depth of the caster's magical prowess. If a master of great power were to wield them, it would not be implausible to convert vast fertile fields into deserts or freeze mighty rivers into glaciers. Their classification as low-level beginner spells is merely due to their relative ease of learning, allowing even low-tier cultivators in the Qi refining stage to acquire them, albeit with a regrettably limited range due to their constrained magical energy. Initially, Han Li found it challenging to master these 2 techniques. However, upon suddenly breaking through to the 9th layer of magical energy, which doubled his previous capacity, he found himself effortlessly commanding these spells. He could now transform an area the size of a tabletop into sand or ice at will, which greatly excited him. As for the remaining spells, he found himself at a loss for understanding, reluctantly deciding to ponder and study them further in due course. With the conclusion of the Southern Conference approaching, the number of young cultivators participating in the trade reached its zenith during the final 2 days. At this moment, the grand trading square where Han Li stood was teeming with over 2,000 cultivators, and the number of vendors had multiplied several times over. Most were eager to seize the last opportunity to sell their remaining goods. Many high-ranking cultivators, who had been lurking in the shadows, also made their appearances, keen to observe potential rivals. Han Li could only smile wryly, realizing that despite having ascended to the 9th layer, he still found himself merely among the average ranks amidst such a multitude of cultivators. There were still many who surpassed the 9th layer. With scarce spirit stones and few elixirs at his disposal, he had no intention of shopping. Instead, he meandered through the stalls, following the crowd. He gravitated towards the busier areas, merely wishing to listen to the remarks and insights of cultivators regarding the items for sale, seeking to broaden his horizons. As he listened, Hanli found himself increasingly captivated, gaining substantial knowledge about various magical artifacts and materials. For instance, he learned of a darting artifact that could autonomously pursue foes, a gourd that could spew fire, a long blade capable of freezing its targets, the eggs of silver-winged ants for medicinal concoctions, and the scales of century-old iron thread snakes for crafting. The more he absorbed, the more intrigued he became, and before he realized it, he had arrived at the midsection of the square. That won't do. I refuse to accept this. I demand a trade for something else. This is merely a fragment of a magical artifact. Even this material could easily surpass your bowl in value. What use is this shard to me? It would be futile to seek a cultivator in the core formation stage to refine it. You shall not exchange it for my wind bowl. A heated argument erupted from a nearby stall. A fragment of a magical artifact? This revelation astonished all present, instantly igniting a fervor among the nearby cultivators, who quickly surrounded the stall, creating an impenetrable crowd. It is important to note that magical artifacts are the stuff of dreams for low-level cultivators, and yet here it was, appearing in the Tainan Valley. Even if it was merely a fragment, it was still a marvel, inciting the cultivator's curiosity like cats drawn to a scent. Where is it? Let me see. Is this truly a magical artifact? How exquisite. Is this just a rag? Hanli, positioned closer to the stall and naturally more agile than the average cultivator, managed to secure a prime spot, affording him a clear view of the scene before him. At the stall stood a man in his late 20s, with dark skin and large limbs. At first glance, one might mistake him for a farmer who had wandered into the Tainan Valley. However, anyone who used the eye of heaven to assess his cultivation would gasp in shock, for this seemingly unassuming man was a formidable master at the 10th level. To challenge him would be tantamount to courting death. Some cultivators exchanged glances, intrigued, their attention shifting to the stall owner. The stall owner appeared quite ordinary, clad in simple green garments with cultivation at around the 7th or 8th level, yet he faced the imposing figure without a hint of fear. Observers noted the leaf-shaped emblem embroidered on the collar of the stall owner's attire, and realization dawned upon them. He was a disciple of the renowned Qin Yi family. No wonder he exuded such confidence. On the stall between these two figures lay a peculiar yellow bowl adorned with strange patterns and a small piece of semi-transparent fabric. The fabric, ragged and uneven at the edges as if gnawed by a dog, nevertheless caught the eye with its intermittent white glimmers of light, imparting an aura of mystery. Is this truly a fragment of a magical artifact? Upon seeing the object, many of the onlookers felt a wave of disappointment, as it starkly contrasted with their expectations. This fragment is extraordinary. Any object covered by it becomes instantly invisible. Not a trace of spiritual energy will leak out. Yet it allows spiritual energy from the outside to enter freely, the dark-skinned man explained, his expression serious. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his sleeve downwards, revealing a small silver mouse that emerged from within. A first-level demon beast, the golden consuming mouse. A name was called out among the observing cultivators, prompting a stir of excitement. Truly a master at the 10th level. He can even capture a first-level demon beast. Many thought to themselves. At that moment, the dark man draped the fabric over the silver mouse, and to everyone's astonishment, a miracle occurred. The mouse and the fabric vanished without a trace. Even those employing the eye of heaven could glean nothing. The man observed the crowd's astonished expressions with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he grasped at the original spot, and a piece of cloth appeared in his hand, while the white mouse immediately revealed its traces. This phenomenon was not limited to living beings. Even inanimate objects exhibited the same effect. After stating this, the man produced a small, exquisitely sharp knife, approximately an inch in length, and placed it on the ground, covering it once more with the cloth. The result was identical. It vanished without a trace, and not a hint of spiritual energy was revealed. Truly marvelous. To possess the ability to become invisible. How astonishing. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. How about it? Trading your bowl is undoubtedly worth the value, the man said, removing the cloth and safely stowing the knife, addressing the stall owner. No exchange. If you desire invisibility, a basic intermediate concealment talisman will suffice. Moreover, such a diminutive object. Can it truly hide my head or my feet? The stall owner shook his head, speaking with a tone of derision. Did I not mention? This is a fragment of a magical artifact, crafted by either a golden core or nascent soul cultivator. Only those of the same cultivation level can discern its concealing powers. How can a concealment talisman compare? The man exclaimed, his voice tinged with frustration. You may speak as fancifully as you wish. This item is utterly useless to me. Why would I need it? You should offer 30 spirit stones or other equivalent items in exchange for this bowl. The stall owner retorted coldly. If readers find this enjoyable, please remember to bookmark this book. Chapter 140. An unyielding resolve, alas. I received a call. There is a matter at my parents' home, and I must go over this afternoon. I can only manage to release a small chapter of 2K for now. As for when I can return to write the next chapter, it will depend on circumstances, so I ask for your understanding. The man appeared exceedingly irate, clenching his fists and stepping forward. What are you doing? Do you intend to force a purchase? The Yi family are not to be trifled with, the stall owner retorted, rolling his eyes dismissively. Humph. The Yi family is impressive indeed. Although the man did not relent verbally, he loosened his fists, clearly wary of the Yi family. His anger surged within him as the stall owner employed the Yi family to intimidate him. As a 10th layer master, he was accustomed to being revered by others. Now, faced with such humiliation, he contemplated leaving in a huff, yet he found it difficult to part with the wind bowl. This artifact was highly compatible with his cultivation technique, and obtaining it would significantly enhance his power. However, aside from this magical artifact fragment, all his other possessions were of utility, and he had exhausted his spirit stones days ago, leaving him in a quandary. Brother, how about selling that fragment to me? I offer 10 spirit stones. A figure clad in an oversized gray robe emerged from the crowd, approaching the man with a respectful bow and a sincere expression. I won't sell. If you wish to buy, you must present 30 spirit stones. The man shook his head vehemently, unable to accept such a price. Alas, if this fragment were just a tad larger, it might indeed be worth that price. Unfortunately, it is rather small, and the items it can conceal are exceedingly limited. The gray-clad individual, seeing the man's refusal, displayed a look of regret and returned to the crowd without further insistence. How about 12? Will you sell? I'll offer 13. Many cultivators observing the scene felt a stirring desire for this magical artifact fragment. Even if it could not be utilized immediately, retaining it for gradual study would be worthwhile. Perhaps it may lead them to some profound insight. In this manner, the price swiftly escalated to 20, with the bid coming from a naive, round-faced youth. Faced with such a high price, the others fell silent, deeming it exorbitant. Any further increase would be deemed wasteful. After all, for these low-tier cultivators, possessing a mere 10 spirit stones was already commendable. The recent bidders were primarily disciples from affluent families, as only they could afford such luxuries. 20? The dark-skinned man's expression shifted, for this price had reached his threshold. If he could pair it with another item, perhaps he could negotiate with the vendor for the wind-returning bowl. Are you truly willing to bid 20 spirit stones? He inquired amicably towards the round-faced youth. The youth, for reasons unknown, appeared flustered, his face alternating between red and white. I do not possess that many spirit stones, he stammered, eliciting astonishment from the onlookers. Not at all. Then why did you just shout a bid? Were you attempting to mock me? The dark-skinned man, already simmering with anger, erupted, his formidable presence pressing heavily upon the youth. I merely found it amusing to see others bidding. I spoke thoughtlessly. The youth hastily defended himself, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. As a mere 5th-tier cultivator, how could he withstand such spiritual pressure? Who is at that bid 19? I am willing to offer an additional spirit stone for you to purchase this item. The youth exclaimed, quick-witted in his desperation. Unfortunately, the surroundings fell silent, no one responding. It seemed that individual had already withdrawn their interest. What of the one who bid 18? The youth pleaded, his gaze darting nervously at the increasingly menacing countenance of the dark-skinned man. A mere casual cultivator, he possessed only 2 spirit stones, which he had painstakingly earned over the course of a year. Just as everyone anticipated a spectacle, a calm voice suddenly broke through. As an individual strolled in from outside, addressing the dark-skinned man. What do you intend to do? The dark-skinned man glowered at the newcomer. His patience had worn thin, and should this person also prove troublesome, he would not hesitate to deal with him, despite the latter being a formidable 9th-tier cultivator. I am quite interested in that item and wish to acquire it, the stranger remarked, gesturing towards the fabric with a smile. This cultivator, mistakenly perceived as a troublemaker by the dark-skinned man, was none other than Han Li. Upon hearing mention of the artifact's ability to render one invisible and conceal spiritual energy, a vague notion had sparked in his mind. After the dark-skinned man demonstrated the hidden dagger, Han Li's thoughts crystallized, and the desire for this artifact became imperative. Thus, even if the round-faced youth genuinely possessed 20 spirit stones to purchase it, Han Li would have intervened to claim it. "How much are you willing to pay?" The dark-skinned man was momentarily taken aback, yet his demeanor softened as he posed the question. "I do not intend to purchase it. Rather, I wish to exchange for it." Han Li, with an air of composure, retrieved a talisman from his sleeve and placed it prominently upon the stall, ensuring it was clearly visible to all. "A flight talisman," exclaimed an astute observer. "It is a high-level primary talisman." The other cultivators were equally astonished. After all, since the inception of the Southern Fair, only 5 or 6 of such high-grade talismans had surfaced, each fetching an astonishing price. Upon seeing the flight talisman, the burly man and the stall owner were visibly moved, their gazes towards Han Li now imbued with great respect. After all, one who possesses high-grade talismans could hardly be an ordinary individual. "Very well, I shall make the exchange," the burly man declared decisively, recognizing the clear advantage of this transaction. "However, prior to that, I wish to test your claim regarding the fragment's ability to allow external spiritual energy to be absorbed. If true, I shall exchange immediately. If not, I cannot afford to make this trade." Unfazed, Han Li responded calmly. Initially taken aback by Han Li's words, the burly man soon laughed heartily. "What I have stated regarding this item's efficacy is entirely truthful. Feel free to test it." Han Li, encouraged by the assurance, produced a cup-like artifact from his belongings and placed it upon the ground. He then draped the cloth over it. Once the cup had vanished, he extended a finger, summoning a small, white sphere of spiritual energy that he gently tapped against the surface. To his delight, the light sphere gradually disappeared, seemingly consumed. Seeing this, Han Li's face brightened. Gently, he grasped the cloth, revealing the cup once more, now containing the very sphere that had just vanished. "Indeed, what you spoke of is accurate. I shall take this fragment. The flight talisman is yours." Han Li tucked the cloth back into his sleeve, clasping his hands in respect towards the burly man. "Excellent. You are a man of your word," the burly man replied, elated. He bent down to seize the flight talisman, examining it thoroughly before beaming with satisfaction, confirming its authenticity. Han Li smiled faintly, choosing to say no more as he turned to weave through the crowd. Yet, before he had taken more than a few steps, a cacophony of voices erupted behind him. "This person is foolish, trading a high-level talisman for such a trifling item. Indeed, that fragment is so small. What could it possibly be worth? Such a trade is utterly unworthy. Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps it has hidden uses." Amused by their ignorance, Han Li suppressed a smirk. How little did these cultivators understand the significance of this item to him. "Brother, wait a moment," a voice suddenly called from behind, accompanied by hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. Han Li paused, slightly bewildered. Were they calling for him? He turned to see a familiar figure. The round-faced youth who had nearly caused a disaster, sprinting towards him, sweat glistening on his brow. Han Li blinked, momentarily intrigued as he halted in his tracks. He pondered what this exuberant individual could possibly want to pursue him with such fervor. "Brother, I finally caught up to you," exclaimed the young man, panting heavily upon his arrival. "Is there something you need?" Han Li inquired, casting a curious glance at his pursuer. Without a word, the young man reached out and pressed a small booklet into Han Li's hands, stammering shyly before darting away. Han Li was taken aback for a brief moment, but soon broke into a smile. It was indeed surprising to encounter such sincerity among cultivators. He made no attempt to chase after the youth, instead lowering his gaze to examine the object in his hand. The booklet was titled Records of the Azure Stream, which did not seem to pertain to any spells or incantations. With a hint of interest, he flipped through a few pages. It turned out to be a compilation of anecdotes and legends meticulously documented by an elder cultivator known as the Azure Stream, who preferred wandering over rigorous cultivation. Some pages featured vividly illustrated depictions related to the tales. Though Han Li did not peruse it extensively, he found himself quite captivated and decided to tuck the booklet into his robe. Subsequently, Han Li did not encounter anything particularly extraordinary and, feeling somewhat bored, returned to his abode. Once inside his room, he reclined at the head of his bed, delving into records of the Azure Stream. The content varied. Some tales recounted the elder's personal experiences, while others were mere hearsay, yet all were peculiar and rare. Some narratives even contained secrets that were traditionally withheld by cultivator families, leaving Han Li curious about how the Azure Stream had come to know them. Engrossed in the reading, Han Li flipped to the final pages, where he encountered 7 distinct tokens illustrated as if they were medallions. At the bottom of these illustrations were several lines of text, ascension tokens, crafted by the 7 major sects of the Yu Kingdom. These tokens were bestowed upon cultivator families for extraordinary accomplishments. Whoever possessed a token and approached the issuing sect would receive the same treatment as the ultimate victor of the Ascension Conference, thereby earning the right to foundational elixirs and admission qualifications. However, this item had only circulated within the confines of cultivator families, rendering ordinary cultivators unable to glimpse it. Thus, the illustrations merely depicted the token's rumored appearance. In a smaller script, the Azure Stream appended a notable remark. These tokens can be exchanged and transferred among the various cultivator families, and their issuance dates back to ancient times. Therefore, the sect recognizes the token, not the bearer. As long as it is presented, one can ascend to the heavens, a truly miraculous item for low-tier cultivators. After reading the explanatory text, Han Li examined the 7 illustrations and felt a thirst in his mouth, his heart racing with excitement. Upon hearing the term Ascension Conference, he had instinctively recalled the peculiar token he received from the dwarf, which bore the same 2 characters for ascension. This led him to wonder whether there was a connection between the two. Yet, after hearing others discuss the Ascension Conference in detail, without any mention of the Ascension token, he had dismissed it as mere coincidence and allowed it to fade from his mind. To his astonishment, within this inadvertently acquired pamphlet, he discovered the origin and true purpose of this object. The significance of the Ascension token was profoundly remarkable. The more Han Li pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He hastily retrieved the murky black token from his possession and eagerly compared it to the illustrations, quickly identifying an image quite similar to it. This Ascension token was issued by the Huangfeng Valley. As Han Li gently caressed the token, he murmured to himself, "However, how could such a precious item have fallen into the hands of a mediocre cultivator like the Golden Light Master?" As Han Li regained his composure, a sense of confusion enveloped him. In truth, the diminutive figure was indeed the original owner of this token. It was revealed that the now-renowned Qin Yiling was once home to another esteemed cultivation family, the Qin clan, alongside the Yi family. The two families maintained a harmonious relationship due to their kinship ties. This ascension token had been passed down through generations of the Qin family. The reason it had never been utilized was that the Qin family had yet to find a prodigious cultivator worthy of its power. They preferred to pass it down rather than squander such a treasure. However, after many generations, the Qin family began to dwindle due to a shortage of male heirs, leading to their gradual decline. In contrast, the Yi family thrived, becoming increasingly prosperous, leaving the cultivation world only aware of the Yi family and Qin Yiling. While the Qin family faded into obscurity, by the time of the Golden Light Master, the Qin family had dwindled to a single male heir, whose talents were woefully inadequate, rendering any hope of foundation establishment futile. Thus, the power disparity between the two families grew, and their once close kinship had long been rendered a distant memory. Eventually, the Yi family set their sights on the few treasured relics passed down through the Qin lineage, with the Ascension token being their coveted prize. Despite his lack of cultivation aptitude, the Golden Light Master possessed a keen sense of observation. Coupled with his timid nature, he was warned in advance by the diminutive figure when the Yi family was poised to act, prompting him to swiftly abscond with the Ascension token and the talisman inscribed with a small sword, escaping into the night. As for the remaining treasures, they were sealed behind barriers, making them inaccessible to the Golden Light Master, who had no choice but to relinquish them, leaving them to the Yi family. Consequently, the Golden Light Master fled for over a decade, residing in a certain temple within the barbarian territory, subsisting on his meager magical powers by trickery, living a carefree existence. As time passed, his initial desire to utilize the Ascension token gradually faded. He questioned whether, even if he consumed a foundation establishment pill, he could achieve that stage. In light of this, why endure the hardships of being a lowly disciple in a grand sect? Thus, during the subsequent siege of the Seven Shin Gate, this Ascension token fortuitously came into Han Li's possession. Chapter 142. Assassination. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Qin family, Han Li's exuberance remained undiminished. He excitedly paced within the confines of his dwelling, incessantly manipulating the ascension token in his hands, finding it increasingly pleasing to behold. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's time, Hanli finally calmed himself, smoothing over his racing heart, and began to contemplate future arrangements and the feasibility of seeking apprenticeship in Huangfeng Valley. After a restless night of tossing and turning, the Tanin conference finally reached its conclusion. As the dawn broke the following morning, numerous cultivators began to depart from the valley, reducing the number of people within by nearly half. By afternoon, several elder cultivators appeared in the square, offering words of encouragement and praise before officially announcing the end of the Tanin conference, with the esteemed Qingyan Jinren among them. Instantly, the remaining cultivators dispersed, some in small groups, while others flew solo into the horizon. At that moment, Daoist Qingwen and a few others approached Han Li once more, extending an invitation to him to join them. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li shook his head in refusal, inciting dissatisfaction from Wu Jiozhi and the Mo brothers, while Daoist Qingwen's countenance also darkened slightly. Since Brother Han is unwilling to accompany us, I cannot press the matter further. May you tread your path with care. Qingwen sighed, his tone tinged with regret. With a gentle pat on Han Li's shoulder, he departed the valley with his companions. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at the moment Qingwen patted his shoulder, he discreetly scattered some colorless, intangible powder from his sleeve onto Han Li's clothing, leaving no visible trace. As Wu Jiozhi and the others stepped through the dense fog at the valley's mouth, Qingwen lingered behind, unseen. Seizing the opportunity when the others were distracted, a sinister expression crossed his face. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a flicker of flame shot forth, vanishing into the nearby underbrush. His visage returned to normal, radiating an air of righteousness as if nothing had transpired. Oblivious to Qingwen's actions, Han Li, adhering to his cautious nature, chose not to depart immediately from Tanin Valley. He opted to remain for another night, waiting until dawn's first light before stealthily slipping away. Upon exiting the valley, Han Li determined his direction. Employing the wind manipulation technique, and with a gentle push from his toes, he soared several zhang away, his garments billowing elegantly as he moved further from the valley. Not long after Han Li's departure, two figures hurriedly approached. A small green orb, no larger than a thumb, led the way, swirling around the spot where Han Li had recently lingered before darting in the direction he had taken, with the two figures closely in pursuit. Han Li continued his journey without pause, traversing over 100 miles before finally resting atop a small hill. There, he took a moment to replenish his strength and mana with a modest meal. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly irrational actions incited a torrent of curses from the pursuing duo. It was no small wonder. Who rises at dawn to chase after someone unless they had previously tampered with that individual? Had they not taken precautions, they might have lost track of him altogether. However, their meticulously devised plan to set a trap for Han Li had ultimately failed. To their further frustration, Han Li's rapid pace left them in a cloud of dust, nearly exhausting them in their futile chase. After all, the two had long been accustomed to a life of luxury as cultivators. It had been quite some time since they had undertaken a long journey on foot. Time passed unmeasured as Han Li sat cross-legged in a hollow at the base of a hill, his eyes closed, motionless, seemingly in a state of transcendence. The only sounds that broke the silence were the intermittent chirps of mountain insects. Suddenly, from the nearby soil, a dozen beams of white light erupted, shooting directly towards Han Li. Startled from his stillness, Han Li opened his eyes sharply, revealing a glint of cold light. In an instant, he soared into the air, landing deftly on a patch of ground some distance away. As a result, the beams of light struck the earth, embedding themselves into the soil where he had sat, revealing their true form, a dozen razor-sharp ice spikes. Seeing this, Han Li's expression darkened. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and with a crackling sound, 5 small fireballs ignited at his fingertips, each half the size of a typical fireball spell. "Allow me to demonstrate my 5-shot barrage," Han Li declared ominously, fixing his gaze on the source of the ice spikes. He then bent his fingers slightly before flicking them forward, sending the fireballs in a straight line toward their target. Just as the fireballs were about to strike the ground, a figure clad in yellow materialized out of thin air, swiftly evading the flames. With a resounding boom, the area was engulfed in an explosion, creating a deep crater that radiated intense heat, with signs of melting evident, leaving the narrowly escaped figure drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Han Li paid no heed to the crater, but remained fixated on the yellow-clad man who had leapt into view, a lean, cunning-looking fellow in his 30s. "Why attack me?" Han Li inquired coldly. The man, hearing the question, smirked mischievously and replied, "You'll find out in your next life." Suddenly, he bellowed, "Attack!" Han Li was taken aback and was about to react when he heard two faint sounds of earth cracking beneath him. In an instant, a pair of enormous hands glowing with yellow light shot up, gripping his feet tightly, as if two steel bands had been clamped around them, rendering him immobile. "You're finished. With your feet bound, let's see how you evade my ice spike technique." The yellow-clad man crowed triumphantly, raising his hands toward Han Li and beginning to chant incantations. As a result, chilling energy coalesced before his hands, gradually forming sharp ice spikes. Han Li's expression changed drastically. He quickly reached for his waist, and with a clang, a glinting sword emerged. Without hesitation, he swung it down. The blade struck as if against solid rock, sending sparks flying, yet the yellow hand remained unscathed. Surprised and enraged, Han Li was about to devise another plan when he heard the man's maniacal laughter echoing from across the way. "Huh, you shall perish, boy." Han Li's heart sank, and he quickly looked up. Before him, a multitude of sharp icicles, numbering around 20, shot forth from the figure clad in yellow, enveloping him entirely, leaving him no escape. Han Li's expression grew grave. He inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and although his feet remained planted, his body began to twist unnaturally from side to side. Miraculously, most of the icicles were evaded by this peculiar maneuver, yet two still found their mark, piercing through his right shoulder and left leg, causing blood to pour forth, staining his garments. With a decisive motion, Han Li flung his sword aside, and, with a rapid flick of his fingers, swiftly sealed the blood vessels around the wounds, halting the flow of blood. Meanwhile, the previously triumphant figure in yellow stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Han Li's countenance darkened, and with a surge of strength, his calves twisted as if boneless. After a series of cracking sounds, his feet suddenly contracted in size, and then, with a fierce leap, he shot upwards, pulling his feet free from the grasp of the enormous hands, and landed several yards away, casting a cold glance back at the giant hands. Impossible. How could he extricate himself under the influence of such immense power? A voice grumbled from beneath the dirt. The giant hands parted to reveal a robust figure radiating a yellow glow, forcibly emerging from the earth. The newly emerged giant and the earlier yellow-clad figure formed a relentless duo that had been pursuing Han Li. Once they caught up, fearing he might escape once again, they cautiously approached, having regained some of their magical power, and plotted this ambush. At that moment, Han Li felt a searing pain in his injured thigh. Evidently, his earlier movements had aggravated the wound. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters, for the giant that had just risen from the ground brandished a long knife shrouded in black mist and charged menacingly at Han Li. Observing the giant's form, Han Li noted that despite the speed, the movements were awkward, indicating reliance solely on the enhancement of spells. This realization eased his mind. He knew that when it came to agility and elusiveness, he surpassed his adversary. With this thought, Han Li dismissed the imposing giant and redirected his focus to the figure in yellow, who had produced a dark green gourd, seemingly preparing to cast another spell. "Where are you looking? Die?" The giant had closed in on Han Li, his aura intensifying as he raised the eerie long knife, preparing to strike down with ferocity. Han Li scoffed, his body swaying as he evaded the deadly arc of the blade. "Fool, you've fallen for it." The giant cackled suddenly, with a flash of black light. The long knife transformed into an elongated black cord, slithering after Han Li like a serpent, intent on ensnaring him without relent. Han Li was taken aback, and his figure immediately became elusive and enigmatic, darting left and right, forward and backward, as if multiple versions of Han Li were swirling around the burly man. The burly man was initially startled by this spectacle, but soon, relying on the protective earth armor spell enveloping him, he dismissed it and continued to manipulate the flexible black cord, desperately pursuing Han Li's true form. Bang! Bang! Han Li swiftly brushed past the burly man. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs from his clasped hands, striking the man and causing the yellow light surrounding him to flicker momentarily. Though it quickly returned to normal, the protective spell on the man was far too resilient for such trivial fireballs to breach. The burly man wore a smug expression, his hand movements for the spell growing even more rapid, maintaining relentless control over the black cord. Han Li felt a surge of urgency. Although the black cord was slightly slower than him, it posed a significant threat. Likewise, he could not afford to slow down, lest he become ensnared. Despite his uncertainty regarding the nature of this troublesome black cord, he was determined not to let it ensnare him. In the midst of his frantic evasion, he stole a glance at the man in yellow, who appeared solemn, as the gourd-shaped artifact in his hand began to emit a green light from its spout, hinting at something ominous about to emerge. This cannot continue. My life is in grave danger. Taking risks is now imperative, Han Li mused in desperation. Thus, while soaring at high speed, he retrieved the Vajra talisman he had obtained from the golden-clad figure. This talisman was a form of enchantment, and Han Li had long memorized its incantation from the monk Ku Sang. Now, it was finally time to put it to use. He softly chanted a few lines of the spell, his voice somewhat muffled amidst the chaos, but the golden characters inscribed on the talisman began to glow brilliantly. Once the golden script fully illuminated, Han Li suddenly slapped the talisman against his body, causing a radiant golden light to erupt, forming a protective golden shield around him. However, this action also caused his movements to abruptly slow, allowing the pursuing black cord to ensnare him completely. Han Li was well aware that using the Vajra talisman would impede his agility. He had tested this before. But upon seeing that, although the cord was wrapped around him several times, it was all held at bay by the golden light. His heart calmed. He realized he had made the right gamble, as the golden shield indeed protected him from the artifact's assault. The burly man, witnessing this, let out a low growl and strode forward with determined steps. His fists clenched tightly as he charged once more, the yellow light emanating from him blindingly bright and seemingly substantial, augmented by some unknown technique. Having learned from his previous encounter, Han Li was resolute in not allowing the burly man to close the distance again. He suddenly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, and a deep incantation escaped his lips, causing a faint yellow light to emanate from his hands. The burly man, taken aback, attempted to halt his advance, but it was too late. The ground beneath him transformed into a soft, sinking quicksand, ensnaring his feet up to his thighs and leaving him in a state of frantic disarray. Stop! A sharp command pierced Han Li's ears. His heart sank as he turned to look at the man in yellow. Suddenly, from the dark, gourd-shaped mouth, 7 or 8 pitch-black spheres erupted, each the size of an egg, hurtling towards Han Li. His expression turned grim, but with a sudden burst of yellow light from his hands, he began to rummage through his robes, producing a wooden box. At that moment, several spheres reached him, crashing violently against his protective barrier, causing it to warp and tremble as if it might shatter at any moment. Faced with this peril, Han Li disregarded the immediate threat and seated himself cross-legged, placing the wooden box on his lap as he formed a spell gesture. Thud, thud, thud. The assault of the spheres intensified, their relentless attacks upon the golden barrier causing its radiance to wane, as if the impending doom of shattering was imminent. At that critical juncture, Han Li let out a thunderous shout, "Rise!" With that command, a streak of gray light, about 10 feet long, shot forth from the wooden box, swirling around him like a dragon emerging from the depths. The spheres, as if encountering their nemesis, were cleaved in half and fell to the ground. Symbolic treasure, the man in yellow exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart stirred, but there was no time for contemplation, as the nearest burly man had managed to extricate himself from peril. However, upon witnessing the gray sword light, the man's face turned ashen. Instead of charging towards Han Li, he spun around and fled in panic. Yet, driven by a murderous intent, Han Li refused to allow the man to escape. He pointed a finger at the burly figure, and the sword light immediately pursued, reaching the man in the blink of an eye. It coiled around the man's neck, and with ease, his head rolled to the ground, the protective yellow light around him proving utterly ineffective. Seeing this, the man in yellow dared not linger a moment longer. He produced a talisman from his person and slapped it onto himself, sprouting a pair of enormous yellow wings. With a gentle flap, he ascended into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Han Li commanded the sword light to follow closely behind, but the man in yellow accelerated, and for a moment, the gray light struggled to keep pace. Feeling a surge of urgency, Han Li resolved to unleash all his magical power without reservation. Instantly, the gray light surged forward as if rejuvenated, piercing through the man's chest and delivering a chilling blow. The man in yellow screamed in agony as he plummeted from the sky. Elated, Han summoned the gray light back and raced towards the fallen figure, hoping to capture him alive for interrogation. Unfortunately, by the time Han reached the site of the fall, the man in yellow was lifeless, having succumbed to the fatal impact. This left Han feeling frustrated. With no living captive to interrogate, he decided to search the bodies of the two men for any useful clues. After thoroughly scavenging their possessions, he found no relevant information but was pleasantly surprised to discover a substantial fortune: 50 low-tier spirit stones, along with various talismans and magical artifacts. Though puzzled by the unexpected ambush, Han could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It is uncertain whether the previous disappearances of solitary cultivators are linked to these two individuals. Yet one does not dare to linger here for long. After consuming a few elixirs, they continued on their journey. Chapter 144. The contest for Foundation Establishment Pills. Jianzhou, situated in the northern part of the Yu Kingdom, ranks second in size among the 13 provinces. Its landscape is predominantly characterized by mountains and hills, with a sparse population, and it shares a border with the neighboring Yuanwu Kingdom. The Taiwan mountain range lies in the western part of Jianzhou, stretching for thousands of miles. This wilderness is teeming with various ferocious beasts and birds of prey, forming a pristine forest largely untouched by human presence. Occasionally, rumors circulate from woodcutters and hunters claiming to have seen immortal beings and supernatural creatures, bestowing an aura of mystery upon the region. Unbeknownst to the mundane world, the central part of this mountain range has long been occupied by Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 great sects of cultivation, for several millennia. From above, this area appears no different from other mountain ranges, with steep ridges and lush trees. However, it is actually cloaked by a vast and intricate magical formation, creating illusions. Beneath it lie countless pavilions and grand halls, bustling with cultivators who traverse the skies on leaf-shaped artifacts, tirelessly engaged in their pursuits. The current sect leader of Huangfeng Valley, Zhonglingdao, is over 100 years old, yet maintains the appearance of a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. He has attained the late stage of Foundation establishment and possesses a calm demeanor, adept at organization, earning him great respect among the elders and his fellow disciples within the sect. However, this usually composed and self-assured leader now furrows his brow, seated in the main position of the grand hall, observing with a sense of helplessness as a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman engage in a heated debate before him. On either side of the hall, a dozen or so cultivators with varied expressions are present, all of whom are administrative personnel of Huangfeng Valley. Brother Moro, months ago, the recipients of the Foundation Establishment Pills were already determined, yet now you have revoked the allocation for my grandnephew, awarding it instead to a solitary cultivator. This is utterly unreasonable. The elder exclaimed indignantly at the middle-aged scholar, whose beard was as white as snow. How astonishing! Although this elder appears considerably older, he insists on addressing the younger man as brother. Disciple ye, this is merely an unforeseen circumstance. Such occurrences, which happen but once in several centuries, warrant our attention. We must allocate a Foundation Establishment Pill to the individual bearing the Ascension Order. The middle-aged scholar replied calmly and deliberately. But this person is not from a cultivation family. He is merely a solitary cultivator. Should we truly grant him a Foundation Establishment Pill? I believe merely allowing him entry would suffice, which would already be a considerable fortune for him. The elder retorted, his face flushed with anger. Disciple ye, one cannot speak so dismissively. How do you know that this individual does not hail from a cultivation family? Perhaps his lineage fell into decline, resulting in his current solitary status. Furthermore, who can guarantee that their family will remain prosperous forever? What if one day the Yi family encounters misfortune, and when its descendants come seeking the Ascension Order? Should we deny them a Foundation Establishment Pill, merely permitting their entry? If you dare to make such a solemn vow in front of everyone, I, Morong Shan, will turn and leave, never to mention the Foundation Establishment Pill again. The middle-aged man spoke eloquently, causing the elder's face to alternate between shades of white and green, leaving him speechless. How could the elder dare to make such a vow, fraught with endless consequences? Even if he truly made it, it would only be to disregard the individual who had always been at odds with him. Who could say whether there would be others emerging afterward? Yet, why must it be my grandnephew's share that is relinquished? Why not someone else? The elder, unwilling to accept this fate, raised his voice in protest. This must be attributed to your grandnephew's unfortunate performance during the assessment, ranking disappointingly low, lamented the middle-aged man with a shake of his head. Witnessing the other party's theatrical demeanor, the elder felt a surge of resentment. However, considering the interests of his grandnephew, he endeavored to clarify. My grandnephew's ranking is indeed somewhat low, yet he is not the last among those who consumed the foundational elixir. There are still 2 others behind him, are there not? You are correct. There are indeed 2 others who ranked lower than your grandnephew, but their circumstances are particularly unique. Regrettably, your grandnephew must be set aside, the middle-aged man explained with a tone of deep regret. What makes them so special? Unless you provide me with a satisfactory reason, I shall not accept this situation. The elder, now agitated, spoke vehemently. Nonsense. What is there to accept? These 2 individuals are indeed special. Bypassing them to select your grandnephew is something I have consented to. As for the reasons, even if you do not inquire, I shall elucidate them for you. Zhongling Dao, noticing the elder's unwillingness to listen, darkened his expression and reprimanded him sharply. Seeing Zhongling Dao take such a stance left the elder feeling a chill in his heart. He was aware that there were 2 individuals behind his grandnephew during the assessment, yet he was entirely unaware of their identities, which was the crux of his indignation. Could there truly be exceptions that would lead the typically impartial sect leader to show favoritism? Zhongling Dao waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged scholar to return to his seat before letting out a sigh. Brother Yi, I fear this time your grandnephew must endure some injustice. As for the other 2, one is the sole descendant of the esteemed Hong Fu in the secular world. Although the young girl initially failed the assessment, I still chose to include her in the list for the foundational elixir. Surely, brother, you would not wish to revoke her eligibility, would you? Upon hearing the name of Hong Fu, the elder was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he became filled with trepidation. Being the descendant of Hong Fu, she certainly deserves care and respect. How could I show such disrespect to an elder? I wholeheartedly accept the arrangements made for her, the elder replied, his face somewhat pale. Zhongling Dao, noting the elder's reaction, was not surprised. After all, as the only female cultivator of the Golden Core stage in Huangfeng Valley, everyone present was well aware of Hong Fu's protective nature. Should the young girl's qualifications for the foundational elixir be revoked, not only would the elder face misfortune, but even I, as the sect leader, would likely face dire consequences in the future. And what of the other individual? The elder, still unwilling to concede, inquired. Although he knew well that the remaining individual must also possess ample justification, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. The remaining individual possesses a unique wind attribute spirit root. Would you consider that justification sufficient? Zhongling Dao replied, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Upon hearing these words, the old man fell silent, unable to articulate his thoughts. The regulations of Huangfeng Valley explicitly state that those with heavenly roots and extraordinary spiritual roots are given priority for foundation establishment, leaving little room for grievance. However, his nephew, although not his biological grandson, had been nurtured under his watchful eye since the day he entered the gate, growing closer to him than a true grandson. How could he bear to deliver the disheartening news that his qualification for foundation establishment had been rescinded? Was his nephew truly devoid of hope? It was crucial to note that if he were to wait another 10 years, he would miss the optimal period for foundation establishment, rendering any future attempts futile. The old man's words carried a tinge of desolation, prompting a flurry of hushed murmurs among those seated nearby. Brother Yi, there might still be a way. An elderly man with a somewhat somber expression and a prominent hooked nose stepped forward to offer consolation to the Yi elder. What? Brother Wu has a solution? The Yi elder perked up at this, for Brother Wu was renowned within the sect for his sagacity, and perhaps he truly possessed a viable strategy. Brother Wu smiled faintly, delaying his response as he turned to bow to Zhongling, inquiring aloud, May I ask, esteemed sect leader, has the spiritual root attribute of the individual bearing the ascension order been tested? What is their aptitude? It seems rather unimpressive. Zhongling directed her gaze to a figure among the left-hand row. Brother Wang, since you personally brought this individual, please share the results of the assessment. Yes, esteemed sect leader, a middle-aged man, with a faint green hue, stood up and stated, this individual appears quite young, around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing a foundational cultivation at the 9th level of the wood attribute, yet lacking the metal attribute, qualifying as a pseudo-spiritual root. Overall, this suggests a low aptitude, though they may have encountered peculiar opportunities and demonstrated diligent practice. Otherwise, they could not have achieved their current level. Without further opportunities, They are likely to reach a maximum of the 11th or 12th level of foundational cultivation, rendering them incapable of entering the foundation establishment stage. Even with the consumption of a foundation establishment pill, the likelihood of entering this stage is merely 1%. Excellent. Brother Wu interjected before Brother Wang could finish, his voice resonating with certainty. What is excellent? The Yi elder could no longer contain his curiosity. Others looked at Brother Wu with puzzled expressions, while only Zhongling furrowed her brow, piecing together some insights. Esteemed sect leader, if the individual voluntarily relinquishes the use of the foundation establishment pill, would we not be in violation of our promise? Brother Wu inquired. Certainly, but no one is permitted to employ coercive or threatening means to achieve this, lest the reputation of Huangfeng Valley be tarnished. Zhongling gently reminded. Rest assured, esteemed sect leader, this will not be a concern. Brother Wu replied with a slight smile, before turning to the Yi elder. Brother Yi, would you be willing to part with some resources to acquire his foundation establishment pill? Given his dismal aptitude, the success rate for foundation establishment is exceedingly low. He may likely choose to forego the pill in exchange for something more practical. Brother Wu exuded confidence. Indeed. Brother Wu, what a splendid idea. The Yi elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded. He then turned his head, eagerly addressing Zhongling. Senior brother, may I have the honor of meeting the master who holds the Ascension Order? I wish to negotiate with him to persuade him to relinquish the foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, Zhongling pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, he cautioned the elder once more against employing any underhanded tactics in their dealings, before allowing Wang Shidi to escort him to meet the unexpected guest. The elder and Wang Shidi exited the grand hall and immediately ascended into the air on a leaf-shaped magical artifact, soaring towards the reception pavilion of Huangfeng Valley. Within a chamber of the reception pavilion, a young man lay on the bed, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceiling. This was Han Li, who had arrived at Huangfeng Valley alongside the victors of the Ascension Conference. After Han Li had slain the 2 cultivators who ambushed him, he journeyed without further incident to a secluded mountain range in Lanzhou to participate in the Ascension Conference, where he witnessed a contest far more brutal than what Gu Huaping had described. Following a fierce struggle for survival, the final victors were determined at each platform. And at that moment, the guides of the 7 great sects finally made their appearance, with the guide of Huangfeng Valley being none other than Wang Shidi. Upon meeting the guide, Han Li, after careful contemplation, decided to take the risk and presented the Ascension Order for inspection, which astonished the other party. The guide immediately indicated that he could escort Han Li back to the sect, although the specifics regarding Han Li and the Ascension Order would ultimately be decided by their sect leader, as the last retrieval of an Ascension Order had occurred 4 to 5 centuries prior. Naturally, Han Li did not object. Otherwise, the task of locating the mountain gate of Huangfeng Valley alone would have been arduous. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of other cultivators, Han Li, along with 10 other victors, boarded a large boat-shaped magical artifact and was taken back to Huangfeng Valley by the guide, Wang Shidi. He was then arranged to wait here for further correspondence, while the other 10 were separated from him, their whereabouts unknown. Han Li remained in this place for 3 to 4 days, never stepping outside his room. Apart from a young servant of about 11 or 12 years old who delivered meals daily, he saw no one else. This was not due to Han Li's obedience. Rather, the guide surnamed Wang had clearly informed him that, as he was not yet a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, certain prohibitions had been placed on the room, preventing him from leaving. To do so would trigger these restrictions, resulting in his entrapment. Upon hearing this from the guide, Han Li naturally refrained from courting trouble. Moreover, upon discovering that he possessed a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 attributes, his mood soured considerably, although he had long been aware of his mediocre aptitude for cultivation. Hearing it confirmed left him dejected for an entire day. It seemed that if he wished to achieve anything on the path of cultivation, he would have to rely on external forces such as medicinal pills. However, after his Changchun skill reached the 9th level, he noticed a significant reduction in the effectiveness of the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill, which no longer aided him as they once had. It appeared that he needed to seek out several new spiritual herb formulas to concoct truly suitable elixirs for cultivators, lest he hinder his own progress in cultivation. Han Li was lost in thought when suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the door, and it was evident that more than one person was approaching. His spirits lifted, as it seemed that the long-awaited news had finally arrived. "Young friend, are you comfortable here?" The door was gently pushed open, and a voice belonging to Mr. Wang, who had come to guide him, resonated. He stepped inside, followed by an elderly man with a ruddy complexion. "Master Wang, greetings." Han Li promptly leaped from his bed. Bowing respectfully, he understood that showing humility would only serve to benefit him, as politeness is rarely seen as a fault. "And who might this be?" Han Li inquired, casting a curious glance at the elder. "This is my senior brother, Mr. Yi," Master Wang explained with a smile. "Mr. Yi?" Han Li was taken aback. Could it be that his actions regarding the order from the Golden Light Master had been exposed, and members of the Yi family had come seeking him? Yet, despite the elder's somewhat grim expression, he did not appear to harbor any deep animosity. It seemed there was more beneath the surface, Han Li pondered. Though he maintained an outward composure and respectfully addressed the elder. "I see, Master Yi." The elder scrutinized Han Li from head to toe, finding him remarkably ordinary, devoid of any exceptional traits, which fortified his confidence in the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing Han Li's greeting, his demeanor softened, and he responded with a smile. "Huh? Young friend Han, there is no need for such formalities. Since you possess the Ascension Order and have come to our Huangfeng Valley, you are now a disciple of our sect. So, feel free to call me Master Yi. No need for such distance." Hearing this, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, though a sense of curiosity lingered. The elder's courteous demeanor suggested he was not there to seek vengeance. However, the extent of his politeness was somewhat perplexing. What did he mean by not an outsider? Han Li was left bewildered. "Young friend Han, what my senior brother Yi said is indeed correct. The sect leader has consented to allow you to join our valley as a disciple, and even prepared a foundation establishment pill for you," Master Wang added with a gentle smile. Really? Even though Han Li was typically composed, this news ignited a surge of excitement within him, making him want to leap for joy to express his exhilaration. Observing Han Li's reaction, Master Wang chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated such a response. "Master Wang, I would like to speak with young Master Han privately. Would you kindly step out?" The elder, growing somewhat impatient, finally voiced his intent that had been on his mind since entering the room. "Of course, I will take my leave then. Senior brother, once you finish your conversation with young Master Han, you can join me back at the sect leader's side," Master Wang remarked with a faint sigh, casting Han Li a brief glance before exiting the room. Now, only Han Li and the elder remained within the confines of the room. Han Li was taken aback by the suddenness of the situation. Why had Mr. Wang left so abruptly, leaving him alone with this self-proclaimed uncle? Although uncertain about the elder's intentions, Han Li felt an unsettling premonition creeping in. The elder, noticing Han Li's unease, seemed entirely unconcerned. He firmly believed that what he could present would undoubtedly broaden the horizons of this young man, who had not encountered much of the world, and ensure the smooth completion of the transaction. "Disciple Han, Master Uncle is a straightforward person, so I shall not beat around the bush. I will be direct. I wish to discuss the matter concerning the foundational elixir that was allocated to you, and I would like to purchase this elixir from you. What say you?" The elder spoke plainly. Could he truly be proposing to buy the foundational elixir allocated to him? Had he heard incorrectly? Who would part with such a precious item? Upon hearing these words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. "Rest assured, Disciple Han, I would not ask you to part with the foundational elixir without compensation. I can offer 7 or 8 mid-tier spirit stones, some mid to high-level spirit talismans, and several exquisite magical artifacts. If necessary, I also possess some potions to enhance magical prowess, which, while not comparable to the foundational elixir, are still rare spiritual herbs within our sect. Should you agree, all of these could be offered in exchange for the elixir," the elder hastily clarified. Having noticed the change in Han Li's expression, after hearing this, Han Li's demeanor softened considerably. He sensed the sincerity in the elder's words. It appeared that this master uncle genuinely wished to acquire his foundational elixir rather than resorting to forceful means. Although Han Li had never seen the foundational elixir with his own eyes, he was well aware of its immense value and significance. Consider the Ascension Conference at the Misty Platform, where nearly 1,000 cultivators fought fiercely on the stage. What was the motive behind such fierce competition? Was it not largely due to the allure of the foundational elixir? How could this elder Yi believe he could exchange it for mere spirit stones and artifacts? As if he were a novice just emerging from seclusion? Han Li secretly scoffed at the thought, yet he maintained a respectful facade, appearing to attentively listen to the elder's words. The elder was quite pleased with Han Li's response. After all, The prospective disciple did not outright reject the proposition of exchanging the foundational elixir. It seemed there was indeed potential for negotiation. Initially, he had no intention of actually acquiring the elixir with the items he mentioned, for any sensible person would never part with such a precious treasure for a trifling exchange. His earlier remarks were merely a test to gauge the waters. However, seeing the other party's attitude now, it appeared that a discussion was indeed possible. This filled him with delight. As long as the other party was willing to negotiate, the elder was confident he could meet Han Li's expectations and successfully obtain the foundational elixir. With this thought, the smile on the elder's face widened, and he found Han Li's demeanor much more agreeable than before. Disciple Han, I trust you are aware of your spiritual root attributes. To be frank, given your aptitude, even consuming the foundational elixir presents a slim hope of successfully establishing a foundation. The foundation establishment pill serves merely to enhance the magical prowess of the disciple, elevating their foundational skills by a mere 2 or 3 levels. If that is the case, such a pill would indeed be a waste. For the disciple, it would be far more advantageous to exchange this item for something of greater utility. The elder began to expound at length, persistently enticing Han Li. Although Han Li appeared to be attentively listening to the lengthy discourse of this Uncle Yi, his mind was already engaged in analysis and contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. To be candid, he was acutely aware that, as the other had stated, the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation after consuming such a trivial pill was exceedingly slim. Yet, the thought of relinquishing the foundation establishment pill without a struggle left Han Li decidedly reluctant. After all, even the slightest chance of success was still a chance worth pursuing. However, should he refuse to yield the pill to this Uncle Yi, his future days in the Yellow Maple Valley would surely be fraught with difficulty. It was highly probable that he would unwittingly incur the elder's wrath, and given the elder's apparent influence within the valley, the situation could deteriorate further. May I inquire on whose behalf this foundation establishment pill is sought? Han Li ventured, reasoning that the elder likely had no use for it himself. After a moment's hesitation, the elder, though interrupted, displayed no signs of displeasure and replied, "Since you have asked, I have nothing to conceal. This foundation establishment pill was sought for my grandson, and I hope you might assist in this matter." Upon hearing this, Han Li could not help but smile wryly to himself, reflecting that a grandson indeed signifies a close familial bond. Moreover, the effort the elder had expended, stooping to request such a pill from a junior like himself, indicated that the child was surely cherished. It became evident that refusing would undoubtedly provoke the elder's ire, thereby jeopardizing his tranquility in the Yellow Maple Valley. Reluctantly, he resolved to acquiesce. As for his own foundation establishment, he could devise another means. After all, he possessed that mysterious little vial, and with the right formula and time, what concoction could he not produce? Having contemplated the intricacies of the situation, Han Li made up his mind. But he was determined to extract a significant price from the elder. Thus, he feigned a troubled expression, adopting a woeful demeanor. "Uncle, it is not that I lack respect for my elders, but this foundation establishment pill is of immense importance to me. Even if my aptitude is somewhat lacking, is there not still a glimmer of hope? Should I forfeit this opportunity for foundation establishment, I would indeed be forever estranged from the path of the great Tao." The elder, upon hearing this, could not suppress a sneer in his heart, thinking, how could one with such meager aptitude dare to contemplate the great Tao? Yet, on the surface, he continued to earnestly counsel Han Li, offering numerous empty promises while exerting pressure to sway Han Li's resolve, urging him to consent to the exchange of the foundation establishment pill. Han Li, however, merely chuckled inwardly at the futility of the elder's words. Yet, as words of increasing frailty escaped his lips, the elder grew ever more invigorated, persistently proposing ever higher offers. "Nephew, if you are willing to part with the foundation establishment pill, I can assure you that the disciples within the valley will be obliged to handle various chores, and you may choose any task you desire." Observing that Han Li was on the verge of acquiescence yet remained non-committal, the elder finally unveiled his trump card. Chores. Han Li was genuinely taken aback. Indeed, it was known that the lower-tier disciples of Huangfeng Valley were required to complete a set amount of tasks each month. For instance, supervising miners at several sites, serving as assistant disciples in the valley's market, tending to the spiritual beasts and birds, as well as cultivating rare spiritual herbs and other sundry tasks. Depending on the completion of these duties, The sect would distribute a modest number of low-grade spirit stones to these disciples monthly as a reward. And I, as your uncle, am specifically responsible for allocating such tasks within the valley. Thus, if you have a preference for any particular type of work, it is but a simple matter for me. The elder named Yi declared, puffing out his chest with a semblance of authority. Yet upon hearing this, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that wherever one might go, there would always be those who exploit their power for personal gain, even within a prestigious sect like Huangfeng Valley. This common vice could not be avoided. However, when the elder mentioned the task of cultivating rare herbs, Han Li's interest was piqued, perceiving it as a perfect opportunity tailored to himself. Furthermore, the elder had already promised considerable benefits. If he delayed any longer, it might lead to an impression of excessive greed. Perhaps it was best to seize the moment. With this in mind, Han Li feigned a demeanor of being thoroughly moved and, with a hint of grievance, addressed the elder. Since you, Uncle Yi, have said as much, it would be rather inconsiderate of me to refuse. Provided that you truly honor the conditions you just articulated, I shall part with this foundation establishment pill for your grandson. And I hope he achieves success in his foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, the elder was overjoyed, exclaiming promises with great fervor. Rest assured, dear nephew, my word is as solid as rock. However, when we meet with the sect leader, while matters of open transactions can be shared with others, it is best not to mention any of the clandestine agreements I have made. Han Li, understanding the subtext, smiled knowingly and replied with utmost decorum. You need not worry about this, uncle. I am fully aware and would never engage in such foolishness. The elder, hearing this, beamed with delight, thoroughly pleased with Han Li's cleverness. After concluding the transaction with Han Li, the elder Yi took him aboard a flying artifact towards the council hall to report to the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao. Shortly thereafter, Han Li stood before the massive stone hall, towering dozens of meters high, curiously observing the several disciples of Huangfeng Valley stationed at the entrance. The magical prowess of these individuals far surpassed his own, appearing to possess foundational cultivation at least 10 levels deep, causing Han Li to inwardly marvel at the formidable strength of this sect's practitioners. Earlier, the elder with the surname Yi instructed Han Li to wait outside the hall for the summons of the esteemed Master Zhong, while he himself entered. This left Han Li in an awkward predicament, standing alone outside, leading him to silently grumble for a while. Fortunately, after some time, a middle-aged man in white emerged from within, approaching Han Li with an icy demeanor and curtly instructing him to enter, as the master was calling for him. Without waiting for Han Li's reaction, the man turned and walked away. Han Li couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that as a ninth-layer qi refining cultivator, he was not regarded by the man at all, who didn't even wish to exchange a single word with him. Though he felt considerable dissatisfaction towards this individual, Han Li understood his own standing and obediently followed him into the grand hall. After passing through 3 gates guarded by disciples, Han Li finally beheld the master of Huangfeng Valley, Zhong Lingdao, a middle-aged man with a 3-stranded beard. On either side of the hall sat a dozen or so individuals adorned in various attire. Upon Han Li's entrance, these individuals cast a brief glance at him. But seeing his ordinary appearance devoid of any allure, they quickly averted their gazes. Among them sat the elder Yi and the junior brother Wang. Are you Han Li? Master Zhong inquired serenely. Yes, disciple Han Li, pays respects to the master. Han Li stepped forward earnestly, preparing to bow deeply. There is no need for excessive formalities. Since you have come bearing the Ascension Order, I, as the master, shall certainly adhere to the traditions established by our predecessors and accept you as my disciple. Zhong Lingdao proclaimed, his smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze, as he lightly waved his sleeve. Yet, Han Li felt an invisible, gentle force lifting him, preventing him from completing his bow. Startled, he developed a deeper sense of reverence towards this master. Logically, aside from joining our sect, you are also qualified to consume a foundation establishment pill. However, prior to this, I heard from Elder Yi that you chose to relinquish this precious pill to another. Is this true? Master Zhong directly addressed the purpose of his summons without unnecessary preamble. Yes, master. I believe my aptitude is lacking, and consuming the foundation establishment pill would be an extravagant indulgence. It is better suited for fellow disciples who are in greater need, Han Li replied, though inwardly he felt a twinge of regret. This was a foundation establishment pill, not just some ordinary elixirs that one might casually consume. Such a pill could stir up a storm in the cultivation world. While he had confidence in his mysterious small vial, he truly lacked the assurance to fully replicate a spirit pill like the Foundation Establishment pill. Thus, his words felt disingenuous. Though Han Li was reluctant, he maintained a demeanor of utmost obedience and respect, which garnered the satisfaction of most in the hall. Excellent. It brings me great joy to see such magnanimity in you, young friend. However, rest assured, I will not allow your sacrifice to go unrewarded. With that, Zhong Lingdao turned his gaze towards the Elder Yi. Elder Yi, Han Xiaoyu relinquished this Foundation Establishment pill for his nephew to consume. However, my junior must adequately compensate the young friend for his loss, ensuring his utmost satisfaction. Zhong Ling solemnly declared. Haha, the sect master need not worry. I shall certainly ensure that Han Shiji is content. The elder, witnessing the smooth progression of events as he had envisioned, could not help but feel elated, responding fervently. Observing the elder's demeanor, Zhong Ling stroked his long beard and smiled faintly. The resolution of this difficult issue, so effortlessly achieved, provided a sense of relief to the esteemed sect master. Thus, the matter of the Foundation Establishment pill was settled, and from this day forth, Han Xiaoyu would be regarded as a disciple of our sect. Wang Shidi, please arrange accommodations for Han Shiji and take the opportunity to explain our sect's regulations, allowing him to initially train alongside the disciples of transmission. Should he exhibit outstanding performance, we shall consider his promotion. Zhong Ling articulated his directives with precision, addressing Wang Shidi. As you command, sect master. Wang Shidi rose, complying dutifully. Consequently, this esteemed Wang Shishu promptly escorted Han Li out of the hall, commencing his introduction to the various rules and fundamental knowledge of Huangfeng Valley. Han Li attentively absorbed the information, gaining a preliminary understanding of Huangfeng Valley. The valley boasted over 10,000 disciples, with more than 90% of them in the Qi refining stage, while only a few hundred had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, representing the core strength of Huangfeng Valley. As for the formidable experts in the Golden Core stage, they numbered only a handful, typically secluding themselves in meditation, detached from the affairs of the valley. Unless matters of life and death concerning Huangfeng Valley arose, it was rare for anyone, even sect master Zhong himself, to encounter these individuals. The sole nascent soul-level cultivator within the valley was a revered granduncle of sect master Zhong and others, said to be over 900 years old, possessing profound magical power and mastery of Taoist arts, capable of traversing vast distances in spirit. However, this elder had long departed the valley, journeying through various other nations, leaving no word of his return. Given the multitude of Qi refining disciples, it was evident that not everyone could partake in the Foundation Establishment pill. Only the most exceptional and gifted disciples were bestowed with such an honor. Thus, every decade, disciples under the age of 30 undergo a rigorous selection process, rivaling the intensity of the external ascension conferences. Only those with foundational skills refined to the 11th or 12th level, true prodigies of cultivation, could emerge victorious and earn the right to consume the Foundation Establishment pill. Out of the hundreds selected through this stringent process, merely 20 to 30 would successfully transition into the Foundation Establishment stage after consuming the pill, while the rest would, at best, enhance their magical power, refining their foundational techniques to their peak, remaining in the Qi refining stage. Consequently, the disciples within the valley were categorically divided into three distinct tiers. The lowest tier consisted of those who had yet to consume the Foundation Establishment pill, comprising the majority of the valley's populace and representing the least adept in magical prowess. These individuals not only engage in the most menial tasks and possess the least amount of cultivation time, but they also hold the lowest status within the valley, despite being grandly titled as disciples in charge. Those of slightly higher standing are the disciples who have consumed foundation-building elixirs, but have yet to enter the foundation-building stage. Their foundational techniques have generally reached their peak, and their spiritual power surpasses that of the disciples in charge significantly. Some of them can even wield basic intermediate techniques, thus taking on the responsibilities of leading and managing the numerous disciples in charge, commonly referred to as lead disciples. The highest status and best treatment are reserved for those who successfully enter the foundation building stage. These favored ones of heaven are regarded as true cultivators, having embarked on the authentic path of cultivation. Upon achieving successful foundation building, they are permitted to seek out a spiritually rich location within the expansive Taiyue mountain range to independently cultivate in their own cave dwelling, free from any menial duties. allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. Additionally, they receive various rare materials and a substantial amount of spirit stones each year to expedite their progress. Their only obligation is to assist the sect in times of great peril, with disobedience being unacceptable. Apart from these disciples, Huangfeng Valley also has various managers who wield significant authority within the sect. These managers emerge from those disciples who, after entering the foundation building stage and undergoing a period of cultivation, realize their unlikelihood of reaching the golden core stage. They voluntarily relinquish further cultivation to take on the specialized management of the valley's mundane affairs. The elderly gentleman of the Yi surname and the dozen or so individuals convening in the Grand Hall are such managers. Strictly speaking, the sect leader, Zhongling Dao, is also a senior manager, but he is responsible for the overall planning of the entire sect, overseeing the other managers. Ultimately, the fate of the sect rests with those cultivators above the golden core stage, who remain indifferent to external matters. It is their existence that deters malevolent forces from encroaching, allowing Huangfeng Valley to stand firm as one of the 7 great sects to this day. Otherwise, as one of the 7 great sects, Huangfeng Valley would have been obliterated countless times by those adept in powerful sorcery. Of course, the aforementioned content does not represent the exact words of the esteemed Elder Wang, but rather a synthesis derived by Han Li from the implications and nuances of their conversation. This provided Han Li with a clear understanding of his environment and status, significantly aiding his future interactions with fellow sect members. Chapter 148. The gray-clad Elder Wang guided Han Li as they soared atop a leaf-shaped artifact, landing after a couple of hours on a verdant mountain ridge, descending into a dense cluster of flat-roofed dwellings. These rudimentary houses, constructed from ordinary stones, appeared exceedingly simple, and not a single figure was in sight within the entire compound, leading Han Li to feel somewhat perplexed. Do not be alarmed. These houses are indeed vacant. This place was originally designated for newly initiated disciples, who will relocate once they have made some progress in their cultivation. Currently, it is the period of 10-year rotation, and the new disciples have yet to enter, leaving these dwellings temporarily unoccupied. Uncle Wang discerned Han Li's confusion and spoke with a calm demeanor, which brought clarity to Han Li's mind. Uncle Wang guided Han Li through a maze of buildings, leading him to a larger stone house than the others, where he halted without further explanation. He called out loudly, "Junior brother Lin, open the door. I have brought a new disciple to collect some items." As soon as his voice fell, the door swung open with a whoosh. Without hesitation, Uncle Wang stepped inside, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Han Li followed suit. Upon entering, Han Li was astonished to find the interior more spacious than he had anticipated from the outside, leaving him curious about the enchantments that might have been employed. However, the overall state of the room struck him as chaotic. A hodgepodge of miscellaneous items cluttered every corner. Some were garments, while others appeared to be weapons. Yet, the aura emanating from these weapons suggested they were well-crafted artifacts. Besides these, various everyday tools such as shovels and hammers also radiated spiritual energy, transformed into objects akin to magical artifacts, sparking Han Li's curiosity about their remarkable capabilities. In the center of the room stood a square 8 immortals table, behind which sat an elderly man clad in gray, his hair disheveled. The old man paid no heed to Han Li and Uncle Wang as they entered, focusing intently on carving a palm-sized piece of yellow wood with a gleaming small knife. Noting this, Uncle Wang furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon regained his composure, opting not to disturb the old man's work. Instead, he pulled a chair from a corner and sat across from the old man, patiently awaiting the completion of the carving. Han Li blinked in response to the scene, silently positioning himself behind Uncle Wang, understanding the need for quietude. The old man's hands moved swiftly, wood shavings cascading from his fingers. In a brief span of time, a lifelike little monkey emerged in his palm. "Junior brother Lin, your carving skills have improved significantly since we last met," Uncle Wang remarked with a smile. "Nothing much, just passing time idly," the gray-clad elder replied nonchalantly, though his eyes had already shifted to Han Li, seemingly having deduced the purpose of their visit. "It is nothing of great importance. Merely a request for some personal items for this new disciple, Han," Uncle Wang said cheerfully. "Hasn't the new intake of disciples for the Ascension Conference already collected their belongings? How is it that another has appeared? Moreover, his qualifications seem rather lacking. Has our sect leader's discernment diminished to the point of admitting such mediocrity into the fold?" The gray-robed elder unabashedly disparaged Han Li in his presence, and his tone suggested a lack of respect for the sect leader, Zhong. Upon hearing these words, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, while Master Wang found himself caught in a bittersweet predicament. He was acutely aware that due to past events, this junior brother Lin harbored lingering grievances towards the current sect leader. However, in the presence of the younger Han Li, it would be inappropriate for him to engage in such a sensitive topic. Thus, he cleared his throat a few times and deftly redirected the conversation. Junior brother, this young Han disciple has brought with him the Ascension Order, allowing him to join our Huangfeng Valley as an exception. Therefore, his qualifications are of little consequence. What truly matters is that our sect must honor its commitments. The gray-clad elder was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Han Li. So, this young man is indeed fortunate. He is even eligible to consume a Foundation establishment pill? The elder's expression bore the unmistakable mark of envy, as if to say, "You are indeed a lucky fellow." Indeed, that is the case. However, my disciple Han has made a transaction with Brother Yi and has voluntarily relinquished his claim to that Foundation establishment pill, Master Wang said with a smile. To forego the Foundation establishment pill? The elder momentarily appeared stunned, but for some inexplicable reason, his countenance soon darkened. After a brief silence, he unexpectedly uttered a statement that left Han Li astounded. It is commendable to be able to relinquish such things. The most crucial aspect of being human is to possess self-awareness. To comprehend the principle of gain and loss at such a young age is indeed far superior to my own understanding. The elder's expression was profoundly melancholic, and the once indifferent gaze he cast upon Han Li softened somewhat. Yet, upon hearing the elder's words, Han Li was perplexed, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief within. What did it mean to possess self-awareness? He had been compelled to part with the Foundation establishment pill, his heart aching as he did so. Were it not for that, who would willingly let go? Without delving into Han Li's inner grievances, the elder suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and stood abruptly. He gestured with both hands, grasping at the surrounding air, and to Han Li's astonishment, an array of items began to materialize before him. A yellow silk robe, a green leaf talisman, a complete set of daily refining tools, a blazing sun sword, a cold moon blade, and a tenfold storage pouch. All these appeared in rapid succession. The elder coldly recited the names of the items before placing them upon the table. All these items are here. Young one, take them with you. As for Brother Wang, he is quite busy, so I shall not keep you any longer. Farewell. With that, the elder withdrew a piece of wood from his robes and resumed his carving, ignoring the two men entirely. Master Wang sighed, choosing not to say another word, and motioned for Han Li to gather the items before they exited the stone chamber. As soon as they stepped outside, the door to the chamber slammed shut with a resounding thud. Master Wang gazed at the tightly shut door, gently shaking his head as he prepared to lead Han Li away from the premises. You need not carry all these items in your arms. Simply place them into the storage pouch. As Master Wang turned, he noticed Han Li standing beside him, dazed and clutching a large heap of items, which brought a smile to his face as he offered a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Han Li belatedly set down the items he had been holding and rummaged through them to retrieve a black cloth pouch. Is this the so-called tenfold storage pouch? Han Li pondered with a hint of curiosity. He picked up the bag, gazing at its exceedingly narrow opening, then glanced at the comparatively enormous weapons beside it, momentarily hesitating, unsure of how to fit them inside. Since this is your first time using a storage bag, allow me to demonstrate. Uncle Wang, ever amiable, noticed Han Li's confusion and took the bag from him. Simply align the bag's opening with the item you wish to store. Then infuse it with a bit of spiritual energy to lock onto the item, and it will automatically be drawn in. As he spoke, Uncle Wang provided a hands-on demonstration. He held the bag upside down, and a flicker of white light emanated from his hand. Instantly, a beam of white radiance burst forth from the bag, enveloping the items on the ground, which swiftly shrank in size until they were drawn into the bag. Han Li watched with astonishment and delight. The method for retrieving items is similarly straightforward. One merely needs to preemptively lock onto the desired item with spiritual energy. Uncle Wang explained as he returned the bag to Han Li. However, there are several taboos to bear in mind when using a storage bag, young Han. Uncle Wang said, clasping his hands behind his back with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. First, Storage bags have a specific capacity and limitations on the size of items they can shrink. If one attempts to store items that are excessively large or exceeds the bag's capacity, it will become ineffective, rendering it impossible to store additional items. Second, living beings cannot be placed inside a storage bag. Doing so would certainly lead to their demise. Finally, it is crucial to remember that lower-tier storage bags lack the ability to recognize their owner. Whoever seizes your storage bag can claim its contents as their own. Thus, one should refrain from revealing their storage bag in front of other cultivators and must keep it well hidden to avoid attracting fatal consequences. If readers find this appealing, please remember to bookmark this book. Chapter 149, Miscellaneous Affairs. Having just logged in, I was greeted by so many congratulatory messages from readers. Thank you all. After absorbing these words, Han Li naturally committed them to memory. Now that we have acquired the items, let us proceed to meet the transmission disciples. With that, Uncle Wong once again led Han Li as they took to the skies. This time, they flew a shorter distance, landing swiftly at the foot of a nearby mountain. There stood a colossal stone tower built against the mountain, with the words Transmission Pavilion inscribed in gold on the stone plaque at its entrance. A number of young disciples were bustling in and out, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Uncle Wong said nothing further and strode ahead into the building, with Han Li following closely behind. Some disciples evidently recognized Uncle Wong and greeted him with respectful bows, to which he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared he had quite a good rapport among the residents of Huangfeng Valley. Upon entering the stone tower, Han Li was surprised to discover that the rear of the transmission pavilion extended into the mountain's interior, revealing an expansive space. As he stepped inside, a row of stone doors lined his view, with disciples moving in and out of them. Just as Han Li intended to take a closer look, Uncle Wong pushed open the door of the third room on the right and stepped inside unceremoniously. This left Han Li feeling hesitant, uncertain if he should follow. "Come in." Master Wong did not keep Han Li waiting for long. He soon reappeared at the doorway and beckoned Han Li to enter. Inside, there were only a few individuals, among whom stood a respectful young disciple in his 30s, clad in green robes, who smiled kindly at Han Li upon his entrance. This was Wu Feng, the one responsible for the martial arts techniques of new disciples. Should you have any questions regarding your techniques, feel free to consult him. In terms of mastery of foundational techniques, Wu Feng undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 of the younger generation. Master Wong spoke with evident admiration for the individual. "Brother Wu, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Han Li replied with utmost respect, fully aware that this gentleman would be his mentor in martial arts for the foreseeable future, and thus, he must not be taken lightly. "Haha, Master, you flatter me. In truth, I only possess a rudimentary understanding of low-tier techniques. I would be delighted to exchange insights with junior brother Han." Wu Feng responded with humility. "Dear disciple Wu, I am well aware of your capabilities. There is no need for excessive modesty. I entrust the matters of technique to you. I am merely facilitating this introduction, after which I must take him to meet others and will not linger here," Master Wong stated succinctly. With that, he departed the room alongside Han Li, under the courteous send-off of Brother Wu. In the following period, Master Wong diligently escorted Han Li to several essential locations, introducing him to various attending disciples and sharing pertinent daily guidelines. Eventually, he brought him back to the cluster of stone houses where the elderly figure in gray resided, allowing Han Li the freedom to select a stone chamber as his dwelling before leaving him to his own devices. Standing before the modest stone chamber he had chosen, Han Li could not help but smile wryly at the simplicity of his new abode. At that moment, he was aware that any disciple who could cultivate their foundational technique to the 10th level would be permitted to leave this place and relocate to a region known as Xiankuan Mountain. There, the disciples enjoyed far greater liberties. Not only could they freely construct their own residences upon the mountain, but there were also no restrictions regarding the types or sizes of their homes, which filled Han Li with great anticipation. However, despite not having reached the 10th level of mastery, Han Li had no intention of making this stone chamber his long-term residence. After a brief chuckle, he retrieved his flying artifact, a green leaf, from his storage pouch. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he tossed it into the air and leapt upward. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity with the artifact, his flight was erratic, unstable, rising and falling unpredictably. Yet, it wasn't long before he became adept, soaring gracefully as Master Wong had, with his hands clasped behind his back. Although the artifact was easy to handle and simple to operate, its speed was evidently not very rapid. merely a tad quicker than an ordinary steed. It was no wonder that every disciple in the valley had one at their disposal. Despite the artifact's shortcomings, Han Li was exhilarated by this being his first experience of flight, and he spent a joyful afternoon playing and experimenting in the air. Amidst his laughter, having thoroughly indulged in the thrill of flying, Han Li finally directed the artifact towards a particular destination. Along the way, he passed several fellow disciples who were also taking to the skies. Perhaps it was due to Han Li's unfamiliar visage that the group regarded him with curiosity, casting several glances in his direction. However, upon discerning that he was merely at the 9th level of cultivation, they disdainfully distanced themselves from him. Han Li observed their actions with keen interest, though his expression remained impassive. An inward scoff escaped him. It appeared that these so-called disciples of the immortal sect were no different from mundane mortals, equally steeped in superficiality. As Han Li contemplated this, he soon arrived before an expansive cluster of edifices, landing gracefully in front of a grand hall adorned with the insignia of the 100 Machines Pavilion, and strode inside with purpose. Inside the hall, a middle-aged steward, upon noticing Han Li's entrance, exhibited surprise and inquired, "Junior brother Han, what brings you back so swiftly? Where is Uncle Wang?" This was indeed the very place where Uncle Wang had hastily introduced Han Li during a prior visit, and the steward, having just recently encountered him, was astonished to see him return. "Brother Yu, I heard this is where one collects miscellaneous tasks. Is that correct?" Han Li did not respond directly to the steward's question, but instead smiled and posed his own. "Indeed it is. But do you wish to undertake a task so soon? As a new disciple, you are permitted a month to familiarize yourself with the sect before assuming any duties. There is no need for haste," the steward replied, bemused. "Oh, no matter. I merely seek something to engage in. Are there any openings in the cultivation of plants?" Han Li replied with a slight smile. "That may pose a challenge. Tasks are assigned based on availability, and one must adhere to the designated responsibilities without selection. Only if you can demonstrate a specific expertise may you be granted special consideration," the steward explained, a hint of difficulty in his tone. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, pondering whether he truly needed to seek out Uncle Yi. Not to worry. Allow this young disciple, Han, to choose freely from the planting tasks. A voice that Han Li found somewhat familiar suddenly interjected from behind, startling him. Turning around, he was surprised to find the elder Yi standing there, a smile gracing his face. "Master, you have returned." The middle-aged steward respectfully greeted the elder. "Indeed, I have," the elder replied with a nod. "Uncle Yi." Han Li quickly bowed in respect. "Ah, young disciple Han, you are indeed prompt. I was just about to instruct my subordinates to allow you to select any task you desire," Uncle Yi remarked, his demeanor lighthearted. "I appreciate your concern, Uncle. I merely came to explore and see if I could find a suitable task without troubling you," Han Li said, seemingly bashful. "This is my domain. There is no trouble at all. Steward Yu, present all the planting tasks for junior brother Han to choose from until he is satisfied." The elder generously commanded with a wave of his hand, signaling his subordinate to comply. The steward, taken aback by this command, gazed at Han Li with newfound respect before hastily retrieving the bamboo slips detailing the miscellaneous tasks. He could not help but speculate on the nature of Han Li's relationship with his superior. "Here are all the planting tasks assigned from above. Junior brother Han, please take your time to review them." The steward returned swiftly, holding a bundle of jade-green bamboo slips. Han Li expressed his gratitude and took the slips, scrutinizing their contents with great care. The records detailed the cultivation of 13 flowering trees, which yielded 200 fruits annually. The meticulous nurturing of a fire cloud ginseng for 300 years, ensuring its spiritual essence remained intact. The planting of an acre of moonplum grass, with a seasonal tribute of 100 pounds of dried grass, and the management of a vast Huangyu bamboo grove, with a plethora of tasks inscribed on the slips. However, the earlier entries failed to capture Han Li's interest. As he turned to the middle of the slips, a task that greatly pleased him finally emerged. The 150th chapter, titled Regretful Promise, noted a responsibility to oversee a medicinal herb garden at Qingshe Ridge, with an annual quota of rare medicinal materials required. Upon seeing this line inscribed in gold paint, Han Li's heart soared with joy. He pointed to the slips and raised his gaze to the steward, inquiring, "I find this task particularly appealing. Could you possibly provide further insights?" Upon hearing Han Li's words, the steward approached with a smile. However, upon realizing the task Han Li had chosen, the smile on his face swiftly transformed into a bitter grin. Junior brother, perhaps you should select another task. This responsibility of managing the garden is rather daunting and ill-suited for you, he advised earnestly. Noticing Han Li's puzzled expression, he continued to elucidate. This task has been posted for several years and has been attempted by many disciples. Yet, each one has faltered, not only failing to earn rewards, but also incurring significant penalties and spirit stones. It is arguably one of the most challenging tasks here. In fact, every year, I have to draw lots among the brothers to assign this task. Han Li found this revelation somewhat amusing, yet he remained undeterred and humbly asked, "Could you explain the difficulties inherent in this task? Why have so many seniors failed to complete it? Is it not merely managing the herbs in the garden?" Before the steward could respond, an elderly man named Yi, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected with a furrowed brow. "Is it possible that junior brother has chosen Master Ma's herb garden task?" "Indeed. Junior brother Han has fixated on Master Ma's exceedingly difficult assignment," the middle-aged steward replied, his expression a mix of incredulity and amusement. The elder's demeanor shifted to one of bemusement. "Haha, junior brother Han truly has an eye for the challenging. It seems you've pinpointed the most troublesome task here. However, this task is indeed fraught with headaches. Several individuals coerced into accepting it have lamented to me. Yet, Master Ma is reluctant to alter the terms of rewards and penalties, leaving me powerless. If junior brother Han wishes to learn more about the specifics of this task, you are welcome to accompany me to the inner hall to review the relevant scrolls. This would be far more enlightening than mere words." The head of the 100 Mechanisms Hall, Master Yi, unexpectedly extended a generous offer to Han Li. Han Li, however, couldn't help but furrow his brow in private thought. This Master Yi seemed overly enthusiastic. Although he had given the man a foundation establishment pill, it appeared to be an equal transaction, not warranting such overt friendliness from him. Suppressing his doubts, Han Li feigned surprise and followed the elder, who was holding a bamboo slip, into a room located behind the main hall. The space was cluttered with various scrolls. The elder waved the bamboo slip gently, and a flash of azure light illuminated it, causing a scroll to automatically fly into his hand. He then turned and handed the scroll to Han Li. Given the gravity of the situation, Han Li accepted the scroll without hesitation and swiftly unfurled it for inspection. The contents of the scroll were not extensive. They merely chronicled the experiences of the previous disciples in charge of the medicinal garden, along with their justifications for failure. Thus, Han Li perused the document quickly, grasping the essence and challenges of the task within a short span of time. "What do you think? Perhaps you might consider another task," the elder Master Yi remarked with apparent concern. Although the reward for this task was indeed substantial, it was evidently beyond the capabilities of an ordinary disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li decisively shook his head and replied, "Thank you, Master Yi. However, this task aligns perfectly with my interests. I would prefer not to change it." The elder detected the resoluteness in Han Li's words and was somewhat taken aback, yet he said nothing further and nodded in acquiescence. However, he hesitated before leaving the room and awkwardly expressed, "Disciple Han, regarding the transaction of the foundational elixirs we conducted last time, could we postpone the delivery of some of the items? I am currently in need of materials to refine a batch of harmonizing elixirs, and I find myself somewhat constrained. Rest assured, I shall settle all debts within a year or so." Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily stunned, but soon broke into a smile. "What are you saying, Master Yi? If it is inconvenient for you, then simply provide what you can. There is no need to mention repayment later. This is merely a token of my respect for you." Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of hypocrisy. Despite his inner turmoil and profound resentment towards the other's breach of trust, his face bore a smile as he uttered words intended to please. This was perhaps the lament of being in a subordinate position, he bitterly mused. "What do you mean by that, disciple? Do you think I am the sort to renege on my promises?" The elder's demeanor shifted. Instead of delight, he adopted a stern expression, as if to assert his integrity and commitment to honor. Han Li's forced smile, already fragile, nearly shattered upon hearing those words. The elder's audacity was staggering. Despite his clear intent to retract most of the items, he insisted on maintaining a facade of virtue. What a quintessential hypocrite! Han Li could no longer contain his silent curses. Yet, his smile faltered only slightly before he naturally replaced it with a sincere expression, adopting a tone that felt overly sentimental to himself as he continued. "Master Yi, you have misunderstood me. I merely feel that as a newcomer, such items might be a bit extravagant for me. Thus, It is best to temporarily leave most of the items with my esteemed senior. I, as a junior, have no use for them at present." Upon hearing Han Li's seemingly disingenuous words, the elder of the Yi clan's expression softened, and he nodded slightly, saying, "There is indeed some merit in what you say, Han Jr. If the newly initiated disciples become overly reliant on external possessions, it may significantly hinder your cultivation. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall keep some items here for safekeeping, and you may retrieve them whenever necessary." "Thank you, esteemed Yi Senior," Han Li replied with a forced smile, while internally he reassured himself repeatedly. "These are merely material possessions. I cannot afford to offend the elder before me. In the future, I shall reclaim everything with interest." "Haha, it is nothing. Let us venture forth." The elder's mood seemed to brighten further. The subsequent matters were far more manageable. With the assistance of the esteemed Yi Senior, Han Li efficiently completed all the necessary procedures and received the jade token representing his new responsibilities. Then, under the enthusiastic guidance of the steward, he set off towards the Baichao Garden in Jinfa Ridge. The Yi elder stood at the entrance of the 100 Machine Hall. Watching Han Li's figure gradually disappear into the distance, his expression darkened as he fell into a pensive silence, seemingly contemplating something. Has Yi Jr.'s heart softened somewhat? A low voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. It is not a matter of softness, but rather the feeling that employing such tactics against a newly initiated disciple seems somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, what if this Han Jr., while appearing compliant, secretly reports this matter to the sect leader? The elder spoke without turning, but an undercurrent of concern seeped into his words. He report. The person behind him sneered. What? Does Wu Senior not harbor any concerns? The Yi elder finally turned to face the grim-looking Wu Senior behind him. What is there to worry about? This lad has voluntarily followed our prearranged plan, stating he would leave his possessions with you. He did not explicitly say he would not return them. It is merely a temporary custody arrangement. What reason does he have to report us? Wu Senior replied confidently. However, I must admit I have a certain admiration for this lad. At such a young age, he already understands the subtleties of advance and retreat. That is quite remarkable. Were it not for his inadequate aptitude as a pseudo-spiritual root, I might have considered taking him under my wing. Wu Senior continued, a look of regret crossing his face. Fortunately, this individual is not stubborn. Otherwise, we would have to resort to alternative methods, which would complicate matters significantly. The Yi elder remarked slowly. Well, there is nothing to be concerned about with this lad. For you and I, extinguishing him is as easy as squashing an ant. Let us not forget the prior agreement. Yi Jr. does not need to incur great expenses this time. Wu Senior suddenly shifted the topic, hinting at something else. I shall not forget. The newly refined Hechi pill will be divided in half for you. Ahem. Truth be told, had it not been for my nephew's need for precious elixirs during his foundation building process, I would not have had the audacity to claim these items from my junior. The Yi elder gently shook his head, appearing as though he had compromised his own integrity. The elderly gentleman bearing the surname Wu, upon hearing these words, remained silent with a concealed smile, feeling immensely pleased with himself as he thought. Since this junior apprentice Yi has engaged in such despicable actions, he has unwittingly placed a lever of control in my hands, ensuring that he will be biased in my favor during future discussions. Chapter 151. The 100 Herb Garden. Although Han Li was unaware of the conversation between the elder Yi and Mr. Wu after his departure, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Ever since his encounter with Dr. Mo, this was the first time he faced a situation where he was compelled to leap into a known pitfall. This left Han Li deeply vexed. Yet it also solidified his belief that the world of cultivation was indeed one governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. He resolved to return there when necessary. With this thought in mind, Han Li smirked, determined to show this elder Yi that his possessions were not easily devoured. Standing on the ground, he gazed into the distance. At that moment, the steward had already returned to the 100 Mechanisms Hall. For not far ahead lay the 100 Herb Garden, a small basin nestled between two hills, fortified by various minor restrictions set by its owner to deter outsiders from intruding. Han Li took a few steps forward and soon encountered the nearby barrier, which blocked his path with a brilliant white light. However, he remained unperturbed, raising a jade token to illuminate the way ahead. Instantly, a beam of green light shot forth from the token, penetrating the barrier, and Han Li patiently awaited his entry. Come in. A dry voice echoed from within, as if it were resounding directly in Han Li's ears. Subsequently, the barrier before him vanished as if it were melting away. Upon witnessing this, Han Li did not dare to delay and hastily stepped inside. Following the narrow path, he halted before a spacious courtyard graced with a sign bearing the name of the 100 Herb Garden. The courtyard was expansive, covering several acres. Before he even entered, a rich and fragrant aroma of herbs wafted from within, invigorating Han Li's spirit. "What are you dawdling outside for? Hurry in, I have matters to attend to." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied and stepped inside. Once within, Han Li truly grasped the scene that unfolded before him. Several thatched huts made of straw and bamboo stood in the center of the garden, while the surrounding area was meticulously divided into square plots by trenches. Each plot was lush and verdant, filled with a multitude of herbs, both familiar and unfamiliar to Han Li, alongside peculiar, oddly shaped plants, imbuing the entire garden with abundant spiritual energy. Even Han Li, as a cultivator, felt an immense sense of relief after inhaling the fragrant air. "Come into the house." The owner of the voice, noticing Han Li's hesitation, grew somewhat impatient. Han Li offered a faint smile, unperturbed, as he entered the thatched hut. Inside stood a diminutive, emaciated old man, casting a disgruntled look at the newly arrived Han Li. This old man appeared to be in his 50s, sporting 2 wispy, yellowish mustaches, and his small, murky eyes darted around restlessly. At first glance, he resembled a humanoid rat that had gained sentience. "Are you the disciple sent by the 100 Mechanisms Hall to manage the garden? You seem rather young, and your skills appear rather lacking. Is that fellow named E simply playing me for a fool? Why do they keep sending increasingly inept individuals?" The diminutive old man's expression darkened upon seeing Han Li, and he erupted in anger. "Disciple Han Li, I pay my respects to Master Ma." Han Li, well aware of the old man's eccentric temperament from the records, was not taken aback. He stepped forward to offer his greeting. "Humph. Do you understand the severe punishments that await if you fail to complete your task? Return at once and instruct my junior brother Yi to send someone else. There is still time." The old man rolled his eyes and spoke tersely. "Is it that the scale of the medicinal garden must remain unchanged, and that the herbs must not wither? Furthermore, a certain quantity of herbs must be submitted each month? If that is the case, I still retain some confidence." Han Li replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The old man was taken aback by Han Li's words. It seemed he had never encountered a disciple so self-assured from the outset. He scrutinized Han Li anew, though the skepticism in his eyes remained unabated. "Come with me," the old man commanded coldly before exiting the thatched hut, with Han Li following without hesitation. "How many of these herbs can you identify?" The old man gestured toward the garden filled with plants, casting a sidelong glance at Han Li. 1/10, Han Li replied after a cursory glance. Upon hearing this, the old man paused momentarily but then sneered, "Little fellow, if you can indeed recognize 1/10 of the herbs, I shall entrust the garden to you without further ado." With this affirmation, Han Li smiled slightly and moved away from the old man. Midnight flower, yellow ball grass, white crane fungus, moon-gazing grass. As Han Li strolled through the garden, he casually named the herbs he recognized. Initially, the old man's expression was one of derision, but as he listened, surprise began to manifest on his face. Han Li named many obscure herbs, some of which the old man himself had struggled to comprehend, leaving him genuinely astonished. "Enough," the old man interjected, halting Han Li's display after he had named only a fraction of the herbs. "Very well, it seems you are not merely boasting. I shall temporarily entrust this garden to your management. Here is the token of authority for this place. Handle it with care." The old man's face revealed satisfaction as he swiftly produced a dark green wooden plaque and tossed it to Han Li. "Within the hut are my notes from years of cultivating herbs. You must study them diligently, as you are still unfamiliar with most of these plants. Do not let them wither." The elder stroked his small beard, offering a stern warning. "Thank you for the reminder, master. I shall keep it in mind." Han Li replied respectfully. "Ahem. I hope your abilities are as effective as your words. If so, I may finally be liberated from this garden and return to my cultivation. This garden is my private domain, and should you prove capable, I will not shortchange you. But let me be clear, if you cannot handle it, then depart at once, and I shall find someone else. Do you understand?" The old man spoke with a blend of authority and caution. Rather than feeling offended by the old man's bluntness, Han Li felt an increased fondness for him, finding him far superior to Master Yi. At the very least, he was not a hypocritical scoundrel. Consequently, Han Li nodded in agreement. After imparting several key management tips for the garden, the old man hurriedly tidied up his humble abode and departed from the medicinal garden without a backward glance, soaring into the sky. Watching the Master Ma's retreating figure, Han Li casually selected a cottage and began to arrange it, treating it as his own residence. After a long day of exertion without a moment's respite, even a cultivator like Han Li felt a tinge of fatigue, so he climbed into bed and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. For him, regardless of the monumental events unfolding outside, it would be prudent to address them only after he had rejuvenated himself, and at that moment, the sky had darkened suitably. Thus, Han Li's tumultuous first day as a new disciple of Huangfeng Valley passed uneventfully. When the next day dawned, Han Li awoke, invigorated, marking the true commencement of his cultivation journey. In the days that followed, he devoted his daylight hours to studying the insights and notes left by the elder, while at night, he secretly buried the mysterious small vial in a corner of the medicinal field, covering it with the precious fragments of a magical artifact to obscure its remarkable ability to absorb spiritual energy. As a result, this corner, while slightly richer in spiritual essence than other areas, exhibited no other remarkable features, allowing Han Li to finally set aside his worries. A few days later, the esteemed Master Yi arrived, bringing with him the promised exchange items for the foundational elixir, presenting Han Li with less than a fifth of the spiritual stones and magical artifacts that had been mentioned earlier. As for the promised elixirs, it seemed Master Yi had completely forgotten about them, and Han Li feigned ignorance. Nevertheless, despite this oversight, Han Li found himself suddenly affluent, having acquired 2 mid-tier spiritual stones, dozens of low-tier spiritual stones, 3 finely crafted magical artifacts, and a collection of talismans. Chapter 152. 2 years later, it was Han Li's first encounter with mid-tier spiritual stones. One gleamed with a vibrant red hue, embodying the fire element, while the other was a deep yellow, representing the earth element. Both were among the most commonly seen mid-tier stones. They indeed appeared vastly different from the low-tier stones, which bore only faint elemental colors. Not only did their luster differ, but the powerful spiritual fluctuations emanating from them were unmistakable, ensuring no confusion could arise. The 3 magical artifacts were equally impressive, clearly crafted by a cultivator of foundational stage, far superior to the inferior items Han Li had encountered at the Tainan conference. One artifact resembled a ring seemingly forged from fine steel. When activated, it could autonomously fly to ensnare enemies and could also alter its size at will within a certain range. In a moment of enthusiasm, Han Li infused it with his entire magical essence, only to be astonished as the ring emitted a faint yellow light, expanding to a terrifying size that could encompass his entire cottage, leaving him speechless for quite some time. The other artifact was a small triangular flag of deep black. Its utilization was even more straightforward. By channeling spiritual energy into the flag and then waving it, a swirling mass of black mist would instantly materialize around the flag's owner, blinding any enemies in their vicinity while cloaking their presence. A truly excellent defensive artifact. The first 2 magical artifacts are rare treasures from the outside world. Yet it was the final auxiliary artifact that brought Han Li immense joy, a brass vial capable of preserving the spiritual essence of contained items. As soon as he acquired this vial-shaped artifact, Han Li was struck by a revelation regarding the long-standing enigma of storing the mysterious green liquid that had perplexed him for so long. Since discovering the existence of spiritual energy, he had harbored suspicions that the small vial absorbed and condensed the natural spiritual energy of the world each night. Unfortunately, he had previously lacked the appropriate means to confirm this theory, relegating it to mere speculation buried deep within his thoughts. Now, with the emergence of this brass vial, he finally had a method to validate his conjecture. That very night, he placed the condensed green liquid into the brass vial, eager to see if this artifact could indeed retain it. However, the outcome was a significant disappointment. The brass vial merely extended the preservation time of the green liquid from 15 minutes to a full day, after which the liquid vanished without a trace. This indicated that the substance was not merely a simple aggregation of spiritual energy. It certainly contained more complex elements intertwined within. After conducting this test, Han Li possessed the self-awareness to recognize that the mystery was beyond his current capabilities to unravel. Thus, he resolved not to burden himself further with this quandary, opting instead to let nature take its course. The utility of the small vial was already proving to be of great benefit to him. With his mind at ease, Han Li began to harness the effects of the green liquid, producing batches of Huang Long pills and Jinsui pills. intending to consume these less potent elixirs while simultaneously seeking more refined alternative formulas within the valley. However, he understood that this endeavor could not be rushed. As a newly initiated disciple, if he were to brazenly inquire about pill formulas, it would be as if he were openly declaring his intentions, inevitably arousing suspicion and potentially inviting danger upon himself. Therefore, Han Li resolved to diligently cultivate within the medicinal garden for several years, patiently awaiting the moment when he had comprehended all the intricacies of the sect and had become a recognized elder of Huangfeng Valley, at which point he could discreetly contemplate the matter of formulas. As for the periodic submission of medicinal herbs, he had no cause for concern. With the assistance of the diluted green liquid, there was no herb he could not hasten to maturity overnight. This was a trivial matter. He had fully prepared to reside long-term within the medicinal garden, confident that Master Ma would have no objections. Thus, Han Li engaged in his daily activities with a sense of purpose. After reviewing the old man's notes during the day, he frequently visited his senior brother Wu Feng, where he learned numerous practical incantations for basic spells, returning to the medicinal garden to delve deeper into his studies. Moreover, Han Li consumed the Huang Long pills and Jin Sui pills in abundance, akin to candy, reasoning that if the quality was lacking, he could offset it through sheer quantity. These medicinal elixirs, when accumulated in small quantities, yield remarkable effects. Thus, time swiftly passes. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li has been a member of the Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 great sects, for over 2 years now. During this period, numerous events have transpired. Shortly after Han Li commenced his secluded cultivation, the sect opened its doors once every decade to recruit new disciples. From various prominent cultivation families, over 1,000 young individuals, all possessing commendable innate qualities, entered the ranks of Huangfeng Valley. Among them were 2 brothers, both with the rare and destructive lightning spirit root. Their presence captivated the attention of the sect's higher echelons. Even a reclusive elder of the core formation stage, who had been in seclusion for an extended period, made an exception to emerge and, after evaluating the brothers' innate abilities, publicly declared that should they successfully establish their foundations, he would take them under his wing and personally instruct them. This announcement naturally incited envy among other disciples. In addition to these brothers, a few other exceptional talents emerged among the new recruits. For instance, a boy from a minor family, merely 11 or 12 years of age, had already mastered the foundational techniques to the pinnacle of the 9th layer without the aid of any medicinal pills, displaying astonishing progress that seemed to rival even the possessors of rare spirit roots. Another remarkable child, a boy named Wang, only 7 or 8 years old, not only hailed from the prestigious Wang family, but was also born with the rare Xianyin eye, capable of cultivating the long-lost Chimu divine light, which could subdue all malevolent spirits and ghosts. Beyond these 2, several other outstanding talents clearly surpassed the ordinary disciples. Compared to previous recruitments, this occasion marked an extraordinary harvest, leaving the headmaster Zhong grinning for days on end. He even entertained the thought that perhaps heaven had opened its eyes, intending for Huangfeng Valley to surpass all other sects. However, when news broke that the most powerful sect among the 7, the Yinhua sect, had discovered a girl with a heavenly spirit root among their new disciples, the once ambitious headmaster, Zhong, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless, this batch of new disciples thoroughly captivated the attention of all within Huangfeng Valley. Even the lower-tier disciples, who had joined earlier, were daily discussing how much progress their talented junior brothers had made in their foundational techniques, or what astonishing feats they had accomplished. Amidst the brilliance of these new prodigies, Han Li, who had initially gained entry through the Ascension token, faded from the memory of Headmaster Zhong and the administrators of the sect. Furthermore, Han Li spent his days immersed in the medicinal garden, reluctant to venture out and meet others, resulting in a pitifully scant number of acquaintances. Perhaps only the transmission master Wu Feng and the steward from the 100 Machine Hall, who occasionally remembered Han Li, as they would meet during consultations on techniques and the monthly collection of spirit stones. Regardless of how others perceived him, Han Li was exceedingly content with his semi-reclusive cultivation, and the old man who visited every few months to collect certain medicinal materials was even more pleased with him. After all, where could one find a disciple like Han Li, who consistently submits the required items punctually without any delays? Consequently, the old man, in an effort to secure the extraordinary talent that is Han Li, has progressively increased his rewards in spirit stones. From an initial monthly stipend of 2 low-grade spirit stones to a current generous 5. This has elevated Han Li to a veritable high-income earner among the low-ranking disciples, especially considering that the average income of other ordinary disciples is merely 3 spirit stones per month. This generosity has significantly enhanced Han Li's admiration for Master Ma. As for the regretful Yi, the hall master who had confiscated a substantial portion of his possessions, it is said that his hopeful nephew, after consuming a foundation-building pill, still failed to establish his foundation, remaining stuck at the peak of the qi refining stage, much to his chagrin. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Furthermore, propelled by the abundance of medicinal pills, Han Li's longevity technique has remarkably advanced through 2 levels, reaching the 11th tier, thus placing him at an average level among the low-ranking disciples of the valley. At this point, the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill have completely lost their efficacy. No amount of consumption would yield any results. Consequently, Han Li was compelled to expedite his plans and turn his attention to other medicinal pills. Fortunately, at this time, he was of little interest to anyone in the valley, allowing him to act with a degree of caution without drawing attention to himself. Chapter 153. Yuelu Hall. Han Li stood upon a stone platform situated on the midsection of Wujuan Mountain, where the expansive platform, several dozen zhang wide, culminated in a vast cavern, Yuelu Hall, entirely concealed by intricate formations. This hall serves as the repository for the Huangfeng Valley's magical artifacts, alchemical formulas, literature, and esoteric techniques, providing various tools for alchemy and artifact crafting, as well as commonly used materials. It is undoubtedly one of the most significant locations within the mountain gate. Consequently, the area is heavily fortified, with layers of protective formations, and is frequently patrolled by over 100 disciples to guard against external threats. There are even whispers that a certain ancestor in the core formation stage remains in seclusion within this hall, warding off any formidable intruders. After mentally reviewing the collected information, Han Li advanced with composure. Upon his arrival, he sensed several vigilant gazes scrutinizing him from the shadows. However, perceiving his modest magical prowess, they quickly withdrew their attention. Nevertheless, this surprised Han Li. The fact that these individuals could conceal their positions from him indicated that they either possessed superior cloaking artifacts or their magical abilities surpassed his, marking them as elite disciples of the 12th tier or higher. This realization heightened Han Li's caution. After taking a few steps forward, he paused and softly recited several incantations. With a swift motion of his hand, a red light surged forth, striking what appeared to be an empty space ahead. As a result of a sudden spatial fluctuation, a luminous red barrier materialized before him, swiftly followed by 2 disciples clad in crimson garments appearing behind it. "Did you breach the forbidden law?" one of the red-clad disciples uttered coldly. "I am Han Li," he replied. "We do not care who you are. Since you lack the foundational cultivation level, there must be a guarantor. Present the token of your guarantor." The impatient disciple interrupted Han Li's explanation. Listening to the discourteous remarks, Han Li remained unfazed. Calmly, he retrieved a jade talisman from his robe and placed it on the ground in front of him, across the barrier. At that moment, the coldly speaking disciple extended a hand toward the barrier, and a palm-sized circular aperture appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, the other silent disciple waved his hand gently, causing Han Li's jade talisman to soar through the small opening as if it had sprouted wings, landing effortlessly in his grasp. "Is Master Ma your guarantor?" the red-clad disciple inquired, astonishment evident in his voice upon examining the talisman. "Indeed, it is the token given to me by Master Ma," Han Li replied earnestly. However, he was inwardly astonished, for these 2 red-clad individuals, despite their youth, were undoubtedly experts at the foundational stage, which took him by surprise. In the realm of cultivation, one's status is not determined by the timing of entry, but rather by the depth of their cultivation. Ultimately, in the path of immortality, the capable are revered as masters. Could it be the Master Ma who is perpetually engrossed in alchemy? The other red-clad disciple remarked, equally taken aback. Is it possible that he would act as a guarantor for someone? Truly remarkable. You aren't one of his direct disciples or relatives, are you? After scrutinizing the talisman multiple times, the red-clad disciple grew increasingly curious. Not at all. I am merely overseeing the medicinal garden for Master Ma. However, in exchange for this token, I have agreed to tend to the garden without charge for a year, Han Li hastily responded, his expression a mixture of respect and a wry smile. His words were entirely truthful. In fact, when Han Li first contemplated concocting formulas, it was Master Ma who came to mind. Given that the old man had cultivated so many herbs, he must possess extensive knowledge of alchemy, and surely his medicinal recipes would be invaluable. Thus, months prior, when the old man came to collect herbs, Han Li had subtly broached the subject. To his astonishment, the old man immediately shook his head vigorously, adamantly refusing. According to Master Ma, the formulas he possessed were the result of countless personal trials and failures. Refined through his own experiences, he could never simply hand them over to another. However, when Han Li earnestly explained that he only sought the unaltered original formulas, the old man rolled his eyes and impatiently suggested that Han Li should simply go to the Yuelu Hall to find them himself, rather than troubling him with such matters. Thus, Han Li had no choice but to offer a year of labor in exchange for the old man's guarantee token, which ultimately led to his visit to Yuelu Hall today. Ah, so that is the case. I had thought Master Ma had suddenly changed his disposition. Upon hearing this, the two individuals clad in crimson exchanged knowing smiles, and the one wielding the jade talisman cheerfully spoke. Very well, you may enter. In unison, they executed a spell that opened the luminous barrier, creating a passage approximately a foot wide, just sufficient for a person to pass through. Observing this, Han Li, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly stepped inside. However, the scene that greeted him beyond the barrier left him utterly astonished. Previously, the red barrier had obscured his view, preventing him from discerning the interior. Yet now, upon entry, he found himself before a barren mountainside, with naught but a small circular array, devoid of any edifices. This perplexed Han Li immensely. Take good care of this jade talisman. It is customary to conduct routine inspections each time you arrive here. After retracting the spell from the barrier, the individual examining the token returned the talisman to Han Li. Thank you, esteemed uncles, Han Li remarked, redirecting his gaze to survey the surroundings, striving to appear respectful and courteous, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the two, as he would be frequenting this place in the future. Come along with me, one of them replied, evidently pleased with Han Li's demeanor. Most individuals permitted entry here were peers of theirs, who typically did not exhibit such deference, thus endearing Han Li to them. However, my dear nephew, what prompted you to visit the Yuelu Hall? One of the red-clad individuals inquired casually as they led Han Li towards the circular array. You must understand that whether for alchemical concoction or artifact forging, it is generally expected that one possesses foundational skills at the foundation establishment stage. It seems a tad premature for you to be here now. The younger generation has merely heard and witnessed numerous alchemical endeavors from Master Ma, and having gathered some materials while inspecting the herb garden, I thought to try my luck here, seeking suitable formulas to refine some medicinal pills to enhance my cultivation, as my qualifications are rather lacking, and I can only rely on external assistance. Han Li responded, his words a blend of truth and artifice, deliberately portraying himself as slightly less advanced than the two. I see. Nonetheless, dear nephew, your hopes may be somewhat optimistic. Once you enter, you shall understand my meaning. The other individual remarked, shaking his head slightly, skeptical of Han Li's intentions. At this juncture, the trio had reached the circular array, whereupon one of the crimson-clad figures gestured for Han Li to stand in the center while they positioned themselves on either side of the array. Typically, utilizing the teleportation array required a low-grade spirit stone. However, noticing it was Han Li's first visit, they waived the fee this time. But next time, you must adhere strictly to the regulations, one of them chuckled. As soon as this was said, they adeptly cast a red light onto the array, causing the embedded spirit stones to illuminate. Before Han Li could express his gratitude, he suddenly felt a disorienting whirl, with the surroundings growing indistinct. Subsequently, a flash of brilliance enveloped him, and he found himself within an unfamiliar hall, standing atop an identical array as the one before. This is indeed the fabled teleportation array. How wondrous! Han Li was profoundly astonished. Once the discomfort from the teleportation faded, he began to survey the remarkably vast hall around him. Chapter 154. Elder Su and the repository. The hall in which Han Li found himself was extraordinarily unique. Resembling a colossal cylindrical chamber with a diameter of approximately 30 zhang and a height of 4 to 5 zhang. The surrounding walls were adorned with pale red crystals, while a thin layer of white sand blanketed the floor, lending an air of cleanliness and order to the entire space. However, Anyone who dared to glance upward would be taken aback to discover the ceiling was festooned with numerous inverted white stalagmites densely clustered together, revealing that this was an uncommon limestone cavern that had merely been slightly modified to achieve its current form. 3 passageways were evenly distributed around the hall. 2 bore inscriptions in ancient script, one depicting the character for tool and the other for elixir, while the last passage remained utterly devoid of any markings or indications. At that moment, the hall was devoid of any company. After a cursory glance, Hanli hesitated briefly before proceeding into the passage inscribed with the character for elixir. This passage was not particularly long. After walking a few steps and making a turn, he encountered a somewhat larger room at the end of the corridor. Inside, there was a long table, beside which a rosy-cheeked elder stood, beaming as he looked at Hanli. Behind the table, several dilapidated shelves leaned against the wall, laden with an assortment of cauldrons, ingredients, and various peculiar items that Hanli had never encountered before. Before Hanli could utter a word, the elder, with a jovial smile, eagerly interjected, "Young friend, your face is quite refreshing. It must be your first time here. Fewer newcomers are arriving in this wretched place these days. I have grown weary of the same old sour faces. It is truly delightful to see a younger newcomer." The elder shook his head, exuding an air of light-heartedness. However, Hanli sensed that the heavenly eye technique was ineffective against this elder, revealing nothing of his depth, indicating that he was yet another formidable foundation-building expert. Hanli dared not show any disrespect and quickly bowed, saying, "Junior pays respects to Elder Su. Indeed, it is my first visit to the Yuelu Palace. I humbly ask for your guidance. Feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand, young friend. Additionally, my surname is Su. You may call me Su Bo or Elder Su. Please refrain from addressing me as Elder repeatedly. I am not fond of such formalities." The elder promptly corrected Han Li's form of address, seemingly quite particular about it. "Then, I shall comply." Han Li hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, finding the elder's quirks rather peculiar. "That's more like it. Now, let us discuss the purpose of your visit," Elder Su said with satisfaction. "I seek formulas and texts related to elixirs. I wish to delve into the art of alchemy." Han Li attempted to phrase his request in a more elegant manner, hoping to avoid drawing too much attention from the elder. "Formulas and texts on alchemy, you say? Just ascend these stairs." To Han Li's astonishment, the elder exhibited no inclination to inquire further. Casually, he produced a black token and, after invoking a spell, a stone staircase appeared out of thin air, leading up to the ceiling between him and the shelves. Elated, Han Li hastened towards the staircase, poised to ascend, when the elder suddenly revealed a cunning expression. On the second floor, one could view the collection of books for a fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone per hour, and it was strictly forbidden to remove the original texts. Should one wish to duplicate any content, an additional fee of 10 spirit stones per copy was required. Before Han Li could step onto the staircase, the elder, leisurely positioned behind him, articulated these stipulations, causing Han Li to falter, nearly bursting into a tirade. The charges were exorbitant. Not only was the 10 spirit stones duplication fee steep, but even the browsing fee of 1 spirit stone per hour would deter many financially constrained disciples. It is worth noting that a low-grade disciple could only earn 20 to 30 spirit stones in a year through various labors. When considering the everyday expenses and the costs of cultivation, the actual amount saved would be a mere handful of spirit stones. Thus, such charges were undeniably exploitative. Han Li's perception of the elder underwent a complete transformation. He was truly a shrewd merchant. Although a peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face, he did not linger due to the elder's words. Instead, he tossed a low-grade spirit stone back without a second glance and ascended swiftly to the second floor. How intriguing. He was evidently not intimidated by such fees. He must indeed be a minor wealthy individual. Haha, it seems another small fortune is on the horizon. The elder, who referred to himself as Uncle Su, could not help but smile broadly at Han Li's generous assent, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. As he rubbed the spirit stone against his garment before inspecting it closely, revealing an avaricious demeanor that starkly contrasted with the affable persona he had initially displayed. At this moment, Han Li, suppressing his frustration, took a deep breath to calm his spirit before scrutinizing the objects on the second floor. Contrary to his expectations of a spacious, well-lit area brimming with countless books and bamboo scrolls, the second floor, though not small, contained a lamentably sparse assortment of items. 2 dark, Shabby bookshelves, a filthy table, and a rickety chair comprised the entirety of the room's inventory. Admittedly, there were about 30 yellowed old books on the shelves, a few bundles of tattered bamboo scrolls on the table, and 2 jade tubes whose original colors were no longer discernible. How meager! Had he stumbled into the wrong place? This was far from a grand sect's library. It resembled the dilapidated study of a destitute scholar. Han Li was profoundly disheartened by the scene before him. Were it not for his apprehension regarding the elder's inscrutable magical prowess, he might have been compelled to descend immediately to grasp the elder by the collar and demand an explanation. After taking a deep breath, Han Li composed himself and calmly approached one of the bookshelves, casually pulling out an old book to examine it closely. In the realm of the 5 elements and the corresponding organs, the book on the art of gold needle acupuncture, which promises the transformation of essence into vitality, astonished Han Li from the very first few lines. He could not help but close the book and gaze at its cover. The prominent title Hua's Secret Art of Gold Needle emerged before his eyes, casting a pall over his countenance. It was not that the book lacked merit. Indeed, it contained rare and profound methods for healing through gold needles, with the potential to revive the dying and unlock the latent potential of patience. Yet, he found it perplexing how such an art could be related to alchemy. What irked him further was that he had already perused this book countless times in the company of Dr. Imo, to the point of being able to recite it by heart. How could a work of mundane medicine audaciously present itself here? A cascade of questions swirled in Han Li's mind, causing him to furrow his brow in profound confusion. However, as his gaze fell upon the remaining books on the shelf, an even more ominous premonition enveloped his heart. With fervent haste, he began to sift through the old tomes one by one. Each book he completed deepened the shadows on his face, and after examining the volumes on another shelf, his expression mirrored the ominous darkness that precedes a storm. To his dismay, none of the 20 or so books pertained to alchemy. Instead, they were either secret techniques for healing or remedies for complex ailments. Strangely, one was even a self-authored toxicology treatise by a master of poisons, all rooted firmly in the realm of the mundane. As an hour elapsed, he realized that further examination would require additional spirit stones. Suddenly, the elder Su called out from downstairs. Han Li felt a pang of incredulity. Must they truly charge spirit stones for such worthless texts? Yet, as his gaze shifted to the objects on the table, he reluctantly produced a spirit stone from his possession and tossed it down the stairwell. The spirit stone has been received. Dear friend, please continue your reading. I shall not intrude, the elder Su said with a cheerful demeanor. Han Li chose to ignore the old man, acutely aware that for one so unabashedly driven by desire, his respect was of little consequence. What mattered was his ability to produce spirit stones that would yield profit. Nevertheless, Han Li was not inclined to squander another spirit stone foolishly. Thus, his perusal of the bamboo slips on the table became markedly swifter, as he sought only an overview of their contents, eschewing meticulous line-by-line reading. Bathed in the gentle white light of a large moonstone atop the roof, Han Li's expressions fluctuated between joy and despair with each bundle of bamboo slips he turned. Upon completing his examination of all the slips, he returned them to their original place and exhaled a sigh. This time, the slips indeed contained several formulas for elixirs and insights into their preparation. Regrettably, upon scrutinizing the ingredients, he discerned that these potions bore similar effects to his own Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill, rendering them of little use to him, as he had already achieved the 11th layer of the Changchun skill. Thus, his sole hope rested upon the 2 jade tubes, each the size of a fist, praying that their contents would not leave him empty-handed. Chapter 155. Frustration. Han Li picked up a jade tube and gently blew on it, revealing its lush, verdant appearance. He pressed the jade tube against his forehead, allowing his consciousness to slowly immerse itself within. Before his eyes, a method for refining a medicinal pill materialized. Astonishingly, it was the very technique for crafting the foundational pill that Han Li had long yearned for. The entire process, from the raw materials to the intricate steps of refinement, unfolded before him, filling him with a mixture of astonishment and joy. For a moment, he neglected to examine the other jade tube, eagerly perusing all the information contained within. However, when his consciousness brushed against the phrase that stated a primordial true fire was essential for the pill's refinement, Han Li was taken aback, struck by a sense of utter disbelief. The primordial true fire was a Taoist essence that could only be wielded by foundational stage cultivators. a fundamental energy that naturally developed after reaching that stage. As a practitioner advanced in their cultivation, this true fire would grow in might, ultimately transforming into the legendary 3 flames of harmony upon reaching the core formation stage, capable of incinerating all things in existence. Yet, how could Han Li, still in the Qi refining stage, possibly conjure such primordial true fire? Only after achieving the foundational stage could he harness it. However, to reach that foundational stage, he first needed to refine the foundational pill, which in turn could not be accomplished without the primordial true fire. Thus, a perplexing conundrum emerged, an inescapable loop that left Han Li in a state of exasperation, almost driven to the brink of despair. Seeking assistance from other foundational stage cultivators for pill refinement was out of the question, as it would expose the secret of his small vial. Such exposure might very well transform the would-be helper into a lethal adversary. Standing before the table, Han Li wrestled with his turmoil for quite some time before finally removing the jade tube from his forehead and returning it to its original place. Distracted, he picked up the other jade tube, wiping it down to reveal a fiery red hue. The matter of the foundational pill would have to wait. He decided to investigate the contents of this tube, hopeful that it might harbor other wondrous elixirs. As Han Li's consciousness delved into the new tube, the words youth-defining pill immediately flashed in his mind. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but he attempted to reassure himself. Although the name suggested a certain effect, it did not necessarily mean it would align with his expectations. Perhaps it possessed other remarkable benefits. However, the subsequent description shattered his hopes entirely, stating its sole efficacy was to preserve youth and beauty, with no additional benefits to be found. Han Li stood there, paralyzed, rendered speechless. Yet within him surged an uncontrollable anger, prompting him to inwardly curse the absurdity of this collection. What manner of repository was this, devoid of any useful formulas, yet brimming with an array of nonsensical items? What purpose do these so-called secret techniques and beauty pills serve for us cultivators? They are brazenly displayed here. Just as Han Li felt that this trip had been nearly fruitless, that annoying voice echoed once more. The time had come again, if it were to descend once more. Han Li was determined not to offer another spirit stone to the other party. So he grasped the jade tube containing the method to refine foundation-building pills and prepared to leave. However, as he stood at the staircase, he hesitated for a moment. Although the beauty pill offered no assistance in enhancing his magical powers, it could still be sold to other cultivators. Moreover, the beauty pill did not require the so-called innate true fire, and he could concoct it himself. With this thought, Han Li turned back and hurried to the table, seizing the red jade tube in hand before swiftly returning to the staircase and descending with a series of hurried steps. How did it go, young friend? Did you find anything of value? The old man, upon seeing Han Li emerge, immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, yet Han Li found his words insincere. Old Su, is the upper floor truly a repository for our sect's alchemical formulas? Why are there only these worthless trinkets? Surely there must be other collections? Han Li, ignoring the old man's feigned friendliness, instead posed a question that had lingered in his mind, his expression clouded with frustration. Seeing Han Li's demeanor, the old man couldn't help but smirk. Since I have been overseeing this place, you are not the first to voice such concerns. Almost every newcomer who visits the Yulu Palace and ascends to the upper level has inquired about this matter. However, the old man deliberately prolonged his speech, making it abundantly clear that he sought some benefit from the exchange. The avaricious expression on the old man's face left Han Li at a loss for words. This individual was no longer merely a foundation-building cultivator. He resembled a shrewd merchant from the mundane world, embodying the very essence of a miser. At that moment, Han Li finally grasped the reason behind the old man's shift from being addressed as Sherbois to Old Sunday. It was evident that he believed that if he were to be regarded as a senior member of the sect, it would be inappropriate to openly solicit benefits. Hence his little ruse. Raising an eyebrow, Han Li, without further ado, placed the 2 jade tubes on the old man's desk with a decisive clap. I initially intended to replicate both jade tubes, but it seems my spirit stones are rather insufficient. Thus, I shall only replicate one for now and return the other. Han Li was not so naive as to allow himself to be taken advantage of after spending so long in the mundane world. He offered a slight counter to prevent the old man's demands from escalating further. Young friend, do you wish to replicate both copies? The old man exclaimed with delight, his eyes widening. I had intended to, but I still wish to know the answer to that previous question. It seems my resources are lacking. Haha. Since you are so forthright, the answer to that question is, of course, complimentary. Allow me to prepare your copies. The old man hurriedly took the 2 jade tubes into his possession and retrieved 2 white jade tubes from a shelf behind him, quickly beginning the replication process. Appearing anxious lest Han Li change his mind. Your copies are complete. Here you go. The elderly man's movements were remarkably agile. Before Han Li could fully comprehend the situation, the old man had completed duplicating the jade cylinder and tossed the replica before Han Li. With a gaze that seemed to implore Han Li to hastily present his spirit stones, he fixed his eyes on him. Han Li's lips twitched slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet remained silent. After a brief pause, he decisively retrieved 20 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and silently handed them to the old man. The old man accepted the spirit stones with a beaming smile, momentarily unable to contain his joy. It was only after he had counted the stones 3 or 4 times that he became aware of Han Li still awaiting his response. Contentedly, he stored the spirit stones and regarded Han Li with the eyes of a discerning patron, realizing that appearances could be deceiving. To his surprise, the young man possessed such considerable wealth. However, although the old man had an affinity for riches, he was also a man of his word. He assured Han Li that any inquiries he had would be met with utmost satisfaction. The old man, having regained his composure, adopted a serious demeanor and spoke earnestly. Han Li, slightly taken aback, unreservedly pressed for an answer to his earlier question. The response was straightforward. Most of the alchemical formulas had long been lost. This was not only true for their Huangfeng Valley, but also echoed throughout other sects and indeed across the entire realm of cultivation. The old man continued, explaining that if Han Li were to reflect on the situation, he would grasp the essence. What was the value of an alchemical formula? It lay in its ability to transform various rare materials into potions for cultivators. However, one must consider that the rare materials of this world are limited, with each type requiring hundreds or even thousands of years to mature. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators has never diminished. In fact, it has been steadily increasing each year. This imbalance has led to the gradual scarcity and even extinction of the materials documented in the formulas. By the time the cultivators recognized the severity of this issue, the rare materials had already been depleted, leaving only a few remnants in perilous locations that even seasoned practitioners would hesitate to explore. Consequently, formulas that had no viable source of ingredients became utterly worthless, losing their significance over time. After enduring a long span of hardship and several calamities within the cultivation world, these formulas gradually faded from history, leaving behind only a scant few, among which the Foundation establishment pill managed to survive. As Han Li listened to the old man's explanation, his expression remained unchanged, reflecting an air of tacit acknowledgement. After the old man concluded, Han Li merely nodded gently, saying nothing, and picked up the duplicated jade cylinder before turning to walk down the passage. Since you wish to refine pills, would you care to purchase some alchemical furnaces? I can offer them at a discount, the old man hastily suggested as he saw Han Li preparing to leave. No need for that. I currently have no use for it, Han Li replied, not turning back, merely waving his hand with indifference. What a pity. The alchemical furnace I possess can withstand the extreme heat of the earth fire. Old Su lamented, feeling disappointed at the unsuccessful business proposition. Earth fire? Han Li, having reached the threshold of the passage, halted in his tracks. It is even more potent than innate true fire, the old man remarked nonchalantly. Isn't alchemy supposed to utilize innate true fire? Can this earth fire serve as a substitute? Han Li endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet his heart raced with excitement. He realized that he might have found the solution to his conundrum regarding the refinement of foundational elixirs. Haha. It seems that my young friend is entirely unaware of the fact that in the realm of cultivation, earth fire has already replaced innate true fire for alchemical processes. However, it is of no great consequence. Anyone who has refined a few elixirs would know this. Allow me to impart this knowledge to you free of charge. The old man observed Han Li's interest, his spirits lifted, deliberately emphasizing the word free. Han Li could not help but smile wryly, fully grasping the underlying implication of the old man's words. While he claimed it was free to share, the distinction between one sentence and several was indeed stark. Nonetheless, given the significance of the matter at hand, Han Li decided not to linger on the point. Therefore, he promptly returned, stating without hesitation, if what old Su says about earth fire is true, I shall select another alchemical furnace right here. Hee hee. The furnaces I offer are undoubtedly exquisite and will surely satisfy you. Old Su squinted with delight, having successfully achieved his goal. In truth, using innate true fire for alchemy is merely an outdated practice. In the current cultivation world, alchemy predominantly utilizes the earth fire from the Xianyang region for refining elixirs. Long ago, our predecessors discovered that earth fire is not only purer and hotter than a cultivator's true fire, but also remarkably stable and enduring, significantly enhancing the success rate of alchemical processes compared to the original true fire methods. Moreover, this is equally effective for forging tools. Thus, any cultivation sect with sufficient resources or larger families will have their own dedicated earth fire sources for their disciples' use. Only those isolated and unable to access earth fire still rely on the inefficient true fire methods. The old man rambled on with fervor. Does your sect also have access to earth fire? Old Su, do you know where it is located? Han Li, his heart aflame with hope, restrained his excitement and inquired with clarity. Haha. The old man, upon hearing Han Li's question, could not contain his laughter, causing Han Li to blink in confusion. When you first entered the Yulu Hall, did you not notice an unmarked passage? That passage leads to the Xianyang fire site. If you offer a few spirit stones there, you can borrow the earth fire. After a hearty laugh, the old man finally revealed the truth to Han Li. Is that truly the case? Han Li could not suppress his joy, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you think at my age I would deceive a junior? Old Su replied with mild annoyance. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. Please forgive my thoughtlessness. Han Li believed that even though the other party was greedy, it was unlikely they would deceive him in such matters, so he sincerely offered his apologies. Considering your youth, I shall forgive you this once. The elder's expression softened, but he quickly adopted a stern demeanor, adding, however, I shall not provide any further discounts on the purchase of the alchemical furnaces. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly. This old man truly never missed a chance to gain an advantage. Are these the furnaces in question? Han Li inquired, pointing at the various sizes of cauldrons on the merchant's shelf. Certainly not. Those are merely ordinary wares, capable only of refining inferior elixirs. They cannot withstand the scorching heat of the earth's fire. The true exquisite alchemical furnaces are all right here. The merchant resumed his role as a cunning trader, gleefully patting an inconspicuous gray cloth bag at his waist. He then removed the bag, lightly tapping it against an empty space on the ground. A swirl of azure light manifested, revealing a row of antique, uniquely designed alchemical cauldrons. What do you think? These are all top-quality furnaces from my collection. Each one a masterpiece, certainly not mere ordinary items. The elder proudly picked up the nearest cauldron and gave it a gentle tap, beaming with satisfaction. Indeed impressive. As soon as these cauldrons appeared, Han Li felt the wisps of spiritual energy emanating from them, prompting an involuntary gasp of admiration. However, what truly captured his attention was the seemingly unremarkable cloth bag. It undoubtedly possessed a storage capacity exceeding tenfold, as it could contain such sizable items. It is not boastfulness on my part. Su is a master in crafting alchemical furnaces. Most of the low-level disciples' cauldrons originate from my hands, and these are among the finest. The elder, noticing Han Li's interest, was unable to contain his glee. Han Li smiled slightly, refraining from disputing the claims. He slowly approached the cauldrons and began his selection process. This is the Luoho cauldron. It can absorb high temperatures and enhance the success rate of elixir refinement. Each time Han Li examined a cauldron closely, the elder chattered incessantly beside him, eager to extol the virtues of each one, as if each were a rare treasure from the heavens and earth. Han Li couldn't help but feel amused by his enthusiasm. This one. After inspecting each cauldron and contemplating for a moment, Han Li pointed to the smallest silver furnace and addressed the elder. Ah, young friend, you truly possess discerning taste. This silver-threaded furnace is undoubtedly a gem among alchemical cauldrons, a rare high-quality artifact. Among all my furnaces, it stands as a premier treasure. The elder, though slightly taken aback that Han Li chose the smallest one, quickly regained his composure and lavished praises upon the silver cauldron. What does this have to do with discernment? Han Li merely considered the limited space of his storage bag, which could only accommodate this particular furnace. He thought irritably as he listened to the elder's incessant chatter. Ultimately, after a round of haggling, Han Li acquired the furnace for the price of 32 low-grade spirit stones and left without hesitation. In the brief encounter with the venerable elder Su, Han Li expended over 50 spirit stones, a considerable sum even for someone of his wealth, causing him significant distress. Consequently, he was reluctant to linger any longer despite the elder's warm insistence to keep him. Upon exiting Elder Su's chambers, Han Li returned to the grand hall housing the teleportation array, but did not immediately utilize it. Instead, he contemplated for a moment before venturing down an unmarked passageway. At the end of the corridor, he encountered a massive stone door blocking his path, adorned with a dazzling array of colors that shimmered incessantly, indicating that a powerful restriction had been placed upon it, deterring any reckless attempts to approach. Beside the stone door was a small stone chamber, housing an unattractive man with a face riddled with blemishes. This man, having only reached the pinnacle of basic cultivation, displayed an air of aloof arrogance towards Han Li, which greatly irked him. Nevertheless, Han Li, possessing a composed demeanor, suppressed his disdain. Although he received only reluctant responses to his inquiries, he managed to gather a clear understanding of the situation at hand. Seemingly unfazed by the man's rudeness, Han Li politely took his leave. However, just as he had taken a few steps, he overheard the man's muttered remarks. A pauper among the lower-tier disciples thinks he can dabble in alchemy? Has his mind been fried? All talk and no practice, wasting my breath. Despite the unyielding calmness of his figure, a chill radiated from Han Li's back, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 157. The Morong brothers after departing from the Yuelu Hall and bidding farewell to the two individuals in red, Han Li directed his magical artifact towards the 100 Herbs Garden. While soaring through the air, he pondered the matter of refining foundational elixirs, casting a detached gaze upon the undulating hills below. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated from beneath, startling him into sharp focus. As he peered down, he observed flashes of lightning striking a small hill, accompanied by the faint sounds of enthusiastic cheers, igniting his curiosity. Unable to resist, he descended and landed near the source of the commotion. "Morong brothers, do it again. Let us witness your prowess once more," exclaimed a voice. "Indeed, this is the first time I've seen lightning up close. It's quite terrifying." Upon reaching the summit, Han Li was greeted by a cacophony of voices, and the mention of the Morong brothers piqued his interest. The pair of prodigious brothers he had encountered earlier, known for their lightning affinity, bore the surname Morong. Coupled with the earlier thunderous noise, could it be that these celebrated siblings were showcasing their talents? At that moment, he discerned approximately 30 to 40 disciples of varying ages encircling two youthful boys of around 11 or 12, who were animatedly discussing something in the center. On the ground of the circle, several charred pits marred the landscape, their edges appearing as if melted by intense heat, wisps of pale smoke rising from them. A gentle breeze carried the acrid odor of scorched earth throughout the vicinity. Observing this scene, Han Li hurried over and scrutinized the two young boys closely. They were strikingly similar in appearance, with delicate features and fair complexions, yet their eyes sparkled with a lively mischief, reminiscent of playful spirits. At that moment, the attention and praise from the onlookers caused their cheeks to flush with excitement. After exchanging a glance, the two simultaneously formed intricate hand signs and chanted incantations. A dazzling display of electric light surged from their hands, followed by two slender bolts of lightning that struck the ground nearby, producing resounding booms and brilliant flashes of white light, creating two additional deep craters. Was this the legendary palm thunder of the lightning attribute? In terms of both power and auditory impact, it far surpassed other spells of the same tier, such as the fireball or ice spike. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the most destructive spell of the lightning element. Han Li marveled inwardly, feeling a wave of envy towards the brothers' remarkable elemental affinities. Clearly, Han Li was not alone in his sentiments. Many other disciples in the crowd regarded the duo with envious glances, lamenting their own lack of divine favor in possessing such enviable spiritual roots. After demonstrating their lightning techniques several more times amidst the cheers of the spectators, the brothers began to show signs of fatigue, their youth proving to be a limitation. Is that all the power the lightning root possesses? I dare say my wind root is superior. At that moment, a rather unsightly voice broke through the air from the throng opposite Han Li, drawing the attention of those around. A young couple stood together, the man tall and handsome, the woman beautiful and charming, clearly a pair in the throes of romance. The man's expression was one of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of the Morong brothers' palm thunder, while the woman, under the collective gaze of the crowd, blushed slightly. her shyness enhancing her allure. Who is that man? How arrogant! Someone whispered. A wind root. Is that not also a variant spiritual root? Could it be that he possesses an unusual affinity as well? I recognize him. He is Senior Brother Lu, indeed of the unusual elemental type, proficient in formidable wind-based spells. Even if he shares the same elemental variants, why must he utter such disparaging words? Perhaps out of jealousy. After all, he was the sole disciple with an unusual elemental root among the low-ranking students, and now two talents with even greater potential have emerged, naturally unsettling him. What? Such pettiness. Shoo! Be cautious. Do not let him hear. He harbors grudges, and targeting him could spell trouble. The arrival of this youth incited a flurry of whispers among the crowd, indicating that his reputation was not particularly favorable. Humph! Little brats, let me show you what a true unusual spiritual root can do. The young man's demeanor soured upon hearing the crowd's murmurs. Striding into the circle, he proclaimed with arrogance, "You too may unleash your lightning spells at will. Should you retreat even a single step, I shall bow and apologize to you both." The Morong brothers, taken aback by Senior Brother Lu's brazen demeanor and unwarranted disdain, felt their faces pale with indignation. You want to back down? Certainly, the use of magical artifacts is prohibited, is it not? Indeed, the bond between the two brothers is undeniable. With just a word from each, they swiftly established a rule advantageous to their side. The young man, exuding arrogance, appeared to regard the brothers with disdain, showing no dissent regarding their terms. "Very well, my brother and I shall meet with our senior brother," the youths declared in unison, their voices laced with indignation. "Senior Lu, is this truly wise?" The young man's female companion expressed her concerns. "Huh? What is there to worry about when dealing with two mere children? Sister Chen, fret not." The young man waved dismissively, boldly positioning himself opposite the Morong brothers. After exchanging glances, the two youths drew closer, extending a hand each to clasp together, while their other hands pointed skyward, simultaneously reciting an identical incantation. Observing this, the young man sneered coldly, casting a defensive spell around himself, which enveloped him in a shimmering azure barrier. As the incantation of heavenly thunder reached its conclusion, the brothers directed their fingers towards the young man's head, resulting in a large dark cloud materializing above them. A flash of white light illuminated the cloud, and a bolt of lightning, as slender as a finger, descended, striking the azure shield, causing it to tremble violently and eliciting a change in the young man's expression, clearly taken aback by the unexpected potency of the strike. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Multiple bolts cascaded from the looming dark cloud, bombarding the barrier, causing it to flicker and dim, teetering on the brink of collapse. The young man's demeanor darkened as he executed a flurry of intricate hand seals, culminating in a fierce roar as he pressed his hands firmly against the barrier. The shield surged with renewed azure light, restoring itself and seemingly thickening beyond its original state. Unwilling to relinquish their hard-earned advantage, the Morong brothers unleashed a series of diverse spells into the air, causing the ominous cloud to expand to several yards in diameter, resulting in even thicker and more frequent lightning strikes. Faced with the relentless onslaught from the brothers, Senior Lu was engulfed in a mix of fury and astonishment. Entirely unprepared for such a formidable display of low-level advanced lightning magic from such young adversaries, he found himself unable to counterattack, caught off guard by the magnitude of the loss he was suffering in front of so many witnesses. Thus, one side valiantly sustained the continuous thunderous barrage from the cloud, while the other side desperately reinforced the azure shield. What began as a contest had unexpectedly devolved into a fierce tug-of-war. Ordinarily, in a scenario where one party attacks while the other defends, the attacking side would hold a significant advantage, conserving considerable magical energy. However, the Morong brothers had already expended a substantial amount of their magical energy during their earlier demonstration, rendering them somewhat depleted. Moreover, the older Lu, possessing a far deeper and purer reservoir of magic, held the upper hand in this war of attrition. As the crowd looked on, that ominous black cloud, after unleashing its final bolts of lightning, dissipated into clarity. The young boy, drained of his magical energy, was compelled to halt the thunderous strikes first. Chapter 158. The young woman in blue. Upon witnessing this scene, the young man couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Since I have withstood your onslaught, is it not my turn to retaliate?" As he spoke, he withdrew his protective barrier, bringing his hands together. Suddenly, with a swift motion to the sides, a massive crescent-shaped azure blade materialized between his palms. "Let us see my azure slash," he declared ominously, and that shard of light surged forward, hurtling toward the two individuals opposite him. The onlookers gasped at his attack. It was evident to all that the Murong brothers were utterly incapable of casting any spells, let alone defending themselves. Panic ensued among the youths, who, in their disarray, glanced around before hastily splitting apart and fleeing into the crowd. "Go!" the young man shouted fiercely. The azure blade, responding to his command, split mid-air into two segments, which he deftly guided to pursue the fleeing boys. By coincidence, one of the youths, recognizing Han Li as one of the more formidable figures among the spectators, made a beeline for him without hesitation, causing Han Li to startle. He had no intention of involving himself in this affair, fully aware that even the most arrogant youth would never dare to openly harm the Murong brothers. It was merely a ploy to intimidate or toy with them. Therefore, he would not serve as a scapegoat. Moreover, this boy was exceedingly cunning, as he was evidently attempting to use Han Li as a shield. Han Li would not allow himself to be so easily manipulated. With a subtle shift, he vanished from his spot, leaving the boy to lunge at nothing but air, inciting a flurry of frustrated curses as he continued his frantic escape. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled in the direction of another fleeing boy, sending dust swirling into the air, accompanied by the irate shouts of a man. Clearly, someone had not displayed the same wisdom as Han Li and had failed to evade the role of a living shield. As the dust settled, a massive earthen wall, several feet high, rose before them, featuring a crescent-shaped groove several feet long. Behind it stood a stout young man in his 20s, clutching a peculiar wooden crutch, one hand pressed against the wall's breach as he raged. Closely following him was another Murong youth, grinning broadly. "Lu, what is the meaning of this? Do you not see that others are present? Are you intending to strike me down as well?" The stout youth questioned, his voice laced with fury. Brother Lu merely huffed, disregarding the stout youth's queries, instead focusing intently on manipulating the remaining segment of the azure blade, suddenly accelerating it to pursue the boy, intent on marking him. "Stop!" A young woman's authoritative voice rang out from above, followed by a blazing firebird descending from the sky, which promptly engulfed the azure blade behind the boy, leaving nothing but a swirling mass of flames before vanishing completely. Who has broken my spell?" The young man of the Lu family was filled with rage. Lifting his gaze skyward, above the heads of the crowd, a figure appeared, a woman clad in blue, her skin as smooth as cream and her beauty radiant, reminiscent of a celestial being. With a slender waist and an elegant neck, she wore a royal blue gown and had her hair styled high, exuding an ethereal grace that made one hesitate to gaze upon her. It was none other than Sister Nya. I wondered who possessed such formidable power. The once furious young man of the Lu family, upon seeing the lady in red, instantly changed his demeanor, becoming courteous and graceful. "Brother Lu, should we not conclude this contest for the sake of my sister?" remarked the woman in royal attire, her tone cool and detached as she stood atop her mystical artifact. Since it is Sister Nya's wish, I shall certainly comply," the young man replied, his face beaming with a smile. Sister Nya nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and gracefully descended from the sky towards Brother Murong. "Sister Nya, your arrival is truly timely. Otherwise, we would have faced a dire predicament," exclaimed the young man, who had narrowly escaped disaster, as he rushed towards the blue-clad woman, his face alight with joy. Another individual approached, grinning widely as he rounded a dirt wall. Upon returning, "You shall reflect upon your mistakes in solitude and shall not venture out until you have mastered the 9th layer of the technique," the woman stated plainly, her voice devoid of any earthly warmth, revealing no hint of emotion. Hearing this, Brother Murong immediately drooped his head, complying with a disheartened demeanor. After addressing the two brothers, the woman turned her gaze to the stout young man, and unexpectedly, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, causing the surrounding world to dim momentarily. "I am grateful for your assistance, brother. Had anything unfortunate happened to Brother Murong, I would have felt deeply ashamed before our sect. And no, it was nothing," stammered the stout young man, utterly mesmerized by her unparalleled beauty, his words faltering. The men around him, witnessing the special treatment he received, were consumed with envy and regret that it had not been they who had acted, their jealous glances nearly piercing him through. The young man of the Lu family, observing this, harbored a venomous glint in his eyes, quickly masking it to maintain his refined demeanor. Only his female companion and the cold-eyed Han Li noticed his strange behavior. Though Sister Chun was also strikingly beautiful, she paled in comparison to Sister Nya. Fearing that Brother Lu might be captivated by her, Sister Chen immediately rushed to his side, clutching one of his arms and casting a hostile glare at the rival. The blue-clad woman sensed the hostility but remained unfazed. As she departed with Brother Morong, she cast a fleeting glance at Han Li, and his ears were soon graced with her melodious voice. Though your magical prowess is commendable, such self-serving behavior is something I cannot endorse. I hope that when we meet again, you will have undergone some transformation. Upon hearing her words, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. It appears that his evasive maneuvers have been thoroughly perceived by the other party, leaving this lady with little fondness, if not a rather unfavorable impression. However, he is no saint. Knowing he is being manipulated, would it not be foolish to remain close? The stocky young man, rather than keeping to himself, has now caught the attention of that fellow surnamed Lu, and one cannot predict when he might meet his demise. At that moment, would this enchanting beauty truly seek vengeance for him? Han Li scoffed at the thought. For reasons unknown, Han Li held no particular admiration for such exquisite beauty. He found himself far more inclined towards those of modest charm. Thus, he remained indifferent to how he was perceived by this Sister Nya, preferring instead that she pay him less heed. At this juncture, the blue-clad beauty and her companions had vanished, and after casting a fierce glare at the stocky youth, Brother Lu departed the mountaintop with his female companion. Consequently, those remaining, seeing no further spectacle, dispersed in a flurry. Han Li too took his leave, soaring back to the 100 Herbs Garden. Upon entering his residence, he eagerly retrieved 2 jade tubes, extracting the copy containing the method for crafting the foundation establishment pill, and began to read it word by word. Though his mind was active, his expression remained impassive until, after several hours, he exhaled deeply and set the jade tube aside. Yet, he soon plunged into deep contemplation. After a while, he abruptly stood up, furrowing his brow as he wandered into the herb garden, scanning the flowers and plants while muttering to himself. The 1,000-knot flower, black peony, golden essence ginseng, and the 31 auxiliary medicinal materials are all present in the garden, provided they are aged for several hundred years. However, the primary ingredients, the jade spirit mushroom, purple monkey flower, and celestial spirit fruit, are conspicuously absent, and I have never even heard of them. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek guidance from someone, and that someone could only be the elderly gentleman well-versed in pharmacology. Chapter 159. Celestial and earthly medicinal herbs. Having made up his mind, he set down the jade tube and picked up another. The formulation of the calming countenance pill proved to be significantly simpler than that of the foundation establishment pill. It did not require true fire for refinement, nor did it involve any unfamiliar medicinal materials. All were quite common varieties. The only aspect that astonished him was the requirement for these materials to possess a potency exceeding 1,000 years to be suitable for the calming countenance pill. No wonder this pill was scarcely known. After all, which cultivator would neglect a spiritual herb aged over 1,000 years, treating it as a treasure rather than squander it on a pill of little use for cultivation? This scarcity contributed to the obscurity of the calming countenance pill within the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, this posed no issue for Han Li, as it merely meant a longer gestation period. Thus, he resolved that once he had resolved the matter of the foundation establishment pill, he would attempt to concoct a batch of the calming countenance pill to discover whether it truly possessed the miraculous qualities claimed in the recipe, capable of preserving one's appearance as it was at the moment of ingestion. After 6 or 7 days, when the old man returned to the medicinal herb garden to collect the materials, Han Li made no attempt to disguise his intentions and directly inquired about the 3 rare herbs: jade essence mushroom, purple monkey flower, and celestial spirit fruit. The old man stroked his small beard, his beady eyes narrowing into slits. Hee. It seems my esteemed nephew has acquired the formula for the foundation establishment pill, hence the inquiry about these primary herbs. However, dear nephew, do you truly intend to refine the pills yourself? The old man, Master Ma, expressed skepticism, casting a look of disbelief at Han Li. Of course not. Not only am I entirely ignorant of these 3 primary herbs, but even the hundreds of years' worth of auxiliary herbs. Where could I possibly procure them? The oldest specimen in your garden is merely a century-old transformation dragon grass. Han Li cleverly evaded the truth. Under such circumstances, how could I dare to indulge in the thought of refining pills? Since you do not intend to refine pills, Why do you ask about these 3 rare herbs? The old man's expression hardened, his demeanor brusque. Han Li, having anticipated Master Ma's eccentricity, remained unfazed and replied with a smile. I was merely intrigued by the peculiar names of these 3 primary herbs, having never heard of their forms or medicinal properties. However, what perplexes me is how it is that not a single specimen of these rare herbs exists in your garden. Given their rarity, one would expect that you, Master, would have made every effort to obtain seeds for cultivation, wouldn't he? Nonsense. Do you doubt my skills? The absence of these herbs in my garden has nothing to do with my abilities. They are natural manifestations of the world's spiritual energy, existing only in specific environments. Where would one find their seeds? Even if seedlings were acquired, their unique growth conditions render them incapable of surviving in ordinary circumstances. Any effort would be in vain. Otherwise, do you think I would let them slip away? The old man was visibly irked by Han Li's words. No seeds? How can that be possible? Han Li exclaimed incredulously. How can it not be? Such herbs, which are nearly extinct in the outside world, yet immensely beneficial to cultivators, would have been cultivated en masse by the great sects if it were possible. Would the availability of foundation establishment pills decrease year by year otherwise? The old man rolled his eyes, speaking with irritation. Han Li felt a chill within at the old man's remarks. No matter how effective the green liquid was in promoting growth, without even the most fundamental seeds, how could there be any hope of cultivation? One cannot conjure something from nothing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will return in 2 months for another batch of herbs. The old man, oblivious to the unusual expression on Han Li's face, turned to leave. Yet, he pondered, where could the main herbs for the foundation establishment pills, produced every decade, originate from? If what Master Ma claimed was true, there must surely be a fixed location where they thrive. Han Li's mind raced, and he quickly conceived an alternative path. The absence of seeds was inconsequential. Were there not immature seedlings? If he could procure enough, he could still coax them to fruition. Thus, he hastily inquired further. Your curiosity knows no bounds. Yet, I advise you to abandon hope. Seeking those 3 miraculous herbs in that cursed place is akin to courting death. The elderly man, disinterested, uttered this cold remark without turning, then soared away, leaving Han Li standing dumbfounded in place, motionless for a long while. I must acquire those 3 miraculous herbs, he declared to himself, exhaling deeply. Even if he refuses to divulge, I can still seek information from others. During his 2 years in Huangfeng Valley, aside from Master Ma, the only other person he was somewhat familiar with was the steward Yu and the disciple Wu Feng. The steward Yu possessed a cunning mind and was exceedingly self-serving, which made Han Li reluctant to engage with him. Thus, he decided to approach Wu Feng first. Should he glean no clues from him, a visit to the avaricious elder of Yuelu Hall would be inevitable, albeit at a cost. Upon arriving at the transmission pavilion, designated for lower-tier disciples, Han Li found Wu Feng engrossed in instructing several young students in elementary spells. Upon noticing Han Li, Wu Feng merely acknowledged him with a slight nod before resuming his teaching. Han Li paid no mind to this. He understood that Wu Feng's strong sense of responsibility extended to all, not just him. In truth, Han Li held a measure of admiration for Wu Feng. Although Wu Feng remained at the peak of the qi refinement stage after consuming the foundation establishment pill, his comprehension of low-level spells was nothing short of extraordinary, displaying a remarkable ability to extrapolate and connect concepts, which left Han Li in awe and greatly benefited him. However, it was not merely this that garnered Han Li's respect. To his astonishment, since Wu Feng had taken on the role of instructor, he treated all disciples who sought his guidance with equal care, generously sharing his insights without the slightest hint of selfishness. This revelation greatly surprised Han Li. Initially, he had harbored skepticism, suspecting that Wu Feng might be a hypocrite, merely putting on a facade of virtue. As a result, Han Li had maintained a cautious distance. However, after over a year of genuine interaction, he discerned that Wu Feng's demeanor was sincere, and he truly endeavored to assist all his fellow disciples. This realization left Han Li momentarily speechless. While he remained hesitant to fully endorse Wu Feng's approach, he could not fault his character, which was beyond reproach. Consequently, Han Li was inclined to cultivate a closer acquaintance with him, though they had not yet reached the level of intimate friendship. Their relationship had certainly evolved beyond that of mere ordinary disciples. Thus, he patiently awaited his turn. Wu Feng was thorough in his explanations. He spent over 2 hours discussing a basic mid-tier fire snake spell, demonstrating it several times to ensure that the students grasped the concept thoroughly. As it happens, apart from the elemental spells he initially acquired, Hanli had not truly learned many others over the past 2 years. He had merely integrated the few he had yet to master. This realization filled him with a profound disappointment regarding his own aptitude, intensifying his desire for the Foundation establishment pill. After the group of young practitioners concluded their inquiries and took their leave, Wu Feng turned to Hanli with a smile and asked, "Junior brother Han, it has been quite some time since you last visited. Have you decided to embark on the study of intermediate spells?" Upon hearing this, Hanli forced a wry smile and replied with a lack of enthusiasm, "Brother, you are well aware of my qualifications. It has taken me 2 years just to learn those low-level beginner spells. If I were to pursue the more challenging intermediate spells, it would surely take another 7 or 8 years before I could achieve any semblance of success. I think it best to forego that idea." Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, reproaching him, "Junior brother, how can you be so despondent? While your aptitude may be lacking, diligence can compensate for shortcomings. With dedicated practice, you can still achieve remarkable results." Acknowledging that his companion's words stemmed from goodwill, Hanli reluctantly acquiesced with a few vague responses, then deftly shifted the conversation to the matter of the ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill. "Junior brother Han wishes to know the origins of the Yusue mushroom and other spiritual herbs?" Wu Feng inquired, surprised. "Indeed, brother. Having been in the sect for so many years, you must possess some knowledge." Hanli asked eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Feng responded, "Of course, I know a bit, but I advise you to abandon this line of thought. Not only are those places extremely perilous, but they are generally inaccessible. One can only enter under specific conditions, with the assistance of elders from our sect." Initially elated by the prospect that his companion might have information, Hanli was soon taken aback by the subsequent revelation and pressed for further details. It turned out that such spiritual herbs had become exceedingly rare in the cultivation world long ago, having virtually vanished from ordinary locations. The only remaining sources were those so-called forbidden zones. Given that they are termed forbidden zones by cultivators, it stands to reason that these places are fraught with danger, often situated in harsh and remote environments. Some even serve as lairs for demons, requiring one to fight their way through, while others are guarded by ancient prohibitions that must be painstakingly breached to gain entry. The primary ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill used by the various cultivation sects of the Kingdom of Yu, such as the Huangfeng Valley, originate from one such forbidden zone, a place sealed off by ancient wind-based restrictions. The prohibitions there are formidable, and under normal circumstances, their sect lacked the strength to breach them. However, it was later discovered that every 5 years, there exists a 5-day window during which these restrictions weaken. During this period, if several core formation cultivators combine their efforts to break the seal, they can temporarily open a passage, allowing a limited number of individuals to enter. Yet, at the moment this passage appeared and all cultivators attempted to enter, an unexpected incident occurred. After the Foundation establishment, cultivators were entirely obstructed by a peculiar ancient restriction from entering the inner sanctum, while those in the Qi refinement stage could enter unimpeded. They gathered a plethora of rare spiritual herbs and brought them out. This revelation sent shockwaves through the cultivation community of the Yu Kingdom. Consequently, every 5 years, the 7 major sects dispatched a group of disciples below the Foundation establishment stage into the Forbidden Zone to collect vast quantities of spiritual herbs, with the Foundation establishment pills being of paramount importance. Initially, the disciples from various sects operated independently without any conflict, viewing this selection as an excellent opportunity. However, as the years passed and the resources within the Forbidden Zone dwindled, disputes over specific rare herbs began to emerge, leading to increasingly frequent altercations. Several centuries ago, during one such encounter, a disciple tragically lost their life. This incident shattered the fragile peace among the sects, and they openly embraced the doctrine of the survival of the fittest, inciting their disciples to seize from one another, thus staining the expedition to the Forbidden Zone with bloodshed. As the spiritual herbs became scarcer, the competition within the Forbidden Zone grew fiercer and more brutal. In the last 100 years, the carnage had become so severe that less than a third of the disciples who entered the Forbidden Zone managed to return alive, resulting in significant losses among the elite lower-tier disciples of each sect. This led to the expeditions being referred to as the blood trial, with many disciples beginning to avoid participation altogether, creating an awkward situation where no one was willing to volunteer. As for those who were coerced into participating, their commitment was often half-hearted. Many would find a secluded spot to hide, waiting for the time to elapse before emerging unscathed. Such occurrences were not uncommon, leaving the higher-ups infuriated, yet they were powerless to take action. Ultimately, the disciples were unwilling participants forced into perilous situations, leaving the sects with little recourse. Consequently, amidst the growing covetousness for spiritual herbs from all sects and the dwindling number of willing disciples, all factions began offering substantial rewards to recruit participants for the expeditions. The potential bounty of spiritual herbs brought out from the Forbidden Zone was directly linked to the rewards offered. For instance, the Huangfeng Valley had established clear regulations. Any disciple who signed up would receive a mid-tier spiritual stone and a piece of spiritual equipment as an incentive. Additionally, once they successfully retrieved herbs from the Forbidden Zone, the quantity and quality of the items brought back would determine even more generous rewards, ranging from spiritual stones to magical artifacts and elixirs, with the ultimate prize being the coveted foundation establishment pills hidden within the sect. Such enticing rewards did indeed lead to a surge of eager applicants from the cultivation sects, but this fervor was short-lived, lasting only 2 or 3 rounds before plummeting. The bloody reality made the disciples acutely aware that these rewards were not easily claimed. Due to the absence of substantial rewards initially, only 1/3 of the participants survived the fierce competition in the forbidden area. However, after the introduction of lucrative incentives, the number of those who could emerge from the blood-forbidden trial dwindled to less than a quarter. Among the surviving disciples, those capable of procuring spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. The majority returned with nothing but grievous injuries, rendering the prospect of obtaining foundation-building elixirs utterly bleak. In this disheartening context, Han Li inquired with Wu Feng about the origins of several spiritual herbs. Upon hearing Wu Feng's explanations, Han Li was consumed by frustration. He had not anticipated that gathering these herbs would necessitate venturing into a forbidden zone, engaging in combat with disciples from other sects. And only after triumphing could one hope to escape. The staggering odds of survival were alarming, with fewer than a quarter expected to emerge from this so-called blood-forbidden trial. The risks seemed excessively high. Han Li was not a formidable expert. Among the lower-tier disciples of Huangfeng Valley, he merely occupied a mid-level position. Lacking profound magical powers or mastery over formidable spells, his only assets were a few decent magical artifacts and a reasonably clever mind. Yet, relying solely on these, he could not muster the confidence to believe he would be among the fortunate quarter to survive. In a fit of irritation, he questioned Wu Feng. Why could the various sects not collaborate to distribute the spiritual herbs equitably? After all, these herbs were ultimately intended for the joint creation of foundation-building elixirs, so why must they resort to such bitter rivalry and animosity? Wu Feng, upon hearing this, could only respond with a wry smile, explaining that even when crafting the foundation-building elixirs together, the distribution was contingent upon the quantity of herbs each sect contributed, thereby inciting fierce competition for the herbs. Han Li was left speechless for a considerable time. Eventually, burdened with concerns, he learned that the next blood-forbidden trial would occur in 6 months. Following Wu Feng's admonitions, he departed from the transmission pavilion and returned to the 100 Herbs Garden. In the days that followed, Han Li languidly contemplated the matter, weighing the potential gains against the risks involved, striving to compel himself to make a judicious decision. It was evident that within the borders of the Yu Kingdom, one could not find these 3 spiritual herbs outside of the forbidden zones. Otherwise, the 7 great sects would not need to engage in a bloody struggle every 5 years, diminishing their own strength. Should Han Li wish to avoid such perilous risks, he would have to pin his hopes on the possibility of discovering spiritual herbs beyond the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Otherwise, the dream of foundation building would be utterly extinguished, leaving him to become a mere pile of bones in a century's time. However, upon reflection, the prospect of seeking herbs outside the realm seemed even more improbable, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Yet, to participate in the blood-forbidden trial with a mortality rate exceeding 75% was excessively daunting. The likelihood of his demise was alarmingly high. This predicament left Han Li in a state of profound indecision. Chapter 161. The Market Today. I made 3 trips to the internet cafe, yet the first 2 visits were met with crowded conditions and no available machines, leaving me utterly speechless. Fortunately, on my final attempt, I finally managed to secure a machine, allowing me to upload this chapter. What a vexing experience. Recently, I have noticed numerous requests from fellow readers for updates, and I cannot help but feel a profound sense of embarrassment. This book still requires several recommendations before it can be put back on the shelves, and at present, I must engage in part-time work to support myself, all while saving some manuscripts. Thus, I can only fully immerse myself in writing during strong promotional periods and after the book is released. In order to provide more content for everyone, I kindly ask for your understanding, as I still need to sustain myself. After enduring several sleepless nights, Han Li found himself torn between the prudent choice of safeguarding his life but forfeiting the opportunity to ascend to immortality, and the daring path of risking it all for the chance to successfully establish his foundation. Ultimately, he gravitated towards the latter, for he was unwilling to live a life of mediocrity. Yet, being inherently cautious, he made a trip to the Yulu Hall before making his final decision. There, he confirmed with the avaricious elder that the terrifying reality of the blood trial outside the forbidden grounds, devoid of any heavenly herbs, was indeed true. This revelation dispelled any lingering notions of luck. With the understanding that retreat was no longer an option, Han Li resolved to participate in the blood trial. Willing to stake everything on this gamble, his aim was clear, either to successfully locate the spiritual herbs necessary for establishing his foundation or to perish in the fierce competition of the Forbidden Realm. With this life and death objective in mind, Han Li began preparing for his journey to the Forbidden Grounds 6 months hence, determined to elevate his strength within this brief period to enhance his chances of survival. Without the assistance of elixirs, breaking through the 11th level of the Changchun skill was unattainable. To augment his power, his only viable strategy was to acquire several new spells and procure potent talismans and magical artifacts. Learning new spells was feasible. He was confident that Brother Wu would not refuse to impart knowledge. However, given his aptitude, he could only hope to learn 2 elementary spells or perhaps barely grasp 1 intermediate spell in the next 6 months. Higher-level spells were beyond his reach. Hence, the swiftest path to bolstering his strength lay in talismans and magical artifacts. Speaking of magical artifacts, Han Li indeed possessed a few, apart from the ring and small flag bestowed upon him by Master Yi. The only other useful items were the 2 he had obtained from the yellow-clad individuals who had once attempted to kill him, a long knife capable of transforming into a rope and a gourd that could automatically attack by emitting spheres. As for the fiery sun's sword and icy moon blade he received upon entering the sect, they were merely low-grade artifacts that offered minimal elemental enhancements and could not hold significance in grander schemes. Regarding talismans, Han Li had initially found himself severely lacking. Fortunately, although Master Yi had withheld many items from him, she had not compromised the quality of the talismans. She provided him with over a dozen intermediate talismans and 2 rare high-level talismans, which bolstered his confidence considerably. Additionally, there was a talisman inscribed with a small sword, the significance of which he had yet to decipher. This item, once referred to as a talisman treasure by the yellow-clad individual he had slain, must hold considerable importance. However, as it was a dubious prize, he had refrained from revealing its existence to anyone, instead keeping the term talisman treasure in mind, preparing to inquire about its meaning at an opportune moment. Certainly, in the face of the harrowing bloodband trial, possessing merely these items would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, Han Li resolved to venture beyond the mountain gates to the nearby market of his sect, with the intention of acquiring additional top-tier magical artifacts and talismans. However, without a substantial reserve of spirit stones as a backing, this procurement journey would surely not yield satisfactory results. Although Han Li could barely manage to gather a few spirit stones given his financial standing, the upcoming expedition into the Forbidden Lands rendered these stones crucial for his survival in prolonged conflicts, which made him reluctant to part with them. After careful deliberation, Han Li ultimately decided to cultivate several rare medicinal herbs, aged over a millennium, as a means to exchange for spirit stones or to barter directly. While concocting the face-stabilizing pill would ostensibly be a more lucrative choice, the sheer quantity of ingredients required for its preparation was daunting, and time constraints rendered it virtually impossible to gather all the necessary materials. Therefore, he resolved to trade the herbs directly instead, to avoid drawing the attention of others within the sect. Han Li discreetly determined that he would only sell the cultivated herbs to external cultivators and would refrain from trading with his fellow sect members to prevent inciting the curiosity of those with ulterior motives. With a clear intention in mind, Han Li set about his tasks with diligence. He first selected the most practical technique from Wu Feng among the many rudimentary spells, the concealment technique. This intermediate auxiliary spell effectively counteracts the heavenly eye technique, enabling the practitioner to conceal their spiritual energy and remain hidden from the naked eye once the spell is cast. Naturally, this spell would have no effect on cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above, serving primarily as a means of countering among high-level qi refinement practitioners, proving far more practical than mere concealment spells. Han Li opted against selecting other offensive or defensive spells, a decision rooted in his own combat experiences. His solitary encounter with other cultivators had revealed that the opportunity to cast intermediate spells during combat was exceedingly rare. Practitioners often relied on the swift execution of lower-tier spells, magical artifacts, and talismans to launch rapid offensives or defenses. Thus, utilizing intermediate spells in conflict was more realistically achieved through talismans. Of course, if one had companions to secure time for casting, that would alter the scenario significantly. Upon acquiring the cultivation mantra for this spell, Han Li meticulously inquired about Wu Feng's insights into mastering it, before dedicating himself wholeheartedly to its practice. However, as an intermediate spell, the concealment technique was vastly different from the auxiliary spells he had previously learned, such as the wind mastery concealment technique. Its practice proved to be exceedingly arduous and challenging, and it appeared that mastering it within 6 months would present a considerable challenge. Thus, Han Li devoted his days to fervently training in the concealment technique, while spending his nights collecting green liquid and meticulously cultivating several commonly used spiritual herbs. To prevent Master Ma from discovering these herbs, he deliberately scheduled his cultivation sessions to coincide with the times when Master Ma would be gathering medicinal materials, relocating the plants to a secluded corner of the medicinal garden. After all, the aroma emanating from herbs aged over a millennium was distinctly unique. Fortunately, the Master Ma has always been remarkably punctual in collecting items, neither arriving early nor late. He comes and goes in a hurried manner, perpetually ensnared in a whirlwind of activity, although the nature of his endeavors remains a mystery to Han Li. Han Li harbors no curiosity regarding the activities of the other party. For him, it is most advantageous that Master Ma remains occupied, ensuring that he does not interfere with Han Li's clandestine undertakings, thus allowing him to fulfill his grand plan of cultivating medicinal herbs. Having gained a preliminary mastery of the qi concealing technique, over 4 months have elapsed. At long last, he has successfully cultivated 2 millennium-old spiritual herbs. In an age where rare medicinal materials are exceedingly hard to find, these herbs are certain to bring a delightful surprise to the market of Huangfeng Valley. Han Li obtained a travel permit from the familiar steward Yu of the Baiji Hall and departed from the mountain gate. Each year, disciples of Huangfeng Valley are afforded an opportunity to venture outside. However, as cultivators, few are inclined to squander their time on such excursions, resulting in a mere handful of disciples actually applying for permission. Once Han Li soared beyond the confines of the mountain's protective array, he resolutely set his course northeastward, heading straight for the market. It is worth mentioning that the market of Huangfeng Valley enjoys considerable renown, thriving more so than those of other sections. This prosperity is attributable to the proximity of the Taiyue mountain range to the northern Yuanwu kingdom, coupled with the absence of hostilities between the cultivation realms of Yuanwu and the Yu kingdom. As such, it is not uncommon for cultivators from Yuanwu kingdom to frequent the Huangfeng Valley market for trade, introducing a variety of unique items not found in Yu kingdom. This unexpected delight draws many wandering cultivators and families of practitioners alike. The market is situated at the northeastern edge of the Taiyue mountain range. After a day of flight, Han Li finally reached his destination. Upon landing nearby, he did not hasten directly to the market. Instead, he donned a gray linen robe and concealed all items that would reveal him as a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, presenting himself as an ordinary cultivator before making his way to the market. According to customary practices within the cultivation realm, flying is prohibited within 5 miles of the market. Thus, Han Li encountered numerous hurried passers-by along his route. Among them were several individuals adorned in peculiar attire, leading Han Li to speculate that they might be cultivators from Yuanwu Kingdom. This observation attested to the market's vibrant atmosphere. As Han Li pondered these thoughts, he soon arrived at the entrance of the market. Chapter 162. Wanbao building. The market of Huangfeng Valley bears a striking resemblance to the Qingyou town of Han Li's hometown, consisting of a single street that runs in a north-south direction. At the southern end, Dozens of buildings of varying heights line the street, some being multi-story structures while others are merely small cottages, creating a charmingly uneven skyline. These establishments are the property of Huangfeng Valley. Yet only a small portion is directly overseen by the disciples of the valley, while the majority is leased to cultivator families and wandering practitioners who conduct business there year-round. The majority of the establishments here are dedicated to the trade of goods such as raw materials, talismans, and magical artifacts. Additionally, there exists a specialized bookstore that offers introductory spells pertaining to the 5 elements, along with 2 dining establishments that cater to the needs of visitors. Furthermore, apart from the lower-tier disciples, a considerable number of foundation-building experts are stationed here year-round to maintain order and prevent disturbances within the marketplace. A significant portion of the northern street remains vacant, designated for spontaneous stalls set up by wandering cultivators. By paying a low-tier spirit stone to the disciples of Huangfeng Valley overseeing the area, outsiders may set up their stalls for an entire day without interference, enjoying the added protection of these disciples against potential vendettas from enemies. These incentives to encourage external cultivators to engage in commerce, coupled with the marketplace's unique geographical setting, have led to a flourishing trade in Huangfeng Valley, with rare items occasionally surfacing, further enticing more cultivators to seek treasures here. However, to avoid drawing attention, Hanli chose not to enter through the more convenient southern street, but instead made a considerable detour to approach from the north. Before stepping onto the street, he donned a green cloak to obscure his features, wary of being recognized. By the time he arrived, it was afternoon, and the main thoroughfare of the marketplace appeared rather sparse in terms of foot traffic. This was quite normal, as this marketplace was not akin to a bustling worldly market that thrived on constant activity. Those who could access it were the creme de la creme of cultivators. Even a modest number of visitors was commendable. Reflecting on this, Hanli allowed himself a wry smile before meandering towards the stalls on either side of the street, intending to peruse their offerings before venturing into the larger shops. After a thorough inspection, Hanli felt a tinge of disappointment. Of the wares displayed at these small stalls, only 3 or 4 items could be deemed remotely noteworthy. The remaining artifacts and talismans held no value for him, merely representing a waste of spirit stones. Resolving not to squander further time, he turned his attention directly towards the larger commercial establishments, Qiqiao Pavilion, Fengji Studio, and Tiangong Building. This time, Hanli did not recklessly enter the first shop he encountered. Rather, he leisurely strolled along the street, carefully noting the names and sizes of the establishments. Eventually, he selected Wanbao Tower, which appeared to be the most imposing and frequently frequented by other cultivators, and stepped inside. The name of this establishment alone suggested that its owner possessed great confidence in the quality of their merchandise, and Hanli hoped that it would indeed hold some rare treasures, ensuring he would not leave empty-handed. Upon entering, Hanli was momentarily taken aback. The bright hall, capable of accommodating dozens without feeling cramped, featured elongated counters crafted from exquisite red mahogany, and several attendants clad in matching blue garments. This ambience imparted an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Within the hall, 2 of the blue-clad attendants were engaged in explaining something to several guests who appeared to be cultivators. Within the counter lay a plethora of assorted items, all seemingly intended for those adept in the art of cultivation, ranging from the most rudimentary materials to the most commonly utilized talismans and magical artifacts. A subtle smile graced Hanli's lips. It appeared he had indeed found the right place. At that moment, a young attendant clad in green approached with a beaming smile and inquired, "What would the esteemed guest like to see? Might I assist in introducing our wares? Our offerings are guaranteed to leave every patron thoroughly satisfied. I wish to peruse some magical artifacts and talismans, but only the finest. Please do not present any inferior goods," Hanli replied coolly, his voice muffled by his cloak. The attendant, momentarily taken aback by his words, scrutinized Hanli's demeanor and, upon confirming that he was not jesting, his smile became increasingly genuine. Recognizing the potential of a significant patron, he promptly ushered Hanli inside and personally guided him to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The decor of the upper chamber differed markedly from the expansive hall below. It was considerably smaller and adorned with exquisite, antiquated furniture, arranged in an elegant and comfortable manner. Most astonishing was a luxurious incense burner nestled in the corner, from which a delicate aroma of sandalwood wafted gently through the air. A refined middle-aged man stood within, engrossed in reading an ancient tome, appearing utterly devoid of any magical prowess, resembling an ordinary person. Han Li was somewhat taken aback. This place bore no resemblance to a commercial establishment, but rather resembled the opulent quarters of a wealthy household. Upon noticing Han Li's arrival, the reader calmly closed his book, while the green-clad attendant hurriedly whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, the middle-aged man approached with a respectful bow, a smile illuminating his face, and introduced himself. "I am Tian Bu Li, the proprietor of the Wanbao Pavilion. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Li Feiyu." Han Li unceremoniously borrowed his friend's name. "Ah, Brother Li. Please take a seat. Go, prepare a pot of fine biyun tea." The middle-aged man gestured for Han Li to sit, issuing instructions to a servant. "Is this your first visit to our establishment?" the proprietor inquired politely once Han Li was settled. "Heh, indeed, Manager Tian possesses keen insight. This is indeed my inaugural visit to your esteemed pavilion." Han Li feigned a rough voice, presenting himself as a boisterous man. "Whether it is your first visit or not is of little consequence. The mere fact that you have chosen to come here is a great honor for us at Wanbao Pavilion, and we shall ensure your satisfaction." Manager Tian declared confidently. "Finding everything I need in one place is preferable, as I wish to avoid the hassle of visiting multiple establishments. I hope your goods live up to expectations." Han Li replied, feigning skepticism. "Rest assured, esteemed Brother Li, our reputation is indeed among the finest on this street. If our offerings do not meet your standards, then you need not bother with any other shops," the manager replied with unhurried assurance. At that moment, a maidservant appeared, ascending the stairs with a teapot and several cups. Before the two could draw near, a refreshing aroma of tea wafted throughout the room. This was a specially crafted fragrant tea exclusive to this establishment, seldom found elsewhere. Not only did it exude an exquisite fragrance, but it also invigorated those who partook of it. "Brother Li, do indulge in a taste," smiled the shopkeeper, Tian. After the maidens had arranged the tea set and descended the stairs, taking a small sip himself, Han Li glanced at the fragrant tea, shook his head slightly, and, with a hint of impatience, replied, "Shopkeeper Tian, the tea can be savored leisurely. Let us first attend to business at hand." To my surprise, "You are quite the impatient one." "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly," Tian said with a touch of regret, rising to offer a slight bow to Han Li before departing alone. Approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, Tian reappeared before Han Li, now carrying several ornate boxes of varying sizes. "I heard from the servant below that Brother Li seeks the finest magical artifacts and talismans. Hence, I specially ventured to the storeroom and retrieved a few long-preserved treasures for your perusal. I hope they may catch your discerning eye," Tian exclaimed cheerfully as he patted the boxes. Han Li's eyes brightened at the mention of treasures. His curiosity piqued regarding what rare items could be deemed worthy by the shopkeeper. As Tian meticulously arranged the boxes on the table and opened them for Han Li to inspect, he sensed a formidable spiritual pressure emanating from somewhere, firmly locking down his every movement. Initially startled, Han Li soon understood that this was a security measure of the Wanbao building, a precaution to prevent any sudden attempts to abscond with the treasures. He relaxed, gaining a newfound respect for the establishment's strength. At this moment, Tian began to introduce the items within the boxes. "Here we have a set of gold mantis blades, comprising one main blade and 8 subblades, crafted from refined iron and gold by a foundation establishment expert over 3 days and nights. By wielding the main blade, one can simultaneously control the 8 subblades to launch unforeseen attacks upon adversaries. They are incredibly sharp," he said, pointing to a set of pale golden blades within one of the boxes. Han Li remained silent as he picked up one of the subblades for a closer inspection. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and placed it back down. Next came the Xian Iron Flying Shield, an exceedingly rare defensive artifact forged from substantial blocks of cold, dark iron. It was not only immensely sturdy and unbreakable, but also capable of automatically defending its wielder when activated. Tian lifted a palm-sized miniature iron shield, continuing, "This is a fine example." He casually handed it to Han Li for examination. Han Li held the shield in his hand, gently stroking its intricate patterns. After a moment of reflection, he inquired, "May I cast a spell to test its functionality?" "Of course. Brother Li, feel free to do so," Tian replied generously. As the other party had expressed their sentiments so candidly, Han Li felt no need for formality. He gradually infused his spiritual energy into the object in his hand. Instantly, the iron shield emanated a dark gleam, expanding several-fold in the blink of an eye. It detached from his palm and began to hover in the air, orbiting him slowly, perfectly sized to shield certain vital areas of his body. A surge of joy welled up within Han Li. As he slightly diverted his focus to manipulate it, he discovered that the object could effortlessly dance up and down at his command, exhibiting remarkable agility and finesse. After a brief trial, Han Li was exceedingly pleased with this magical artifact, for what he desperately needed was precisely such a life-preserving item. With this shield in hand, his chances of survival in the blood prohibition trial would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, he refrained from making any immediate declarations. Instead, he quietly returned the iron shield to its box and continued to anticipate the further introductions from his companion. Manager Tian, undeterred by Han Li's demeanor, remained enthusiastic as he recommended the next item, a small, blue orb resembling a pill, known as the Thunder Pearl. It was formed centuries ago by a mysterious cultivator who inadvertently harnessed the essence of heaven and earth's lightning. Each pearl possesses immense power. It is said that even a foundational-level cultivator would be obliterated if they confronted this thunder directly. Originally, there were 73 pearls, but due to the passage of time, only a scant few remain. This particular one was acquired through great effort by the establishment. Upon concluding his description, Manager Tian could not help but display a hint of pride, indicating the rarity and preciousness of the Thunder Pearl. Han Li was visibly moved. The prospect of an item capable of vanquishing foundational-level cultivators was indeed a fortuitous find. If he could procure it, his expedition into the Forbidden Ground would be significantly fortified. Yet, he feared the price would be exorbitant. Otherwise, it would not have remained unsold to this day. After presenting the blue Thunder Pearl, Manager Tian fell silent, casting a meaningful glance at Han Li before leisurely savoring a cup of fragrant tea. Although there remained a tightly sealed brocade box on the table, yet to be introduced, he chose not to mention it. Han Li smiled knowingly, understanding Manager Tian's intent. It was time for him to demonstrate his capabilities. Otherwise, the treasure within the final brocade box would not be readily revealed to him. For this visit, Han Li had come prepared. Aside from 2 millennium-old spiritual herbs, he carried all his spirit stones, including 2 mid-tier stones and nearly 100 low-tier stones. However, he had no intention of using these spirit stones lightly. His reliance lay solely on the 2 spiritual herbs. To be candid, while Han Li recognized that herbs over 1,000 years old were exceedingly rare in the current cultivation world and would command a significant value, he was uncertain of their exact worth in spirit stones or what kind of magical artifacts they might procure. Nevertheless, he believed they would suffice to trade for the small shield and the initial golden mother knife. As for the coveted Thunder Pearl, he felt less assured. Instead of presenting both spiritual herbs all at once, he first retrieved a remarkably exquisite small wooden box from his storage pouch, within which one of the herbs was carefully nestled. Han Li's actions were motivated by a profound understanding of the adage that one must adorn themselves to be esteemed. Much like a Buddha requires gilding, he recognized that a well-crafted presentation could elevate the value of the herbs by a notable margin, ensuring his own advantage. Rather than opening the box, Han Li presented the entire container to the other party. Manager Tian had been quietly observing Han Li's movements. Upon witnessing this, he said nothing and carefully accepted the box, leisurely lifting the lid. Upon revealing the contents, Manager Tian appeared taken aback for a moment, but his expression soon soured. "Are you intending to exchange this Huang Jingzi for a treasure from our establishment? This is hardly a rare item, unless it is of the finest quality. Aged 2 or 3 centuries, it holds little worth," he remarked with a frosty demeanor. Han Li chuckled softly, offering no explanation or rebuttal, instead mimicking the manager's earlier behavior by pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea and savoring it leisurely. Observing Han Li's audacious demeanor, Manager Tian's skepticism began to surface. He focused intently once more, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the spiritual herb within the box. As he examined it, a sudden gasp escaped his lips, and he stood up in excitement, carrying the box to the well-lit area of the room, inspecting it from every angle while muttering to himself, "Impossible. Could it truly be over 1,000 years old, or is it merely a case of mistaken identity?" Upon witnessing the shift in the manager's expression and hearing his words, Han Li finally felt reassured. He was now certain that the value of the 1,000-year-old herb would surpass his initial estimations, and it seemed his hopes of acquiring the Thunder Pearl were becoming tangible. After a thorough inspection, Manager Tian suddenly realized his lapse in composure. Having inadvertently revealed much about his thoughts, Nevertheless, he was too captivated by the object before him to care. If this item was indeed the 1,000-year-old treasure he imagined, he would spare no expense to secure it for the Wanbao building, which would bring immeasurable benefits to both him and the establishment. However, the sole dilemma was that while he had heard tales of this 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, he had never seen it in person, making it impossible to ascertain the exact age of the contents within the box. Yet, even if the Huangjingzi were not truly over a millennium old, it surely possessed an age of 7 to 8 centuries, which was undeniably precious. This much he could affirm. Someone, after a prolonged examination, Manager Tian called for a servant to come upstairs. Please summon Elder Ding and inform him that we have a rare item requiring his esteemed appraisal, he commanded solemnly. During the wait, Manager Tian and Han Li engaged in casual conversation, deliberately steering clear of the topic of the herbs, as if the contents of the box had momentarily slipped from their minds. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with graying hair ascended the stairs, aided by a young servant. Upon seeing him, Manager Tian immediately approached with great respect, offering the elder a seat while he stood by, indicating the high regard in which Elder Ding was held. However, Han Li discerned that this individual, much like Manager Tian, was merely an ordinary elder, devoid of any aura characteristic of a cultivator. Manager Tian, you have summoned this nearly decrepit old man. Is there truly anything that eludes your discerning eye? The elder gasped for breath before speaking in a tremulous voice. Esteemed Elder Ding, might I trouble you to examine this item? Manager Tian, adopting a tone of humility, inquired as he extended a brocade box. Though I suspect it to be a millennium-old spiritual herb, I am not entirely certain and would greatly appreciate your assessment of its age. A millennium-old herb? Elder Ding responded with a hint of incredulity, yet accepted the brocade box nonetheless. Please, examine it closely. Is it indeed the yellow essence ginseng of 1,000 years? Manager Tian, suppressing his excitement, urged with a sense of urgency. The elder made no immediate response but squinted his eyes, intently scrutinizing the item's shape, color, and even its texture, occasionally bringing the box to his nose for a gentle sniff. This herb had been cultivated by Han Li himself, so he was well aware of its authenticity and maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he sat to the side, indifferent to the elder's actions, preoccupied solely with the prospect of negotiating with Wanbao Tower. In stark contrast, Manager Tian was riveted by the elder's every movement, his earlier composure having vanished, replaced by a complex tapestry of anticipation and anxiety. Finally, Elder Ding placed the box gently on the table, stroked his beard, and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before opening them with certainty. Congratulations, Manager. This is indeed the yellow essence ginseng, surpassing 1,000 years in age, and it is a prime specimen, freshly unearthed, retaining all of its medicinal potency. I can assure you of this. Hearing this, Manager Tian's face lit up with joy. He promptly led the elder down the stairs and, overwhelmed with elation, picked up the box containing the spiritual herb, examining it repeatedly. Manager Tian, perhaps it is time for us to discuss the terms of our transaction? Han Li interjected, noticing that the manager seemed to have forgotten the owner of the herb still sat beside them. Oh, how careless of me. I beg your pardon, esteemed brotherly. Manager Tian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he remembered that the spiritual herb did not yet belong to Wanbao Tower, his cheeks flushing slightly. Ah, it is of no consequence. However, how do you intend to proceed with the transaction? Given your evident enthusiasm for this item, I trust you shall not disappoint me. Han Li replied with a light chuckle, subtly pressing the matter. At this juncture, Manager Tian regained his composure and placed the item back on the table. Since you are able to present a millennium-old herb, it is clear that you are no ordinary cultivator. Therefore, I shall dispense with the usual business pretense and offer you a fair price. After a brief moment of consideration, he continued earnestly. This herb can be exchanged for any 2 treasures from the brocade boxes I have shown you, or alternatively, for the contents of the final brocade box alone. If the offer still does not meet your expectations, this establishment can certainly provide you with a highly satisfactory spirit stone in exchange for the spiritual herbs. Brotherly, what are your thoughts? Han Li sensed the sincerity in the other party's words. After contemplating the proposal multiple times in his mind, he deemed the price to be quite reasonable, not exceeding his limits, thus leaning towards an affirmative response. However, before proceeding, he wished to ascertain the contents of the final ornate box. Yet, before Han Li could voice his thoughts, Manager Tian, with perceptive understanding, lifted the lid of the box and presented it before Han Li, smilingly proclaiming, "What lies within is the treasure of our establishment. The question is whether you can truly appreciate its worth." Han Li's curiosity was piqued as he peered inside the box, only to be taken aback. Inside lay a solitary talisman, adorned with the image of a golden brick, shimmering brilliantly and rendered with remarkable detail. Upon recognizing the item, Han Li's thoughts raced. He immediately recalled his own talisman depicting a gray sword. Could it be of a similar nature? A talisman treasure? Han Li exhaled deeply, uncertainly inquiring. Manager Tian's expression flickered with surprise before he responded, "I did not expect you, Brother Li, to recognize this item. Typically, such treasures are known to very few cultivators. Your broad knowledge is truly commendable." Hearing this, Han Li offered a wry smile, shaking his head as he sighed. "You overestimate me, good sir. I am merely acquainted with the name of this talisman treasure. My understanding of it is rather limited. However, since you possess such an item, I would greatly appreciate your insights." Han Li spoke sincerely, genuinely wishing to seize the opportunity to thoroughly comprehend the origins and intricacies of the talisman treasure, thereby alleviating his confusion. Manager Tian, somewhat taken aback by Han Li's earnestness, deemed the information not overly confidential, merely uncommon knowledge, and thus readily agreed to elaborate on the matter. The talisman treasure indeed has a significant pedigree. It is a unique item that can only be crafted by cultivators at the Jedon stage or above. It is created by high-level practitioners who seal a portion of a magical artifact's power into specially crafted talisman paper, allowing other cultivators to temporarily harness the artifact's might. This exceptional talisman thus possesses the dual characteristics of both a talisman and a magical artifact. Often whimsically dubbed a pseudo-artifact by those aware of its existence and fervently sought after. Such pseudo-artifacts are remarkably unique. Their creation necessitates a cultivator at the Jedon stage or higher, yet they can be utilized by practitioners of any tier. Even those at the third or fourth level of cultivation, such as the Golden Light Master whom Han Li had defeated, can wield them with some efficacy. However, practitioners below the foundation establishment stage lack the technique to refine them, thus can only unleash a fraction, approximately 1/10 or 1/12, of the talisman's potential, rendering their capabilities rather meager when compared to top-tier magical artifacts. Conversely, cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage can employ mental refinement techniques to fully unleash the talisman's power. While its might may not rival that of true magical artifacts in terms of cataclysmic force, it is nonetheless sufficient to overshadow all other similar items. Thus, after the foundational period, every cultivator aspires to possess a talisman treasure, as it grants them a significant advantage in battles, allowing them to look down upon others. Although the power of a talisman treasure is formidable, its usage continuously depletes the inherent magical prowess contained within. Once its potency is exhausted, the talisman treasure becomes utterly worthless. Therefore, how to manage the utilization of a magical treasure's power is a matter that must not be taken lightly. Moreover, the crafting of talisman treasures is no simple endeavor. Magical treasures are exclusive to cultivators of the core formation stage, not only because they are scarce, but also because they must be refined day and night within the cultivator's true essence to augment their power, making them rarely showcased. Thus, to create a talisman treasure from such artifacts is an even more daunting task. It is essential to understand that the production of a talisman treasure represents a self-diminishing act, as it involves sacrificing a portion of the magical artifact's power. Each creation of a talisman treasure necessitates the owner to undergo an extensive period of refinement to restore the lost potency, exemplifying a quintessential act of benefiting others at one's own expense. Consequently, it is uncommon for cultivators beyond the core formation stage to engage in such foolishness. However, as the saying goes, circumstances are ever-changing. The seemingly imprudent act of crafting talisman treasures often becomes a frenzy among high-level cultivators as their time approaches its end, solely to leave a significant legacy for their descendants. It is noteworthy that the magical treasures bequeathed by predecessors, after prolonged refinement and subsequent inheritance, cannot be fully harmonized with the new owner's spirit and mind, resulting in a substantial loss of the original artifact's power. Furthermore, the new inheritor must also reach the core formation stage. Otherwise, they can only gaze enviously at the treasure without being able to utilize it. Thus, compared to preserving the artifact intact, crafting talisman treasures proves to be a more suitable option for their descendants. Nevertheless, The creation of talisman treasures is fraught with limitations. Firstly, each talisman can only seal a maximum of 1/10 of the magical treasure's power. It can diminish but not augment. Consequently, even talismans sealed from the same magical treasure exhibit varying degrees of power. Secondly, the process of crafting talisman treasures not only reduces the power of the magical artifact, but also significantly drains the owner's vitality. Therefore, the sustained creation of talisman treasures is implausible. Each crafting session demands that the owner rests for 3 to 5 years to recuperate their vitality. And that is under the condition that they do not waste their true essence or intend to refine the magical treasure anew. Otherwise, the period would extend even further. Hence, it is a common sight in the realm of cultivation. Before their time runs out, high-level cultivators, after preparing for their eventual passing, leave behind their most valuable possessions, often a greatly diminished magical treasure alongside several talisman treasures sealing the same power, a rather lamentable reality indeed. Chapter 165, An Encounter at Night. After listening to the words of Manager Tian, Han Li gained a certain understanding of talisman treasures and could not help but examine the talisman treasure within the ornate box once more. This golden brick talisman treasure was procured at a hefty price from a minor clan, pristine and unused, and would undoubtedly suffice in exchange for Brother Li's Millennium Spirit Herb. In the end, Manager Tian spoke with the tone of someone who had suffered a significant loss, repeatedly expressing his lament. Han Li inwardly scoffed, utterly unconvinced by the other's claims of misfortune, believing instead that both parties had their own desires. In the eyes of the other, his spiritual herbs were undoubtedly worth more than this talisman. So, Brother Li, which item do you intend to exchange for? Manager Tian finally inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li hesitated, uncertain of his decision. He had initially planned to visit several more shops in search of superior magical artifacts. Yet the items before him were indeed commendable and aligned with his desires, making it difficult for him to relinquish any of them, particularly the golden brick talisman, which he deemed essential for his future endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li resolved, I quite favor all these items and intend to acquire them all. He surmised that purchasing everything at the Wanbao building might not be a detrimental course of action. At the very least, it would minimize attention from others and confine the influence of the Millennium Spiritual Herb to this establishment alone. All of them. Brother Li, are you jesting? Manager Tian's countenance darkened upon hearing Han Li's words, suspecting that Han Li was being overly ambitious, intending to exchange a single spiritual herb for all the treasures in the ornate boxes. Noticing this, Han Li merely smiled without contesting, but instead retrieved an identical box from his storage pouch, placing it on the table. I shall offer 2 Millennium Spiritual Herbs in exchange for all the treasures within your ornate boxes, Han Li stated slowly, exuding an air of certainty. Manager Tian was both astonished and elated. He hastily examined the newly produced herb, and upon confirming that it was indeed the same rare Millennium herb as the first, he regarded Han Li with a newfound respect. After all, one who could produce 2 such rare herbs deserved the attention of the Wanbao building. Yet, with Han Li cloaked, Manager Tian could not discern his expression, which only heightened the air of mystery surrounding him. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively stated, Very well. Since Brother Li has said so, I shall concede a step and agree to your terms. However, I have a small request. Should you come across any more spiritual herbs in the future, I hope you will consider our establishment first. My offer will surely satisfy you. Han Li chuckled lightly, non-committal, yet inwardly sighed, aware that the other remained suspicious. It seemed prudent to minimize such exchanges of herbs for treasures in the future, lest he attract perilous consequences. Unbeknownst to Manager Tian, who rejoiced at Han Li's acquiescence, if this fellow with the surname Li could indeed procure more Millennium Spiritual Herbs, the minor concession he made today would be entirely worthwhile. Thus, after exchanging their respective items and properly securing their possessions, both parties were pleased. Han Li then took his leave from the Wanbao building, not daring to linger in the marketplace for even a moment longer, swiftly exiting the area beyond the limits of flight, and departed, due to the fear of being secretly tracked by some formidable expert from the Wanbao Tower. He did not boldly fly directly towards the Huangfeng Valley. Instead, he left the Taiwa mountain range and, after traveling a distance of 3 to 4 days, finally felt at ease enough to take a wide detour before heading towards Huangfeng Valley. 3 days later, in the evening, Han Li reached the outskirts of the Taiwa mountain range. As dusk was approaching, for the sake of safety, he sought a secluded cave to rest for the night, intending to continue his journey to Huangfeng Valley the following day. This cave was situated halfway up a hillside, with several scattered rocks obscuring the entrance, making it difficult to discover from the outside. Han Li had fortuitously found shelter within. After consuming a small meal, he leaned against the stone wall, entering a meditative state to rejuvenate himself. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and it was already the latter half of the night. Just as Han Li was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly heard a sound, akin to clothing rustling in the wind, followed by a thud, as if someone had landed outside the cave. Alarmed, Han Li's drowsiness instantly vanished. Could it be that someone from Wanbao Tower was pursuing him? His thoughts gravitated toward the worst possible scenario. Junior sister, this place is quite pleasant and secluded. I think we shall stay here. A somewhat familiar male voice resonated from outside the cave. Taken aback, Han Li let out a sigh of relief. Since it was not someone from Wanbao Tower come to kill and plunder, it indicated that the intruders were merely passing through, alleviating his worries. Junior sister, why do you regard me with such eyes? After all, you have never experienced the joys of intimacy. Allow your elder brother to cherish you properly, so your existence as a woman is not in vain. Otherwise, it would be a terrible waste of such a lovely figure. The man's voice was calm and gentle, yet the content of his words was utterly lewd and merciless. Han Li gasped, overwhelmed with disbelief at the audacity of the man outside, who could utter such vile intentions. Furthermore, the absence of any female voice indicated that the junior sister had likely been subdued, unable to utter a word. However, the man's voice was so familiar. He must have encountered him before. Intrigued, Han Li stealthily approached the cave entrance. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the air, accompanied by the man's lewd laughter. Come, take a pill first. Otherwise, there will be no fun later. Cough, junior sister. Must you look at me with such disdain? Weren't you always eager to cultivate together with me after establishing your foundation? This fulfills your desires, does it not? Ha ha. The man laughed recklessly. At that moment, Han Li reached the cave entrance and began to peer outside. He beheld a man in white, crouching beside a young woman, shamelessly groping her delicate form, occasionally tearing away strips of her clothing. The woman had disheveled hair, obscuring her face from Han Li's view, but her body was mostly exposed, revealing smooth, elastic skin. Particularly her bosom, which was partially covered yet tantalizingly visible, stirring the primal instincts within him. It turned out to be him. Upon discerning the features of the man before him, Han Li experienced a mixture of astonishment and sudden realization. The individual was none other than the petty brother Lu, who had previously engaged in a skirmish with the Moron brothers. Indeed, he was a man with a human facade, yet a heart of a beast. It remained a mystery which unfortunate sister within the sect found herself ensnared by his claws. Perhaps sensing Han Li's silent thoughts, Brother Lu inadvertently brushed aside the disheveled hair obscuring the woman's face, revealing a countenance both exquisite and filled with venomous resentment. How could it be her? As Han Li recognized the true identity of the woman, he nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. Was this not the very Chun junior sister who had been so intimately entwined with Brother Lu atop the small mountain? She was, after all, his companion. What madness had driven Brother Lu to enact such a brutal charade upon his own partner? Yet, the fiery glare emanating from Chun junior's sister suggested that this was not merely playful banter between lovers. Han Li blinked, his mind swirling in confusion. Suddenly, Brother Lu ceased his actions towards the woman and exclaimed with delight. In one of his hands appeared a petite and exquisitely crafted storage pouch. Ignoring Chun junior's sister entirely, Brother Lu directed the pouch downward, unleashing a torrent of items, ranging from magical artifacts and talismans to clothing and personal belongings. He paid little heed to the majority of the contents, fervently rummaging through the bottles, jars, and boxes, as if in search of something specific. Aha! At last, I found it. I knew my junior sister would carry it close to her, Brother Lu exclaimed triumphantly, unearthing a small red wooden box from the heap. The lid was ajar, yet due to his vantage point, Han Li could not discern the contents within. His curiosity piqued, though he dared not act rashly. It was clear that the man across from him was exceptionally ruthless, capable of turning against even his own companion, should he discover Han Li's presence. It would surely lead to a deadly encounter with no chance of survival. Moreover, he had witnessed firsthand the devastating power of the opponent's wind-based spells, both in offense and defense, which were extraordinarily sharp, far beyond the capabilities of a novice like him. Not to mention, the opponent's magical prowess was significantly more profound, appearing to be at the mid-level of the 12th tier. In such circumstances, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, with little hope of success. However, Han Li believed that if he truly committed to a confrontation, he could still contend with this adversary. After all, the magical artifacts he possessed, combined with the newly acquired ones, were not to be underestimated. When the time came for combat, the outcome was uncertain. Nevertheless, Han Li had no desire to stake his life on such a heroic endeavor to save someone he had no personal ties to. After all, Chun Jr.'s sister had blindly chosen to associate with a treacherous wolf, willingly offering herself to danger. Whose fault was that? Han Li had no inclination to risk his life for such folly. Thus, he resolved to quietly observe the unfolding drama until its conclusion, allowing Brother Lu to go his own way, remaining uninvolved. Inevitably, Han Li would have to exercise greater caution around Brother Lu from now on. After all, encountering someone capable of such ruthless cruelty was an unprecedented experience for him, and he found himself humbled by the depths of the other's heartlessness. Contemplating this, Han Li discreetly employed the recently acquired concealment technique, fearful that his presence might be inadvertently sensed, provoking a confrontation. At that moment, Brother Lu placed the wooden box into his storage bag, then leered a few times before once again drawing closer to Sister Chun. In his excitement, he continued to tear at her garments while revealing his innermost thoughts, leaving Han Li, concealed nearby, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Sister, please do not take offense. I have no choice in this matter. You see, the headstrong Dong girl explicitly stated that once I sever all ties with you and engage in dual cultivation with her after establishing my foundation, she will beseech our esteemed ancestor, the Red Fluff, to personally admit me into the sect and impart to me earth-shattering divine powers. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ascension. I truly cannot afford to let it slip away, thus I must impose upon you." Lying on the ground, Sister Chin's fury ignited as she listened to his callous words. Trembling with rage, wishing she could spring up and sink her teeth into this heartless man to vent her frustrations. Unfortunately, the unfeeling scoundrel had already ensnared her entirely with a binding technique, rendering her unable to move even a fraction, let alone utter a curse. She could only submit to his whims. However, the subsequent words from this unfaithful suitor chilled her to the bone, nearly causing her to faint. "Ahem. If you were not the only daughter of the Chen family's head, I might have considered letting you go. I fear that your love could turn to hatred, leading you to leverage the Chun family's influence to exact revenge on me and spread this incident, tarnishing my reputation. I have heard it said that Ancestor Red Fluff despises ungrateful men. Therefore, for the sake of my own affairs and reputation, it would be best if you vanished from this world. Surely no one would suspect me, considering how affectionate we once were." Brother Lu feigned concern, yet his hands never paused, and in an instant, Sister Chun was left in tatters, utterly exposed. Brother Lu, beholding the enticing sight before him, his eyes gleaming with lust, began to caress her smooth skin, donning an expression of eager anticipation as he continued, "What captivates me most is that sister, like myself, still possesses an unused foundation establishment pill. I assume you wish to wait until your foundational techniques are perfected before consuming it, for such a strategy would enhance the likelihood of success." He clicked his tongue. "However, since you are surrendering your purity to me, I trust you will not begrudge this foundation establishment pill. Initially, I harbored some concerns about the safety of consuming a single pill, fearing a potential failure in establishing my foundation, as even those with extraordinary spiritual roots can encounter setbacks. Yet, with your pill in hand, I am assured that my foundation will be successfully established." At this juncture, Brother Lu retracted his hands and retrieved a wooden box and a blue porcelain vial from his storage bag, surveying them with an expression of smug satisfaction. Concealed behind the stone, Han Li, having overheard the entire exchange, felt a stir of contemplation. The appearance of foundation-building pills before him, and in such a quantity, was an irresistible temptation. After all, his intention to participate in the blood trial was solely for the foundation-building pills. If he could acquire them without enduring the perilous risks, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. With this thought in mind, Han Li observed Brother Lu's every action intently, ready to strike should any flaw present itself, with the intent to eliminate him and procure the 2 foundation-building pills. At that moment, however, Sister Chun exhibited unusual symptoms. The vengeful expression on her face was gradually fading, replaced by a look of rapture. Her exposed skin began to take on a rosy hue, and her trembling lips emitted no sound. It seems the elixir is taking effect. Surely, sister must be in great discomfort now. In gratitude for her immense favor, I shall endure a bit of hardship myself, allowing her to experience the bittersweet pangs of desire, thus repaying her past kindness. Brother Lu, in a display of shamelessness, muttered to himself, stowing away the items in his hands and beginning to reach for his belt, seemingly intending to loosen his garments for an indulgent escapade. At this sight, Han Li felt a surge of inspiration. If he were to strike while Brother Lu was disrobing, the ensuing chaos would surely give him the upper hand. The more he pondered, the stronger his conviction grew, prompting him to watch Brother Lu with heightened scrutiny, even casting furtive glances at his face. However, upon further observation, Han Li quickly discerned an anomaly. Although Brother Lu appeared flustered as he fumbled with his belt, the delay was excessive. The belt remained firmly secured, showing no signs of loosening. Even more peculiar was the look of urgency on Brother Lu's face, juxtaposed with the clarity in his eyes, which bore a hint of cold amusement. A chill ran down Han Li's spine, sensing something was amiss. His wariness heightened. He swiftly expanded his spiritual awareness and retrieved a water shield talisman, clasping it in his palm. Just as he completed these preparations, he suddenly sensed a silent object approaching from his left. Had his awareness not been attuned, he might have remained oblivious, inciting both shock and anger within him. Without hesitation, he pressed the talisman against himself, enveloped in a shimmering blue shield just as a green, rope-like entity surged toward him, only to be intercepted by the protective barrier. Both Brother Lu and Han Li simultaneously uttered their exclamations. Brother Lu was surprised by his failed ambush, while Han Li was incensed at the underhandedness of the attack that nearly ensnared him. Very well. Such quick reflexes. It seems you are indeed formidable. However, having observed for so long, shouldn't you reveal yourself and engage in a discussion with me, Brother Lu? With a flick of his wrist, Brother Lu summoned the azure rope back to his hand. Then, with an air of nonchalance, directed a chilling remark towards Han Li's hiding place, indicating that he had indeed detected his presence. Chapter 167, Fierce Battle, Part 1. Having been exposed, there was little purpose in remaining concealed. Han Li took a deep breath. Bracing himself behind a radiant shield, with a magical artifact gripped firmly in each hand, he stepped out from behind the stone. Upon clearly seeing Han Li's visage, Brother Lu expressed his surprise, recognizing him instantly. Han Li's heart sank slightly at the exclamation. Although Brother Lu had only glimpsed him once during a chaotic skirmish on the hillside months prior, his ability to identify Han Li now was indicative of either an exceptional memory or a cunning mind. Regardless of the reason, this revelation was far from favorable for Han Li. He sensed a certain kinship with Brother Lu, as both were adept at employing strategies and equally ruthless in their actions. Particularly, Brother Lu's audacious demeanor in public starkly contrasted with Han Li's preference for discretion, yet both served as veils to obscure their true selves. Han Li believed he could never match the other's shamelessness or cruelty, as he merely adhered to a path of moderation and self-preservation. As Han Li contemplated this, Brother Lu's expression grew grave, seemingly making connections of his own. The glint in his eyes was unmistakably lethal, revealing his intent without reservation. Han Li sighed, initially considering a verbal diversion to negotiate his way out of this predicament, but the hostility radiating from Brother Lu left no room for subterfuge. It was clear that only one of them would emerge alive. Resolved not to squander his breath, Han Li decided to strike first. With that thought, he deftly raised his left hand, unleashing a steel ring that emitted a piercing shriek as it hurtled towards Brother Lu. Simultaneously, he brandished his right hand, revealing a dark green gourd from which 5 or 6 murky spheres erupted, following closely behind the steel ring. Not pausing after this initial attack, Han Li gestured with his left hand, conjuring several red fireballs that swirled around his sleeve before he hurled them violently toward Brother Lu, uttering a low command. Instantly, the fireballs dispersed in a frenzied array, striking at Brother Lu from various angles. In this fervent assault, Han Li employed nearly all his offensive techniques, having refrained from using talismans prior to acquiring his new magical artifacts. The rapid-fire technique he executed, learned with great effort from Wu Feng, was intended to catch his opponent off guard and deliver a swift, decisive blow. Had it not been for the unfamiliarity with the new magical instruments, Han Li would have unreservedly unleashed them all at once, for the potency of the new artifacts far surpassed that of the old. However, almost simultaneously with Han Li's offensive, Brother Lu was not idle. He deftly revealed a long, azure flag, approximately 10 feet in length, adorned with a fierce azure dragon, its menacing fangs and claws embroidered in shimmering azure light. At that moment, Brother Lu realized the extent of Han Li's relentless assault, and a surge of fury welled within him. It was crucial to note that he had initially brandished his most powerful artifact, the Azure Dragon Flag, with the intention of launching a lethal strike akin to Han Li's. Yet, he never anticipated that Han Li would initiate a fierce attack without uttering a single word since his appearance, displaying an unyielding intent to annihilate. In desperation, Brother Lu quickly shifted from offense to defense. He wielded the Azure Flag in his right hand while his left delved into his storage pouch, retrieving a yellow talisman. With a reluctant glance at the high-grade talisman, he gritted his teeth and cast it before him, rapidly reciting an incantation. In an instant, Han Li's steel ring, glowing faintly with a yellow hue, hurtled towards Brother Lu. With urgency, Brother Lu pointed at the yellow talisman and bellowed, "Wind wall technique, arise." The talisman, responding to his command, erupted in a blinding white light, transforming into a towering white whirlwind that rose to over a dozen feet, effectively obstructing the path of the steel ring. With a resounding thud, the steel ring penetrated the whirlwind but was swiftly tossed about, tumbling end over end before being hurled back. The subsequent spherical projectiles fared even worse, unable to breach the gale, merely swirling helplessly outside the tempest. Witnessing this, Han Li's expression shifted, and he quickly extended his fingers, deftly manipulating the last few arriving fireballs to arc gracefully to the sides, attempting to circumvent the wind wall for a renewed assault on Brother Lu. How naive, Brother Lu sneered, expertly forming a seal with one hand and pointing towards the center of the wind wall. The whirlwind immediately split in two, rapidly darting aside to intercept the fireballs. With a series of explosive sounds, the fireballs, unable to evade, collided directly with the wind wall. The whirlwind quivered momentarily before consuming the fireballs entirely, erasing them without a trace, leaving Han Li aghast. At that juncture, the wind wall, under Brother Lu's command, rejoined, restoring its original form. Such trivial techniques, and you dare present them. Though I know not your name or origins, tonight, your fate is sealed, Brother Lu proclaimed with a derisive laugh. Subsequently, he clasped the Azure Dragon Flag once more and began to swing it with fervor. Han Li felt a twinge of anxiety. The adversary's resilience exceeded his expectations, as this fierce barrage had been dismantled with such ease. Although the large flag wielded by the opponent has yet to exhibit any abnormalities, the gravity of the other party's demeanor reveals that Brother Lu's counterattack is not to be trifled with. It appears that refraining from utilizing talismans is no longer an option. Han Li thought coldly. However, due to his current inability to refine talismans, he must allocate a certain amount of casting time each time he employs one, in order to harness its power against the enemy. Thus, his own defenses must be impeccably fortified. With this in mind, Han Li glanced once more at his adversary. The Azure Flag wielded by Brother Lu was beginning to glow brilliantly, emanating a blinding azure light that rendered the azure serpent increasingly fearsome, indicating that the opponent's offensive was about to commence. No longer hesitating, Han Li beckoned forth the steel ring, which soared back with a whoosh, halting mere feet above his head and commencing to swirl incessantly. With a light exclamation, the steel ring burst forth with a golden radiance, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of a tabletop before ceasing its enlargement. Subsequently, the ring obediently descended, encircling Han Li and rotating slowly, forming a colossal protective barrier. Han Li did not cease his preparations. After stowing away the gourd, he summoned the newly acquired shield, which magnified several times outside the blue light barrier, exuding a dark glow as it floated gently before him. Thus, 3 layers of defense enveloped Han Li. The outermost was the steel ring. The middle layer comprised the mysterious iron flying shield, and the innermost was the blue light barrier he had initiated from the outset. Chapter 168, Fierce Battle, Part 2. Having completed all these preparations, Han Li finally felt at ease. He retrieved the gray small sword talisman, seated himself cross-legged, and began to cast spells, intending to activate the talisman to strike the enemy in the shortest possible time. At that moment, Brother Lu across the way had gathered sufficient spiritual energy on the Azure Serpent Flag and launched a tempestuous assault. He ceased waving the flag and abruptly pointed the flag's tip at Han Li, unleashing a barrage of over a dozen crescent-shaped azure wind blades that surged forth with alarming speed towards him. The velocity of these wind blades was astonishing. They had barely left Brother Lu's side when they reached Han Li in the blink of an eye. Truly, the swiftness of wind-based spells eclipses that of other elemental magics by more than half. Had Han Li not taken precautions in advance, he would have scarcely had time to react before being sliced into multiple pieces by these wind blades. As Han Li was taken aback, the wind blades collided fiercely with the outermost steel ring, resulting in a dazzling display of azure and yellow light, accompanied by the sharp sounds of slicing. When the brilliance finally subsided, the once smooth outer surface of the steel ring bore over a dozen intersecting grooves, each around a foot long, rendering the entire artifact battered and worn. Fortunately, the continuous rotation of the artifact during the assault prevented the wind blades from striking the same spot. Otherwise, it would have long since been breached. Both Han Li and Brother Lu were taken aback by the outcome. Han Li felt that although the original purpose of the steel ring artifact was not specifically for defense, it was nonetheless a genuine superior-grade artifact, crafted from materials of impeccable quality. He was taken aback that mere gusts of wind blades could rend it asunder, nearly leading to its complete destruction, which filled him with deep concern about whether he could withstand the subsequent onslaught from his opponent. Brother Lu, on the other hand, was even more astonished. The Qingjiao banner was renowned among top-tier artifacts, and he had invested considerable effort and expense to acquire it, specifically to complement his own spiritual root attributes. This artifact not only enabled the effortless instant casting of simple spells like the wind blade technique, but its absorption of spiritual energy augmented all wind element attacks emanating from the banner. Thus, while the wind blades earlier may have appeared to be the simplest of low-tier spells, each possessed power comparable to mid-tier spells. In essence, what seemed like a straightforward attack was, in reality, an overwhelming barrage concentrated from multiple mid-tier spells. Yet, despite this, the outermost colossal ring had not even been breached, instilling a profound sense of awe in Brother Lu and deepening his wariness of Han Li. Though both Han Li and Brother Lu sensed the formidable prowess of each other, their subsequent actions diverged significantly. Han Li, still endeavoring to activate the talisman artifact, was unwilling to abandon his efforts midway. He braced himself for the undoubtedly fierce assault that was to come, resolutely enduring the challenge ahead. Conversely, Brother Lu, perceptive and astute, recognized that since Han Li had maintained his defensive stance until the conclusion of his attack, without moving, he must be preparing a decisive counterstrike, either unleashing a high-tier spell or manipulating an exceptional artifact. Consequently, without hesitation, he infused his spiritual energy into the great banner once more, vigorously directing its tip towards Han Li, unleashing a relentless barrage of azure wind blades. This time, the wind blades were smaller in size but continuous, forming an unbroken torrent of azure energy. The momentum surged forward with astounding force, leading to another fierce collision between the azure and yellow lights. In this instance, the steel ring before Han Li could only sustain its defense for a fleeting moment before emitting a deep, resounding boom. The yellow light exploded, and the superior-grade steel ring ultimately met its demise, shattered by the relentless onslaught of wind blades. With the obstruction gone, the wind blade torrent surged forward unimpeded, only to be met by the formidable Xian Iron Shield, another top-tier artifact that had been lying in wait. The ensuing clash of dark and azure light erupted once more. The Xian Iron Shield was markedly different from the steel ring artifact. Firstly, there was a tier difference between the two. The shield was on par with the Qingjiao banner, a top-tier artifact that was not common in the cultivation world and was quite rare. In contrast, the steel ring was merely a superior-grade artifact. While it could not be deemed commonplace, it was somewhat accessible to even moderately affluent cultivators, who might possess one or two such artifacts, making it only slightly less scarce. Moreover, although this iron shield possesses no offensive capabilities, it serves as a specialized defensive artifact, its protective prowess far surpassing that of the ambiguous steel ring. Not only is it solid and robust, but its surface is also imbued with several unique defensive spells, significantly enhancing its defensive might. Thus, the seemingly frenzied assault comprised of dozens, if not hundreds, of wind blades was effortlessly intercepted by the iron shield hovering before Han Li, akin to a rock steadfastly standing against a raging torrent, emanating a cold, black radiance, remaining utterly unmoved, exuding an air of ample resilience. Witnessing this, senior brother Lu seethed with rage internally, yet outwardly, he merely snorted disdainfully. With a flick of his hands, the wind blades at the tip of his banner ceased to emanate outward. However, the hands gripping the pole of the banner began to emit a brilliant white light, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge forth like a breached dam, rushing eagerly into the banner's pole. Bolstered by such immense spiritual energy, the azure glow upon the banner became increasingly resplendent, resembling a cerulean sun rising in the night, rendering it almost unbearable to gaze upon. Despite the significant depletion of his magical power, leaving him pale, senior brother Lu's expression was one of fierce determination. Clearly, he understood that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications and was prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. With a low growl, he exerted force with both hands, hurling the azure banner into the air, whereupon he swiftly gestured with his fingers, forming intricate seals, and then pointed decisively at the banner while bellowing, "Transform." In an instant, the azure banner radiated dazzling light, the azure glow intensifying, and it morphed into a colossal azure serpent over 10 zhang in length, vividly lifelike, bearing its fangs and claws, precisely mirroring the embroidered serpent upon the banner. Without a hint of hesitation, senior brother Lu waved his fingers, prompting the azure serpent to open its massive jaws and viciously lunge towards Han Li. A thunderous sound erupted as the serpent's head collided with the black iron shield. In that moment, the azure and black light surged simultaneously, seemingly evenly matched. However, it was not long before the black light emanating from the shield began to wane rapidly, losing its brilliance at a visible rate. Just as the shield appeared destined to meet the same fate as the previous artifact, a cold, clear voice echoed from behind. "Withdraw." At this command, the iron shield immediately diminished in size and swiftly retreated. In response, the azure serpent, emboldened, pursued relentlessly, intent on devouring both Han Li and the shield whole. Yet at that moment, a gray mist erupted from Han Li, who was originally seated cross-legged, taking the form of a massive sword several zhang long, unwavering as it met the serpent's head, becoming ensnared in an entanglement. In midair, the azure light at times overwhelmed the gray glow, while at other moments, the gray glow subdued the azure light, resulting in a stalemate for a brief period. Meanwhile, the iron shield, having returned to its diminutive original form, fell into Han Li's grasp, whereupon he swiftly stowed it away in his storage pouch. At that juncture, all of his magical energy was devoted to directing the talisman's manifestation for attack, leaving him no strength to summon the shield once more. This time, the gray light, transformed from the talisman, was evidently far more potent than when it had vanquished the figure in yellow, as evidenced by the sword light it emitted, which seemed to possess at least 3 to 4 times the power. It is important to note that when this talisman was in the hands of the individual emitting golden light, it could only transform into a gray beam approximately 1 foot long. However, upon reaching Han Li's hands during his practice of the object manipulation technique, the talisman elongated to several feet. When Han Li, with his deepening power, struck down the man in yellow, the activated talisman once again morphed into a form exceeding 10 feet in length. Now, with Han Li's magical prowess having reached the 11th layer, the talisman not only expanded significantly, reaching 2 to 3 times its previous length, but its shape subtly began to resemble that of a colossal sword, radiating brilliant light and shimmering with crystal clarity, exuding a formidable aura that commanded attention. Without such formidable enhancements, the talisman might not have been able to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the malevolent serpent formed by the azure flood dragon banner. This illustrates that the talisman's power not only hinges on the strength of the magical artifact sealed within, but is also intricately linked to the depth of the cultivator's magical abilities. The more profound the cultivator's power, the more effectively they can unleash the talisman's potential. Han Li, while directing the gray light in a fierce struggle with the azure flood dragon, found himself unexpectedly lost in thought, pondering what form this talisman might take once he successfully established his foundation. Chapter 169, Fierce Battle, Part 2. Han Li and his senior brother, Lu, continuously channeled their magical energy into the sword talisman and the azure flood dragon banner, dedicating their entire focus to manipulating their conflict, wary of even the slightest lapse in vigilance or carelessness. However, this also meant they lacked the surplus energy and magical power to employ additional strategies to overcome their adversary. They were acutely aware that even the slightest oversight from either side could result in immediate destruction and irreversible loss. Consequently, amidst the interplay of the Azure Flood Dragon and the Colossal Sword, the contest between Han Li and senior brother Lu evolved into a protracted struggle to see whose magical energy would deplete first. When they both realized that the remaining reserves of magical energy were pivotal to this confrontation, they instinctively resorted to methods to augment their spiritual power, each producing a spirit stone to hold in their hands, replenishing their waning energy. However, senior brother Lu wielded a low-tier wind attribute spirit stone, while Han Li possessed a mid-tier earth attribute spirit stone. This revelation darkened senior brother Lu's expression, filling him with astonishment and indignation. The fact that a chi-refining disciple like Han Li could possess a mid-tier spirit stone, typically accessible only to cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage and above, was entirely unexpected for him, as it was well known that mid-tier spirit stones replenished spiritual energy far more swiftly than their low-tier counterparts. Thus, in terms of replenishing spiritual energy, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, senior brother Lu reassured himself, recalling that his magical power was inherently far more profound than Han Li's. Even if Han Li's spirit stone replenished energy at a quicker rate, it would not sustain him for long. Given that this minor advantage in energy replenishment paled in comparison to the constant depletion of magical energy. With this thought, senior brother Lu regained his composure and refocused his mind. Yet, when he witnessed Han Li's next action, his expression shifted once more, tinged with astonishment and disbelief. In a startling display, Han Li boldly removed the azure shield that enveloped him, revealing his true form before brother Lu. Despite brother Lu's remarkable intellect, he found himself momentarily perplexed by this audacious act, unable to discern Han Li's intentions. Did Han Li not fear that a single strike from brother Lu's wind blade could easily extinguish his life? As thoughts whirled in his mind, brother Lu hesitated only briefly before decisively extending his left hand, preparing to conjure a faint azure wind blade. However, before he could fully manifest and launch this blade, the enormous sword entangled with the azure dragon suddenly flared with brilliance, taking advantage of brother Lu's distraction to violently break free and shoot directly towards him. Caught off guard, brother Lu felt a chill of fear grip him. If he persisted in forming and launching the wind blade, he might very well claim Han Li's life. But he would similarly be at the mercy of the sword's lethal strike, leading to mutual destruction. Although a wall of wind still stood before him, the sword's capability to contend with the azure dragon meant that the gust would be easily pierced by a mere touch, affording him no time for defense. This outcome was not one brother Lu desired. He had a promising future ahead of him and was unwilling to meet his end in this desolate wilderness alongside a stranger of unknown origin. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he acted swiftly, retracting the wind blade with a flick of his left hand and channeling a surge of spiritual power into the azure dragon banner, summoning the dragon back. True to its nature as a wind attribute artifact, the azure dragon responded to brother Lu's full force invocation, intercepting the giant sword mid-flight, leading to yet another clash. Witnessing this, brother Lu exhaled in relief, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. In the ensuing moments, brother Lu attempted several other spells to ambush Han Li. Yet each time he was forcibly repelled by Han Li's consistent countermeasures. Despite Han Li lacking a shield, brother Lu found himself utterly at a loss. Feeling increasingly frustrated as he recognized the futility of his efforts, he resolved to rely on his deep reservoir of power and engage in a war of attrition. Meanwhile, Han Li began to extract an array of peculiar small herbs and tubers from his storage pouch, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously. This bizarre behavior left brother Lu bewildered, unable to fathom Han Li's motives. The uncertainty of his opponent's intentions filled brother Lu with a sense of foreboding, amplifying his anxiety. Yet, despite his keen intellect, he found himself momentarily powerless to devise a counter-strategy. As time passed, brother Lu's heart grew heavier. When the azure light emanating from the dragon began to dim, while the sword's gray glow remained as radiant as ever, brother Lu could no longer contain his terror and shouted in a voice filled with desperation, "Impossible? Despite my magical prowess vastly surpassing yours, even with the mid-tier spirit stones to replenish my energy, you should have been exhausted long before now." As I watched the azure flood dragon teeter on the brink of collapse, brother Lu's desperate cries echoed like the final, anguished barks of a mad dog trapped in a snare. The expression of defiance filled his voice. Meanwhile, Hanli could not help but smile, witnessing his schemes materializing bit by bit. Yet, upon hearing his adversary's words, the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smirk. He had no time to waste explaining anything to a dying man. It was imperative to eliminate him swiftly. After all, Hanli's own magical power was nearly depleted, leaving no room for idle repartee. Resolute in his thoughts, Hanli disregarded his opponent's queries and gestured with his hand. The colossal sword surged with renewed brilliance, gradually diminishing the azure flood dragon until it was merely a length of about 10 feet, its azure glow nearly imperceptible. Witnessing this, Brother Lu fell into absolute despair, igniting a fervent determination within him, his eyes gradually reflecting madness. Silently, he abruptly withdrew the scant remaining magical energy from the azure flood banner, causing it to revert to its original form, plummeting from the sky. Without a hint of regard for the enormous sword descending upon him, he hastily conjured a massive blade of wind, unhesitatingly launching it at Hanli. Feeling a sudden chill, Hanli reacted swiftly. As the wind blade was unleashed, he maneuvered the colossal sword to strike downward towards his opponent's head. Then, without a glance back at the outcome, he propelled himself several paces away. After several exchanges, Hanli comprehended the astonishing speed of the wind blade. If he did not employ the smoke step to evade quickly, he could easily find himself bisected without any means of defense, a fate most grim. The wind blade indeed moved with remarkable swiftness. Just as Hanli darted away, it arrived at his previous position. However, with a deft turn, it pursued the direction of his escape, hurtling back towards him. Without a moment to spare, Hanli maximized the smoke step, weaving through the confined space, creating the illusion of multiple phantoms. The wind blade, akin to a tail, followed closely yet failed to catch up as he zigzagged. Hanli understood that a straight flight would never outpace the wind blade's rapid strike. Only through agile maneuvering could he hope to evade danger. This was the very reason he had dared to forego defensive spells from the outset. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the wind blade lost control, veering sharply into the earth and carving a deep trench before vanishing entirely. Hanli exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling after the harrowing close call. Evading a cultivator's magical attack using mundane agility was indeed a perilous endeavor. Sitting down upon the ground, he raised his gaze towards his opponent. The wall of wind had dissipated, revealing Brother Lu, now cleaved in two, lying motionless. Above the two halves of his corpse, the colossal sword floated, emanating a faint gray glow, its radiance tragically dim. Chapter 170. Spoils of War. Hanli raised his hand and beckoned towards the sky. The colossal sword immediately pivoted and soared back to him, transforming into its talismanic form as it descended gracefully into his palm. Just as Hanli extended his hand to receive the talisman, it spontaneously ignited with a crackling sound during its fall, reducing itself to a mere pile of ashes that the mountain breeze whisked away, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Hanli stood momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a bitter smile gracing his lips. The talisman had been utterly rendered useless. Its remaining power had been completely depleted during the prolonged tug-of-war, causing Hanli, who was acutely aware of the talisman's value, to feel a pang of sorrow. Yet he found himself utterly helpless. After all, it was only natural to incur a cost to vanquish a formidable adversary like Senior Brother Lu. However, the Qingjiao banner possessed by his opponent was a commendable trophy that could easily compensate for the loss of the talisman. Not to mention the 2 Foundation establishment pills awaiting his discovery. With that thought, Hanli's spirits soared, feeling that the arduous battle had been exceptionally worthwhile. Should he successfully consume the Foundation establishment pills to solidify his foundation, he would no longer need to venture into the perilous blood trial, where he could very well encounter numerous cultivators as formidable as Senior Brother Lu, if not even more challenging. After a while, Hanli absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones in his possession, sensing a slight restoration of his magical power. He then stood up, intending to retrieve the Qingjiao banner that lay not far from him. However, as he straightened his back, a sharp pain surged from his dantian, akin to being pricked by countless steel needles, causing him to double over once more, his complexion paling as he grimaced in agony. Motionless, Hanli remained in this position for the duration of a tea's brewing time before he took a deep breath, feeling the pain subside somewhat. His expression turned glum, and his mouth twitched slightly. He was acutely aware of the cause of his discomfort. It was a consequence of having ingested a substantial amount of aged herbs. Although he had managed to absorb some of the spiritual energy contained within, a greater portion had coalesced in his dantian, becoming foreign substances mingled with various unidentifiable medicinal impurities. If not expelled in a timely manner, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Though Hanli understood well that this method of consuming spiritual herbs was inadvisable and would surely backfire, he had no choice but to take the risk to preserve his life. Indeed, this forceful absorption of spiritual energy had significantly aided him in this protracted battle. However, relying solely on consuming herbs was insufficient to ensure Han Li's endurance until the end. Besides the mid-tier spirit stones providing a swifter flow of spiritual power than his opponent, another crucial factor in his victory lay in the cancellation of his defensive spell, the water shield technique. During the past 2 years of studying and researching spellcasting techniques, Han Li had inadvertently learned from Wu Feng that a prevalent misconception existed among most low-tier disciples regarding the use of talismans. They believed that aside from the initial burst of spiritual energy required to activate the talisman, no additional magical power would be consumed. This was, in fact, a flawed understanding. Once the talisman is activated, the spells it unleashes remain perpetually tethered to the user through a delicate thread of spiritual energy. This connection facilitates the caster's control over the spell. If the spell does not dissipate, the user will inevitably expend their mana to sustain this link. However, due to the invisibility of this spiritual thread to disciples in the Qi refinement stage, and the negligible amount of mana required to maintain it over a short duration, most disciples overlook it, leading to the aforementioned misconceptions. Even among a few who are aware of the truth, the matter is deemed trivial. Thus, it is not widely disseminated among lower-tier disciples. Wu Feng is one such informed individual. During a casual conversation with Han Li, he casually mentioned this fact, which Han Li astutely remembered. Subsequently, after conducting a few tests to experience it firsthand, he confirmed its validity. As a result, when Han Li discerned that the confrontation would be a protracted battle, he promptly recalled this information and decisively dispelled his defensive spell to conserve more mana. Although this decision seemed inconsequential at first glance, over time, the mana expenditure could become substantial. Clearly, Brother Lu was unaware of this detail, being cautious and prudent. He steadfastly maintained the perilous wind wall technique. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this very spell that led him further down a path of despair. Ultimately, Han Li, by virtue of the mana he conserved, managed to endure slightly longer than his opponent. Otherwise, relying solely on the aforementioned advantages, he might not have triumphed. Nonetheless, Han Li recognized that his victory was fraught with peril. Employing various stratagems had merely allowed him to retain his life, and the adversary's strength was indeed formidable. However, regardless of the circumstances, he emerged as the survivor. As the pain began to subside, Han Li could no longer contain himself and cautiously made his way to the site where the Azure Dragon flag had fallen. With some difficulty, he bent down to retrieve the artifact, examining it joyfully several times before gleefully stowing it in his storage pouch. Next, he approached Brother Lu's lifeless body. After a moment of revulsion at the gruesome sight, he began to search for spoils of war. The storage pouch of his opponent was easily located amidst the remnants of the corpse. Without hesitation, Han Li emptied its contents, and at once, his eyes fell upon a blue vial and a box containing Foundation Establishment pills. Elated, he hastily picked up the box and vial, opening them to inspect their contents. Indeed, within lay a resplendent blue pill. Although its scent was somewhat pungent, he could discern the immense spiritual energy it contained. A wider smile spread across Han Li's face as he confirmed the authenticity of the Foundation Establishment pill. With no desire to linger and identify other items, especially in the aftermath of a recent battle, he swiftly gathered his belongings. After carefully concealing Brother Lu's storage pouch on his person, he felt a measure of relief and instinctively stretched his limbs. At that moment, a sudden rustle behind him startled Han Li, as if something were pouncing towards him. He was taken aback and hastily attempted to evade, but a sharp pain surged through his dantian, causing his movements to falter. Before he could react, he was enveloped in the embrace of a fragrant and alluring woman. In his astonishment, Han Li struggled a few times, yet the agony in his dantian, coupled with the aftermath of the fierce battle leaving him weakened, rendered him unable to break free. Observing the situation, Han Li, though he had an inkling of the identity of the person behind him, could not resist glancing back. However, as soon as he turned his head halfway, a stunningly beautiful visage pressed closely against him, her soft lips fervently kissing him. Indeed, it was the previously immobile Chinshimi. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes ablaze with desire, her limbs entwined around Han Li like an octopus, refusing to let go. Her voluptuous figure incessantly rubbed against his back, and her lips emitted muffled moans born of insatiable yearning. Not long ago, although Chinshimi had been immobilized by the wind-binding technique, the fierce battle between Han Li and senior brother Lu had not affected her in the least. All the conflict had skirted around her resting place, leaving her unharmed. Prior to the onset of the fight, the potency of the harmony pill had already begun to take effect, igniting a fervent desire in Chinshimi, clouding her mind with illusions and an overwhelming longing for intimacy. However, bound by the spell, she remained unable to move, appearing rather docile, while deep within, she was tormented by an insatiable hunger for passion. Just moments ago, the duration of the wind-binding technique had finally expired, and the newly liberated Chinshimi, overwhelmed by her desires, instinctively bolted towards the only man present, Han Li, enveloping him in her embrace, resulting in the intensely fragrant scene described above. Han Li, a veritable novice in such matters, found his heart racing with an unfamiliar sensation after Chinshimi's fervent kisses. Moreover, he had never prided himself as a paragon of virtue, dismissing the notion of maintaining decorum. Thus, stirred by emotion, he unabashedly reciprocated by grasping Chinshimi's bare form, his fingers gliding over her silken skin with abandon. In response to Han Li's actions, Chinshimi became even more fervent. Although she had yet to experience the union of man and woman, her innate instincts drove her to tear at Han Li's garments. However, this act of desperation jolted Han Li back to some semblance of clarity. Fearing the consequences of continuing down this perilous path, he quickly flipped his right hand, producing a calming talisman, and with a modicum of his recently regained magical energy, invoked a spell to restrain Chinshimi once more. With a gentle effort, he extricated himself from her fragrant embrace and carefully laid her down upon the ground. Chapter 171. Return. Han Li found himself half-crouched beside his companion, Chun, gazing intently at her alluring visage, which radiated an intoxicating allure. His eyes wandered downward, momentarily fixating on the enticing curves of her bare form, the round fullness of her breasts, the playful protrusion of her navel, and even the mysterious allure below. Each detail rendered Han Li parched and slightly dizzy. He was acutely aware that should he desire, this enchanting beauty could readily offer him a taste of unparalleled ecstasy, transforming him into a true man. However, after a prolonged gaze, he reluctantly shifted his focus back to her face. Furrowing his brow, he extended a finger, gently brushing it against her slightly parted lips. After feeling the moistness and smoothness, he quickly withdrew, bringing his finger to his nose for a subtle inhalation. It was indeed the harmonizing elixir. It seemed that the individual had not spoken falsely. Moments later, Han Li lowered his hand, speaking to himself as if regaining his composure. "My dear beauty, it appears fortune smiles upon you. Had you ingested a different aphrodisiac, you might have found yourself in dire straits. But since it is the harmonizing elixir, there is no need for such measures. I presume you were already lost in hallucination before my arrival, and thus you would not recall my visage." Gently lifting her chin with one hand, he gazed into her entranced eyes and spoke softly. "In truth, the most prudent course would be for you to vanish from this world entirely. After all, even an illusion may leave a faint impression, albeit a minuscule possibility. But consider yourself fortunate. Though I am not a paragon of virtue, neither am I a remorseless killer. My heart is gentler towards women. Had you been a man, I would have swiftly dispatched you without hesitation." Han Li continued to murmur, a hint of wry amusement gracing his features. After a brief silence, he fixated on the woman's exquisite face for a time before suddenly leaning down to fervently kiss her luscious lips, clumsily drawing her in, to which she responded with fiery enthusiasm. After what felt like an eternity of bliss, Han Li reluctantly withdrew from her fragrant lips. The mysteries of intimacy between men and women are indeed wondrous. Even if the experience does not lead to true ecstasy, this kiss shall suffice as a token of gratitude. Han Li mused, wearing an expression that conveyed his unwillingness to be at a disadvantage. As for the foundational elixir she possessed, having acquired it from Brother Lu, Han Li chose not to mention it further. "Ahem, your current state is truly captivating. Had I not heard from that old man Ma about the enhanced probability of successful foundational establishment for those of Yin and Yang, I would not have shunned such a fortuitous opportunity, nor been compelled to engage in such restraint. Han Li initially maintained a calm demeanor, but as he spoke, he shook his head slightly, revealing a deep sense of regret. After all, when weighing a fleeting night of passion against the grand pursuit of immortal cultivation, Han Li was acutely aware of the distinctions between the two. As for why that brother Lu could so nonchalantly attempt to violate this woman, Han Li could easily surmise. Given his delicate features and seemingly untroubled demeanor, that his own vitality had likely been compromised long ago, allowing him to act without restraint. This, perhaps, also contributed to his lack of confidence in his foundational cultivation, which had led him to hesitate in consuming the foundational elixir until now. In any case, it inadvertently benefited Han Li. Having made up his mind, Han Li resolved not to squander any more time. He first used a fireball technique to create a large pit not far away, into which he disposed of brother Lu's lifeless body, subsequently incinerating it to ashes before covering the site with dirt, effectively erasing any trace of the remains. Next, he meticulously obliterated any obvious signs of the struggle with a long knife from his storage bag, rendering the scene unrecognizable. Once satisfied, he draped Chen Shimi in her own clothing and hurriedly fled the area with her. After flying westward for over 100 miles, he finally located a secluded boulder where he could land. He placed the woman beneath the massive rock, intending to leave immediately. However, upon glancing back at her flushed countenance, he felt a twinge of compassion and sighed softly, turning back to approach her once more. From his robe, he retrieved a white porcelain vial, pouring a quantity of white powder into his palm. Dipping a finger into the powder, he gently offered it to her lips, murmuring with a hint of resignation, "Though the poison of this lust-inducing elixir cannot claim your life, prolonged exposure will surely sap your vitality. Allow me this small act of kindness to alleviate your plight. This cleansing powder will counteract the toxin." As he spoke, he watched her unconsciously lick the powder from his finger, her alluring manner causing him a momentary distraction. Realizing he could no longer linger, Han Li swiftly tucked the vial away and took flight, aware that she would soon regain consciousness. If he delayed, it could lead to significant trouble. Under the cover of night, he flew for the better part of the evening, resting only briefly when he was merely a few hours' journey from Huangfeng Valley. As dawn broke, he boldly entered the valley and returned to the 100 Herbs Garden. Upon entering, Han Li immediately entered seclusion. After 3 days and nights, he successfully expelled the majority of the foreign substance from his dantian, with only a slight remnant remaining, which would gradually be refined by his true essence in the days to come. Despite this, the aftermath of the battle had left Han Li significantly weakened. He estimated it would take at least a month to regain his former peak condition. Nevertheless, he felt it was all worthwhile, for at that moment, he sat at his table, admiring the greatest spoils of his recent outing, 2 blue foundational elixirs, each the size of a broad bean. After scrutinizing them for an entire hour, he transferred the elixirs into a container within a supporting artifact's copper vial, ensuring that their spiritual energy would not dissipate. As for the original green vial and wooden box, they were destined for destruction to prevent any future incriminating evidence from surfacing. In recent days, he suffered significant losses during the skirmish. Not only was his flying sword talisman rendered useless, but even the exquisite steel ring, a superior magical artifact, was utterly destroyed, leaving Han Li with a sense of regret. However, he also experienced considerable gains. In addition to the Azure Flood Dragon flag, he discovered 2 other commendable artifacts within senior brother Lu's storage pouch, the azure rope that had previously ambushed him and a silver white hook, both appearing to be superior-grade magical instruments. This was more than sufficient to compensate for his losses in magical artifacts. Moreover, he stumbled upon dozens of low to mid-tier talismans of varying attributes and over 20 low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, he did not find a single high-grade talisman. The only advanced wind wall technique talisman had exhausted its spiritual energy during the conflict with Han Li, rendering it mere scrap. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li meticulously organized all his spoils, destroying everything except for the items he deemed necessary or exceptionally valuable to prevent future complications. Subsequently, he found himself eagerly contemplating the matter of foundation-building pills. It is worth noting that Han Li was entirely ignorant of the proper method of consuming the foundation-building pill. Was it as simple as swallowing it whole, Or did it require prior consumption of some auxiliary substance? Perhaps external forces were necessary as well. Logically speaking, such a rare elixir should indeed come with specific protocols. Having never possessed a foundation-building pill before, Hanli had not paid much attention to this matter, intending to inquire after the blood-red trial. After all, if he failed the trial, everything else would be futile. Yet, unexpectedly, he acquired foundation-building pills, and even two at once. This had now become an urgent matter. Half a day later, Hanli returned from the transmission pavilion. Upon arriving at his residence, he found himself lost in thought, resting his head on the table. After several hours, he suddenly slammed his fist against the edge of the table, reddening his knuckles, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, as if sensation had abandoned him. Not long ago, Hanli had feigned interest in learning new spells, subtly extracting information from Wu Feng over the course of an entire day, ultimately uncovering the method for consuming foundation-building pills. However, the outcome was not favorable for him. It turned out that, to utilize the foundation-building pill for foundational advancement, there was no need for any auxiliary substances or external assistance. One could simply swallow it to activate its effects. Under normal circumstances, this would be excellent news for Hanli, but Wu Feng's subsequent remarks struck him like a thunderbolt, presenting a new dilemma that cast him back into a state of indecision. Chapter 172. Choices in the northern region of Jianzhou. On a desolate mountain bordering the kingdom of Yu and the Yuanwu kingdom, stood dozens of individuals clad in yellow garments of varying heights. Their garments fluttered in the wind, and their ages differed significantly. The elder ones had white hair and deeply lined faces, having reached the age of knowing their destiny, while the younger ones boasted delicate skin and rosy lips, their youthful innocence still evident. Yet, all stood in solemn silence, arranged in an orderly fashion. At the forefront stood an elderly man, exuding an aura of authority without a trace of anger. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing serenely at the sky, lost in contemplation. Behind him were 4 men and 1 woman, all bearing solemn expressions, among whom was the esteemed Master Wang, who had introduced Hanli to this realm, now wearing a grave countenance. Behind these 5 were 2 neat rows of disciples clad in yellow robes, each displaying a different demeanor. Some appeared anxious and restless, others indifferent, glancing about with casual disregard, while a few wore silent smiles, betraying no emotion. In the corner of the last row stood a dark-skinned, unremarkable young man, his gaze cast down toward his toes, too timid to glance sideways, seemingly overwhelmed with shyness. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, this seemingly naive youth was harboring a torrent of resentment within. This young man was none other than Hanli, and the assembly of yellow-clad individuals were the disciples of Huangfeng Valley participating in the blood-red trial. Ultimately, Hanli had joined this perilous expedition, a decision rendered all the more absurd and unavoidable given that he possessed 2 foundation establishment pills. Over a month ago, after learning the method of consuming the pills from Wu Feng, Hanli was dealt a harsh blow. It turned out that one had to enter seclusion for 3 months after taking a foundation establishment pill, allowing the medicinal properties to fully dissipate before emerging. Otherwise, the efficacy would be greatly diminished. Thus, the success of his foundation establishment would remain uncertain for at least several months. For Hanli, waiting such a lengthy period was highly undesirable. His initial plan was to consume the 2 pills, assess his chances of success, and then decide whether to participate in the trial. If he were to succeed in establishing his foundation, he would surely forego venturing into the perilous forbidden grounds, given the terrifyingly low survival rate of 1 in 4. Conversely, if the pills proved ineffective, he would be compelled to proceed to the forbidden area. Should 2 pills fail, he would simply refine 3, 4, or even more. He was convinced that with enough foundation establishment pills, he could eventually enter the foundation establishment stage, regardless of his innate talent. However, the 3-month seclusion requirement disrupted Hanli's plans, placing him in a dilemma where he could not have both the pills and the trial. He now faced a choice: to consume the foundation establishment pills and abandon the journey to the forbidden grounds entirely, or to set the pills aside temporarily and take them after the blood-red trial. The prospect of managing both was no longer attainable. After nearly half a month of contemplation, Hanli concluded that, given his dismal innate talent, the likelihood of successfully establishing his foundation even after consuming 2 pills was exceedingly slim. Thus, he could not forfeit the blood-red trial. In truth, Hanli had entertained the thought of waiting 5 years to participate in the trial, believing that even if he had not succeeded in foundation establishment by then, his mastery of the Changchun technique would surely reach its zenith, significantly enhancing his ability to protect himself. However, just as this thought began to take root, the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley announced a shocking event that reverberated throughout the entire cultivation community of the Yu Kingdom, dispelling his notion entirely. The Blood Trial's Forbidden Zone is set to be temporarily sealed for 60 years after 5 years. During this period, the 7 major sects will jointly assign personnel to oversee the area, and no one shall enter to gather medicinal herbs. Such temporary closures are not uncommon. Approximately every 300 to 400 years, the 7 sects undertake this measure. The frequent opening of the Forbidden Zone leads to a significant depletion of spiritual energy, resulting in a slowdown in the production and growth of spiritual herbs. This temporary sealing initiative aims to restore the density of spiritual energy, allowing it to return to its normal levels. However, despite the implementation of this measure, the spiritual herbs within the Forbidden Zone continue to dwindle each year, becoming increasingly elusive, especially those that meet the requirements for alchemical concoction. Some astute individuals among the 7 sects speculate that to genuinely restore the normal quantity of spiritual herbs, the sealing duration must be extended to a full millennium. Otherwise, this temporary closure merely postpones the depletion of the herbs, as their production and growth cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. Although this reasoning aligns with the actual circumstances of the Forbidden Zone, making its validity undeniable, the leaders of the 7 sects remain incapable of making such a decisive choice. The quantity of foundation establishment pills is closely tied to the rise and fall of these sections. If they were to lack these pills for 50 or 60 years, the 7 sects would only suffer minor losses without jeopardizing their foundations. However, if they were to face a shortage lasting hundreds or even thousands of years, it would not only threaten the 7 sects, but potentially endanger the entire realm of cultivation within the Yu Kingdom. After all, a place that can no longer enable cultivators to establish their foundations can hardly be deemed a realm of cultivation. At that point, all cultivation families and wandering practitioners would likely abandon the Yu Kingdom in search of survival elsewhere, and the 7 sects would be no exception. Thus, even though they recognize that the frequent openings of the Forbidden Zone are a foolish endeavor akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, the members of the 7 sects must resolutely proceed. They can only hope to discover alternative sources of spiritual herbs before the ones in the Forbidden Zone are entirely extinguished. This has led the formidable elders of the nascent soul and core formation stages to embark on frequent excursions in recent centuries, seeking new sources of spiritual herbs or alternative paths for their sects, determined to prevent their lineage from declining. Han Li, naturally, cannot grasp the full extent of these matters. However, upon hearing this news, he dares not even contemplate the upcoming blood trial in 5 years. Even the most obtuse individual would understand that the opening of the Forbidden Zone in 5 years will undoubtedly be marked by extreme bloodshed and turmoil, with elite disciples from all sects striving to seize one last opportunity to gather spiritual herbs before the sealing. To involve Han Li in such a trial would be akin to courting death. Although the announcement of this news will undoubtedly escalate the difficulty and ferocity of the forthcoming expedition to the Forbidden Zone, it is undeniably preferable to what awaits in the subsequent trial. As for the foolishness of participating in the blood trial 50 years hence, Han Li has not even entertained the thought. Having surpassed the optimal age for foundational cultivation, even if one were to reluctantly enter the foundational stage thereafter, it would undoubtedly hinder their journey along the path of immortality, an outcome that Han Li fervently wished to avoid. It was with this mindset that he registered for the medicinal herb gathering expedition in the Forbidden Area. To his astonishment, the one responsible for the enrollment was none other than Master Wang, which left Han Li feeling both surprised and somewhat regretful. Master Wang, upon encountering Han Li, was equally taken aback. On one hand, he was astonished that a newcomer like Han Li would participate in the bloody trial. On the other, he found it hard to believe the rapid advancement in Han Li's cultivation. For one with Han Li's qualifications to achieve such a remarkable leap in proficiency from the 9th level to the 11th level in such a brief span was truly astonishing. If Han Li were among those exceptionally gifted disciples, it would not have been surprising. Indeed, there were others who progressed even more swiftly. However, given Han Li's status as a pseudo-spiritual root, which Master Wang had personally verified, how could he cultivate at such an extraordinary pace? For one with a pseudo-spiritual root, Achieving the 9th level upon entering was already an extraordinary feat, typically necessitating the infusion of magical energy from elders, the frequent consumption of spiritual herbs, and diligent practice. Yet now, the 11th level Han Li stood vividly before him, leaving Master Wang utterly astounded. With his mind laden with questions, Master Wang did not hesitate to pull Han Li aside for further testing of his attributes. The results were consistent with previous conclusions, revealing no anomalies in the anticipated spiritual roots. This only deepened Master Wang's confusion.